And blast and really impressive performance. But one of the things you said in one of the interviews was you had like a curse last year. You couldn't beat like tier 1 teams, but you finally beat FaZe.
Yeah.
What has that done for your confidence?
I think it means a lot because I think when we beat the first team, I think the next step gonna be easier, the next maps and match. But I guess Navi, I think the curse was back. Was a super close game. We had 2 match points, I think. Not sure, but it was difficult to close the game. So.
And what did you learn from that game? Like, what was something you picked up to learn against the game against Navi?
Sorry, what?
What was something you learned in that loss against Navi?
I think we have to be more calm in some situations on these final maps. I think when we got the map point, we don't have to be a hero. Just play safe and play more calm than usual, and that's all.
Now we have your new player, Zavadeus, coming into the team. How do you see yourself using him in the future? Like, how do you want to get the best out of him for your squad?
I think all the time shooting, all the time that is possible. Putting him in all these kind of positions that he just need to shoot and kill because is what he does best. So yeah, he has an insane name. so I have to use it.
And what is the goal for Katowice? Obviously, a lot of big teams coming to this event, some of the world's best. So, where do you guys want to place at this tournament?
I like to think in step by step. So right now, go to playing, then playoffs, and then champion if it's possible. But always that my thought is in be champion.
Okay. Well, best of luck, because thanks very much. Good luck with the rest of the media day. See you. You had a great run in Copenhagen. That must be a pretty good feeling after a good first tournament of the year. How do you feel about Copenhagen?
Copenhagen, it's a very good tournament for us and very difficult tournament. And this tournament means to us a lot because we learn most things against Navi. So it's a very close match, and we take good things to this match and to us improve a lot. So it was good.
Yeah, speaking of improving and learning, obviously it was your first big year last year, playing against the top teams for the first time. What was the biggest thing you learned out of last year coming into this year? What's the biggest thing you've made as an improvement as a professional player?
I think the biggest thing is to improve most fast, improve fast myself. So this year I'm dedication a lot. I'm dedication a lot in the game. So I'm playing a lot Counter-Strike. So yeah, it's to become better in the clutch situations against the tier 1 teams, and yeah, that's it.
For you as an individual player, obviously in ENCE you had such high levels of performance. You were used to playing and like getting to the playoffs, getting to the finals. Obviously with Falcons it was not necessarily the same. So how much of a frustrating end of the year last year was it for you as an individual player?
Like, I don't know. I think with Falcons it just didn't click, but I'm back. I'm happy to be back, and I'm just really happy to work with this team right now on Heroic. And yeah, I think we will have fun a lot and try to do our best.
And obviously you are one of the best AWPers you've got in the world. So getting back to that form, what's your goal for 2025? Where do you want to try and place in the? Do you want to get into the top 20, for example? Do you see that as a great expectation for you this year?
No, that is not my goal. My goal is to be back on the top level as a team. I don't care too much about individually, and obviously I want to play good. But I will do my best to help the team to be in a consistent top 10 team in the world.
Yeah. And obviously with Movistar going into ENCE, it was a lot of positive upswings, and then you go for Falcons is a little bit more disappointing, obviously. But did you learn something from that period of time, like something you can take into your future squads, even if the results weren't good?
Yeah, always these kind of things. You learned a lot, right? So yeah, I think I got some experience. Someone's better than others, but yeah, I learned a lot, and I think this year is gonna be good.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing Heroic here at Katowice. Thank you very much. Thank you. First event of the year was mind-blowing from Heroic, really. So great performance. For you as a player, it must be nice to be back playing at this level again, because obviously with NIP, that was the first time we got to see you a couple of years ago. You were thrown at the deep end. So as a player, how do you feel like you've progressed since that NIP day?
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm a completely different player now than I was then. Also a different role. And I think I wasn't experienced at all in NIP, and I wouldn't say I'm experienced in Tier 1 now either, but I've got more experience with the game at least, so it feels good to be here.
Yeah. And are you feeling more and more comfortable with your new role every day that goes on?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I've done it straight now in 2 years, and I think the last year in Sangal was also very learnful for me. I got a lot of experience with the coach I had, but also just playing the better teams and better tournaments.
Now, I think with CS2 especially, we've seen sort of the rise of these young stars that maybe, young stars as well, but we've seen a lot of the younger players coming up that maybe we haven't heard of, and suddenly they're playing very, very well at the top level. Do you think we're going to get to see more and more of that from that sort of Tier 2 level coming up?
Yeah, for sure. I think CS2 kind of changed the game a bit, compared to CSGO. I think you don't really need that experience that you were talking about in Go as much as you do now in CS2. I think now if you have the individual level and you're just a bit smart, I think you can go really far. But it's also about the work ethic and this kind of stuff, which I think in Tier 2 you need to have that, because otherwise you won't be better than the other ones.
Now, we had a great result for Heroic in the first tournament of the year, but do you think that's going to continue into Katowice? Or have you learned something that might even improve it?
It's hard to say. I think like we're playing with Tinir, we only played two best of threes, so it's still very early, and it's our first like LAN tournament together. But I'm very positive that we can do some damage, and I think we have a great team behind us as well, coaching staff that supports us. So I think this year will be a good one for Heroic.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck here in Kato.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I heard rumors that you guys have been in Serbia for 3 weeks boot camping. How's that?
Yeah, it was really good. Obviously, we just got Regali, and yeah, we're just trying to integrate him into the team and see what he's like as a person. And yeah, so far he's pretty weird. So
It's always, you're from Australia. Obviously, you're far away from home. Dare I say it? Is it hard to be away for that long, or do you enjoy the process?
it's a bit difficult. It's definitely harder when there's no tournaments. But when you have tournaments to look forward to, I'm sure our passion and our drive just like keeps us motivated. So it's good.
Have you guys ever considered relocating to Europe as a stable, or do you like the back and forth?
I wouldn't say we like the back and forth, but I don't know. We haven't really had many conversations about it. It has never really been an option previously. But yeah, who knows? We never know what's going to happen in the next year or two.
All right, you already played one tournament so far. It went okay, I'd say. I think you played some decent Counter-Strike. Now, obviously, playing against Dunk is never fun, but what was the vibe, playing at Blast?
It was fun. Practice has been really fun as well. It was online CS, so it was sort of random. That's why Dunk beat us, obviously, because it was online CS. It's the only thing that makes sense. But yeah, we had a good win against MIBR, and not really upset about it. Just keen to play LAN and see what happens.
Speaking of Dunk, you have first-hand experience playing against him. Like, how good is this kid?
Yeah, he's pretty fucked. He's a very lucky player, obviously, so it's not that it makes sense. But yeah, he's super sharp, very good individually, and the whole team's like, they just have a good system. So
that's fair enough. Dunk is kind of fucked. I agree with that. Anyway, I won't disturb you anymore. I do want to speak to the big brain of the team, though. You rejoined FlyQuest. You were in Europe for quite some time. Were you living in Europe when you were playing for Fnatic, obviously?
Yeah. I was living in Germany for the last 3 years.
and now you're back to your normal life, I guess. Do you enjoy being back in Australia and doing the back and forth as you are now?
Yeah, personally, I like it because the benefit of all the European teams and players that they don't really know about is they have all their family and friends to talk to after they lose a match. So it's different, and it's nicer to be able to go back to Australia.
Of course, and you coming back to FlyQuest, personally, big fan of that. I think you're a great in-game leader. I think you're a great individual. You've been able to elevate the team a little bit, dare I say it. I'm not saying that these guys are not good, but you maybe a little bit better, So how do you? So how do you feel coming back to the Australian scene? Do you feel a difference from when you left to now you're coming back? Is it in a better place? Are you guys a better team than you were?
Yeah, I'll say so. I think everyone's a lot more professional and more understanding of the deep mechanics within the game. And just hopefully we can develop it more as a unit, and that's all we could ask for.
Yeah, I spoke to this boy down here as well. You did play Dunk, that boy. You did play Dunk in that game at Blast. I guess there's not much you could do. But overall, how was the feeling, boot camping in Serbia, coming into Blast? You had a good game against MIBR as well. You were satisfied with your performances despite getting shit on?
Definitely not, but at the same time, it was like, we had 7 days of practice before versing the #1 team in the world, so we're a bit, not like down, but we're just a bit, it is what it is. We're just going to play what we have with bare minimum strats and then go from there, kind of thing.
What's the expectations here then? Like, you're coming into a tournament that is stacked with good teams. It's Katowice, you've been there before, it's a big tournament. Do you think you can make an upset or two?
Definitely know we can make upsets. It's about just how consistent we can play, and that's what we're after ourselves, just being as consistent on the same level as much as possible.
Regali, you and I, we don't go back, but I've been following you for quite some time, back when you played at the WePlay Academy League. Now you find yourself in the pro circuit. How's that?
I'm really happy that I finally can play more tournaments, S-tier tournaments, and I'm happy I have great guys around me.
So you now find yourself in FlyQuest, obviously a team that's been around for quite some time. I was a little bit surprised when I saw you guys when you joined the team. How has it been so far for you in FlyQuest?
I really liked it. In the bootcamp, I think I have some bonds now with the teammates, also outside the game. And I don't know, I'm keen to play even more.
Speaking of getting to know your teammates, who would you say is the funniest guy on your team?
Funniest guy in the team? Besides me? Shit. Maybe Backside, maybe.
Maybe Backside, yeah?
Yeah, maybe.
The boy. You think he's... It's the boy. It's better than what Thorin calls you, so I feel like that works. So he's the funniest. Who's the least funny then? Who's the most boring dude on the team?
I don't really know. Maybe Chris, maybe Dexter. Because, not so many jokes we can do around him because we are Gen Z. Is like, I don't know. Okay, many others.
Is that an issue? You got some issues with your stomach, or?
In Serbia, the food is interesting. The least I can say, interesting food.
All right, I think we had enough. Keep it in you just for a little more. Before I leave you, Grim. New season, new team, new motivation. How are you feeling?
Feeling good with the new guys. They're all putting a lot of work, and the fresh start's always good. Obviously we had our ups and downs last year, but fresh start, new opportunities to grow, and we'll see what happens.
I feel like that's the story of complexity, ups and downs, throughout the entire season. Do you think that there's a world where you become a little bit more consistent throughout this year? Like, is that a goal of yours?
Definitely, ideally, we should be a little more consistent. But yeah, last year, like one event we make the semis, one event we bomb out, another event we make the quarters, another event, we make like top 12. So yeah, definitely consistency is what we're looking for this year.
You made my job a freaking nightmare. I swear to God, whenever you had to predict what you guys were doing, I had no idea. Now, speaking of you as a player in complexity, you obviously lost John from the team. Elise is no longer around, which I think I spoke to you during Blast as well, saying that probably puts a bit more pressure on your shoulder. Is that a pressure that you like carrying, and is that something you're looking forward to?
I don't mind carrying that because I have a lot of confidence in my individual abilities, and now, I'd say definitely more pressure is on me now that John left. And I just gotta, step up to the task and do what I know how to do best.
All right, the guy next to you, new guy, how is he?
He's something else. He's been great. Danny as well. We're fitting really well with each other, and they're all pretty they're American, so it helps me.
Yeah,
yeah, it's been pretty good.
All right, well, let's talk to the new guy, Nix. You're joining Complexity. You're part of the Tier 1 Counter-Strike scene now for the first time. How is that as an American player coming into this environment?
I mean, the level of practice and the amount of practice is something that you never get in America, or the team environment is also something you never get in America. Everything about the way, how much time you play the game and who you're playing game against is completely different.
Everything from practice to officials to how you conduct yourself. Yeah, is that a change you like, or do you miss the running around, turning your brain off and just doing whatever you want to? Why is your in-game leader laughing right now?
I enjoy. I love the way. I love the style. I love everything that we're doing now. But it is nice to sometimes turn your brain off.
I know.
Sometimes I miss that, but dude, I'm having a great time. I'm having a blast. So.
And how's the beginning been for you? Obviously, you guys have been practicing. You played a bit of Blast as well. Do you feel like you're coming together already, or is it going to take a little more time before we get to see the best of you?
I feel like we're definitely coming together. The first week was not too good, but we've had very steady improvement, from the beginning to the start now. So I feel like we might not be at our best. We're definitely not at our best right now. I think there's definitely room for improvement, but we're definitely improving as time goes on.
Alrighty. Speaking of turning your brain off, you're the new guy to the team. There's another new guy behind you. Which one of the two of you are more often than not turning off that brain? Be honest.
Say Danny.
Yeah, Danny.
I'm a professional.
Yeah.
All right.
He's in more spots to do those kinds of things.
Are you gonna take that?
Yeah, I definitely get a little bit too loose sometimes.
But you like that, huh?
Yeah, I like it. It's all fighting. It's instead of it's flight or flight, and I need to stop. I need to stop fighting sometimes.
That's fair enough. You'll learn by time, trust me. Now, coming into complexity, obviously, it's a big chance for both you and Nix, integrating yourself into a Tier 1 team. How has it been for you so far to join, I guess, what is, professional world of Counter-Strike?
It's definitely been a big change. Like Nick said, the practice and all that stuff was definitely a huge difference from NA to here. But I think after playing here for a little bit now and having that month almost of playing here, it's the improvements unreal. You can just tell in the games and practice that how everything's just been going up in a upward trend for a while now.
What is the biggest surprise to you, dare I say, joining Tier 1 Counter-Strike? Is there something that stood out to you?
I think watching the games, watching some of the top teams playing and then scrimming them or practicing against them, it's not as crazy as I always thought it was. Maybe I would feel like I would get insta killed a lot, and it's not like that. It's everybody's human. Yeah. So I think that's the biggest one.
So perhaps a bit more about how you approach the game tactically, decision making, you name it, and not necessarily about the aim. Do you feel like you can hold up to yourself at this level as well?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think over the last couple of weeks, it's proven to myself that I can.
That's a great feeling. Well, welcome to the world of Counter-Strike. Holzerk, you've been around for quite some time, and maybe I'm offending you a little bit here, but I feel like you're smaller than you used to be. You lost a lot of weight, haven't you?
A few kilos here and there, yeah.
You look good.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Are you playing good?
I've been playing a little bit there, yeah. Yeah.
How's the environment in the new team? Obviously, losing John is a big loss from an individual point of view, but it does feel like you guys are having a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always nice with the new teammates sometimes, like get a new environment in the team, and it's been feeling nice so far, and hopefully we keep growing that.
Does it give extra motivation as well to prove to the world that, John, who cares? We can still do it?
I mean, for sure. I mean, we lost, in my opinion, top 5 players, so we want to show that, and we can do it with other players as well.
Now, they spoke about themselves, a little bit here. Now you get to speak about them. Like, who is, in fact, the most brain dead of the two?
Did you say brain dead?
Brain dead. That's my way of turning off the brain.
No, Danny sometimes has his moments, but I mean, both of them are, most of the time, it's fine, but sometimes there's some moments here and there.
And how do you think they've been integrating into the team so far? I remember when you took in new guys, it took some time before they got the team environment and the team play of Counter-Strike, but seems like they understand it already.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're doing well, and as we've been saying, like the improvements day by day, you can tell, especially like from 3 weeks ago to now, like it's been a big difference.
All right. Well, I'm excited to see them play, and I'm excited to see how you guys are going to conduct yourself. JT, you being the big brain of the team, hope you're not brain dead. What's the expectations for this tournament?
I don't want to put too high expectations for us. Obviously, I want to do well and make the playoffs. All that. I mean, every team does, but we're still in like a learning phase, and I don't want to jump the gun and say like, yo, we're going to be like the best team in the world, whatever. But yeah, we're still learning, so hopefully it goes well. We need to get some wins on our belt because our ranking is dropping pretty quickly. Yeah. So just get a few wins, at least show a good face, and yeah, I think we'll be happy.
That's a good point. This whole new ranking system, I think a lot of people in the community, including myself and probably you guys too, it can be a little bit difficult to navigate and find out, exactly how many points do you get for winning this game, prize money, you name it. Is that something you're putting a lot of focus on now, just to establish yourself as a team to get those invites?
I mean, I think it's interesting. It's not like the biggest focus. The focus is just to practice and get better. And I mean, the wins will come eventually. Sure. But it is also a worry. I mean, for all of us that like if we don't get wins now, like we won't get some invites that we want, obviously. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens with the rankings and stuff like that. Also, a lot of events are like getting cancelled, so that's also a big issue that we thought maybe there would be more events for us to play. But yeah, we'll have to see.
You started with Blast, you're now coming into Katowice. If I'm not mistaken, you're also going to Bucharest or Cluj-Napoca for PGL. It's a hectic beginning to the season. Practice-wise, has everything been going according to plan, or do you still feel like you need a bit more time to get up to speed?
I think I'm actually getting better faster than I thought we would. The first week, I think Nick said, was kind of bad for us. I think we had 2 days where we didn't win a single scrim. So, I mean, that was pretty bad look for us. But then, I mean, the past few weeks, I can tell that we're more on the same page. Everyone's listening to each other, and we're kind of just coming together. And I think that we can show a pretty good face because of what we showed in the last few days in practice.
All right, that sounds exciting to me. Obviously, losing John is a big talking point for all of us, but please make us forget it. No one wants to continue to talk about that. Best of luck with the tournament, guys, and have fun.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, and Zowie.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Strollick winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's
For over a decade, Katowice, Poland has been home to the Intel Extreme Masters. And year after year, teams make the annual pilgrimage to try and lift this very trophy. The same one that's been hoisted by the likes of Fnatic, Astralis, and even hometown heroes Virtus Pro, 3 of which return in 2025 to try and make history once more. The question is, who is going to claim the throne?
Speaking of thrones, Freya, I'm sat on one right now, one of the new gaming chairs from Amphros, designed for health and well-being, and they're definitely going to give you that performance with some of these players and teams, including Twist from Liquid, who are going to be performing in this chair against Heroic later today. We've also got Astralis, Device. They're going to be going up against MIBR, and then just in a few moments, I can see him over there, Electronic on VP, heading up against Pain, who have been looking oh so good. But I do need to wonder, what are these chairs made of? Titanium? Maybe steel.
Well, luckily we're a Counter-Strike tournament and not a comedy show. Otherwise, I don't think we would fare too well with jokes like that. But yeah, back at stage 1, IEM Katowice, obviously a big one, big difference this year around with VRS rankings, right? Teams are invited based on their ranking. That's why we have so many close matchups in these opening games.
It's going to be interesting to see how those matchups play out as well. So many roster changes happening, but we can see here what the VRS is looking like. And we're seeing asterisks here as well because there's Imperial and, well, Imperial.
We could have had not 1 but 2 female teams in this tournament, Josh. Imagine someone told you a year ago you would have a female tournament in the play-in stage, but that's the reality with the new VRS rankings, right? Imperial, they were at Blast Bounty, they're going to be here, but I think they're going to have a really uphill struggle also having to play with a stand-in in their opening game against Furia's male team. For me, that's the toughest, hardest match of the day for sure.
Why do you think so? Do you think that stand-in actually is going to benefit them or hurt them a little bit?
Hurt them, absolutely. I don't think it's any different for them just because they're a female team. They're losing their in-game leader. Tori was their best performer at Blast Bounty as well. So I don't see why it would be any different to any other team that we would talk about, right? Like it's the same reason. I hate this. I think people who... I think you would have to be very ignorant to think that they wouldn't know what they were doing when they go up against male teams or they don't know how to play Counter-Strike. But I also think you have to be delusional to think that they would be able to compete right now with some of the teams that are, you know, in the top 10 and among the best in the world.
I was watching one of their games against Na'Vi, and I was actually impressed with some of the textbook style gameplay that they had. So I'm interested to see how they're able to fare up against Furia here. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking this Complexity Eternal Fire game is going to be a little bit more difficult for those guys because Complexity without a Liege, like, we look at the VRS, that's the only reason why they were as high as they were is because Liege just, I mean, single-handedly put those guys on his back. 19th, I think, was his ranking for the player of the year.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult without him.
Yeah, and I think also they're having to turn to local talent, right? They couldn't get some splash signing really to make up for it. They're trying to do more with less, and we'll have to see, you know, some people have these theories that when a star player leaves, it opens up room for everyone else. Well, let's see if some of these guys can really take advantage of it, because Eternal Fire, you know, all the way up in the grand finals just a couple of days ago, running really hot at the moment.
Yeah, they were, you know, even able to take a map off of Spirit in that grand finals, but it's been no small feat that they've done. Even last year, we saw them at Pro League in the finals there as well. These guys are a team that can be very hot, you know, burning that Eternal Fire. They are a team that they are their own worst.
Not a comedy show.
We're here for Counter-Strike, okay?
Yeah, I think also a lot of interesting games. Obviously, Katowice, a staple in the CS circuit, right? But I think it's been enough of you and me, Josh. Let's hear what the players have to say about it.
Not players. Unfortunately, I think we've disappointed you there, Janko. I mean, you used to be a player, Chad, so does it still count?
No.
No? Not at all?
It's almost been 10 years since I retired. Next year, it'll be 10 years since I retired.
10 years?
10 years, a short period of time for some.
Yeah? Any regrets? Anything you wish you'd done when you were playing?
Lifted
the Intel Grand Slam. That's exactly
exist.
what you wish you could have achieved. That's what we're here to speak about, because not only a trophy, not only a hell of a lot of prize money on the line, it is also a chance for some of the teams to be getting a notch on the Intel Grand Slam belt. Now, we see two front runners up here. That is Na'Vi and FaZe. Yeah, and FaZe's clock just about to strike midnight. If they don't take a win here, one of those chances will be off of their list. So
it doesn't look good for FaZe.
No.
Let's say that much. Obviously, the roster change with the Liege that they were just touching on there. Obviously, the inverse of that with Complexity. So for FaZe, they're going to need to click because online for them during Bounty didn't look fantastic. So tough for them, whereas Na'Vi have an awful lot of cracks. But again, they need a Katowice, they need a Cologne.
Yes.
And for them, look, they're one of the rosters which didn't change over the break. So you would say coming into an event like this, the depth of their playbook and the depth of, I guess, going through the repetitions and experience they have as a team is a positive. But then you have Spirit, who apparently everybody's scared of. So look, Spirit a little bit further down the list. They were the Katowice champions last year.
Yes.
Long time between drinks, apparently.
Yeah, only 3 more opportunities for them. So if they were back-to-back champions, they then have to win EPL and then Melbourne if they do so choose to attend, or Dallas after that. I don't know how it works if you choose to skip an event. I guess you don't have one of your chances decayed. Who knows?
Let's
who
check
knows?
with Slavinsky on that one, maybe.
We've got to check with the league ops.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the Na'Vi and FaZe conversation, though. FaZe obviously coming in with a Liege, failing to qualify for the LAN portion of Blast Bounty. What was your takeaway from them integrating a Liege? Do you like the idea of Rain now becoming an anchor? That's what Karrigan wants.
I need to see more, right?
Okay.
There's some things like Ancient, for example. Elijah was talking about in a post-game interview with Banks, I believe, about, being a mid/A player on Ancient. But look, there's a lot of maps to be played, right? The sample size, because of the format of Blast Bounty, single elimination, 32-team bracket, you're not getting to a lot of reps unless you make it all the way to the final, right? So that's something that I want to be able to see more of. And I think the positive, however, with FaZe is Elijah is an experienced player.
Yes.
They're not bringing in someone who needs to get up to snuff necessarily on what it's like to play at top-tier Counter-Strike. So they should be able to get the wheels in motion pretty quickly. And if they can make it to the arena portion, the same FaZe cliche of big stage player stays in play.
Yeah, definitely. He was part of one of the teams that was one of the fastest ever Intel Grand
What do we
Slam
have?
runs as
Astralis,
well.
Liquid, Na'Vi, FaZe, and now we're in season 5.
They could be the first 2-timers, back-to-back
Back-to-back.
2-timers. I'm thinking it is unlikely. Of course, they won at IEM Sydney 2023. That was the first of the number 2s. And then Chengdu 2024. So it has been a while since their trophy lifts. For Na'Vi, that was EPL Season 20 and IEM Rio to round out last year for the Intel Extreme Masters. No roster changes for Na'Vi coming into the new season. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, I think so, right? When you're one of the major champs in the previous year and you were Team of the Year at the HLTV Awards, right? There's a lot of reasons to keep the team together based off of what we expected from them when we saw the team get put together, right? They achieved an awful lot more. And then now there's expectation for them to be able to continue to deliver. There has been a bit of a fall off from the punch of the individuals, right?
Yes.
It was, okay, great team Counter-Strike. And then, oh, wow, look, Jail with a great event, Bit with a great event. I think we need that to start singing once more for Na'Vi if we want to get the absolute best out of
Did
them.
you see the frustrations, dare I say it?
There's a few.
Blast. Yeah. There was a couple of almost, table punches, monitor smashes. I get it, though. They've got passion, and we can't blame it for that.
And also, right, you're not in your best form in the first tournament back, right?
Yes.
Where you've just come out of the break, you've taken some time off. It's going to take a while to get everything flowing. And then also, with the Valve Regional Standings graphics team, you had Valve... what was it? Valve Rankings. It's Valve Regional Standings, guys. Let's get the vernacular correct. It's very important. But throughout this season, Katowice is the second most important event other than the major. All in all, it's about making sure... See, look at the top of the screen, Freya. We've got to get our names right. The names have got to be right.
No, we don't like that.
So we can get that fixed. Don't worry. I'm sure that'll be an easy one. But look, in terms of early on within the season, for Na'Vi, and a win here is great, obviously, as far as the Intel Grand Slam is concerned.
Yeah.
But you want to make sure that you're ramping up your form for either the big events or for the major. So this would be a great one to be able to prove that, hey, not making a roster change, it's going to pay dividends.
Well, Chad, thank you so much for your thoughts. I will pick your brain tomorrow, probably, about the ARS, because I'm still maybe a little bit of a loss of exactly how it works. Maybe
I'll do some homework overnight.
Okay. Before we get into that, it's time to check in with our One Expert Power Rankings.
All right, it's IEM Katowice 2025, and it's time for our 1xBet power ranking. We've got me and Pimp to talk through this all and try and agree on this. You have to be the reasonable voice here. How should we go? Should we go from bottom to top?
Let's do that.
From bottom to top, okay. 24th, Pimp. Where do we want to go with this?
Well, I'm going to start off by being slightly controversial, but I'm going to put Imperial female in there. I think what we saw at Blast, they did well for themselves. They actually proved that they were more competitive than I think anyone would have expected, but only the best teams are here. I think they're going to struggle to get a W, so I'll put them as the 24th team.
For 23, do you just go for like an obvious pick of maybe like a wild card in there? Do you look at how bad Saw were, for example, with their new roster? Do they go in next?
Yeah, I think it's between those two, to be honest, and it's tough, but I'm going to go with Saw because they did not impress me at all. Wildcard at least played some decent Counter-Strike in the one online game we saw at Blast. So Saw 23, Wildcard 22. There's only good teams as well. I'm thinking something in the lines of FlyQuest, maybe?
You want to put FlyQuest there?
Yeah, I don't want to. Actually, no, 3D Max. I'd say 20th Complexity.
Damn.
Yeah.
You were not happy with what you saw from them?
Not at all. Not at all. I think them losing Elish, them losing that identity, and then replacing them with, arguably, yes, I've been speaking to some of the Americans, and they say, there's potential in that, but potential is usually a word for we are not ready, or we are not good enough right now. So I'll say Complexity 20th, and then move up FlyQuest to
Grim was
19th.
playing better.
Sure.
That's still not enough.
That's one player.
Oh, man. Okay. 18th in there.
Would you perhaps be open to discuss MIBR?
It was just one game. It was one game, and it was against FlyQuest. I think most of us thought that MIBR would win that as well, because you look at the players they have.
Yeah.
But they have spent all this time now in Europe again. I'm surely expecting a better MIBR at Katowice. Big because it's not online.
Oh, big because it's not online. You want to put big at 18? I'd rate Gamer Legion above big.
You put Gamer Legion above
yeah,
big?
Yeah, slightly above big. So I'd
Wow.
say big 18th, Gamer Legion 17th.
Okay.
And then we had MIBR.
MIBR will be next. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we're into top 15.
But this is where it gets really tough.
There's so many good teams, bro.
This is, for me, is like, we saw how good Eternal Fire can be.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to be well up above this.
Virtus Pro? Did they impress you?
Not really. No. Not really. No. But obviously, they're going through more than just a player change, right? 2 players.
Let's put Virtus Pro as 15th, because they could be fine, but I don't really believe in it.
I'll put Furia next.
Okay, Furia as 14th.
Yep. Then I would put probably Falcons.
13th. I'll buy that. that.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're
I'll buy
with
that.
me or some
so
of
we
that?
have Pain above all those. That's fair after what we said.
Then I would put Pain there, just because, yes, Pain did it online, some good games, but they also did Na'Vi in a very, very solid fashion.
Astralis. Oh, we haven't had...
Oh, God, we forgot that.
But they didn't impress me that much either. But
I would probably put Astralis under Pain.
Mouse is 12th. Honestly, and I want the Heroic below Astralis as well. As much as I respect Heroic, I respect Saw. I'd say Heroic just below Astralis. Pain Gaming is 10th.
That I'm agreeing with. That's perfect for me.
It's getting spicy now. I think Liquid.
Liquid, yeah?
Yeah,
Liquid,
that's
fine.
I think that's when we end into the Liquid conversations. We saw FaZe, and they were underwhelming.
Oh,
so
no.
is an underwhelming FaZe on a power ranking higher up than Mongols? The last time we saw them was super impressive.
No, FaZe going next then.
There we go.
Yeah, FaZe going next.
Should we then try to take it from the top now? Because I think that's going to be easier. Spirit number 1.
Yes.
Yeah?
That's without a doubt.
Okay. Number 2. There's no argument for not putting Navi second still, but it's...
Because the other teams made changes, right? So
exactly, yeah.
That's what's given them the benefit. Like
no
Spirit
one else gave us any hope yet. You're right. Spirit 1, Navi 2. I think a tournament this early in the season, G2 above Vitality. Vitality will need a little more time to gel in Rubs. Had you asked me in a month from now or 2 months from now, no doubt I think Vitality is going to be a better team. But for now, I'd say G2 3, Vitality 4. I do not want to put Eternal Fire above G2, Navi, Spirit, and Vitality. I think Eternal Fire is 5th.
Okay, that's fair.
But I even think putting them 5th is crazy. But to be fair, that's what they showed us. It's a power ranking, and until they've proven otherwise, we'll put them as a...
Let's see how our power ranking works out, Pimp. That was, I think, pretty fair.
I think we were being reasonable, but knowing me, it's going to be bad.
Go on, Janka, give me the truth. Na'Vi ranked 2nd. Is that fair?
It's fair.
Yeah?
I think there's a lot of questionable picks in there, but that isn't one of them, especially considering it's a power ranking and G2's number 3 and Eternal Fire is number 5. That's interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. We'll put a pin in that conversation. Let's talk about some of the new rosters that we're going to see here in the first stage of IEM Katowice. Of course, we've got, I guess, some of the bigger ones awaiting for the 8 teams that have already qualified for stage 2. Let's talk about some of the teams here. What is the most interesting in your perspective, Steel?
In terms of roster changes, there's just so many that you can go for the I mean, we already talked about the complexity angle. They're bringing in two kind of, arguably rookies for a player that's been in the top 20 players for the last, I don't even know how many years, like 8 years or something of it. So that's going to be an interesting change to see. You know, we see the changes to Virtus Pro. We're seeing the changes to pretty much every team except for Spirit. Now we even see a change to Mouse.
Yeah, that was wild, right? Obviously we'll talk a bit more about them in stage 2, but did you see that coming?
No, that's a very interesting conversation for a different environment, but I think the initiator of the shuffles, Nerds, did it one more time, right? Going from Heroic to Team Liquid, and I don't know how that's going to look like for them necessarily, right? I hate that JKS is being forced to play so much out of position. It's like at some point maybe just get a guy who's suitable for the role, right? I mean, Nerds is a great player, but they have a lot of figuring out to do there, and they're going up against Heroic again, who just beat them online, so that will be interesting to see if it's going to be any different.
Okay, let's play a game of upgrade or downgrade with these rosters. Let's start off with Team Liquid and the Nerds conversation. Are you saying that is a downgrade?
Upgrade, I think. Upgrade. There's a lot of things that Liquid was struggling with this new system, with Twist as in-game leader, but I think one of the big things was Yakinder, and I was at the beginning trying to give him a lot of leeway into like, oh yeah, making excuses, this is why, because all these guys are super passive and everything. But then when I was actually getting down to watching one of the games, they'd be kind of doing like a gamble stack. They would have the information. He would just, in a 4 versus 3, just go and send his life out there, getting info. And it's like, you don't need the info. You know what's happening, what's going on. And then he would die and the round would be over. And I don't think, while Nerds doesn't have the same sort of issues, he could be emotional, he can do these undisciplined plays. I think overall, net positive.
I think it's easy in terms of talent to say it's an upgrade, right? But they'll have to figure out the roles and who are going to be the space takers and who's going to be doing a little bit of the sacrificing. It sort of has to be Twitz because he's the IGL, not because he loves doing it or that comes natural for him. But yeah, I think downgrade on the other side, your boys in complexity, right? Like losing a player of Elysia's caliber and then not being able to necessarily make a splash signing, right? We'll see if maybe some of these guys are able to surprise us.
Well, I don't want to say too much. I was playing most recently with CXEI. We just qualified to ECL together. So
and then he left you.
And then he left me, just like that. I prop him up. I do this all the time, over and over again. What can you do about it?
And you never learn. Eternal Fire. I think it was a surprise to see them make the grand finals at Blast Bounty. I don't know how I would rate the Jota for Calyx because it's not like it's a superstar player, right? It's not meant to be super flashy. But do you think it's an upgrade overall?
Yeah, I think it is an upgrade. Talked to Voxic a little bit yesterday. He said he was, impressed with the mentality from Jota. He's always doing his best to keep the energy up, keep the vibes up. Eternal Fire, one of those teams that also we've seen them can tilt during games and things can spiral out of control, right? And obviously very sound. And I think in general, bringing a young player for a veteran always gives you that extra little bit of motivation. They're hungry. That transpires to the rest of the team as well. So for me, an upgrade for sure.
Yeah, I thought Calyx made a lot of blunders and just misplays in general. And I think a player like Jota maybe would do less of those types of mistakes, bringing in a younger player, maybe not looking to, I've got Xanteras, I've got Woxic, I'm not going to go and do these sorts of plays. I'm not the playmaker.
You also have to be careful sometimes to not overdo it with the young players. And that's why I think Payne also made an upgrade, right? Like bringing David Deus in, right? He's not a super veteran, but he's been around tier 1 enough and has definitely played a lot better, especially at the last major cycle, where it feels like, for Payne, they're this team that's always on the cusp. Like they have a good result here, good result there, maybe a playoffs here and there, but never really on a consistent basis being able to break through. So maybe this is the change that makes that happen.
So should we put Payne in the upgrade category?
Upgrade,
yeah, definitely. Final one. I wish we had more time to talk about this, but one more, which is a bit of a skew with one, I guess, because Electronic was already in VP. Now he's been promoted to in-game leader. James on the bench. We've got in IC to be the AWPer. Is that an upgrade? Is that a downgrade still?
Can we say side grade until we figure more out?
No, you must choose one. I only have 2 answers.
The thing is, I'm just going to go for downgrade for now. Just why not? When I was looking at them, I don't know if there's any vision or philosophy to how they play. It just feels like they're just bleeding out time from the clock, playing the CIS. Like, let the time tick out, and then let's just play our guns out when there's no utility on the board. That's it. That's the plan.
Yeah, I think that place it's a good spot. It's going to depend a lot on Electronic,
Yes.
right, in this role. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have more on that after the break. We'll also be checking in with the players to see if they think Minus Jane plus Electronic is an upgrade or a downgrade after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice, from the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
I think as a game leader is a downgrade. I feel sometimes Electronic is so tilted.
I think as a game leader is a upgrade. Electronic have a lot of experience in a lot of tournaments. James as well he have, but I think it's a upgrade to Virtus Pro.
This one is really hard actually because I'm not sure Electronic tried calling before and I don't remember if it went. Don't think it went that great.
I'm gonna say they definitely needed to change something though, because they had too many underwhelming performances at some events.
Yeah.
So I'd say just in terms of that, it's an upgrade. Like in terms of like trying to change something with
I would agree with that
situation. So upgrade for me.
Downgrade, big downgrade. I don't think he's cut out for the IGL role, in my opinion.
I thought it was temporary, but apparently it's permanent. So I don't know. Yeah, I think it was maybe a bit of a downgrade. I don't know what's going on in that team at the moment.
I think it's interesting. Jane has been the caller for that team for many years, but I think it's good for them to like try something new.
Maybe CS2 wasn't fitting to JM as much as it as CS:GO was. Upgrade, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say upgrade as well, for sure.
It's not an upgrade and it's not a I don't know.
I think it's a downgrade, maybe even. Electronic is too good as a player that he should take all these duties on his shoulders. But with Flamos, they got some firepower. So yeah, but only to see it as Electronic and JM, I would probably say downgrade.
I go with the same, yeah. 100% agree.
See, it's been a couple weeks since you've joined this new VP squad. How do you feel the adjustments are going for you so far?
Good. I mean, I'm feeling comfortable, confident, yeah.
How is Electronic compared to other in-game leaders that you've played with in the past? How different is he?
He is the most experienced. I mean, the only like experienced in-game leader I was playing with, it was Nax, but it was not a long time as well. And it was different language, so.
What kind of game style does he deploy? Because I think we look at the old VP as being, more passive, saving time. Is that still Electronic style of play now that he's in-game leader?
I mean, you will see that in game, but before I came into the team, there was another in-game leader, so.
Very true. How much have you kind of affected the pace of the team? Because I think what we saw from you back at the Shanghai Major, we know you like to get aggressive. You're not afraid of a fight. How much are you allowed to do that in VP?
I mean, it's not about what I'm allowed to do, it's about system, which I am playing in. It's in-game religion, it was another system. Here I have another system. I will just do my role. If my role gonna be aggressive, I will be aggressive. And it's not, then I'm not.
Can you give us some words to describe the system in VP?
I mean, you will see in game.
You're leaving us on tenterhooks, Flamos. Thank you so much for your time and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Now, gentlemen, I'm going to share my New Year's resolution with you, and it's to be more honest. And I'm going to be very honest here. I asked for Electronic. They said no. They said no to the interview. Electronic said he wanted to focus on this game. I really tried to get something out of Flamos there. also didn't really work.
I like how he thinks that they have some elaborate way of playing the game. It's so revolutionary that he can't give us 2 words about it. You guys will see in game, what's gonna. Well, I'm actually gonna pay a lot of attention to this game to see what is this that VP has come up with that they're unable to share with us with all, and also keep an eye on Electronic and see him focusing on the game, not being able to give an interview. How that's gonna pan out for him.
You know what? I want to share the questions I was going to ask because you gave me some really nice, advice, Janko. You were like, go in there and just straight up ask him, is this Last Chance Saloon and a tier 1 team? What do you think?
I think it is. I think it absolutely is for Electronic. I mean, first of all, what you see on the screen here is context. He was one of the best riflers in the world for 4 years straight. One of the most impactful guys. Perfect Robin to the Batman. That was simple, right? And the reason why Navi was finally able in 2021 to lift a major, lift some of the big trophies like Cologne, like Cato. So I think the fall from grace for him is one of the most puzzling things that we have seen. It's been a couple of different rosters now. Those rosters have made changes. Nothing has worked out. And now even on VP, Jane, the most tenured player, right? The face of this Virtus Pro squad has also left the team. And now Electronic has all the reins. And that means no more excuses, right? Here is where you have to prove that you have the chops to lead a tier 1 team. Otherwise, I don't know what the road is for him other than building up from a lower tier of play.
Yeah, so basically you're saying old and washed for him. One of the things is if you're going to come in and you're going to usurp your IGL from the team, now this is my ship, I'm the captain, you were the star player, it's been a few years, but it's what's going to happen now. If you don't have any success whatsoever, it has to be around your neck. You have to be the one that goes down with the ship. You can't blame it on other people. You can't pass the buck around. So this is all on him, do or die here. And Flamus can say, you can see it in game. I don't know what game they're talking about. Is it going to be today? Because it wasn't last week. We haven't seen anything yet. So they better bring something revolutionary. Otherwise, it's all, talk.
Yeah, all talk and no bite, I guess. What are we thinking about the other roster changes? Because obviously with James departing, it not only leaves a hole for the in-game leader, but you need an AWPer, right? So far.
Yeah, I think they picked up Inflamus and IC2 talented players from the region, right? I think they're exactly the type of players that if you have a good system, a good plan, if you know what you're doing as a team, they can shine and they can play well. But if you're forcing them to always figure out things on the fly and always kind of adapt without giving them help with some answers, you're going to see them struggle. And that's why a lot of the success of this team will depend on the coach in-game leader duo for Virtus Pro. Flit and Fame won a major, playing together, and it's something for a different time, how much Fame was moved around and put in different roles when at the beginning he played so well for the team.
I do have to agree. I mean, I'm going to bring it back to this point about just the lack of direction. You need to have something, a vision, a philosophy. If you're going to be an in-game leader, you can't just go in and be like, okay, I'll say this is what we're doing at the start of every round. It needs to be constant. It needs to be the mid-rounding decisions, and it needs to be about how you come to the table in practice. This is how we want to play this map.
We see the map vetoes rolling in. Curious to see if we get train, because neither of these teams were necessarily banning it out back at Blast Bounty. So potentially, Janko, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance if VP wants to throw a curveball or something along those lines, but now it can only be left as a decider. Mirage and Dust 2 as the first two maps. I just want to touch on Pain a little bit as well, like in the sense of like their change, I think can really benefit them a lot. They're one of these weird teams that some guys play anchor on some maps, they don't on other maps, they keep it fluid like that to keep it interesting. I think that can have you struggle with consistency, but they were close. They were right there towards the end of last year, so Davideus can really be the catalyst for them for the next step.
I think these are actually really good maps for Pain right now, and you talk about consistency before. Davideus, he might not be like the most insane star player, but he's going to raise that skill floor for this team, and this team, they're really good at doing these things together, just like being on that T side, approaching whatever bomb site they want to attack. They are doing it together. It seems pretty textbook, it seems pretty straightforward, but that's what works for these guys. They do whatever they do together, and they have a clear vision and philosophy about how they're going to play, and everything kind of works for the roles that they have.
Tell me what you think was kind of keeping them from getting over that hump at the end of the year then, because I feel like back in Copenhagen just a couple days ago, Pain looked pretty decent. Like, what do you think they need to be adapting?
I think their ceiling wasn't high enough, right? With some of the talent, you know, like that's why Lux got replaced to some extent, is in some of those high pressure games on LAN, the performance wasn't there compared to some of the online games that they've played. So hopefully with this change, they can, you know, get that sorted out.
Well, it is ready to kick off Game 1 of Stage 1 at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025 with Chant and Alex.
Hell yeah, 2025 kicking it off, at least for myself and Chad EB. First day of play for Katowice. It has become somewhat of a, you know, a yearly pilgrimage for us, Chad. We head over to Poland, watch the world's best play counter. Anything different coming into this year?
A lot different coming into this year.
Actually, yeah, that was a dumb question.
Yeah, it's a new day, a new dawn, a whole new stage of Counter-Strike, the VRS. And the Counter-Strike world is about to see how that unfolds in 2025. And, well, not only that, Virtus Pro, for them, it's a whole new step forward. Just touching on a lot of the quirks of the new team, obviously no longer under the cult leadership of
that was a Freudian slip.
That could be it too. It really depends on how you looked at the last few years that Jane was at the helm. But oh mate, Electronic now in the driver's seat. I tell you who else isn't there. Norbert. He got the bye-bye. Flamus is in, and IC to AWP on the other side of the server. They also touched on that. Davideus replacing Lux. Now, maybe you're noticing a few changes on the screen as well. We have a new HUD. We'll talk about some of those details as this one kicks off. We are a Mirage, T-side start for Virtus Pro. He's going to be a B play out the gates, lining up the util. There's 3 players stacked towards B from Pain, Alex. This looks like a great little hold.
Good to see Flamus. Really caught my attention, especially on Mirage. End of last year, testing Katowice and Snow. Couple of taps do connect, and actually it's a headshot onto Flit. The first to fall, Flamus pulls us back even into the site. It's Flamus again. Destructive work on the Glock, and retake already not looking good. A smoke just now arriving. Double smokes on the market players. There's nowhere to go. The round is done, and a nice explosive start to the T-pistol.
Yeah, quite simple, and it was into a stack of Pain, so they had more than enough bodies to deal with that, but Flamus, fantastic on the entries, and that's something that we'll have to keep our eyes on. I think this aggressive piece, one of the questions was, oh, is he going to get added to James' school of thought, where we take these really skilled, aggressive players and then new to them? Well, under Electronic, that's where he was born, in the smokes, in Na'Vi, next to that of Simple, referred to as the sidekick, and Electronic really needs to make this one land. He has very skilled players, Fame, Flit, and Flamus. There's too many Fs. Fs in chat for me right now as bomb will go off. And first round converted. Virtus Pro, throughout Blast Bounty, only played the online portion. They won against Complexity, and they lost against Vitality, and Mirage was one of the maps that we hadn't seen them play yet. So CT side, we're taking a look to see where they put Flamus. So far, it's been a mixed bag in terms of him playing maybe some more passive positions like Ivy on Train, but then on Dust 2, for example, he gets to be the A rotating rifler, and he's got a bit of chirp about him. Him and Snow might be a bit of a yelling match back and forth between the Brazilians and the Russians.
It's good to have a talisman on your team. Oops, that's a fumble from NQZ. Was trying to get early ladder.
Important round. Pain forcing, so if they can tussle back control, they can still put themselves in a strong position within the first stages of the first half. So that Famous for NQZ, a couple of MP9s, Deagle and a 5.7. Now, we are playing on the old patch. We are not playing on the new changes as far as the Famous buff, price-wise and accuracy-wise, and then the MP9 nerf. That will be coming later in the tournament, I do believe. But a slow start from VP, who have been able to, well, now garner this mid-control. Connected smoke lands, window the same. Flamus up through underpass, Electronic IC on Cat. Flit and Fame on the extremities.
Yeah, it's just a question of if Flit goes down to this potential push, and he has. Lovely find from Snow. That was a lot of utility as well. He had a full belt. Empty-handed is Flit. Opening kill found. Pain looking to wrestle for the second round, and it's looking great with Katowice's connection. Still Davideus alone on site. If he goes down early, it could just be the round. The rotation is on its way, but Flamus has cleared it out. Sight down. Bomb to be planted. Icy still hesitant. The rotation has arrived. It's 3 versus 3. Flamus low. Take util down, and headshot found. Big Uzera catches Icy. That's problematic. Big Uzera, after Just the one, and now Fane coming up 1v2. First is easy, second not so much. It's going to be Snow. Walking in, dead set, crosses, bang on! Lovely start for Pain Gaming, a second round force buy to start off proceedings.
Opened and closed by Snow there. That initial kill on Flit over towards the apartment's position, then picking up the rifle and closing down the 1v1. Important stuff, but bomb planted. Question now thrown over to VP if they want to try and force buy back. There's that opener.
I'm telling you, sometimes I prefer seeing it from the death POV to appreciate just how little they had to work with against them. I mean, that's just rapid.
And that's the type of camera angle we love to see. Is getting fired up early, Pain. And of course, VP will be forcing back 3 Tech-9s, 2 Galils. Enough util to work with for what appears to be a direct A execute. Snow the A anchor, NQZ will be the window player, but with the rifle in hand starting connected, Davideus NQZ to be the support for Snow. Gonna have to keep your eyes on the supportive availability of flashes. There's only one on NQZ's table, and here they come.
What can Snow do? Can he pass the test with another opening kill? Molly on triple puts pressure on, forced to extinguish, down to 60 points of health, and it is going to be a nice find from Flammus. Galil connects, removes Snow, lots of space taken around these smokes. A up and over attempt from Davideus falls flat. Still finds Fame just before Electronic. And that Tech-9 connect, pushing the smoke is Katowice, denies the plan. Man advantage here for VP. Oh, and it gets worse now. Spamming smokes is working wonderfully. Big Uzera gets another Flit, getting boosted up here. There's no way NQZ's anticipating this. What was that? A walk clear from Flit. Asleep at the wheel. Clutches available for Icy. Rifle, bomb. It is attainable. Big Uzera's holding this, or he was, just on the gap. Spotted out now. Mind game begins. Walks back, knife out, cuts noise. Big Uzera considering that potential slip towards B.
Yeah, time is the favorable factor for Icy right now. Doesn't have to make the move. Knows that Big Uzera needs to investigate the chance and is. That allows the bomb to go down. 40 seconds now thrust onto the clock, and Big Uzera coming through CT with the kit.
Neither of them have reloaded, so gonna have to find that early precision. Big Uzera still not announcing his presence. Time continues to tick. Will he consider this positioning? I like it from Icy. Big Uzera up and over on default. Back. And he spots him! Big Uzera clutches up! Pain Gaming down to the wire in that one. Fair play. VP, they did manage to get in. They get that bomb down. Big Uzera just proves too much of an obstacle.
Yeah, it feels like Icy should have had the better of him there in that scenario, right? Pipped him at the post. This was the opener from Flammus. They're able to get on towards A. The boost up caught by NQZ. Icy gets the bomb down, makes it a 1v1, and just in transition there, Big Uzera dropping off the box. Hard for Icy to track, and you can catch it from his perspective. So Big Uzera seeing him first in motion. And now it will be VP onto the eco. Electronic with a light investment of util. We are talking smoke and 2 flashes, a smoke for Flammus as well, and a couple of upgraded pistols as P250s are plenty. Icy trying to save the cash to get the AWP into the mix. The Kazakhstani will be looking to lay down the pain, but it's key in these first couple of rounds. Pistol, yeah, VP, they enter the site, they trade efficiently. Pretty damn easy. After that, we've had 1v1s as the necessary conversion components for Pain. And the factor that I want to address there is the finances have not been able to accrue. So right now, you need to keep this round with as many bodies alive as you can. Katowice to be tested over towards B.
Remains composed, but there is a little bit of a slip of the net. They are advancing, does well still for a sec. Oh, and a third. He had 3 bullets left and does deliver that triple kill. So not a single casualty. Katowice, he weathers the storm. A little stressful perhaps, but he gets through it. A clean conversion for Pain's third on Mirage.
Now, I want to take a look at the position distribution of Pain right now. Obviously, they just had Blast Bounty, and that was their first officials with Davideus in the roster since the removal of Lux, the Chilean down the end of the table right there, sitting next to youngster Snow. Big Uzera, even in an interview with HLTV, was saying that, you know, look, someone has to do the B anchor job, and that's what he had taken. But right now, the positions have been a bit different. Katowice is traditionally the A anchor. He's now playing over towards B. Davideus over towards middle, Big Uzera too, so they may have moved Snow into A anchor position.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, considering Snow's mechanical ability. That's something you put someone with the strong mechanics on. No, just not to discredit Katowice. The anchor job, of course, notorious.
Yeah, it is the more like anchor job, right? Because it can be, you know, a lot of jumping. Everyone who's played it in matchmaking at home knows unless they're rushing you with a million flashes, you tend to not get too much traction. It's more mid and towards A. And then A site becomes more of an A map. You know, I feel like the type of duels that Snow can be taking across that, and he can also help contribute towards middle. You see with Apex and Flamesy. And then it puts Big U0 back in a position as the in-game leader where he can give the information to his team to control the rotations.
And calculated aggressions. You know, prime example, round 2, Snow winning that Angel, Galil falling out of Flit's hands. Already seeing evidence of Snow in that new position. Flammer Snow in combination with Electronic have opened up Con. Mid collapses. Davideus responds. Oh, and Katowice has done an awful lot of work there. Nearly found a finish. He falls to Davideus in the end. So good trades out of Davideus. He's kept us leveled here, Chad. 38. They're advancing through this Con smoke. Fades now. NQZ going to bait and then hope to catch a timing. Overlooked by Icy. Safe from the flames. Icy's not looking. Icy down. Flammer's next. Can't finish. He was low already. Finally, Davideus again in the feed upon the death of a teammate. That's 3 back-to-back frags he's found. Important trades.
And out of the last 4 rounds of play, we've had 3 1v1s, right? Now, obviously down to the wire with that one because of how the trades came through. But something that I would want to see from Virtus Pro right now is maybe taking a timeout and hashing over what I just discussed. Hey guys, what we did in our prep work, their CT setup is a little bit different. If we're playing nameplate Counter-Strike, it's going to catch us off guard. If we think we killed the A anchor, but he was on B, right, you need to keep that in mind. If you're making your decisions based off of where the names are, that's going to be causing you a few problems because of what Pain have appeared to have changed since their matches just a week ago.
I hadn't even considered that, but yeah, of course, nameplate Counter-Strike is very hard at the start of a season. No, never mind role swaps, but also roster changes. You just don't know.
Yeah, it's quite clear. Big U0 back to connector. Davideus playing short. Katowice B anchor. Snow over towards A, and NQZ gets to float as the AWP. So I'm sure Nero will be updating his spreadsheet feverishly.
Respect to Nero's spreadsheet.
Oh, miss Molly there. So Electronic gets us out towards the island box top middle. Flammer's in through the underpass, the 2 of them in combination. Icy to set them up as Snow looks for some information.
He's actually retreated. Icy's heading back to try and bring that bomb towards the A site, or perhaps just throw some util.
Top con smoke. Does Big U0 play in front of it, or does he concede? Actually blocks it, so we'll see how much of a gap is presented here. Not at all. That one land right on his noggin. So to finish the round, we're talking a smoke, couple of Molotovs and a HE. This is going to be tough for VP. A split.
Big test for Snow on this one. He's got NQZ in support, and NQZ's missed his chance there. Snow unable to convert, falling apart, falling through their fingers, looking good for VP. What a shot. Long range one tap to the dome, NQZ down.
Might have to be a save if they can.
If. It's going to be a key word here. Flammus is already having a little bit of an active search. Audible drop there from Davideus, but I presume VP will just be happy to take their second round here on the T side, and big thumbs up for Flammus and Icy with impact.
Yeah, I sound like a broken record at the moment, but returning into the way that Pain have won a lot of these rounds is only having one player stay alive. Sure, that eco round against the P250s, it was clean, but this time just going to be 2 looking for the save, and you can all reflect on the left-hand side of your screen and see how the finances are looking. But while Flammus is on the hunt, we'll see how close he gets. Flammus, I wanted to talk about the HUD, so if you could have just waited a little bit, that would have been great, but maybe he's ripping a couple of rifles away.
Ooh. Oh, this is not the perfect setup.
No, not at all.
Bottom's exposed. Davideus down, double. Flammus delivers. Well, that's not gone with the plan.
Worst case scenario. Yes. Because NQZ would have been able to buy himself, Davideus would have been able to drop 1, Katowice would have been able to drop something.
What do you do now instead? I mean, you got a 1400 on Snow
Exactly,
anyway.
You have to force. So right now, NQZ could bring out Glass Cannon AWP, but the biggest concern was the speed wobbles he had on the AWP. The first one coming through the connector smoke, okay, maybe. But the second one, just getting caught off, that looks a little bit squeamish if you're a Pain fan right here, right now. And that is going to force, surprisingly, a tactical timeout from Virtus Pro. Passionage, the coach, able to chip in and maybe, just maybe, to help them reflect on where the finances could be at. You know that they have to be quite light, but this is CS2. The buys are plenty. It is the Glass Cannon on NQZ. Davideus able to buy into the silenced M4. And then it's going to be MP9s and a 5.7 for Snow. Looks like we are going to have to bide our time before we can talk about some of the details on the HUD, but don't worry. We'll have plenty of time for that. 4 best of 3s today on either stream.
It's a lot of counter. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? This stage of the tournament, you're going to have, what, 16 teams cut down to 8, liggity split.
They just feigned mid-presence as if it's default round and they're setting up for a fast execute towards A. Snow only with the 5-7. He has to give up the site. He has to play retake.
Look how many nades are in the sky. Just look at that. A flood of utility. Still, Davideus finds a way. Perfect angle on the bench and leaves with 2. Fame is gone. Flammer's down. It's fallen apart already for VP. The 1M4, the singular rifle, and he's put it to great use. Round's not done. Electronic makes that clear. Sight taken. Smoke starts to fade. Bigazera, not the perfect weapon. Flames at his feet, and Electronic puts him in the dirt. Equalizes us back to the 3-on-3. NQZ, that glass cannon, is not going to be interested in a retake. He's going to kind of look at Davideus and Katowice for an early contribution. And that was a chance. I mean, now, bursting with that MP9 is not going to connect onto Icy. Swaps out for the rifle for a healthier player, but only for a moment. Icy plucks him out. Surely this is going to be a save for NQZ. VP make it a one-round game.
Considering how that started, it's a miserable way for that round to end. NQZ finding no impact on the AWP and will be looking to retain it for the next round of play. This time should be able to hold on to it.
Oh, it's early doors, Chad, but so far every single one of Davideus' frags have been like impact frags. That felt like that. It would have been more of an impact frag if they converted the 2-man advantage, but AXEC, all those nades, he still finds 2. Unable to convert, though, with the boys. And, of course, that other round with a triple kill with 3 trades boiling down to that 1v1 conversion.
Well, yeah, one of the factors that Big Azura in the interview was talking about was Davideus brings experience, but also can be a bit more of one of those impactful players. And that's why Big Azura, at least previously, was giving up some positions for Davideus to take because he can, hopefully find the same impact. Because Big Azura is a fragging in-game leader, right? We've been talking about him for the last, 2 years now and the level of impact that he can find. And it's great to see his development throughout this Pain roster over many, many years now. But that round right there is one that's had the water spill over, right? Now the ability for Virtus Pro to tie things up 4-4, well, it's more than likely. It's just this NQZ AWP, and he's not starting in a position where he's searching out for kills. He's just on top of Ticket. So that smoke will completely obscure the vision. So he now just kind of has to gamble, right? They didn't set him up for an early fire, an early pick. And then your other thought is, well, if we lose all these pistols, I try and have to save this again, and they're definitely going to hunt me down then. So, the timing for NQZ, this isn't feeling good at all.
Did they break the vent as well? Like, that flank is not covered at all. The window boost, anything con. Snow's going to fall back and have a look, but NQZ still leans B. There's these Deagles holding as well. Cut noise from VP. Nothing spotted on his jump spot. That's audible to Fame and Flit. Flit, Fame, Flammus. Call that a flitteration. Nice hit. NQZ connects. The AWP 1 flick falls back into the first, but Davideus again with impact. A double on the Deeg. Electronic down to Snow on the recovered AWP, and they've done it with just a saved AWP. A couple of pistol upgrades, Chad. You said the runway was there for VP to tie this game up, and instead, the void grows.
These are the rounds where you'd be hoping that VP are able to close it down. They win the pistol, they lose the force. They force them down to just 1 saved AWP, and they drop the ball there as well. So the polish for VP not showing at this moment, but a lovely shot from Davideus, a good little double on the Deeg, and the AWP scavenged from NQZ's body. Snow will make good on that with a double of his own.
That doesn't look good for VP. That's not a good look.
No, but you think about it. If they'd won the second, okay, then it had to be the full eco for Pain. So we're talking a 3-0 start. They're only up to 3 now.
Yeah.
Okay, now we go further down the track. Okay, they're able to break them. They've got them right where they want them, and then they lose to a round like that.
Already. And Davideus is not stopping for anyone. This is a full gun round, and again, he's put his name in the feed to start. Really looking comfortable already in that Pain jersey. Pressure onto Snow on this A site. Spots them out. Trapped. Molly will force a fight. Hang on. NQZ overlooked on Sandwich. Good for 1. Solid start. Flit and Icy are in trouble. Flit's position now noted. Bigazera spots him out. Snow still active on ramp, so no assistance coming anytime soon from Icy. He's thrown out Util as well, so they know where both of them are, or were. Past tense courtesy of Bigazera.
Well, and that financial conversation goes back the other way. 2,400 loss bonus going into the next for Virtus Pro. And Icy with 50 seconds left on the clock to save, and the map seems awfully small. Bigazera making sure he can't retreat. head over towards B apps. That means he has to be boxed over towards T-Spawn, A-Ramp, or Palace, and that's where he resides. So time will tick down. Still, we have just hit over the midway mark of this first half of play. We've got 1 kill for Fame. Struggling to get the engine going. Flamus has had some good impactful moments. But again, it's more about the team element, not the individuals. When VP had them in breakpoint positions, not being able to convert on those is what's been hurting them. I see. Now position is noted. So 3, 2, 1, and then round end time is an extra 5 seconds. He will be able to retain this. No loss bonus for him, and his teammates on the high end are looking at 2,700. That's Flit. So they already took a timeout earlier, VP. That was after a round win. I wonder if they want to take one this time to discuss what they can do. But Dry out Cat. Davideus swings and takes 2. Man. What are you meant to do about that?
Shoot him first.
Yeah. That's the solution. Yeah. Fortunately, VP didn't have the answer in that round of play.
I mean, when you are swinging Dry as well, there's so many things you're concerned about.
It's good confidence, though, isn't it? It's nice to see that from the Pain boys.
Fair play. Now you want confidence. How's this one from Big Uzera? He's using their top mid smoke against them and peeking around it. That's so sly, so cheeky. And it should bear fruit in the sense that he can already say it's pretty quiet mid. Nothing's crossed by mid box.
The orb's coming through underpass. This is curious.
Oh, that's a shame for Davideus. An opportunity goes awry.
They just have to wait this out. They might be able to reaggress through this. So as soon as the incendiary starts to fade, can pedal on through.
And QZ can join him as well with a swing if he feels so inclined. They're coming his way, though. He's starting to investigate. Oh, timing is everything here. Oh, he second guesses himself. An informed and astute decision, because from above, from the top rope, Big Uzera removes the main threat. All falls into Flamus' hands. Top mid neutralized. One spotted and 2 clean. Okay, Davideus, mop and bucket. 7 on the CT side already. Look, this is a perfect start for Pain Gaming's Katowice campaign. And for Pain, they have become somewhat of a mainstay. You know, we're expecting to see them in the top 16 of these kind of events.
Yeah, and I think there's a good reason for it, right? It's the type of Counter-Strike that they've played. It had a really nice team element to it. Then you're getting to see some of these names flourish. Big Uzera being the main one because he's the in-game leader, but Snow coming onto the scene within recent times as well. Katowice had a crazy Deagle round not that long ago as well, so they always have their moments, but this time not Dry. Davideus from the top row, once more electronic in the dirt, and we are brawling.
Davideus, I want to know what he had for breakfast. What a fantastic start he is having. What we need is an impact player tally. That's what we need, because he's had it probably 6 of the 10 rounds we've played so far. Another opening. Okay, still 4 on 4. Let's put our VP hats on. We are in the VP shoes right now. We need this one. 7-5 workable. Absolute recovered half, considering the way Chad has already highlighted some of the transgressions of their earlier campaign here.
Well, it's just a quick reroute, so they're not going to try and play out the round through middle and feel out for more space. They are just regrouping for what looks to be an A finish. So a smoke, a couple of mollies, some flashes, and a HE. 2 through Palace, 2 through A ramp, but the defenses are bolstered. Davideus over towards balcony. Katowice in the sight, and they might just walk out Dry.
Could be working. Could have worked if Davideus wasn't on one today. Great from Katowice. The 2-out ramp gets shut down, and Snow puts the cherry on top. 8 already.
Painter a step ahead right there. I think for VP, I just highlighted what util they had. They had none. So the assumption is, all right, guys, they're going to try and reinvestigate middle most likely. We had that brawl. Maybe they're hanging around. They're waiting for a timing with a piece of util. Sorry, Snow, I don't want to talk over you, mate. You've got a lot of important things to say.
I mean, if I'm VP, after dying to him short for a dry swing, I'm throwing util and flashes, and he's already hit the strafe and hits the first headshot. Really strong start. Snow handles business as well. It was the Katowice double that really sealed the deal there.
On a round of the half. This is a great half for Pain, and I think that might be understating things.
When in doubt, execute it out, Chad. Oldie but a goldie. Snow could be overlooked here. Flamus drops into the site. Snow hiding out on the ladder in the smoke, and Nade actually finishes off the job in combination with his leader. First blood drawn. VP need to claw one back. Fame has a go, unable to convert a single bullet of the Galil. There's Flit, there's Icy doing some work. Snow still on the high ground. Good work from Electronic, drops into the site. It all falls to Electronic's Mag 10. Can he turn around in time? One bullet would do it. Glock works out for Electronic, and Flamus likes the way that one feels, the way that one tastes. It's only 4 to work with for VP. Second half of play, first map, first day, IEM Katowice. Katowice, every year it is that Counter-Strike celebration to start us off. And we got two big names, Pain and VP, clashing horns as we get a little taste of what these teams' form looks like to start off the year. Pain in full control of that one. VP felt like some shortcomings, some missed opportunities. They boast 4 rounds as we swap sides. Swap into that CT side. I've got Chatty B with me. And we've got a double molly, double smoke T-pistol.
I was a B execute from Virtus Pro on their T-pistol. This one could be a bit more smoke and mirrors, but getting up towards the balcony position, Flamus could be the overlooked element as Electronic planning to bait. So on the jiggle, hopefully going to draw the eyes, but it's 2 through underpass, 2 top mid, and just Katowice as the late piece. Flit, highlighted by Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on an aggressive gambit. And with this setup, it's curious for VP. They've given up the A site, but they've created 180 degrees worth of angles that Pain might have to clear if they decide to finish there. Top connector smoke lobbed out.
Ooh,
yeah, it's going to be the down of the up-down. They're trying to get window control. So window and jungle is all theirs, and now they B-split.
This molly is perfectly designed to spread onto Flammers. Force them back. NQZ down. Good find to start us off. Icy draws first blood in the pistol, starting off strong. Davideus and Big Uzera problematic. They get him and get away. That's the bomb just dipping out of the sight. This is a nice call. Flit's going to have a lot of work to do here. He's hearing this. Bomb can be planted uncontested. Flit's going to wait for his teammates. Is he? No, tell a lie. He's not covered. His back is exposed. Big Uzera, ooh, takes heavy damage. Davideus down. A quick adjustment from Flit. Now he dips back. They got a man advantage and they can make it hurt.
Katowice clutch at range from Cat.
No way. No way for Katowice to do this one. It is planted for him, but 1 versus 3 with a Glock. Oh, crouch, headshot not found. Flit will finish it. That's the most impact we've seen out of Flit. That was some nice shooting.
And that's both pistols for Virtus Pro. So now it's going to be about the second round conversion. Payne with the bomb going down, more than likely to see the force come through. And Davideus, just to reflect, having a great game. 17 kills for him so far, and quite literally 8 apiece for everybody else on Payne. So let's see what their force bite looks like. And we also need to take a look what the CT setup for Virtus Pro will be with the new roster. This is the first time they are playing Mirage.
So what's the role clash coming into their CT side?
Flamus and Flit, both connector players.
Okay.
Actually, it's not going to be the force from Payne. So keeping a conservative approach, they will be buying AKs into the next. So they've just got pistol upgrades looking for some damage. I was speculating maybe we get Flamus getting the short position, Electronic takes B anchor, and then you can have the 2 more Aggie rifle. Well, Electronic's an aggressive rifle.
It's interesting that with the MP9 M4, they boost the M4.
I guess they're expecting, so they're expecting a full B execute, right? Like a Poppy Tech 9, because that's one of the options on a force by round like this. The other is get a couple of Galils and you search, right? So you're light on Utah, but you're looking for aim jewels.
So Electronic's main objective is not give them to them. He actually gets answers. A Deagle shoots at him. So knows as to Kawa's position. HE looks like it's good damage. Yeah, lots of chunky damage. And ooh, important find there. Big Uzera hits the headshot onto Icy, keeps him humble. Flit looks destined for glory here. A couple more where that came from unarmored opponents. Nice and squishy. Just need to put this one in.
All right, 4 out of the 5 staying alive. Not too bad whatsoever. They can start really drawing this one ever closer with this rifle round conversion. Now, obviously, you told me when we were going on the tournament break that you were going to learn Portuguese. Yeah. So Alex will let you know what Big Uzera just called.
Yeah, obrigado. Basically, he was saying what we need to do here, guys, is we need to hit our headshots and run with that momentum.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Great call there from Big Uzera.
Yeah, you know, there's depth to it.
All right, well, feigning mid-presence, Top Cat smoke, isolation utility for Big Uzera on the aggression. Everybody else over towards the B-apps quite early. It's just Electronic towards the side right now. Rotation point of Flamus is on the way back over.
Still has a smoke to block.
Oh, nice nade. Decent damage onto Snow, just keeping him on notice. And now delayed by that util. So 20 seconds will be burnt down. Big Uzera top mid doesn't have anybody jousting. Nobody picking from connector, nobody picking from window just yet. You can see the positioning of Icy and Flit with the X-ray. Play more reactive to a mid-crawl. And again, this boost. So it will be Electronic this time in the site. Flamus to take first contact. And in combination, Davideus and Big Uzera with mid-control utility. Connector and window now obscured as the crawl up Cat into what will likely be a B split. Yeah. They're sensing it. Flit's even cheating over.
That's nice from Flit. He's kind of ahead of the play here. Big Uzera does investigate towards ladder. The short players are ready. Blocked on apps though. Snow relays that information. It buys time for VP to dig into their setup. Big Uzera into window. Flit responsible for this. It's got Fame's attention as well. Nice, good find, good angle as well from Flit. Big Uzera was not going to pre-aim that headshot, but Flamus lets it go. That's a chance, but overlooked on the box. That's a clean one back. That's why you boost him up. The MP9, only the one. Got a 3v3 with that bomb, still needs to be planted. 12 seconds, high pressure, not for Davideus. What? 2 through the smoke, finally goes down, but surely the heavy lifting's done. Can Fame come up clutch? 1 versus 3, the first found comfortably But he's still got to get past NQZ, and now just NQZ! It's Fame! Fantastic! An important clutch keeps VP's win streak going, makes this just a one-round game.
Oh, you don't love to see that if you're a Pain fan. The trade should be there.
Or if you're a Davideus fan. Man's putting in a shift right now.
Yeah, the first he must have caught the tippy top of the player trying to jump through the smoke back into window. The second he just held down the trigger. So this one here, you feel like, yeah, NQZ's shooting him first. So that's just poor aim in that scenario right there. And that's put...
I tell you now, Flamus in that VP jersey is already, the whole team has a different aura about them. Like, they were always very quiet and stoic, and it's the contrast is very jarring to me.
Well, Electronic did bring a bit of attitude when he first came, but it felt like he got neutered because they weren't getting any results, right? So there wasn't a lot to really get excited about if you're in the VP jersey. But Flamus in Gamer Legion, he's like that dog. You take him down the park, you let him off the leash, he's got all that energy, he's going to be running laps. And if he can revitalize that within the young team still, you think about Flit, you think about Fame.
For real.
They're major winners, you know, but they're still quite early on within their, well, life. I was going to say career, but if you already got a major, I think you're doing pretty well. All right, Pain. Well, yeah, that's tough. Lost both pistols. You had to win a force fight on the second round first half. You also won a round with a saved AWP.
And you still kind of find yourself...
so get this right. So we were discussing, hopefully this execute doesn't come in. We should be out of 20 seconds.
Cool.
We're discussing that Pain had differences within their CT setup in the first half. So for any prep that VP did, they're not too certain, you know, exactly what the name plating looks like. But this is the first time this VP roster are playing Mirage. So if you're Pain, you don't even know what their CT side setup looks like. You can make some guesses. You know, Icy's going to be the AWPer. You know, Fame's probably going to anchor A. Everything else was probably up for debate.
But this dog analogy, you know, Flamus running around the park with all his energy, we've put him on B. You know, so it's going to be interesting to see how he handles the kennel. Electronic, he's surely a dead man. Lovely little jump, pulls the crosshair away, and it's a nice opening. Katowice brings down the first element, forces the rotation, Flit acknowledges the gap.
I like the reset, right? They didn't have to commit in that situation. So given the chance of that kill, now the number advantage, the biggest issue is the lack of utility to work with. So Pain are going to have to take space as a pack and trade efficiently.
They're re-aggressing short. This could be well-timed for that con aggress. If they jump up bench, it's a rifle peeking into them. The boosted player's back is turned. Great fire from Flit. Good understanding as to the rotation. Pulls us back to an even keel. Made it even better now. Tech9's getting pulled apart piece by piece here. One after another, they fall. Constellation frag for Snow. Wow, gets another one.
You could plan on B, just gonna get through this.
There, Icy. Needed to hit that. I mean, it's a different round if he doesn't. So 8-8, all nice and neat. VP coming in looking determined after that 8-4 half.
Yeah, look, you get the opening kill, you have the number advantage, then you lose a couple of kills, then Snow makes it a little bit interesting, at least financially damaging towards the end there. So good timing from Flit. But something that's quite key from Virtus Pro within the early stages of this first half is the preparation and prepared nature. I think they're the same thing, for B executes.
Yes.
Right, they haven't been leering out Cat too much, right? I know you're saying, look, Flamus over towards B, but it's because they're ready for B executes. He's likely going to be more aggressive over towards Cat. But every time, it must be in the prep. Good flash.
Ooh, NQZ blinded off. Pulls the trigger regardless. Wasn't too far away from Fame on the swing.
What an interesting approach from VP on the CT side. They're not fighting for mid control. They're not jumping out window. They're not, you know, dueling towards the top mid boxes. They're giving the space over to Pain.
Which is something they're probably used to fighting for. Been given. Ooh, Flit tries to play ahead of the util, or at least throw out some of his own, but Big Uzera will take on. Seizes control. Valuable part of the map, and he's pushing. Just walks straight through. He's caught timing onto Flit. Was not expecting such a proactive push. Big opening from Big Uzera to try and start Pain on this T side. Can cut rotations. We'll park the bus there for now. A 2-2 division of their defense.
And there's still two burrowed on B. Like, this more passive stance for VP. It does come down to a lot of the individuals hitting their shots. I see now rotating over. Will have been heard.
Wow, a break and push. Electronic can't believe his luck. That's a lovely double.
It can fall back.
That's the bomb on Davideus. He wants to punish, he wants to. No bullets for Electronic. And now perhaps Flamus goes overlooked. Biguzera, you have to clear base diligently. Doesn't matter if he takes the fight first. Flamus double. What a defensive B. NQZ. Now the bomb went down. That's the only reason he has a chance in this one. But with a smoke and with an AWP, it's not looking good. Tell a lie, gets it, and now swaps out to the AK. 1 versus 1 up against Flamus. Already a double kill from Flamus. Can he close as well? HG. Oof. Save from the wall. Flamus holding this. Perfect crosshair on the head in the smoke. Okay, Painter on the board on this second half.
A bit of redemption there for NQZ, who's had some worrying moments. He didn't find that trade over towards the B site earlier on this half. In the first half of play, the AWP not hitting as sharp as it should. So a nice little clutch from the AWPer. And an important one indeed. So started with Biguzera being very brazen, pushing through that con smoke, finding Flick, catching him off guard, exploiting that passive nature. And that is going to be another tactical timeout used, this time the first from Pain.
I like the, like as you said, like the logical, the safe decision there is, you know, you don't have to commit, especially with the smoke down and Electronic already fragging. But I kind of feel like it's a good sign that there's confidence there. When they see him throw that HE, they know there's that window where he cannot draw his gun. He's still drawing it out, and they swing for the punish. They swing for the fight. Some conviction behind them, their play there for Pain, and it results in their first, albeit off the back of an NQZ clutch. So good, yeah, impact round from him, bit of redemption.
But think about the first half. There was 3 out of the first 5 rounds of play that were 1v1s going in favor of Pain, right? Yeah. So clutches has been quite a factor for Pain. Win this one, you can quickly get yourself up to 11. The finances will not be there for Virtus.pro. This is a very important round for them. There's some mid-aggression.
I like it. Flamus is going to go walking. The first time we've seen this kind of flavor to the VP defense. Biguzera seems alert to the possibility. Flamus not looking nice, clean first find.
Yeah, I guess not expecting him to cross back after the top mid-box molly, so that's one of the M4s now completely removed from play because of how aggressive it was. VP can't get that back.
That might curtail further Flamus pushes if that's the first time you've kind of got let off the leash and you're immediately neutered.
Best of luck to Fame here, I'd say.
Yeah, not the best weapon for the job. A P250. Just given the scraps of the buy, Icy takes a heavy lick as well, down to 16. Snow is going to overlook the Snow. He's not. Great flight path from Snow. Went as wide as he could before acknowledging that sandwich angle, just as he exposes himself to it. So that was one of the main threats removed. Fame gets nothing done. And that bomb's going down thanks to Katowice. So just going to try and retain what they can. It's going to be 2 M4s saved. Can Icy get his hands on anything better? We'll see.
I think something will have to come his way, right? Because that's the scavenged M4 from Flamus's body now that Electronic's working with.
I guess he's just happy with the curve. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, because next round they were looking at an eco. So having these rifles to work with is... Oh.
He doesn't want to really take the fight. Oh, that, yeah.
That's a shame.
That's a tough one. Like,
yeah,
you don't
have
play
to
for
take
the discipline,
fight,
do you?
Right. It's like, yeah, at any point they could clear you anyway. It's a guaranteed kill. Yeah, that's a tough situation for Electronic, but that's 10 for Pain. And reflecting, the key match for Pain throughout their bounty run, now they did beat FaZe. That's a good victory. They beat Gamer Legion as well.
That was the key.
They're online. And if anybody knows how I feel about online Counter-Strike, just...
No.
We don't need to talk about it.
Yeah.
But when they played Na'Vi, that series went all 3 maps, and there was 2 barn burners in there. One was Dusty, one was Mirage. Those are the first 2 maps of this series. And you reflect on that across the 3 maps of play. Clutches were a key factor for Pain, 8-3 at Na'Vis. Damn. So it's definitely been a factor within this map as well. So having their players being able to convert the rounds at the very tail end, important stuff to give them what now is a 2-round lead, likely the 3rd.
Yeah, well, I mean, just reflecting on that last round, I think that the Flamus death is going to be, haunting them a little bit. I mean, that's the right call. And what was the read of the situation that you didn't think after the modded top box? You just have, I mean, you have to in Counter-Strike presume some things are clear.
Always
right? You have to.
Has to be an assumption here, there, or everywhere. But yeah, not ready for the cross back towards the top mid box. Biguzera getting essentially a free kill. Flamus looking the complete wrong way.
His crosshair's like vaguely ready for short, and Flamus's head just happens to be in it. So what do you do with this one, VP? I mean, how do you get anything out of this round? You've got one M4.
Well, the thing is, that was Payne's timeout, so it did allow time for VP to discuss what to do with the M4 and the 5.7 that's saved. But really, for Payne, it's about, hey, this is the X2 we want. This is how we want it to be drilled. The, Rifle's in the perfect spot for this. Flash at the ready. Here they come.
Yeah, there's legs to this. Timing everything. Oh, they're already out.
Team
Flash. Team Flash, Icy blind. Oh, it's gone wrong. Oh, it had legs.
It's the timing on that.
It's just timing.
It happened so much quicker than what Icy was ready for. He starts hearing the steps. He calls for the flash. Fame does as he's told. Icy has to swing because he's already taken the first fight. Completely blind by his teammate. Dead.
And they're already out window. Like, they must have perfectly managed their sound cues. No time to react. No time to get that flash out. And no time to do anything more than die. That's a verbose James Bond episode right there. Okay, you get your rifles out. After what was a lovely sequence to start.
Here it comes. There's the flash.
And, oh, they're out window, peek, back.
Hello. That's fantastic from our replay team right there, highlighting exactly what we just discussed.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a pretty tough rifle round for VP. Definitely lacking key pieces of util for the defense. Payne looking to punish that, going straight into an A execute. Biggie Zero feigning mid-presence.
Oh, what a perfect call for this. There's no one home.
Oh, Fame's just rotated away.
Yep. It's wide open.
Hello, Fame.
He gets his knife out. So the guys, A. A is a letter. It's important. And the bomb side's lost. Great opening again. Davideus continues. He's up to 21 frags. Great impact to start off his Katowice. Fame blinded off. They've got so many more nades where that came from as well. You can see there's still a full belt on Snow. Good first, unable to string together the second. Electronic trades out. Smoke on the bomb, that can cause chaos. I'm looking for a kit, don't see it. Heavy advantage for Payne as they do tickle the bomb. Panic sets in, frags come through. Payne makes it 12. Everyone hits their shots.
And that really should be the map. Now, coming into this, Payne were the favorite, at least by my books. I think what I saw for them against Na'Vi was really, really positive signs, as well as the online matches. VP, this is a more drastic change. Electronic being the in-game leader, probably doing a bit of that when Jane was on the roster too, but the addition of Flamus as well as Icy, so they've had quite a fundamental change, whereas for Payne, they brought in Davideus, who brings experience and a punch. Even though they've been changing things themselves, it's more standard of the team. Here's a mid-fight. Good night, says Big U0 with the double.
Lovely, lovely. This one done. Trying to stick a fork in it. Flit does want to fight back, and oh, he's actually got a lovely little opportunity. Davideus doesn't think so. Comes in through the underpass and leaves it all onto Icy. VP's highest rated player, walking around with the FAMAS. He's just getting the reps in before it gets cheaper and less spready.
This will be the greatest 1v5 of all time.
Yep, or not, as Davideus closes it down. 13-8 map, one of the series. Payne looking in full control as they take the first. Looking forward to Dust 2. Think that could be an interesting clash. We get to see, of course, how Flamus integrates into that Dust 2, and more of that after the break.
Biggie Zara, thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with me. We're going to do something a little bit more fun this morning ahead of your game. We're going to rank South American teams. Obviously, it's sort of majority Brazil rosters, but there are other kind of South American players in there, particularly your team. First team, I'd like you to put on a scale, 1 being the best in your opinion, 7 being the least best. Imperial, where would you put Imperial right now?
The female one or the male one?
The male one, yes,
okay.
Yeah.
So the male one right now, I would put like maybe 6.
Okay.
6.
We can lock that in. Number 6, we'll put Imperial there. I think that's a fair assessment. They haven't been showing their best Counter-Strike as of late.
Yeah.
What about Fluxo?
Oh, Fluxo. Let's see. We have 3 things. I think Fluxo can be 5.
5? Okay, yeah, that's
5.
fair enough. That's fair enough. We saw some decent things from them at Blast. Next up is yourselves, Pain Gaming.
Yeah, I have to put ourselves in first.
Yeah, of course you do. Got to have that full confidence. Do you feel like you're a step above the rest?
No. Actually, I think Brazil right now has 3 things that is always being the top. But I think in Brazil what they are missing right now is consistency. So Pain Gaming, MIBR, and Furia, I think these 3 things can be in the top 1. But for me, it's us.
Well, speaking of which, Furia up next. Are you putting them as number 2 or number 3 then?
It's difficult. I would say number 2.
Okay, we can lock it in. Number 2. Why would you go for them over MIBR?
Because of experience. I think Furia has been the top one of Brazilian teams for a long time. And I think because of that, when the MIBR or even us, when play against Furia, they have a lot of confidence against Brazilian teams, you know?
So MIBR we can lock in as number 3 then? Perfect. Put that in number 3. And that means we've got 9Z and Red Canids left over. I know that Red Canids have had a number of roster changes recently. So I guess, would you put them 7th or 9Z?
9Z?
Yeah.
Oh, I will put a 9Z in 4.
Okay, let's lock that one in, which means Red Canids down in 7th.
Yeah.
Do you think this tournament is going to, cement the best South American team, in your opinion? You said it's very close. Do you think this tournament can make the difference?
Yeah, no. I think it's the best that we have right now.
Well, thank you so much, Big Azera, for your time.
Thank
and
you.
Best of luck in your opening game.
Thank you.
Awesome. Pain well on their way to doing exactly that. Opening series versus Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro's map pick of Mirage, and Pain do seal things up 13-8. This is the first time we got to see Davides online in Katowice for Pain Gaming. What were your thoughts on him?
I think he was incredible. I think he was the difference maker, right? Like, we were pre-facing it, well, maybe he is the change, this is the roster change that will get them to the next level, and he absolutely dominated in this one in CT side. Not just the amount of kills, but the impact, the aggression. I mean, he was dismantling Virtus Pro from the get-go.
I really liked how we were talking about what type of player is he? Is he going to be that star player? No, he's just going to be a consistent player, raise that skill floor up. But here we're seeing how well he can actually play. And he made a really big impact. You compare that with, NQZ, the Opper, who's supposed to be maybe getting a little bit more free kills there. It's Mirage. People walking into his crosshair, walking through his smoke into stairs, and he's just missing on those. Yeah, it's a good thing Davides is there.
Let's talk a little bit about NQZ, because we were chatting in the green room. We obviously saw the power ranking that Big Azera did for the South American teams before then. Would you say that NQZ is currently the best Brazilian AWPer, the best AWPer in South America?
No, I would say Fallen's better than him.
What?
Is that get a Henny in there or something like that. What I've been seeing. You don't like these takes?
Not a comedy show. How many times?
Man.
Come on, give me an AWPer ranking then.
I can't give you an Opera ranking right now. What I will say is there needs to be more consistency in getting the kills on the easy ones. He needs to be able to convert those. And then maybe there's something that Pain can do to help him set up for getting some kills. Maybe with some pop flash plays or someone like walking up and getting inserted off of him holding an angle. We don't see that enough from Pain. And it looks like when he does go for aggressive picks, he might skip steps. He might go for the end phase of it and skip out, clearing out these close angles first.
But I mean, the issue with it is if your answer is yes, that's still problematic, right? That's been the issue. I don't know, for Brazil, ever since Fallen sort of dropped off from his prime, because he was the last AWPer from that region to really dominate in the tier 1 scene. Yes, Henny had some flashes here and there, safe, so and so, but all these guys, like, you're wincing as you're saying their name as the best soccer in Brazil, right? Like, so it's been missing for that department for the country. I mean, they're trying importing try into their teams, right? To sort of hasn't also worked out the best. But yeah, perhaps, you know, if you have enough good pieces around you just need a serviceable opera. Look at the old Heroic, for example.
It's a very good point. I think this is like a wider conversation as well. Something that we were chatting a little bit about in Copenhagen, where you look at Biguzera, right? And for me, and also for Jacob, I'm going to throw around the bus here. It's a question of why didn't Furia pick up Biguzera to be the in-game leader, right? Would you trust that Fallen can then go back to just Orping, or is that still too many cooks?
It's just because Biguzera is like the Tabson of Brazil, you know? It feels like he's just so embedded in that organization, in pain, that he doesn't want to leave, right? And in a way, they will bring the pieces to him. Okay, maybe not Keiserato, but as we said, the problem aren't the riflers. I mean, there's a ton of riflers in Brazil, right? So it's just about finding the right pieces, having players mesh well together, right? Creating a good environment, and we'll see if Payne is able to do it with this lineup.
Yeah, let's talk about the next map in this series. This is Payne's pick, Dust 2. We saw them play it quite a few times in Copenhagen as well. I think the series that sticks out for me was the series versus Na'Vi. Payne did come away with a loss, but it was a very competitive game, right?
Yeah, I believe they were 12-9 up at one point as well, and we're going to see a very similar style to how they played this Mirage out just now to how they play Dust 2, which is going to be, you know, they're going to have to start on that T side. They're going to do a lot of these, let's take map control, let's group 4 people on Cat, and let's do an execution and just make it really simple and try to work this together. Maybe Snow goes for an aggressive play on B tunnels, or maybe he helps them up Cat somehow, but it's going to be the same thing, the bread and butter every round. And Virtus Pro, I mean, waiting to see what that system is in game to be able to block it.
I think the problem is, like, there were a couple of rounds where, you know, things looked fine for VP and they executed well. There were a couple big ones where things completely fell apart. I mean, the second round of the game, losing a 3v3 post plant in B when actually they were not close to retaking. Like, you could get any position in the bomb site that you want. That's really unacceptable. Losing to a full eco one saved off, that was a pretty poor call in that round from
40 seconds left B pop, and you have no map control, don't know where that op is.
And you showed yourself 30 seconds earlier,
yeah.
Right? Sort of, that's what makes it bad. But the reality is, for VP, they cannot be good immediately, right? Because the two players coming in are Icy and Flammas, who are also not super experienced, right? Like, they need the reps. They need to get used to playing in whichever system Electronic likes to run. They need to get to know their teammates in a way as well, right? So they know what the reactions are. How does this guy like to play in this situation? And because they employ a sort of default heavy style, like, that's just you're just going to have those growing pains. It's not a small change that Virtus Pro has made.
Yeah, so Virtus Pro, basically they have the same style as last year in the sense that they're just going to draw the games out as long as possible still.
I don't think so. Like, we saw a couple of poppy plays, you know, that's the ones where they found success, right? They understand in the force buy, they went for an A execute, could have gone their way. Icy had an unfortunate 1v1 final round. They did a similar thing of the half. They ended up winning the round. So those set rounds are a little bit easier for them to win because everyone knows what they're doing, right? Like, it's just everything set. Default, obviously a lot of adjusting, a lot of mid-rounding. That's where there's more pressure on to have good communication, to react, to make plays. So yeah, we'll see if they can do a little bit of a better job at that on Dust 2.
Yeah, let's see if we can get any more insight into VP's new system on Dust 2. Going to be a bit of an uphill battle though, because this is Payne's map pick. It's going to be going down after this break.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Second map of the series between Pain Gaming and Virtus Pro. A great performance from Davideus. Secured the first, Mirage secured, and VP perhaps a little wobbly to start off, integrating the new player into the ranks. We get to see Flamus in that jersey again into our second map. We've got Chatty B in the house. And we're getting ready to cut this 16-team play-in down to just 8 to meet the higher seeds waiting in the wings.
FaZe,
which, well, Pain have played and beaten.
Yes.
And
online.
Online.
I have to, because modern day Counter-Strike people have forgotten. We got to make sure. Online.
It was online, but it was against Na'Vi on LAN.
True, and that was a really good series.
Yeah, and it was close.
And Dust 2 was one of the maps they lost. However, VP played Complexity on this map and only just won.
Ooh.
In that case, I'm feeling this could be a 2-0 for Pain.
Got that energy about it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Flamus bleeding. 16 points of health. They're advancing. Fame, yeah, hard to track. Glocks favored in that kind of environment. Up close and personal. They're bleeding out on the site. A single bullet can finish off Electronic, but he still kicks up a fuss. Still finds another headshot. And puts it all onto Flip. Position now noted. Spamming away from CT. Bomb goes down. Snow gets it in. He even has a smoke to re-smoke on ramp. Like, this is going to limit his options. Has to approach from short and does.
Oh, well, the idea was there.
Yeah. Flit doesn't know that the smoke hasn't landed.
No, and he is giving this one a fair shake of the source bottle.
Yeah, right, okay.
Because you know that with a glass sauce bottle,
yeah,
and if it's not full,
but
you got to give it a fair shake.
And Chad, I'm not trying to call you out or anything, but like glass sauce bottles, that was like kind of like a 90s.
Well, you don't have glass sauce bottles.
Do you?
Yeah.
Still? It was?
Well, you can get both. You can get the squeezy bottle.
I haven't seen a glass sauce bottle since, you know, I don't know, 10 years? 10 years? It's all been plastic. Yeah, man. I'm all about those microplastics.
Adds
flavor.
You know where they're living.
Yeah.
Force Bite for VP. That's the first pistol for Pain.
It is. Good catch. And this could be VP winning the second round force. You haven't had a chance to try before.
It could be.
Could be.
We know their CT setup. It's going to be Fame B anchor, Flit as the mid B player, Icy's the AWPer. He can be here, there, and everywhere. Electronic to anchor long, and Flamus, he actually gets a position that'll be great for an aggressive rifler. He gets to be the A rotator. It's Big Zero and Snow through the default, through the lower tunnels. As there's an opener. Ripping off ahead, Big Zero takes down the aforementioned Flamus.
That's going to lead Electronic and Flip back into a more passive setup. Big Zero lines up his mid-take U-tilt. Molly for close doors. That will force Fame away. And QZ's actually found Fame on the retreat, so that's lovely team play. A scout wallbang headshot off of the forced action on Fame.
They love the crisscross smokes to Pain.
Does Davideus get caught off? Oh, does clear it, but Electronic wins the duel. Unable to scavenge, and a little bit of a test here on Icy. Snow, versus a scout. He fancies his chances. He backs himself into a corner. Icy gets a multitude of opportunities. Unable to do anything with it.
Katowice, you can see him. Oh, no, you can't. You were looking at your radar. Don't worry. Daddy Biggie Zero is here to mop up the mess. Electronic is likely going to get this AK-47 that Davideus dropped and try and hold onto this. So 2-0 start with a saved AK-47 unless the hunt comes in the next 35 seconds of play. We'll keep posted.
I want to see that NQZ scout shot. Like, it was a wall bang, but I don't know if did he catch him? Was it just audible? Was it just a wall bang blind? Like,
looks like if that's the corpse, is that the corpse there, or did Big Zero catch the rotation?
Oh,
either
yeah,
way.
it could be.
So, you know what's nice? We don't have to look at Big Zero's bad model.
Oh yeah, what has that been changed as well?
I guess,
or he's changed his view model.
No, I don't think he would have changed it. I think we're just using a standardized.
Oh my god, I didn't realize we could do that.
That's so much nicer. When we watch Imma play and we watch Big Zero play, we don't have to watch them playing Battlefield 1942 or something.
Yeah, BattleBit remastered.
Here it is. Oh, he caught him.
Yeah, okay, spotted his booty cheeks.
Bye, Fame.
What a shot, though.
Yeah, you got to feel quite hard done by about that one.
I was around the corner.
Electronic with the same AK-47 needs to be the impact player. There you go. That's what you were asking for before in the break, Alex. There you can see who picked what, and it's the full orange map pool.
Everything you need.
We should call this one the Donald Trump.
I can't help but kind of echo your sentiment that we're not going to be seeing that third. I think Anubis will keep that one.
I know it was political, but give me more there.
So, okay, hang on. Thank you. Santa Claus energy to that one, actually. Snow versus Electronic. Who you got? Electronic. Good work. When you got that hero rifle, you're not giving up that jewel. You'll take that opportunity.
Ooh, hot toes.
Yeah, and now Fame, actually. Oh, bad. Big Uzera down 2. He does do some damage to Electronic, and the A site is being questioned by NQZ.
Yikes.
That's an important kill. That's a lot of important kills. Icy still brings down NQZ, though. A is covered by a USP.
Okay, the whole time the bomb was outside B, Davides has been able to get that. The rotation away from the B site, Electronic and Fame have both left with rifles. Pressure on Icy because they know Cows is out long, but Davides doesn't want to make a move on his own. So round hits a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, this is a weird one now. No Kev. Fame's AK, they're still the healthiest member, and they are re-clearing B. Electronic will just tuck in bricks on that low HP. Fame going to be more flexible towards this middle potential. Davideus and Katowice looking to meet up Cat. It's going to be about the timing of Fame and his checks here. And when they give it up, when they start to make that sound, there's a smoke and a flash for Davideus to set them up. But they're just running into Icy here. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's in so much trouble. They're closing the gap. Unable to find it. Needed the headshot there. Fame and Electronic, do you want to give this a go?
You're going to buy next round anyway. I think you should give it a look.
Just feels so stacked against you with the low HP on Electronic. No Kevlar on Fame. You have to pull the trigger first here and be precise about it.
Cowards, this is crazy.
It's working. It's working wonderfully. Commits to the spray. That's ambitious. And now Davideus. Had to hit that. Had to hit that. Could have been a very uncomfortable first round for VP in the pain lens.
What was that, a 3v5 that they had to scavenge back?
Messy.
And again, Davideus.
Why is he called David? Can I just, like the elephant in the room, man.
Isn't it David?
But who's David?
On the scoreboard?
It's all over. He's just David now. Do you think he's rebranded and no one told us?
I'll call him Big Dave.
Yo, Big D. Big old D. Okay, that's a start. That's exactly what the VP doctor ordered. He travels with them.
Definitely stalled out for now. A fake smoke behind David.
I love these kind of plays. Just the deception, the manipulation of the opinion. You see Electronic, he's like, okay, they could be ahead of it. He's acknowledging the potential, despite that smoke being heard. A second layering here. And now Davideus has his hands full. Fame spotted out. Missed.
What?
Hey, how's he done that? How's he gotten 2 there? An accidental wall bang headshot has opened up the B site. Pressure now onto Electronic, has to pivot into the site, and it's Snow that converts. That's got to be the round. I don't know how he's done it. An accidental double.
Happy accident.
Happy accident. From Big D.
Yeah. Oops.
Yo, that's crazy. Okay. So if you combine that with the Fame Scout wallbang headshot, you're already feeling a bit shortchanged if you're VP.
This is wild. So check this out again. So he's aiming at the player coming through doors, but Flip was transitioning from site to get closer tunnels or to help them with the mid-to-B crawl. Gets caught by a stray bullet. And then the B bomb site, all the pressure on Electronic, that rotating piece. Yeah, that one right there, you just have to chalk it up and that's unfortunate.
That's rough.
Okay, well, you'll be real happy with this start, Payne. 4-0, 2 saved guns, lost bonus in play. There can be another rifle round behind this. Icy and Flammers both able to set their teammates up with M4s. Flit or Electronic could buy one of their own, but yeah, that's quite naughty work there from the newest edition.
They've got to get on the board soon here, VP.
Okay, so Fame being the B anchor, he's just been opting in with the MP9, right? So instead of getting a drop, though, it's going to go to the players who are rotating more with the rifles. That's going to be Flit and, well, Electronic should be the long anchor.
They're fighting long. We get our first long brawl, and it looks good for the CTs. Never mind.
Oh, blind?
Zera was had full vision there. Removes Electronic, it boils down nicely. Flammus, however, keeps us level, gets away with it. What? His teammate, Icy tries to poke his nose in to inquire. Oh, he had an idea. It was a good idea.
They're getting
Snow's
more.
just pushing through smokes, hitting headshots, and another one to finish. Destructive play.
There's a lot more tenacity in this version of Pain's Dust 2 than the one that they played against Na'Vi. The one that they played against Na'Vi, it was a lot just more defaulting through lower tunnels, getting the mid-door smoke in from Suicide, making sure they're mulling towards short to push them back. And what happened within that game was Na'Vi were just blocking them deep short with smokes a lot of the time. And right now, they've had a lot more flary maneuvers. Big Uzera in a previous round getting caught running straight down mid, but Davideus pulled them out with a miracle double. Yeah. Now they've gone with long using their spawn, so more aggression.
More long. Straight out. Respecting the util. Flammus and Icy just concede. Okay, that's a lot of early map control.
Yeah, right now you would likely want to bring NQZ back over, get him into pit. So right now, Big Uzera and NQZ are still hanging around in Suicide
boosted?
looking for a rotation.
Yeah.
I think so.
Wow, okay, that's a very...
Might catch Flit.
Ooh, they had a chance. The patience almost rewarded, but a missed shot. Now re-smoke on doors. Smoke's Suicide, so worried about that mid-push. Flit and Icy threatening to do so. Molly will force Icy back or forward, makes the more conservative of the choices. Missed smoke, or maybe that's just one piece of the two.
I think that's missed.
Flammus, this is an interesting angle for an MP9 to try and operate in. Lots of bodies, overwhelming. Cowards does well to find one. Stabilizes. Flit trades. Snow consistently in the feed. Another one for him. Moves Flammus as well, so Flit aggression's huge. How is he still alive? Unable to punish. MQZ trying to hit that drive by the Molly should do it. You're a dead man. Smoke actually does provide enough cover. Tech 9 to track. Good awareness of his options. Icy on a flank. NQZ is holding it for now, but as he turns away to throw that smoke, will he stick around? Will he feel useless just holding this angle? And it looks like he is going to stay active, so timing available here for Icy. Real opportunity.
Bombs in the smoke as well.
Oh, mamma mia.
Time's the problem, 20 seconds. Got to get the bomb plant and find the final player. He can't win this. He can't win this.
It does feel unwinnable with 12 seconds left. There's Electronic on the side crouching. Needed an instant headshot. Even then, you're tight on time. Icy's got your return. Okay, VP, they're on the board.
Icy gets himself a free AWP for his troubles there as well. So around with just MP9s, where Pain had full long control early, if they'd just grouped up and done it as a unit, you feel that round should have been theirs. So this is a bit of a slip up, and that's more of what happened. Yeah, okay. So he was boosted the whole time as he transitions away. Counter-Strike timing at Cruel Mistress. And then, yeah, the clock against Big Uzera in the 1v2, but still plenty of money for the buy.
HE to guys the cross.
And now they've just gone back to a bit more of the standard approach here. Cow is out long, however. He's playing ahead of this. Splash is good and found by Flammus.
Well, that's a cool little move. Love that.
Oh, maybe they've changed the positioning of Flammus and Electronic as well. Maybe now Flammus has to anchor long. So
and long.
It's just the early stages of the season, right? Teams just working through different positions. Also could be a spawn-based thing. That's something else to keep in mind. But a number advantage for VP.
Big Uzera again out. He likes to try and catch these little like mid-adventures. He just parks the bus, gets out the doors early. His attention's drawn towards A to start. Electronic's just chilling, relaying information. I'll be hearing a lot of this. Flit has a flash. Is he going to flash for Electronic to take a swing?
It might have to.
Yeah, looks like they're going for it. Big Uzera anti. Okay, ooh, some information for Big Uzera to start making a play off of it. Flit versus Big Uzera, head-to-head.
Oh.
Electronic should have him. He just walks through, catches him with a nade, pulls. Big Uzera one. Can't tame the spray for the second, but he lives on. Now pressure's applied here from Davideus up the short side. There's an AWP ready to start to rack him up. Double molly. Icy, need to start hitting shots here. Your teammates under so much scrutiny. Good hit.
Bombs rotating back. 20 seconds. They can still go B, but they have to be quick.
Fame hearing that. Fame ahead of the play. Needs to make a move.
You got the bomb. You got to go, NQZ.
Needs to make a move. Snow's got the B bomb site. Big Uzera even has Fame. Oh, at least he did have an opportunity.
Seconds.
Just enough time. Just enough time to get that bomb down. Man advantage here for VP.
Nades to work with from Snow. He's got a molly.
Two here coming in through upper. NQC nails it. That's a quick flick. Lose Fame has the info on the second, and Flamus a similar fate. Down to the AWP. Comfortable and convincing in the end there. NQZ just wipes the sweat off his brow, gets the job done. It's a 6th for Pain Gaming.
I love the way that Pain piece some of these rounds together. They keep their options open, right? So Big Zero, first of all, he has to make a crazy play along those lines, but gets a really nice timing. Able to slip through their own CT smoke, catch Electronic with a nade within his hands. That gets them the opener that causes the chaos, because now the rotation between the sites is completely isolated.
Some Counter-Strike lesson time, please.
Yeah.
When you're pushing smokes like that, I always feel like I don't know what the correct approach is. Do you walk the whole way just because you don't want to give away the sound cue? Because sometimes I'll I'll make steps as I accelerate out of the smoke, and then people will have that kind of heads up I'm coming. But walking through a smoke, sometimes I feel like they see me before I see them.
So in this scenario right here, look, it's an element of surprise, so you really don't want to give it away with a sound cue
to the wall.
Because you've heard Electronic run away, right? You know he's likely going to be in CT, but once you're applying pressure towards A, you think that he's going to be assisting his A-ramp AWPer.
So you're just gambling that he's not ready.
Exactly. It's like the play that he did on Connector against Flit on Mirage. He walks through the smoke, he's gambling that player is tending to something else. And it worked out perfectly for him right there.
So you run the risk of looking at it if they are holding you.
Yeah, exactly. You go, oh, well, I walked through a smoke and I died. But you had a number disadvantage. You had to make a play. Then Snow stayed middle, got a rotation kill, trying to assist over towards the site. They put pressure on A, but they still were able to rotate back towards B.
No help. Okay, he has a flashbang.
That'd be a damn good one.
Flash, it's dead. Horrible. Long anchor lifestyle right there. Didn't have the support network established and loses his life empty-handed.
Yeah, well, this is the concerns, right? If you end up having a player like Flamus who loves to just go, the Energizer bunny, right? So if he gets neutered too much and doesn't get to play a lot of these positions, it can tank your confidence.
We've seen Pain take long and lose.
True, and it was to MP9s.
Let's see what they do this time. Have they learned from their mistakes? There is a reaggress up mid. You can see Electronic and Fame are taking that space back, at least lower and short under their remit.
Everybody's here for VP to defend this. Flash on the ready for Fame. Flit on the jiggle. Defensive smoke of his own. 30 seconds left. This one's going to get dicey.
This is already really uncomfortable for Pain.
Maybe Biggie Zero plays first through Cat.
He's very far away. Those spams are starting to connect. It's actually Katowice. Katowice finds Flit's head, and now Big Uzera knows it's a perfect time. Perfect opportunity. Icy shot in the back. Too many bodies, too many frags. Pain Gaming have pulled it off. I felt like the double smoke, the re-smoke, the flashes available. I felt like that favored VP. Doesn't boil down that way. Not at all. They lose everything.
Yeah, this one is getting away from VP indeed. 7-1. Finances aren't there for a buy. You've got a high end of Flit. So there is possible for a couple of rifles, but it should just be a partial investment. This is Flamus. The flash is so deep, and because it goes so deep, there's more than enough time, you see it there in the replay, for the players of Pain to turn and then readjust. Right, you really want like a flash that's going to pop. That's why we talk about pop flashes, because you don't want to give players the ability to turn away.
Especially at this level. I mean, the speed by which these players, it's muscle memory. I mean, they can be at the wall and back where they were in half a second.
Now, there's a few things to talk about in that scenario, right? You need to make sure that the flash goes deep enough to get the blue bin player.
Yes, makes sense.
And it also depends on what Flamus is expecting on the other side.
Right.
So there's a few details to go into that. It's not just the flash's fault. It could also be the information or the expectation that comes into play.
I'll also highlight that if that Molotov didn't land at his feet at this exact moment, he has options. Sure. His only option there was to take the fight. If he wanted to get away from that flame.
You just have to take a look at what the ramifications of losing this opening series are. As hold up, we're going to have some action early.
Yeah, it's an AWP taking early fights. Now,
double AWP T side.
He's going to obscure him, so they take a look at the double AWP. I think Katowice operating with a secondary AWP is going to limit some of your mid-round options.
Okay, well, he doesn't want it. I guess that's the case when you are the long anchor on the T side.
It'd feel weird saying the words Katowice and AWP in the same sentence.
Yeah, look, of course, look, at long spawn, you go for the fight.
Yeah,
it's a bit of an oldie, but a goodie.
Kind of like you.
Only getting older. All right, well, they could just waltz out Cat. They know that there is really not a huge likelihood of an AWP. And here they go, about to explode. With Big D.
How do they tend to the goose? Oh, Damadeus, lovely start. Fame gone, flip back. Trading blows. Snow. Solid find. Heavy damage inflicted to him, though. He's susceptible to flit.
A with 2 orbs. Like,
backing into Electronic, this feels like it could go wrong. It really could go wrong. Katowice just about gets his crosshair in the right place.
Crikey.
He kind of did the double take.
Well, Fame dead, and they know that Flit's over towards A. So the likelihood there's anybody on B, still need to be diligent about this, but information for Pain to work with as they walk over the line for their 8.
What's the logical explanation for why this does to contrast so heavily with their game against Na'Vi? Different opponent, different vibe, different approach?
I just think early they were quite aggressive, right?
Yeah.
In terms of they were taking a lot more space. But there was a lot of defaulting against Na'Vi, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I think you need to make sure that you have different looks in your playbook, right? And now they can just go back into a bit more of a standard play. It's also the order of which you win rounds, right? So there's lots of things in here, but Icy having a bit of a tantrum. We've all been there. Frustration showing as they are getting owned. But also, Na'Vi are a better team than VP.
Yeah, I see what you did there. That's true.
And Pain are a better team than VP as well. So
it's all making sense.
Isn't it just? I think Biggie Zero wants to get over here and pick up an AK and get rid of this secondary AWP. They've just realized that AK has been scavenged, so double AWPs unfortunately retained, unless... Yeah, okay.
I got rid of it, guys.
Guys, we don't have to worry about the double AWP problem anymore.
Jumping.
He's having a laugh about that one.
Yep. Problem solved, actually. Well, VP, you're down a map.
If you lose this, you play the loser of Saw versus Gamer
That's where
Legion.
you were going. You were talking about the consequences.
So you probably play against Saw. That's fine. I think Saw are one of the weakest teams in the whole tournament.
And they're playing Gamer Legion to start.
With Rez in the roster.
Got out of NIP jail.
Somehow.
He's done it.
No, I did a podcast yesterday with Ash, coach of Gamer Legion, Saw from Heroic, and Mythod from Liquid, and talked about that pickup. Ash did there's good answers from all 3 of them. So if people want to go check that out, it's on the
you know what?
YouTube.
I think I will.
It's an hour and a half. You don't have to listen to all of it.
Just give me the highlights. Flamus, this time more active. He wants to take the fight earlier, but that's a flash. Perfect! No support. Flamus! Flamus!
Well there.
He's done well there. The one-man army still gets him one and done. Decent trades. Electronic brings down Big Uzera, but a good shot hit all the same. Oh, Electronic. Does he tuck Gandalf here? Fame's done well to spam away on Snow on the cross, so man advantage here for VP. A must-win round, and it looks good to do so. Electronic finishes off NQZ, and David Deus lives. Somehow on the uncrouch, hits that first bullet. A 1 versus 3 takes shape. Heads, he knows it. Did he see the other?
I think they called it. His teammates would have.
That's 2, that's 2, that's 2. And he's got the bomb on his back, Chad. Oh, this is ballsy. Flit, you gonna get baited in? Yes, you are! Hits it anyway! Oh, I loved it. The fakery, but you can't help but now, upon review, hindsight and everything, you could have just been planted on B.
Oh, getting tricky with it.
What?
Yeah,
I mean,
stick in the landing, the Spider-Man.
Yeah, I'd like to see it again from Flit's POV. That's really cheeky. I mean, it felt like that's one of the more distinct disadvantages in Counter-Strike is being mid-air when your opponent sees you, but he kind of managed it very well. Didn't overcommit. Wow, that looks good.
Yeah, the way he dropped, you know, it wasn't just like, oh, I'm dropping straight into spawn.
Like with intent.
Yeah. Big Uzera only has a Glock right now? I think he's just realized it. No harm, no foul. Flamus, hero for me in the previous. The fact he gets a kill after being under so much pressure.
Dude,
great stuff for him.
With that flashbang and 3 players just about to swing him, he's done incredibly well. With a white screen, navigating away from the fight, still getting himself a contribution. Definitely gets a pat on the back for that.
This half can still get worse for VP, though. They need to convert this, and then there'll be no money for the final round of the half for Pain. So 8-4 on the table once more. But all you can do is win, 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 no matter what.
Yeah. And for Flamus with an MP9, there's money on the mind.
55 seconds has gone past, and NQZ's still in suicide.
He likes it. He likes to hang out there.
Crisscross.
Applesauce. Here's the reaction. We've seen this before. Flick goes ahead of the play. That's interesting. It's worked out for him as well.
Oh.
Yeah, but Big Uzera's over. Oh, completely overlooked. Oh, Big Usera, you demon! Slips in the backlines, a jump scare for Flit.
Between him and Davideus, the type of plays that they're able to make and their manufacture, these two are the impact players to open up these rounds. Huge from Big Usera there to catch the timing, and well, over towards T-Spawn is Flammer, stuck towards long as Electronic and Icy, and because Flammer has gotten past, I don't think Electronic will be ready for this. He'll be like nades in hand, talking about the next round. Well, now he's got a little bit of notice.
But yeah, I mean, what I find so interesting is that it's a tendency that's very known that, oh, Big Usera likes to try and make a play out mid, likes to search mid, but it doesn't matter
if he keeps getting away with it. Yeah,
keeps getting away with it. Everyone knows. Okay, be careful. Like someone's at some point going to say, "Hey, come into Dust 2, just be aware. They like to try and do stuff out mid. Keep your eye on Big Usera." Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You're throwing flashes. You're swinging him. He still finds gaps. At a high level to start off Katowice, Flamus actually does catch one on the way out the door, but Electronic loses out. They retain a double AWP.
Yeah.
That could be good for a third.
I suppose it'd be something different that Pain Gaming have to work with here. So, will NQZ be able to get an AWP drop back? Yes, he will. So you're like, oh, Flit's done well. Never mind.
He just hears that reload and that jump, and he knows exactly what's cooking.
Oh, slippery fish.
And that, well, you know, I've always... It's a bit of a secret, but I'm just going to wrap myself out. I kind of never really understood what crisscross do. I've asked you and you've explained it like 4 times. But that was a nice demonstration.
It's really nice to use when you have like a Tech-9 round as well, because you can pop through that smoke and scour towards the B guys.
You could see the options for the CT were really nasty.
And they were already cheating 4 towards A, because Flit was playing CT spawn as opposed to the B side. So, yeah, this is... not going to plan for VP, I think, would be a fair statement.
When Flamus is in a position like this, is the intent like eventually catching a timing and pushing? Yeah. Fame's actually taking Big Usera. Davideus down, shaping up nicely for round 3 for VP, just to end this half with a little taste of victory, but it's actually NQZ searching mid this time. Icy was holding it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Electronic just jumps to his demise. Flit unable to provide support, but the flash and swing coming in. Oh, a 5v3.
Here comes that long push, though.
5v3 is now dead even. There's that long push we were discussing. Snow could get caught, but Fame set for success. A powerful angle on the AWP, but then QZ quick to trade with one of his own. Icy and Flamus to retake.
Soon new boys.
Off you go. I think he's got a bullet between the eyes from Snow here. Yeah, not ready for that forward positioning, because why would he be there? Why would he be there? It's 10-2. Pain absolutely outclassing, outgunning, outcalling Virtus Pro, just 2 to work with.
Se liga, eu acho que vai ser pistol forte.
Quite the opposite of Pain. For Pain, it's actually going swimmingly. Map 2, already Mirage in the bag, and Dust 2, they're just 3 rounds away from making this a quick 2-0. VP has to turn it around right here and now. I feel like this pistol really holds a lot of weight if VP want to have a conversation about Dust 2 and whether we even need Anubis.
This one's Jova,
Chad's already called it.
Yeah, throw in the towel.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remain hopeful. I like Flammers. And David, I knew I'd do it.
He's going to verse Goliath.
Yep. Takes him down with a stone between the eyes.
So Big U0, he buys these flashes on the pistol. He can use those dynamically. Right, he's able to set his teammates up all across the map depending on how VP open. And they've opened towards long, so these can be used as they cross.
I like the setup. Feels very potent. Feels like the P250 would have to hit some good headies if they want to break through. Here they come. NQZ. Oh, NQZ's got a lot to do now. I thought Davideus was trying to play for distraction, but overlooked. Okay, good restraint. No one's looking. The silencer pays dividends. Lovely double. NQZ gets away with that one. Yeah, you can see he's holding his chest. That was nerve-wracking. Yeah, and I'll tell you what. Extra points for not spamming his USP while blind. He actually cooled his jets a bit.
Look, we were watching. Fortunately for him, he course corrected.
Yeah,
this is the course correction. Perfect. The fact you get 2 after almost making a complete meal of it, good stuff, NQZ. I think we could be a bit more critical.
But can we all agree that there's nothing quite as anxiety-inducing in Counter-Strike than backs turned with a USP?
Yeah, definitely so.
Terrifying.
Okay, well, yeah, what you said, this is quite the opposite of pain. So would that be pleasure?
Yes.
This has been a pleasurable experience if you're a Brazilian fan.
I'd say so.
And everybody feels like they're a Pain fan. I think we like to see new names who work hard and play good Counter-Strike thrust themselves onto the screens in such a, well, solid fashion.
Absolutely. Especially considering, you know, when you look at this roster, if you were like a CS fan 5-10 years ago and you tuned in, you don't recognize Pain Gaming.
Well, if you were a CS fan 5-10 years ago, Snow was 7.
Bloody hell. I just love it, man. The new generation coming in and, you know, a game that the ceiling is always rising. And it continues to rise.
Refining the details. But then at the end of the day, the same things that existed back when, you know, me, Yanko, Moses, Steel were playing still all exist,
relevant,
right? It's like the social game, the dynamic you have with your teammates, right? So, look, communication has definitely gone up levels, but it's still the same details.
It's like yesterday, you called a pistol. Steel was like, oh, I remember that one from fucking 1993.
Yeah, look, I did say I'm going to call a boom around, and Josh was sitting in TeamSpeak, and yeah, it's something. 2008, I think we were running that round.
Oh, damn! I love it. Still works today, and it's cyclical as well. There's multiple things that come back into fashion, and oh, that's a horrible death.
Just like loose-legged jeans.
Yep. And skinny jeans. Watch this. Watch skinny jeans become cool again in the next 5 years.
I reckon Icy will be wearing them. Okay, Force Buy, done. And let's do it again, shall we?
How many scouts? If you were VP right now, it's at least 2. 1, 0.
Harash, davai.
Okay, it's Galils and Tech9. Fine. You don't want to buy a scout, it's your choice. James would have bought a scout.
James now having fun. He's over there with Kickit and Dustan. They remember the good old days.
Just chilling.
Thinking, God damn it, why did we get Electronic in this team? And Electronic's thinking that too.
It's not a great start, is it, to your Katowice dreams? I mean, admittedly, it's a tough opponent from the first draw, Pain Gaming, but, you know, there are bigger teams than Pain awaiting.
Oh, that's true.
And the fact they're making this look like such light work, such a pleasurable experience on Dust 2, 12-2. If they can just clean this one up, you know, you finish it nice immediately. No cosmetic comeback of anything. You keep your opponent in the dirt. What's the idea? When you look at this minimap, it feels like it's a B finish with something short fakery. What have you got? Yeah, Electronic has nades. Okay, this will
probably go back to the hotel. Talk about what we could have done better.
Watch the VOD.
Maybe go outside and bitch and moan a little bit about what went wrong.
Yep. It's the plan?
Yeah, because this game's over.
Yeah, sorry, I'd forgotten it was official. Davideus down, empty-handed. Don't say that very often, but Snow makes good use of the distraction. Takes them all down. God, Snow on B. You just can't get past him. Finally, they put him down. but at what cost? Fame's in a lot of hot water. Big Uzera runs him down just to secure that 1v2. Icy, active, heading window, covered, and audible. So starts to punch in the code. Katowice will investigate, starts running him down. Very well timed by Katowice, and that's a clean sweep. 13-2. Domination from Pain Gaming. Warning signs for VP. Could be a quick trip to Katowice. You've only got a couple of days here. You're on the last leg already at the end of day one. Just the start of day one.
Yeah, tough scenes indeed, but great stuff from Pain. I think the fact that they picked this one up in such dominant form, going up against the likes of Gamer Legion or Saw in the next best of 3, that's to lock themselves in for stage 2 and join the big boys. Pain can definitely be starting to set their sights on that stage of the tournament. Great stuff from the Brazilians.
Commanding start for Pain Gaming here. IEM Katowice 2025. On the flip side, rough waters for VP. Steel, did you learn anything about their system?
I'm still waiting to see their system. They said, Flameless was saying, you'll have to wait, you'll have to see it in game. I was watching.
I got it all wrong. I thought he was like being secretive because it was, he didn't want to give anything away. Actually, there's nothing to say. There is nothing there. Hey, man.
Hello, Big Uzera. Yes, please be our guest. There's your microphone right there.
Hello.
Congratulations. That was quick, right? Did it feel as easy as it looked from the outside?
Yeah, I have to be honest. yeah, it was not difficult the same way that I think before. But it was a good match for us, I think.
Yeah, you guys made, one player change, right? Obviously with David coming in, and the start of the season, you hit the ground running, right? Beating Gamer Legion, beating FaZe, had a really close series against Na'Vi. Is that just him slotting in and doing a little bit of a better job, and you guys have just been doing the same thing?
Kind of. I think it's a mix of things. He's coming with not a new role, but a new way to play, because he has a lot of things, and I just put him to just shoot, man, just jump short on Mirage and this kind of things, And we are know each other. We don't know each other a lot for know his qualities, what he's not good enough. So I have to adapt another things as well, but I think for now we are doing a good job.
When it comes to Dust 2 specifically, when we saw you play last against Na'Vi, you were doing a lot of plays up short, up that catwalk, and you were getting blocked by smokes, but here you're just running out long, almost every round. How much was it that you guys were just beating these guys down constantly? It just felt so easy that you just said, okay, let's go fast, let's go, Snow, go kill, Davides, go out mid, you go out mid as well.
Yeah. Who knows me, I love Dust 2. It's my favorite map from since CS 1.6. So I love that map. And for me, it's a kind of easy to play this map, because if you go into the mid, and if you know, or just imagine that they are playing 3-2, it's so easy to read. And I think VP has old school style, that I always play. Not always, I would say, but he used to play 3-2. So if I go into the mid, we know what's going on, So I think that's the thing. If you take mid and you take short, gonna be more easy to play the map,
Yeah, absolutely. I think you showed just how easy it can look sometimes. You guys have had some good results. You really just struggled a little bit to break into that really top tier and make playoffs at some of the biggest events. Do you think with the addition of David, is that the goal? You think you can reach that level with him on the team?
Yeah, of course. I think right now, I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of potential to go there, to stay there. I think it's more important than to go there, stay there. And I think this year can be our year,
One of my favorite things to say is you can't teach experience. And what this means is you have when you have a younger player and you're coming up and you're getting your first reps against the most elite teams, you'll lose in certain ways. And those tough losses, you need to be able to go through them, because you can't teach it any other way. You need to experience it. For you guys, now that you've been picking up more consistent results against elite teams, but then you'll still have like a result, maybe a loss against like a 3D Max, for example. Do you feel like you guys are going to get over that next hurdle, that next obstacle sometime in the next few months, where now you're going toe-to-toe with Na'Vi? You almost beat them. You had them 12-9, I think, on Dust 2. So that could have gone your way. Do you think you're right there, or do you need a little bit more time?
I think everything about that point, I think is a process, And I think last year, 2024, was the first, how can I say, the first part of the process. And I can see 3 parts of the process. The first one, that you get experience and you have a lot of loss that hurt a lot. The second, that I think we are right now, that we can beat anything, but we can lose, and we can have the same loss, and we just need more consistency, And the third one is when we reach there, So I think it's a process. We have to be patient. The results don't come with young people just for tomorrow we're gonna be the top one. No, it's not gonna be this way. We have to be calm and go step by step,
Just to get a little bit nerdy for a second, because we were chatting yesterday about Mirage, how, after your Na'Vi game, you'd switch some CT positions and then you switched them back, but then Snow was moving on to the A site as well. First official with that kind of setup. How did it feel today? Does it feel good?
A little bit lost.
Okay.
They were. But I used to play calm, like I said. But Snow was the first official. We had two or three screens with this lineup, like this Snow A and Katowice B.
Yes.
And we were kind of lost sometimes. And that's why we were laughing all the time. Because on Zake, Snow was he extinguished the molly and he was under palace and coming flash from B on our face, And, oh, shit. But that was a crazy sight.
That's why it helped to get David just to jump out short and just get 2 kills every round.
That's why. And Snow, he is a kind of player that he saves a lot of his life. He saves a lot of time, and we need this kind of player on this kind of sites. Be Dust 2 and a Mirage.
Did you change any? Was it just Mirage that you changed after that Na'Vi game, or any other positions?
Yeah,
it was just Mirage. Yeah. Okay. Looking forward, I believe you either play Saw or Gamer Legion, depends on the winner of that matchup. Do you have any preference of who you want to play?
I prefer Saw just because they are Portuguese, and I prefer that or Brazilian or Portuguese go forward. You're
gonna get a little bit of a Portuguese smack talk in the booths. You're gonna be shouting some stuff at them.
I don't know.
I feel like you guys are too wholesome to do that.
But Snow will.
Thank you so much, Big Zero. I can see your teammates are waiting for you over there, so we'll let you go. You can leave the microphone on the table, and
okay.
Congratulations.
Okay, but I have to say something for the fans?
Of course.
Can I send a kiss for my daughter?
Of course you can.
Yeah. Can I say in Portuguese?
Of course.
Okay. Beijo, Ana Júlia e Sarinha, e a mamãe Clara também. Obrigado. Com certeza estão me assistindo, porque as meninas acordam cedo, então... Muito obrigado por todo o suporte sempre.
Thank you so much, Big Zara.
Thanks, man.
Look forward to speaking to you soon. And best of luck in your next game. We need more dad energy. Honestly, this is what I've learned from 2025. Having Maja at Blast every interview, just saying hello to his kids. Big Zara shining out his daughter as well. You want to say anything, Yanko?
Yeah, way to put me on the spot, Freya. No, it is that the dad strength comes through.
For real.
Mental strength also, not just physical strength. But they exerted all kinds of strength on VP in this matchup, really, and just a completely dominant performance, man. And I think it matters who comes, whether it's Saw or Gamer Legion. I feel like Pain is a big favorite. They've been playing on such a high level immediately. The talking point, one of the main ones for this tournament is roster changes for so many teams. Pain is one of them, but they look more polished than most of the other lineups.
Yeah, Payne just straight up folded VP like a lawn chair there. When we were talking to Big Zera and he's talking about the changes that they made and how they were feeling a little bit lost, I was just thinking back to some of the rounds where they were playing, you know, a heavy lean on mid. So they're giving up A, they're giving up B, they're playing from short, they're playing from connector heavy, and they're ready to converge on middle. Yeah, it got a little bit sloppy there for a little bit, but I like how they're still involved in that system. They have a vision and a plan that they're sticking to. So even though there's some little bit of things that aren't going perfectly for them, they still have something to show for it. And that foundation to build upon is so just instrumental and important for them to be able to carry on this momentum forwards.
Do you feel like David S was underrated before coming on to Payne? Because speaking to a couple of players, they were like, yeah, I'm familiar with his name, but I'm not exactly sure what he has in store.
I think he bloomed a little bit late, right? I mean, he was on that 9Z lineup to begin with, and then it was once he got to Red Knizz that he had some of those good performances at the RMR at the major, and all of a sudden it's like, ooh, this guy actually, he stepped up all of a sudden, right, compared to some of those days in the previous teams. And props to Payne for being super quick on, you know, acquiring him and getting an upgrade there. It's always, you know, we talk about so much talent in the region, but finding the right pieces and putting them together, that has been the challenge for a lot of those teams.
More challenges await for VP going forward. I mean, what can you actually take away from a display like that?
I mean, not Josh just laughed. I think not much. Listen, I'm honest, like, people like to hate on VP for a long time now, but the reality is, if this was another team, all we would say is they just need more time, right? Like, 2 players change, in-game leader change, and I think that is true here, but you don't have a lot of time. I mean, the cutoff point for the major invites is 2 months from the end of this tournament, really, and the tournaments are not, and the opponents are not going to get any easier. So sure, you can say maybe for this tournament, okay, you know, no matter how you look like, but the next one already, it's when you gotta start to have some results.
Give us a time limit. What's a time limit on VP doing something?
I think for the roster, like when you're gonna have to make a roster change, it's probably till the end of the season. Like, you have the whole season for that, but for just some improvements in the game and some results, it would have to be, you know, Cluj, I guess I think they're attending Cluj, so they would already have to. You don't have the top 5 teams there, so I think that's the one where they would have to get some wins, right? Like, they need some points in the ranking to not have to go through the qualifier to already be at the major come April 7th, and I think that's the goal for them for this season. It's just get into the not to have to play the qualifier and sort of improve and integrate these new pieces and see if Electronic can be the guy or not, right? Because I don't think you need more than a season to figure that out, and if he's not, then rip that immediately out.
Sorry, Josh, you are going to have to wait until after the break, but we've got plenty of things to be talking about going forward. 3 more best of 3s still remain. On the other side of this break, it's going to be Astralis versus MIBR. We'll see you in a few.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
back at Katowice. We're back in the gym. You've been many, many times before. Does it give you a good feeling to be back?
Yeah, definitely. Great to be here. I was just telling the boys that many, many years ago, we used to play right here. The computers were sitting on this court. So yeah, very good to be here.
It's a legendary place, the gym at Katowice. I know that's where the group stage used to be played. Obviously, you were good enough also to get inside the arena. The environment inside that arena, is that something you have found memories of?
Definitely, yeah. Playing in the Katowice arena was awesome. I remember sometimes watching the VP guys as well play, and the Polish crowd was immensely and very supportive towards their team. So it's always a good atmosphere here.
It does feel like wherever you go, there's some love for Fallen and the boys from Furia. Now, coming into this tournament, the expectations, you played a blast and it was all right. I think we saw some improvements. We saw that you guys were competitive at the very least. Is the feeling good within the camp right now coming into Katowice?
Yeah, we want to do better than we did last tournament. Felt like we could have gone through the playoffs on the last tournament and kind of slip it away from our hands. So this time we want to make sure that we get there. And yeah, I think the team is playing well and we're feeling good. Hopefully to do some good damage here.
You've been together for a little while now. You're getting to gel together. Is it a feeling that you're getting better game by game, practice by practice, or is it tough to keep finding those improvements?
No, I think the overall feeling is that the team is improving. We have been with the schools for over 7 months now. And yeah, I think the team is doing well and we want to get better. We need to get better, but we are working step by step. So here is a good opportunity to do better.
Gotcha. Skulls, you played a blast and spoke to Fallen about it as well. Obviously, there were good moments, there were bad moments. You were very close qualifying for the playoff, but it kind of slipped out of your hands. Was that a disappointment for you guys?
Yeah, for sure. It was a little bit. I mean, we were playing a really very good level of CS, and we were all expecting to go through the playoffs and who knows, getting the trophy. We were really confident, and it didn't happen, unfortunately, but now we have another shot.
Yeah. You're not new to Furia. You've been there for, is it 6-7 months now? You've been part of the guys 6 months, yeah. You get to play with Kesarado, Yuri, Fallen. For a guy like you and dare say you're still relatively new to the top tier echelon of Counter-Strike, is that a nice feeling being surrounded by these Brazilian legends as they are?
Of course, it's always nice to meet the guys that you always looked up for when you were younger, and Fallen and Kesarado is two of my biggest inspirations in Counter-Strike. So it's very nice to be sharing the practicing routine and everything with them. So it means a lot to me for sure.
People say it's dangerous to meet your legends. They could disappoint in a way. Have they disappointed you in any way, or is it just a nice experience?
I would say that in the past I had some really hard disappointments, but yeah, with them.
Liquid.
Yeah, with them I didn't have any.
Okay, that's cool. Now, you spoke a little bit about, you obviously came from Liquid, not the most successful stay, but I guess as a player and for people at home watching, when you have a rough moment like that in career, it also makes it so much easier to deal with adversity, I guess, moving on. So do you feel like the time in Liquid, obviously not successful, but it helped you to mature, helped you to become a stronger player and a stronger personality maybe?
Definitely. As soon as I got the offer from Liquid, I knew it was going to be a very tough challenge for me, and it was very far from my comfort zone. But I took it because it felt like an amazing experience, and I got the experience. It wasn't really amazing, but I'm a very more mature player now, and coming into Furia, I can see that I can bring a lot more stuff to the team for sure.
I think we see that from the outside as well. I've been impressed with your play, and as Fallen said, you're like a mission player for the team. You do whatever you're being told to do, and you do it to a high level. Now, final question before I let you go. I know people don't like to set expectations for tournaments, but for you personally coming into Katowice, how big would it be for you to qualify for the arena and qualify to go inside the Spodek?
It would mean the world to me, because playing the Spodek arena it's been my dream since I started playing Counter-Strike. I've been in some arenas by now, and I think Spodek is the main achievement for me. Of course, this and playing major playoffs, but for sure I will do my best, and I think everyone is having the same mentality as me, and we're going to do our best here.
And you think it's realistic?
Yes.
Awesome. Best of luck with it, man. Is it going to be a second time for you guys here? Are the vibes good in the Stories camp?
Yeah, I feel like it. We've been doing good in the start of the year here, and the practice days up to has been good. So yeah, we're looking forward.
Listen, big talking point. Don't want to talk too much about it, but just a quick note on Device coming back to the team. It must be nice to have him back and now being your full 5-man roster. I remember in Singapore you did well. That was like a step in the right direction, and then obviously you crashed out of the major, which sucked. So coming into the new season, are we gonna see a more consistent Astralis for the remainder of 25?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, now we have the full team, as you say, and we have been practicing with this full team, and we know we are going to play us 5. So yeah, obviously we just want to show that we're capable of doing the same result we did in Singapore, and yeah, So we're just looking forward to play.
Not to take anything away from this guy, but you used to be one of the best players in the world, I'd argue. And last year we didn't have any Danish players in the top 20 at HLTV. It hurt me as a Danish Counter-Strike fan. I bet it hurt you as well. Stavn, you've been, dare I say, you haven't been at your best lately. Do you think that you're coming back to your best in Astralis? And can we expect more from you in 25?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I would say I'm putting in the work individually and as a team. Obviously the transition to Tier 2, everyone has to get used to that. Myself as well. But I would also say that's been 2024 was a hectic year in many ways. So hopefully now, as you say, we can just be us 5 together, and we all believe in this team a lot. And as you also said, we showed in the end that we did really good in Singapore, and we can play with the best teams in the world and beat them. So I would say right now, I think the season, the beginning of the season, has been really good for us. We've been practicing a lot, putting in a lot of work, and I feel comfortable. I think the rest of the team feel really comfortable. So yeah, we're ready.
Kaden, Astralis, it's been 4 years where it hasn't been going too well for you guys. Obviously, it's the same story over and over. Focus on 25. Vibes feeling good in the camp?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's nice to have David back, and we are the roster that I wanted to join. So I think practice has been going well. I don't know, I'm kind of lacking that feeling of us going to multiple tournaments in a row and kind of building on something, because it's been a little bit like roller coaster ride with everything. Because I feel like we're building the right pieces, but it would just be nice to be able to build one piece after every tournament. So yeah, hoping we can start here.
Blast was decent, I guess. Obviously, you would have loved to have been in the playoff. You're now here at Katowice. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to PGL as well. So you have the opportunity of building into the season. At what point during the season do you think that we are ready to see not the final version of Astralis, because that's never going to be it, but a version that is able to compete with the best again?
I mean, to be honest, already now, I think the problem right now is more our floor than our ceiling. Because I think also we showed in Singapore our ceiling with the way we beat Navi and Mouse 2-0. So right now it's more the ceiling, the floor. We need to raise the floor a bit, because I think we can beat the best teams, but we can also lose to some teams that we don't want to. So we want to create a little bit more of that stability.
Beating the best teams requires the guy next to you to be at his best, and what he did in Copenhagen was very impressive. How nice is it to have Device back on your starting lineup?
Yeah, I mean, he's good. Always a joy to spectate him as well when you're dead. You know that he can make some good moves. I think he's good with every weapon as well. Doesn't have to be the AWP. It can be the rifle, the pistols as well. Very dynamic. And I don't know, I think also it just brings another player who's good at communicating and setting up plans, and with the kind of style we are trying to play, where everyone needs to be decisive and play into that, he fits perfectly.
Device, you do well in the heat of the moment. We've been watching you for many, many years play Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. Obviously, you have a history, but you're now back to Astralis, back to the starting lineup. How does it feel to be back inside this gym where you've been so many times before?
Yeah, it's over 10 years now. So it's always good to have memories in the cities we go to. I think Katowice is one of them. So this arena, I remember Pasha opening a knife over in the corner and stuff like that. And I think it was even maybe 13 or 14, something like that. Yeah.
14.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. You're coming into this tournament with mixed expectations, I guess. Me being an expert, I have to be, objective, and I find it hard to place you guys in the world of Counter-Strike right now. You saw in Singapore how well you can play. Obviously, the major was a story for itself. That's over now. What is your sense and take on Astralis coming into 25?
I mean, I think we have a pretty good start of the year. I think playing the online matches is always good to get some sense of feeling where you're at, and I think we could have played a little bit better against Navi, maybe won Inferno. That's how it is. Going into this tournament, obviously, it's different caliber of teams in the beginning. You have to be able to be ready from the start and just build into the tournament like we've seen other teams do in these long tournaments. So it's just step by step. I think expectation-wise, it's more or less about living up to what we have, like what we expect from each other, and if we do that, then for sure we'll be fine.
Alrighty. I know you hate this, so that's why I'm going to ask you anyway. Your individual level Device has been great to begin off the season, and you're not typically a guy that likes to praise yourself, but I was a little bit surprised that you're playing that well in Copenhagen. Were you surprised yourself that you just came straight into it and basically owned up pretty much everyone?
I think also for me, from last year was like hectic role-wise as well. When Kasper joined, it was about finding back to that, and yeah, we can mention like a good result in Singapore, which I think also was a good start to how we should work together as a team, and I think this year also I'm doing stuff a little bit different in regards to the individual things. So hopefully it works out. I think it's also for me, it's been like two best of threes. It's always really hard to take anything from.
You know, we love to do that, right? We know we have to jump the gun and just, you know, devices back.
Yeah, exactly. But for me, it's just like it's a long season, and you have to be here for Kato. It's one of the big tournaments, and you have to perform if you want to be a top player in the world, and I expect that from myself.
Yeah, because I think that's to me that's an interesting conversation. We didn't have any Danish players in the top 20 for 2024 for the first time in forever. Can we expect to see you? Can we expect to see anyone from Astralis back in that list for 25?
For sure, I think it requires consistency on a team level and on a personal level, and I think that is why we've had a lot of Danes before. I think we are a country that can produce consistency within teams and from players. So I think if we just manage to build a good system and have the foundation now and not change players and coaches and everything throughout the year. I think that's what you see with some of the other teams like Eternal Fire and Mongols and stuff. It takes time. 3D Max is a good example. If you have time as a roster and you work productively, I think it'll be good for Danish CS, and hopefully at least some of the guys in the team will be on the list. It means that we've done something right this year.
Kat, I gotta ask, what's it like having potentially the Deagle clip of the year?
I hope it's gonna be. I hope no one else is gonna play Deagle from now on.
Yeah, I mean, we peaked early in 2025 with that one. You gotta talk us through it. The inspect into the 1-Deag. Where do the style points come from?
I don't know. I just was in the moment in that clutch. I don't know. I cannot explain.
Just vibing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just that easy.
I mean, I was just really enjoying the whole game, so I guess it shows.
I like that answer. Zaz, back in Katowice. It's been a while. When was the last time?
I cannot remember. 2019?
Okay. All right.
I don't know. 18 maybe.
Doesn't matter because you're back, right? That's all that really matters. You're back. You had, I thought, one of the sickest interviews post your match last week at Bounty. I was curious. Did anybody take you up on that invite to practice?
We actually haven't had any time really to practice because it's been a lot. We have a lot of matches going on, but no, not yet.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, the invitation's still out there. If you're not afraid of Kat Steeg, invitation's there. Get your practice in. One more to speak with, kind of the best. Anna, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. What's it like setting up in Kato at the moment? Is it all kind of hitting you?
I mean, since I arrived here and I saw every pictures, the moment is special for me because we are the only female team who are sitting here right now. So it's an honor at first, and it's very nice to be here.
Does it feel like everybody's cheering for you?
I hope so. I think especially the women's scene is very proud of us, and hopefully the other people can be proud that we achieved this thing, and hopefully we can do good results for everyone.
Is there anybody out there in the teams at the play-in that you want to take a piece out of?
I mean, not in general. It's just that I think everyone who is here deserves to be respected, and I respect everyone who is participating, especially in Kato. It's a special moment for me because not so long time ago we achieved the female trophy in Kato, so I am excited to see everyone here and play a good game of CS.
Fingers crossed, everybody delivers. I think I speak on behalf of many when I say last week was incredibly fun, especially as the casters for that. So I just want to say thank you to everybody on Imperial Valkyries for for setting the bar coming into Kato. And I think that this is where it's really going to matter. So best of luck in the server and fuck them up.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, Flawless.
Oh, hello.
Hey, what a chance running into you. Let's do a little walk and talk. I'm not going to take much of your time. I know you're wrapped up. SSD's ready. Are you ready to play in front of another crowd in Katowice? Because I know you guys are going to qualify.
Yes, we are. And I am, especially. I love the crowd. I hope Polish fans will love me and everybody else who will be in the crowd. Yeah.
What was it like coming after Shanghai? I know you were one of those people who, when you were on Gamer Legion, did get portions of the crowd behind you. Did you feel the love in Shanghai, and have you felt it since? Like, coming back, online space, etc., all of that. Do you still feel like you're riding the high of Shanghai?
I mean, Shanghai is behind. The hype is from Shanghai. No, I mean, for me, it doesn't matter because I'm here to play Counter-Strike, and I'm not really trying to pay attention for it. My goal is right now to just play CS, and everything that will come with it, I will be happy with that.
I like your mentality, Flawless, and I wish you the best of luck in Kato.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Crimbo back in Katowice. How does that make you feel?
Feeling good. Always great. One of the best tournaments of the year.
And start of 2025, does it feel like this year is Big's year?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How's hyped coming back into a team with a new Opper, right? That's obviously the big change up between previous year's Big and this year's Big. He's somebody who I had the pleasure of watching back in the Academy League, but it feels like he's one of the few people who stepped away and has truly come back at another level. How does he do it, Crimbo?
I think because we played with him already, I think we all know he's individually insane and he can become the best German opera that's I've ever played. But back in the days, it was like kind of a bit. We as a team didn't integrate him really good, and also we didn't help him to overcome all the mental obstacles, I would say, because we as a team and as a core back then weren't that great as well. I came newly into the team. I also didn't play so many events. We had like Sin as well and Prozos, all like so many young guys, who is like all have their kind of debuts in these 31 tournaments. So everything kind of fell apart, not only because of him. So, but now I think we have a great system, like also great personalities with JDC, Tabson, me, and Kakafu, who can help a guy like him, also QB. You have kind of experience now, and that definitely he will fit into the system better now.
Crimbo, you're speaking with a certain swagger. It almost, it hits me like.
The swagger, you get the bean.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, bro. I think it's almost like a bit of an authoritative voice when I'm speaking to you now. I've watched you. I've seen your interviews over a couple of years, man. Obviously, let's be real, right? Tabson's still the man, but it does feel like you are the second voice of this team now, and you clearly have a good assessment of everybody on an individual level. Do you feel that importance in this roster? Do you feel like you are that Tabson 2.0?
I wouldn't say Tabson 2.0, but
yeah, that's a big exaggeration. You're right.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you get to. For me personally, I think I'm the kind of glue mostly through between the Tabson, for example, and the younger players, because I kind of know what Tabson expects from them. But I'm also still a young guy, but I kind of know what he wants, but I also know how it is to be in their position. So I kind of be there. I don't know, maybe older brother. How you can say
the glue. I think glue is you're the bridge. You're the bridge between the two waves of big talent.
Yeah, like the older brother, the glue of the older brother, or bridge, however you want to call it, to share my experience, tell them already now, where I failed, so they don't have to do the same again, and then stuff like this, to help them to grow faster than I did, and but also on the other side know where they have to work on, how Tabson maybe wants it or how Kakafu wants it. And in terms of second voice, I would also say it is definitely me and Tabson are the core for the last 2 or 3 years, and we have always been together. So in game it's more JDC because he's the room taker. But I think in terms of personalities and stuff, 100%.
They call you John Doing Clutches.
Oh, it's a new name, I heard. It's a new name.
What do you make of that name?
I think it will become a future thing for the future in all the games. That's at least what I hope.
Do you realize how good of an ancient player you are? You heard that, folks. Tabson said the best.
I personally believe that I'm one of the best players on Ancient. I think it's probably my best map by far, and I consider myself as the trendsetter right now in mid. But my goal is now that I change to an entry to do it on all the maps, and that I can define meta on more positions than just Ancient.
Right. JDC is a man of wise words. What is hyped? That's the question. Hype, brother.
Hello.
Katowice, man, you stoked?
Man, of course. I'm always stoked.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You are, I think, the best example of a big player who got a shot from the academy team, was removed, and then came back fucking awesome. You have been better than ever, and I just want to know, how'd you pull that off?
Yeah, I think it's rare to get a second chance, as you said. Like, it's not something everyone gets. And yeah, I learned my lesson from the last time, and I evolved as a person, like confidently and blah blah. So yeah, just make the best out of it and just play the game.
Crimbo said as well, it's like, you know, when you first came in, there was more moving parts. You also had some younger players around you. Does this version of Big feel like the best version of Big you've ever played on?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So Katowice is going to be a good event?
Yeah, I believe we are like ready all. We grind a lot, and I think we're all pretty sharp.
All right, man. I'll leave you to it. Good luck in there. Tabson, save the best for last. Excuse me for the interruption. Very few words, man. Is this Kato the big Kato?
Yes.
How confident?
110%.
110%. Carry the 10, double it, 120. With this big, I think Katowice's got some surprises in store, man. Best of luck. Katowice 2025, and you've already been in a grand finals this year. How does that feel? How good of a start is that? Because we know how Kato went last year, pretty success, kind of put yourself on the radar for some, but you've already been in a BO5. So you rolling forward with momentum?
So hello everyone, first of all, and yeah, obviously the start is good, but I think what is important for us is to keep that what we did in the first event. But if we like saying like we are in the final, we play good, and we have this mentality here, I think we're gonna crush here. So we need to be focused, and it will be against good opponent here, and we will do our best to keep the track, the start that we did. Yeah.
When you come here after Bounty, do you set goals, or are you just kind of coming in and play open? I just want to know, like, philosophically, do you believe in setting a minimum bar before an event starts?
I think Counter-Strike is sometimes nowadays like very dangerous. Like I have a goal. Obviously, my goal is always to go the highest possible. So the goal is to go to playoff, to do playoff here, to play on the arena. But it's gonna be a tough one. We need to play the good Counter-Strike, and we will see. Like we did the final against Spirit, and the next day we fly here. We did Insta Media Day. We didn't practice, but let's see. Tomorrow is the match, and we will do our best for that.
Just kind of living that rock star life, from a grand finals to a travel to another land. Do you? I know obviously missing practice can hurt, can be complicated. But do you soak up this environment when it does kind of feel like, well, yes, we have less time to practice, but it's because we're in a good place already? Does it feel like that to you and to the team?
Yeah, like we're in a good place because we did a final in the S tournament, and we came here to play against. But I had so many things to fix after the lose of Spirit, or winning against G2 or something. Vitality, we had some mistakes I have on my mind, and not somewhere that we have a lot of fix, maybe 20 fix to do. But we don't have time to fix that, so I will do it like hot fix, on the server in official. So we will see. But sometimes practice is important for me in my eyes, but we play for that. I think we are a player for that. I like competitive, so I will not flame like I have a tournament. I will play official, so I like that. I love what I do, and hopefully tomorrow we can win.
One word answer: is 2025 the year that Eternal Fire lift a trophy?
Hopefully, like.
One word.
One word.
Hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I like to see.
If I not fail in final.
All right, brother. Thank you for your time, man. See you. IEM Katowice 2025. This is the media day, the setup day, the day you get to see behind the scenes, but we're wrapped, right? There's nothing left but to play some Counter-Strike. So thank you for watching. We'll see you guys on the server.
Night 1, Stage 1 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. Game 2 to be precise, because we're now seeing Astralis taking on MOBR in their opening best of 3 here. Of course, gone are the days of best of 1s. Now we just get to have best of 3s. Steel, you like that? You're smiling at that?
I actually do like that a lot, not just from like a watching perspective, but I think as a player, nobody likes doing the... Actually, I take that back. Underdogs love the BO1s. You get to I'm playing against this like top team, but I get to play them on like a Dust 2 or a Mirage or something like that. I actually have a chance. No, best of 3s are best for everyone.
Trace, what are you up to there? Who let this man in the building? What?
Just hanging around.
What's going on?
Oh, God.
Actually, there we go. Okay, does that work? Hey, I want to go ahead and hand these around right here. We got a very special day. Freya, I know you like pyro, so here you go.
I love fire.
Now, you might ask the question, why is today special? And the answer might be what exactly, Josh?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay.
This is your bit right now.
Okay,
You
it's
tell
not
me.
necessarily a bit, so to say, but today's a big day for Josh. Josh, has been a long time coming, bud, and that's because...
You know, Chad's been retired for 10 years. Is that what this is about?
Yes, it is Chad's retirement
Next year.
party.
It's his 10-year retirement party.
But congratulations, Josh. It's been a long time coming, man. So tell me a little bit about today, 10 years after the fact.
Yeah, 10 years ago, minus a few days, some stuff went down, and now I'm free from the prison bars, I guess.
Wow. Yeah, okay, I like that. Hey, Josh,
Congrats.
I just want to say...
Do I have to put this out?
For finally being unbanned.
What did you do to my dog?
Yeah, I don't know.
My poor dog.
Congratulations!
Oh,
How does
thank
it
you.
feel, Josh?
It feels no different than it did 2 years ago. Nothing's
Did you ever
changed.
think 10 years ago when that moment happened that you'd be here celebrating with us? But it's over.
Who's cleaning this up after?
I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to hand us these, but yeah, so you learned a lesson the hard way, the obvious, the
Yeah,
right
I learned
way,
a
right?
lesson not only for myself, but for everyone else, especially in the tier 2 scene.
Who was doing it at the time? But didn't get punished.
No comment.
Oh, well, this got weird right out of the gate. Hey, guess what, Josh? A couple
You tell
words
me.
around the community. Let's hear what they said.
Oh, God.
Dear Steel, a big congratulations on getting unbanned. It's going to be great to see you on the server again.
Hi, Steel. Congratulations to you getting unbanned. I hope to see you on the server.
Steel, it's great that you're unbanned. I'm really happy for you. But I really hope you stick with us instead of going back to the server.
Steel, it's been 10 long, hard years. Congratulations for your freedom. Glad to have you back.
Hello, Steel. It's been a very long ban, right? I think you missed playing competitive CS. I know you played some tournaments here and there, but yeah, you know, you got a chance to play the major now. Yeah, you have been always a very good IGL in NA, so best of luck, and hope you can make NA great again.
Big matchup day here for Astralis, the first one here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. I'm with Katie. Katie, it's been about 4 months since you found yourself over here in Astralis. If you went back in time, what are you telling yourself 4 months ago about this?
As expected, a bumpy ride, a lot of noise regarding the transfer here. I think, of course, especially with everything, the pro situation and all that, just extra noise, unnecessary noise. And then the Vice unable to play the AMAR, which was the most important tournament of the year. And we had such a good run in Singapore at the World Finals before that. So, I don't know, just a lot of inconsistency, some things we can't always control. Now, let's breathe, get a fresh start to this year and try to work from there.
Well, it's definitely a new year. It's also a new look for a lot of teams. There's a lot of roster changes that happened up to this point. So when you looked around before you guys came here, what are some of the eye-opening roster changes that you were either surprised about or you thought hey, you know what, this could really make a hit?
I think already now, you see the Davideus to Payne, he's playing really well. I think when watching their games, we admire the way his aiming is, and Big Kusera always making some good moves as well. So yeah, Payne is doing really well. I think complexity without Floppy, especially after losing Elish. I'm not sure if it's the right move or not, but definitely a completely new look there. I don't know. I think there's a few moves here and there. Happy for Heavy God to get a chance in G2. I think he's been playing really well individually, but I think, let's see a tournament or two before we start judging the roster moves. Maybe even give them a few months. I know it's crazy in the Counter-Strike world to say that, but...
Don't get too ahead of yourself, Katie. Giving people a few months around here? Nah, we are not doing all that. But we just might. Speaking of a few months, it wasn't all that long ago. You guys found yourself over there at the Blast Bounty. Didn't quite finish in the money where you wanted to. What did you guys take away from that? Or what did you rather take away from that, Gideon?
I think we schooled Wildcard pretty hard, honestly. And then we played number 2 or 3 in the world, Na'Vi, which is not a team that I guess we're supposed to beat right now. It's the kind of teams that we want to compare ourselves to, but... We had our chances on map 1, but they were definitely better than us on the second map. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of expected result. We had to pick between them and Spirit. Of course, then you pick Na'Vi, because right now I think Spirit is one level ahead of all the other teams, but still a tough draw. So, yeah, I think this tournament and the Cluj PGL tournament is where we kind of feel, okay, where are we right now in the Counter-Strike landscape?
Kind of like a litmus test, if you would. Speaking of which, alongside of things changing, we talk a little bit about rosters. We can't go without talking a little bit about the changes to the game itself. So what are your first impressions, right? We got rid of Vertigo. Does that break your heart?
Yeah, we were pretty good on Vertigo.
I saw that.
Yeah.
It was like,
yeah. Both in Heroic and here in Astralis. So yeah, maybe not the best for us. I liked the old train a lot. Now I can maybe say that we practiced a little bit of train, since it's going to be the third map of our game today. So I can't even mind game if we played it or not. We maybe played it just a little bit. We know a smoke or two, our spots. So I think the new train is very, very different. If you like it or not, that's personal interpretation. It changes the dynamic of how before it was very slow. It was hard for the T's to get out. Now it's very much more stressful.
Yeah.
And with how they changed the routing into pop, there's some new dynamics in there as well. So yeah, I don't know. I think Counter-Strike 2 is still not where I was hoping it would be at this point. I think it's still making moves in the right direction, but we're probably still looking a few years ahead before the game is really nice.
Few years. Well, Katie and I appreciate that. Hey, most Danes love CS. We love most Danes. I don't know about Jacob Pimp Vinicky. That's a totally different story altogether. Katie, and anything you want to tell the Astralis fan base at home? This is the start of a new Katowice for you.
Stay strong, brothers. Stay strong.
Stay strong.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just like that, Trace disappears and leaves this mess in his wake. Congrats, Steel.
That is his
once
signature
again.
move. That's his signature move.
All jokes aside, Astralis, back in business, back with Device. Things we love to see. Device on the server.
They do look good. I'm pretty bullish on them. I don't know how they're going to navigate all the weird things that have been happening. Device not being there at the major, the whole... Stabby situation, has everything been mended, but the trajectory that they're on now that they've had Kadian back for a few 4 months now, they look like they're good. I think Kadian was talking about his their ceiling and their floor there a little bit. I like how it's going to be a combination of Kadian's style as an in-game leader, especially on the CT side, doing those gamble stacks, combined with Device doing what he does best, his system op, basically. Just being able to do those pitfalls, but with a teammate to support as well, to play off of him. I think they're looking really good.
I think we saw with the Vitality situation how difficult it is for a team to be successful when there's problems within the team, right? And someone is unhappy. And I think with Astralis, the one word I would use to describe them is trust. How can there be trust between, I could even maybe get behind Stone and Yabby and Kadian, because they saw they sucked afterwards. They were actually good with him in Heroic, so maybe they're thinking just put him back in, somehow we'll be just good again magically. But how do you trust Device if you're any of the other guys? You can see Kadian even in the interview, in the tone of his voice, we had such a great run at World Finals, and then the RMR, the most important tournament of the year for us, and he's unavailable to play. And then it's like, well, how do we know that this won't happen again? Maybe not this season, maybe next season, maybe somewhere in the middle of the year. And I think it's impossible to sort of build a team and contend for championships if you have that cloud, sort of lingering above you.
Well, it's esports. There's always going to be something hanging above you. There's some cloud of some sort.
Right.
But now it's
Your
like...
teams must have been interesting.
The thing is, yes, but it was also partly North America. But at least now it's not going to be a backstab. It's going to be right in front of you. You're going to see everything coming from a mile away, right?
Wow.
Yeah, but that's not how you want to go, Josh, right?
Not at all.
You don't want to see it happening. You want it to be from the back, just up to, I'm out. Like how the Sopranos ended.
Do you want to know the plane is crashing, or do you just want it to split apart midair and then you're dead? You know,
Well,
I'd always go for the latter.
The Fate to Black sounds good. Sopranos style.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Map veto. Let's talk about that. Are we going to see Train for the first time online?
Yes.
We didn't
Well,
actually see
leaked.
it.
He
Was
leaked
it?
it. He said he's going to be the decider.
Clearly I wasn't listening. Well, yeah, we do get that as third. Do we get to a third, though? What's the story of the MIBR on the other side of things?
I don't really know what to think of them. They're like, you know, we just got to see Pain play. And Pain, you know, you can argue first, you can argue second in the region. Furia would be the other one that would be contending for that. MIBR is just like, they're just there. They're behind them, but they're, you know, what do they have? They have Insani.
Yeah, then this was his breakout tournament really 2 years ago, I think, for Insani, where he was like in this stage the highest rated player, and MIBR went through to stage 2. So we'll see. They were close. They were in the 2-0 game in the elimination stage at the major. They were one best 3 away from making the playoffs. Unfortunately, it's not even that they got tough draws, which they did. It was Vitality, Liquid, and one more really good team, but they got stomped in those games. Like, those games were not even close. And then to kick off this season, they play against FlyQuest, who just got trounced in their opener by 3D Max, and they lose to FlyQuest. It wasn't even competitive. So it's like, as Josh pointed out, where do you really place them? You felt like they were on an upward trajectory, and Astralis on the other side of things schooled wildcard. Nice one, bro. And then you got schooled by Navi. So I don't know, you know, where does that put Astralis in the whole equation?
Well, gentlemen, it's time to get this party officially started. Astralis taking on MIBR. Take it away, boys.
Oh, it was a party, Ghibli.
It didn't make the noise, though.
No, it was just the worst part of the noise. If you were like making a tier list of the noises the party thing makes, it
just we heard it grow.
Yeah.
It extend.
We heard it extend. We heard it grow. Elongate.
Yes.
Yes.
Become engorged.
In a way, yeah, it did, with air. And MIBR, perhaps what we're going to see if they're just chatting breeze. Cadian versus MIBR, it's going to be an interesting one. I do love me a little bit of this Astralis roster. It's supposed to be great. On paper, looks fantastic. Some of the best Danish talent all under one roof. Let's see how they fare versus MIBR. A little bit of a litmus test to see what we can grow to expect from this Astralis roster this year.
Okay, well, the Danes
Keys
the
are on their
favourites.
side, yeah, okay.
3-player B stack from MIBR out the gates. Bomb down towards a ramp, just behind Device. Down over towards Palace. Stare out top mid, and a goosh onto safe. I wonder how much he really saw there.
It's a fantastic way to start things off. Long range glocking.
Just snaked their way into a couple of key kills. Is that onomatopoeia?
That's actually how I'm going to be casting from now on. I'm just exclusively doing sound.
I'm the ooh guy.
No, you get all the cool threads. Everyone says, oh, Chad's oohs are so good. I'm oohing now.
No, they don't. They say all this guy does is ooh.
Yeah, because they don't understand. And that's
They'll never understand,
They'll never
Alex.
understand Tokomo. Or whatever they say.
Ora. Is that a bad one?
Oh, probably. Yeah, it's one of the 6 F words.
Okay. The one that starts with B.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what you got, Drop.
This one's A.
Drop. Let's go. It's fancy New Jersey. Pop the collar if you win this one. Cadian first victim. Ooh, clean with it, clean with it. One of them's low, can't track the jumping. Oh, it would have sounded so nice if I said jumping Jabby. But he's Yabby, isn't he? So jumping Yabby.
You know, Yabby's like... Hold up, Insani. I just forgot. This guy, he is the guy.
Right?
He is the guy. The bomb, finally getting planted. Goes down now. Insani 1 on, 4. Not 3.
Yeah, Stout's got 3 HP, and so just going to be playing it safe. Surely he's going to be the one to try and take first contact. Never mind, Device removes him from the stairs, and we get Astralis off to the races. Nearly a full team ace there. Just the double from Device. Stout yet to contribute. But that's a great start for the Danes.
So it might be an eco, so we can tell everybody about not Yabby the player, but Yabbies.
What are Yabbies?
Well, we have them... hold up, it's like a crustacean.
Crustacean. Tell you that's not the word I thought was coming out of your mouth.
So this is a yabby.
Okay.
It's an Australian freshwater crustacean. See?
Oh, crustacean in the ocean.
Yeah, and it's in the. Say that one.
Oh yeah, sure. It's in the Parasticidae family. Didn't do well there.
No, and you don't need to talk about this round because they rushed B and MIBR stacked A. Now, Alex, obviously you want to know where it does find itself in the crustacean
Yeah,
family.
it looks like a little lobster. If I was kind of...
Yeah, you eat them.
Yeah. If I saw that, I'd say, look, a little lobster. I wouldn't say, look, it's a
yabby.
A yabby or a small crustacean.
Come on now.
I'm done with that now.
Well, we know what event we're at.
What, Katowice?
Yeah, hi guys, Nadine here. We got your shuttle sorted for Katowice.
Katowice, all right.
So next round, the rifles will be invested upon, and that is when things get a little bit more exciting. Now, I know that there is a lot of discourse about the HUD right now.
There is.
And the main negative takeaway for me, I'm going to go there.
You're going there.
Is the nades. They're not very distinguishable. That has been noted, I'll tell you that much, and hopefully can be rectified ASAP. However, I will say a positive. I love the size of the radar. Oh, this is great. We can waffle more. There is just a slight technical issue before we get into the first rifle round. So I love the size of the radar. I really like that.
Yeah.
And also, the gentleman that's been working very, very hard on it, he doesn't do the design. That's in terms of the coding, Mr. MC. He's got some grand plans for the HUD. I don't want to spoil. They're not. I doubt you're going to see a lot of them in Katowice. But coming down the line of years that are ahead of us, unless history,
he's got a plan.
There's some really cool stuff. And look, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to give away too much of it. But when it does come in, we can be excited about it.
100%.
But yeah, I think one of the things that I would like to put out there to the world, and we should address every day of our life like this.
Okay, I'm interested.
Now, lots of things that we don't like. That's true.
Yeah.
But when we find something that we don't like, especially something that can be changed, fixed, what we should do is offer as much constructive criticism as possible. Now, I agree.
It's a very key word in that sentence.
Constructive?
That's the one.
Now, criticism is fine. I think as long as we offer, hey, this is something that I as an individual don't like because, right? Same as, remember, we had this conversation when CS2 came out.
Yeah.
We're talking about, hey, this is not great because we need to explain the why.
Okay, perfect. So it's kind of like a relationship. You know, well, we know communication is key.
Yes.
And we also know that it's not always what you're saying, it's how you say it. You got to keep that in mind as well. Yeah, people are more receptive to what could be good points, but it can be obfuscated by what feels like an attack. People don't, they ignore you.
Yeah, right. We don't want to put people on the back foot.
Yeah, you want people to be receptive, and they're more receptive when you don't start with something, like it's an objective truth. Like, this is bad, sure, but it might be bad in your opinion because XYZ, you made me feel X because of Y.
And that's life advice.
Break it down for
Alex.
them. Yeah.
We'll be starting our TikTok account.
It took us about 10 years to learn how to communicate. Well, not only with each other, but with our partners. We're getting there.
Wait, I thought...
Yeah.
You were my partner.
Yeah, well, that's why we need to communicate.
Okay, I didn't realize we were seeing other people.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just thought it was more flexible.
Okay, well, all good. But look, guys, I can guarantee you this. There will be little bits and bombs of the HUD that will be rectified over time, but I can rub some salt in the wound. Alex and I get to look at the old HUD, so we're and you guys can't, so suck eggs or whatever.
See, like Johnny didn't get the memo.
What did Johnny say?
Johnny just said it like it's an objective truth.
Okay.
He didn't give it a because.
Now, I want to give an objective truth.
Go on.
The current ETA of this tech issue is unknown.
Oh, that's fun, isn't it?
But that allows us to talk to you because we are monitoring all of your actions right now. What you're doing at home, if you're watching on the TV or the cellular telephone device, and looking at Twitch chat. So it's really nice to see all of you here today joining us.
Speaking of device, that's that guy as well.
He's back.
That's his nickname. And what a great question from Jacob. I did think that's a good one. You brought it up as well at the HLTV Awards. Not a single Dane in the top 20 this year.
Yes, very curious, isn't it?
I mean, considering how much of a dominant force they have been, and also how many names. If you're making a list of like Counter-Strike players and regions, I feel like I could do Brazil, Denmark, Russia, like in terms of the big names.
It used to be Sweden, right?
Yeah, back in the day.
If you looked at the Hall of Fame that HLTV did, you can see there was 4 Swedes inducted, and that was all throughout 1.6, right? You had your SKs, your NIPs, your Fanatics, they were always towards the tippy top of Counter-Strike, and now in terms of Swedes in the top 20, what are we talking about there, right? Who's even the best Swedish player?
Great question. It's a toss-up between Fuzi, Rez,
Brolin.
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 CTR. I know.
But now he's in game
trying to see
leading.
how many Swedes I could name.
Oh, well, I like that.
I kind of ran out of them.
How many Swedes can you
Hampus.
name?
He's a guy.
Hampus is a guy. I think he's over
Swedish.
there with the Johnny Speeds.
Oh, yeah.
Jay Speeds.
Draken.
Yeah, so it is interesting to see such a fall off.
Sweden fell off, man.
So did Denmark.
Yeah, well, did they? Or
they're falling off.
They're falling off. They're in the process of falling off. That's actually what this project is to try and remedy. That was the whole idea. It's like let's put all the good shooters in one team.
And have Cadian go from being an AWPer to in-game... Well, he was in-game leading, a rifling in-game leader.
I don't know how they've managed to bury the hatchet after such a fantastic drama.
Oh, in someone's back, I thought.
Yeah, that's where you put it. Yeah, that's where you bury it. Right in the spine.
Right in there. All right, we're back underway. Rifles
just about at the right time. Just about the right time. We've got some Mackies.
Going to be a B execute. Drop Insani and Safe heading over towards B to contend with this. Or is it going to be a fake? Do they want to try and draw out early util? Yes, early pressure. That's more than pressure.
That's almost round defining. There is a chance with Drop and Lakowski early rotating, but look at this restraint. Stralis know they've got a two-man advantage. Let's not overcommit into a gamble stack. We're going to chill our beans.
Oh, beans, the magical fruit.
The more you eat, the harder you shoot. Something like that.
That's a great adaptation. Bart Simpson would be proud.
Eat my shorts, man.
The A-bomb site has been evacuated, understandably so. When you lose Insani and Safe in the early stages, both yet to find a frag, the same to be said for Exit and Lakowski. Only one kill so far for this defense within the first 2.5 rounds of play. Cadian being the money man, playing for info. Once he... Well...
What?
It's...
That's cool.
Now it could get a little bit problematic.
Very problematic, at least for Casper Cadian.
Well, now it's a 3v3, though.
What is going on, Dan?
Well, they got the spaghetti, the lettuce, and the meatballs to make these pyramids.
You're absolutely right. I think these pyramids are going to be going down like a burger or something. They could plant. I mean, Exit and Lakowski are already here. Drop's coming from Con. They've had all the time in the world to get here and stop this and disrupt this plant. Bomb does go down. That's something. A feather in Yabi's cap, but he will need frags. Drop versus Stare. Drop wins out. Chance for another as they're closing the gap. They push out. Exit closing the distance, running out of bodies. It's only Stown, and he doesn't have the weapon for the job. Barrage of util. Has to play proactively. Does adjust nicely. Gets 2 of the 3. Looking to come up clutch. Palace Mac 10 1v3. It's unheard of. Stown tries to fake him out. He's not going to go for it. He's going for a 10-second stick. This is outrageous from Lakowski. Stown, though, audacious! Swings on through. Makes it a clutch. A memorable clutch as well from Stown. I mean, if I show you that scenario, Chad, I show you Mac 10 alone with the bomb down, with smokes available. You can't help but feel like that's supposed to be a walk in the park for MIBR. How has that gone so wrong so quick?
For me, it's more about the fact that Astralis found themselves in this situation because of no fault of their own. I don't know what caused the device crash.
I mean, I'm actually quite grateful that Stown
won that, exactly, because otherwise that would really, really hurt. So MIBR were given a lifeline by the tech gods right there. Yeah. So we are just finding ourselves with the tech issue to rectify what device had going on. So yeah, you bang on. The fact that Stown wins that clutch, 3 Mac 10 kills, all headshots, really important work for him, because that is one that would sour the mood immediately. The fact that devices dropped, the only problem that you have there is that so many players went down in what should have been a clean round. So finances going forward, that's the biggest issue. But as you can see, we've got League Ops here standing by. Sorry, tournament operations.
Oh, tournament.
Or tournament management? TM.
Tournament management.
Because we had the conversation. They're not League Ops anymore, because it's not a league. It's a tournament.
Makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. So yeah, what did you want to say?
I wanted to say, great question, device. He went on record, he says, I'm going to stop punching monitors. It's not a good idea. Right?
Now he's what?
Well, I was going to ask.
Punch in the air?
I was going to open it up to the class.
Oh, okay.
As to what is the healthiest way to vent your frustrations. You know, I've heard actually recently, I think at Bounty, JL in an interview said, he let his frustrations out with a couple of desk slams, and he says it's going to happen.
Okay.
What do you think? Because I would argue, I have no scientific backing at all, but I think there There is something to be said about getting the frustration
Outlet,
out.
yeah.
You know,
No,
like-
so my expert opinion would be swallow it, bury it deep down inside. Continue to push as long as you can.
Don't address it at all.
For years. Until you explode for no reason. That would be my expert recommendation. But if we were looking for a more immediate outlet,
I think I used the word healthy.
I think what Shox used to do, if people remember Shoxy Jesus, I think you all should, a legendary French Counter-Strike player, he would mute his microphone and he would vent then.
I don't hate that.
Right? So he would like hit the button or he'd flick the mic up, arm up, depending on the headset, and then he would go on a bit of a rant.
Just like get it out.
I think in terms of genuine frustrations, don't hit monitors that cost like 500 euros.
Yeah, no, you're actually targeting the most expensive item on the desk.
Yeah, and look, it's not like I understand he doesn't. Like, when I'm not looking at device, I'm just saying I've done it before. I punched the monitor, I broke the arm, I didn't even break the screen. It's just like, it's after you feel like a bit of a tit. But yeah, I see what Halzek does the leg punch.
That's not the play. I mean, it might be for him. I can see how that, it's a big old muscle. It can take a little punch or two.
Yeah. Look, I think the key is, as long as it's not every time you die that you're going for some kind of extreme reaction, it's probably okay. If it's only in the really extreme tilt circumstances, like when you saw Nico almost win that 1v5, right? Like that, there you go. Like that's a situation that I think is probably an acceptable one to get mad about. It's just, I think managing what is okay to get. Well, actually, I shouldn't be saying what's okay for anybody. I don't want to project that onto other people.
No, you're right, but it's just a question of like, because there are some players that I don't think I've ever seen, have that bubble over, like the frustration.
He'll be playing later.
Yeah, he is actually. Yeah, we'll get to see him. I think it's just interesting that there are better ways, I think, than punching the monitor. I wonder what device lands on. I'm going to be intrigued to see when and if the frustrations do show on the cameras, on those player cams. I think frustrations are showing right now just because this takes the wind out of everyone's sails.
It's like a false start.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And it's like we're hitting the accelerator, and then you've just had Stown win that 1-on-3 clutch that normally would be a hype moment. You get Kaden out of his chair. It is just going to have to take a bit of a pause as we literally are in one, and I can tell you that Device looks like he has rejoined the server, but you want to make sure your settings are right. You want to make sure that everything's kind of feeling okay before you get things back underway. So still give us a moment. We'll be, well, not us personally, but the team here in Katowice will be sorting out these issues ASAP. Don't you worry.
Headphones on is always a good sign.
What do you feel about the braiding of
I was just looking at that. Like, that's the kind of thing I wouldn't be able to stop myself from pulling apart as soon as I
But maybe it's intentional so it's not like flapping everywhere?
I suppose I imagine it looks deliberate. Okay, just typing in his secret console commands.
Okay.
That's always been a thing, hasn't it? Like in competitive scenes, there's always like something that circulates. Everyone's like, "Oh, guys, actually, these are the settings you need." Or
Yeah, I
this
think
is
it was
the secret.
called Ventrilo.exe, I think.
Oh, was it? Yeah. I mean, there's always these kind of like, not old wives' tales, but superstitions about settings.
Oh, the tone change into a tactical timeout. Bit taking the reins as the head coach. He was there in more of an analytical perspective. They had Knack, who has stepped aside, and well, they used to play together. Bit, Knack, Kogu. Oh, let me go through the names. Let's relive the glory days.
Back to Kogu, man.
But Bit's out here. He's going to be now the man behind the team. He was behind them in some capacity. On the other side, Rugger went from OG to Astralis. OG finding not too many results, but with Astralis, it feels like he has to. He has a full Danish squad. He has some of the best names in Danish Counter-Strike as it currently stands. And you would like to see Astralis slowly putting the Danes back up the rankings. Missing back-to-back majors is...
Back-to-back majors. Denmark absent in the HLTV top 20, and now just looking to start the new year with a new flavour. A new energy. Astralis have gotten off to a flying start. We're back in after a technical delay. We appreciate your patience.
So a couple of investments for MIBR in this one. Drop does have a Silenced M4. Knowing that the finances, because there was only one player staying alive, are not great. They're still okay for Astralis, but not great. So MIBR want to continue to inflict damage, maybe even snatch one away. 3 players stacked towards A. Lukowski turning with Window and Insani locking down B on his lonesome. Lukowski with that interesting seating angle. And a slow round ahead of us. 1:14 left on the clock as Yabi does take a little bit of contact over towards B. Mid control to be taken and a B split. Oh, that's a big dink.
Yeah, stat. Just through the corner.
The USP.
Yeah, sorry, it was a USP. I thought it was the M4 from drop. Not bad from safe. Cadian caught lacking. Double dink out of safe.
Remember.
Oh, it's lost its potency so quickly, and that smoke is so apparent. Oh, it's hideous. He had such a distinct weapon advantage. Stown trying to save the day. It's 2 with the spray, but this seems like a done deal now. White rifle recovered. Insani burrows into the apartments. Actually pulls back. Recovers the AK, stays active. He's going to swing through this bench side. Catch this walk up. Spots out Stown. One tap fails. 20 seconds. Unlikely to see a plant. Unlikely to see another kill, but Stown will give it his best shot. Ooh, wallbang commitment, gets him half, gets him low, and Insani finishes the deal. That's a huge round for MIBR to pick up, and dare I say it, an Astralis slip-up.
Yeah, that type of round, they were just blindsided by an awful lot there, surprisingly. The financial ramifications are felt pretty much immediately, but Stown and Device with more than enough. It even facilitates a Device AWP. So Safe actually gets the opening kill with the USP after that dink. Lukowski contributes, and then with the scooped up AK, they just punish them. So a really nice round for MIBR to win. They walk away with 3 AK-47, Safe into an AWP, and now they're online.
Ooh, he's got a very good feeling.
Hello.
He's got a very good feeling. This is purely speculative. Down spots the barrel. It's good AWPing out of Device.
Yeah, oh, nice find. Stown's finding some good impact. Nade won't chase him down, so gets to stay alive. 2-man disadvantage. MIBR scrambling.
I like this from Insani. Knows he has to be proactive somewhere, and he just needs to catch Stare walking up. We'll remove the lion's share of their util. Still plenty on Cadian, though. Yabi walking out apps. There's no one home after Insani shows up in the feed, so they have the B info, but the bomb's A. Maybe just going to be spotted and hope that they causes a rotation, a huge rotation forced by Yabi. Spots 2. Lukowski, though, the lone wolf on A, has actually won a duel in the meantime. Okay, multiple moving pieces. Cadian's behind him, though. Cadian should be able to find this frag, and now the bomb can go down on A. Insani and drop. Rotation through. What does Cadian choose to do with this? He actually just tucks Con. Plays on the stairs, and Device responsible for CT. It's a double tested. They have a flash, they do. Drop could flash Insani around this corner. Needs to be close enough to trade, though. Just going to play for the trade. Contact! Woof! Insani sharp. Quiet start for him in those first 3 rounds, but he's on the board now in a very big way. A triple kill. Wow. Ouch. Okay, they're
on the bomb.
They've done a lot of damage. One bullet can finish it, and Cadian can clutch it. That's a massive one. 2 nades on his face, and he still picks up the 1v2.
Damn. Oh, MIBR battle back into another round.
Who was that on? Who was covering?
I think it was Insani defusing, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah, because he was low, so drop. It was drop. Damn. Yeah, I thought I'd back him in that one. Considering 1 bullet, maybe 2. I didn't catch the specific number here on Cadian after the double nade. That's a great shot.
That's a great shot from Insani. Device just getting absolutely destroyed, and they must have caught Cadian cross. So
27, this drop. Ooh,
just needed just a tag to the body. It should have been enough.
Okay, both teams have had a couple of wobbles. We're already straight into round 6. I mean, this is like very early doors. 1 minute 35 on the clock. We've got a 4-on-4 and a full reposition out of Astralis. Spotted mid. Lost Yabi, took Lukowski. No, we've lost Insani. What's going on?
Look, we are playing on the rolled back version, so it's curious to see that we're having these drops early. Would be nice to get a bit of info from tournament management on maybe what's causing it. So we'll reservations for now.
Yeah, and just to remind you as well, last time this did affect Astralis. MIBR now affected by it, but Astralis had down win a 1v3, still converting after being victims of a tech. Don't think MIBR are going to be so lucky. Odds stacked against them here. Exit down. Well, we might get some answers as to how people process frustrations here. I mean, that's an unforced error. Sorry, not an unforced error. Like they did nothing, and it's still.
Well, it's not an. I guess error is the.
It's in like it's
an
not
unforeseen
It's not within their control. Yes, it's a circumstance outside of their control, and it has affected them negatively. That's the verbose way of saying it. I don't know how.
We'll find a concise way of saying it.
There is a way.
Yeah, it'll come to us.
Yeah, eventually. Preferably soon. But yeah, we are going to see Safe try and hold on to his AWP. Looks like he's getting away with that at the bare minimum. It's a 5-1 scoreline as we take a little technical pause.
Yeah, so this changes the... Like, obviously, at this point, it's not just focusing on the match. It becomes the factors outside of that as well. So Insani, you can see here, having to get his phone back out of the box, having to relog back into Steam. And it has just caused, well, I wouldn't say any massive ramifications. Sure, in a round where they just force sport, having Insani drop out like that, we never know what type of impact he could have found. But they did lose the opening kill with their rifle. So we won't speculate. It's pointless.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, that was just... I had no control over that. Yeah. That was a unforeseen circumstance. Took a sip of my cold brew. That's my mistake. I won't do that again.
Never drink anything ever again.
Nope. I think that's the only conclusion I can come to. It looks like... Is Insani back in, or am I just...
He is now back in.
Okay.
Just.
Good sign.
So we've had Device, we've had Insani. Who's next?
Who's next? Just a great question.
The whole conversation around Astralis late last year with Device taking a bit of a break as well.
I didn't think we were going to see him straight back in. 25.
Yeah, me either.
It felt like it was kind of like a soft goodbye. You know, it was kind of weird. At least that was the perception. Insani is just going to try and get back in the server. Was missing a couple of extra bits and bobs.
It's a tilted monitor right there. Don't spit on your screen. You need one of those little glasses cleaner.
I bought a massive multi-pack off Amazon over Christmas. That was my Christmas present to myself.
Okay.
Got monitor wipes on standby.
Monitor wipes?
They're like, the easy Ghibli for the glasses and stuff.
Sure. Can we get that sweeping camera angle? Just take a look at who's using black bars and stretch and everything. I'm now requesting camera shots. Here. Okay, so...
We've got... That looks like 4-3 stretched on Yabi.
It does? Do you think?
Or 16.
Well, look, I usually use the radar. Because if the radar looks more circular, like Cadian's looks stretched.
Yeah, it does. Yabi's on like a native. It's not native.
Maybe it's not native.
1610 gang.
We've got 4x3 black bars use a Stown.
I feel like I'm a bit of a hipster with the 16x10 stretched.
16x10? Okay,
yeah, it's just like that nice middle ground, you know? It's not everyone like crazy skinny like native, where everyone feels like they're like toothpicks. But not crazy stretch where the pixels feel too
I remember
high.
back in the day, Shroud used to use native, and this was like 2015.
Yeah.
And he was like complaining that he wasn't getting enough FPS, and that's back when everyone was like, why are you using native? Like that's when everybody used 4x3 or whatever. It was like crazy to hear that a player was using native res.
I still think it's funny how prominent like the 4x3 1280 res.
It is kind of crazy.
In 2025, we're still doing that. It's like we're not on CRTs anymore, lads.
CRTs were great.
They were.
Just heavy.
Not great for LAN. BYOC.
Well, Stown is having an absolute waltz in the park, isn't he, over towards Palace? Some good impact from him within this game so far.
Yeah, Safey, I understand, given the circumstances of the bye.
Saved all, gone.
Trying to do something aggressive, but it has resulted in a nasty opening death and a retrievable AWP. Akausi, good catch. Insani as well feels the feed onto Cadian. Disadvantage Astralis, can they recover? Yabi down, good spam, more impact 5-7 felt, but here's Device in the clutch. He's got a great read of the situation. Can he adjust? He can't! One bullet in it, it's drop that closes it up. MIBR, they were working with very little there, a saved AWP and change. And the score does change in MIBR's favour. Call it 2-5, back on the board.
Yeah, and a clutch going in their favour. So important stuff there from Drop. But Insani did look very silly with this movement, didn't he? Making a sound cue. This is just like, what? Like pre-fire through the smoke. Insani saying, here I am. And then Device will be frustrated with himself that he didn't convert that kill. They have been able to get the AWP back in Safe's hands. The finances now, the conversation about Astralis.
Just saw the intensity that Safe was communicating where his AWP was. Happy to have that back in his grasp after the round is saved by his teammates. They are committing into the bomb site. Insani and Drop with the crossfire. How does this go? Looks very comfortable for the CTs. Just repels the invaders comfortably with a comfortable setup. 1 casualty, and Insani takes 2 before he falls, and Drop matches that output as well. So comfortable for MIBR. These last 2 rounds have started to see the wins change.
Yeah, it should be an eco now for Astralis. So MIBR's chance to draw this into just a 1-round game. We're talking 1900 essentially across the board. Device has cheated himself into a Deagle. Let's see what Device can get done with this. Play pass the parcel or the hot hand cannon.
This would be one hell of a shot to hit. It would have been one hell of a shot to hit. I think Insani heard that step, so going to play very safe here, Drop.
Yeah, okay, so I want to reflect on a couple of little bits and bobs, shall we? So over at the Blast Bounty, you had Astralis take down Wildcard and then play Na'Vi, and they lost to Na'Vi in 2 maps. They beat Wildcard in 2 maps. Mirage was one of the maps that was played over there. For the side of MIBR coming into this year, they took on FlyQuest, who traditionally the Brazilian teams have the number of the Aussies, and they ended up losing that on Nuke and Anubis. But again, a lot of this early season, normally the Blast event is like an exhibition match between all the partner teams, and they all get to play like 3 times, so you actually get quite a few maps and reps in. With teams who get eliminated early on within the new format, because it's single elimination, you're not getting a lot of data in terms of positions or maps or new strategies they're coming in with. So right now, I just want to kind of reflect on, what the CT setup looked like of this MIBR team before and what we're seeing now. And we haven't had a lot of rifle rounds, so it makes it harder, because rounds tend to be even more in flux. As Lakauzi with a big fight, lots spotted, and the mop and bucket out. 2 for him, and just 2 more to find. But previously, the setup would have had Insani as the A connector player, Lakauzi as the short player, Exit as the A anchor, Drop as the B anchor, and then Safe, obviously, as the AWPer. We will be moving into a rifle round next, so I want everybody to keep tabs on what I just said and see if it reflects something similar. Because there's been some rounds where Insani's been over to B early. Lakauzi, maybe more connector-based. Let's learn together, shall we?
So Insani was Con.
Indeed.
In their CT set.
Yeah, and he had some massive rounds late last year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been one of the most standout Brazilian players, full stop. He hasn't always had the best team around him.
It's interesting because him and Breno were touted on the come up, and then Insani's the one who stuck the landing. He's just so aggressive and his aim's so on point. Would love to see him be able to continue that form. So far sitting at 10 kills, the tippy top of the scoreboard for his team thus far on Mirage on the other side of the server. If we're using numbers to help complete the picture, Stown with 8, but clutch for him important, and Cadian had a clutch as well, only 5 kills to his name so far. Tactical timeout, fist bumps come in. What are the adjustments that have been made? No AWP for Device. Obviously with that Deagle means he has to go down to the Galil instead of the AK. U2 also a little bit light on, so fewer options for Astralis as Insta Window and Cat Smokes are to be thrown. And it does look like another diverse setup. Safe's going to take the AWP over towards B.
Whoa. Big strides out mid from Astralis, and it's lower that falls first.
Oh, I'd love to get that with the replay that we had in the last series. It looked like Lakauzi got team flash there. So missed timing.
It's resulted in an Astralis advantage. What's the CT response? How do you claw this back? Dump you till mid, you delay Yabi, and you go looking behind the smoke. This could be interesting. Drop flirting with aggression here. Double HE, there's info. 2 CTs towards connector. Resmoke from Insani, delays stare further.
It's only going to slow them down, but MIBR with an info play, Drop and Exit, taking A ramp control. Insani leaving Safe at B and having to deal with the gap that's manifested towards window and connector. Window to be smoked off. It's going to be all 5 players from Astralis. Is it going to be up cat to B? Is it going to be through connector? Well, util towards A. That's quite telling. It's 180 degrees worth of a crossfire they have to break, and that smoke's going to help a lot.
Yeah, and Insani respects it. He's going to hear them coming, though. They do have this kind of crossfire with the ramp players. If he catches the right timing as contacts fell, Safe is already managed to find a contribution all the way from short. He pulls the trigger onto Cadian. Now Insani, oh, look at the damage through the box. Somehow doesn't convert.
Time.
No time. 5 seconds. Doesn't matter if you hit the headies. Last to fall Insani, and that's a very impressive round from Astralis, considering what they walked into. You highlighted it perfectly. Still, they just break through.
Yeah, it looked tough there, especially that spam. And then there was about 7 seconds off the clock as they're trying to... Here it is.
Flash?
Well, I think everybody was blind because Lakowski looked fully
He had his hand above his...
too. So I think he started to pivot just a little bit too early. Two rounds left in his half. Yeah. Oh, not live.
NL. Netherlands.
And Sani's the one who hasn't left spawn, so I would be saying that he's having the issue.
Oh.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Look at that. It's like I've watched Counter-Strike before.
Occasionally, I'm sure you do.
Once or twice.
Pop it on the telly.
Don't make me call Slavinsky. What's going on, mate? All right, well, people at home. It's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday. What time is it?
It's 1:35 in the afternoon here in Central Europe.
Local time. So you've maybe had your lunch?
Yeah, what are you guys doing? How are you watching? How are you tuning in?
Is it like on the phone kind of energy? Are you working from home? Is it on the television?
What is the most obscure way you think someone could be watching?
If they had a very good airline with good Wi-Fi.
You think someone's watching on a plane?
I think they could do. I think it's possible. I've never tried. I've never had that
You'd have to be in business class.
Dude, I actually find it I've never, this is a weird confession, but I've never gone on an airplane Wi-Fi. Like, I've never tried to send a WhatsApp from the air. Have you ever done that?
Yeah.
See, I was
on Wi-Fi all the way from the award show back to Australia.
Is it decent? Like, you can use it like you're on the internet normally?
Yeah, I'm not looking at Instagram reels, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I'll tell you, that's a new thing. The older generation have discovered YouTube shorts and reels, and I traveled a little bit. They're all just watching it on full volume.
Yes.
Just some dude sitting next to me, just straight up like...
That's old people entitlement.
It's so loud. No, but I just think it might be a hearing issue.
No, there's 2 types of entitlement that I've learned about.
Oh, yeah?
One of them's old people entitlement.
What's the other one?
The other one is parent entitlement.
Yeah.
And that one is more like blinders to their own children.
Yeah.
Now...
Where you have to apologize because you made them feel bad by being... Okay.
No. This is where the parents just let their little children.
Oh, now I know where you're going.
Get away with anything.
Yeah.
Like, imagine you're drinking a juice box next to the pool.
Yeah.
And mummy's not looking, and you start squirting the juice box into the pool. And then mum sees you do it. She doesn't say anything. It's a public pool, Alex.
And then if someone else walks up to her child and starts to say something, she go, "How dare you talk to my child? Don't discipline my child. That's my job."
In that accent.
I don't know what accent that was. It was an interesting amalgamation. They're kind of like a bogan UK energy.
Yeah, I think they have a name.
That's right. So there's Insani. You can see that's what the name on his jersey says. The fancy new chairs.
I like the chairs. I'm glad they're away from the high backs.
Yeah, low backs.
The low backs.
Ergonomic. That's a word I like to say. Rarely use it correctly, but I feel like I might have there.
You've done well.
Thanks.
Do we know? Is the chair maker a sponsor?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, because James was talking about them.
He did say steel. No, he said
titanium.
Yeah,
that's a good word.
Anyway, no one heard us talking about that then.
Yeah. Can you name the artist of the popular hit Titanium?
Oh, it's my generation.
It is. I'm sure you were on the Sticky nightclub dance floor throwing shapes to this banger. I'm going to fact check myself before I give you the answer. I'm pretty sure I got it. Go on.
I can't get the artist, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, do you know David Guetta? I think that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah, David Guetta?
David Guetta.
Is it Guetta?
No, it's Guetta. I'm just being a weirdo.
Oh, okay.
I would have accepted Sia as well.
Okay. Yeah. I do. I am awares.
Yep.
Yeah.
One with the hair around her over her eyes. Isn't she the one that doesn't cover her face?
Is she?
Yeah. Like you can hear her, but you can't see her.
Oh.
Actually, not my worst of the day.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Not my worst.
The people at home knew who we were talking about.
Yeah, I would have accepted
They did
Sia.
really well. They're, great job, everybody. But if you do want to use the hashtag IEM or tag Alex and I on X or Instagram as well, you can show us what you're up to. We take a look every now and again.
Oh, yeah. And I am intrigued. What is the weirdest place you've watched a Counter-Strike match?
We're going to get some strange answers.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
No fibbing, guys. Only the real
Just tell the truth. No one would lie on the internet. I don't think people do that.
Exactly. And that's why when your parents get a call that, hey, they owed money from the tax department, they're more than happy to give them all their information. Credit card, passwords, address, phone number.
There's a thing now you can type in your, like, face or something. Type in your face.
Type in your face.
Just type in your face.
Okay.
And then something, it will tell you your footprint on the internet.
Okay.
I'm scared to do it. I saw it and I was like, I'm never going to do that. I don't want to know how much of my information is on the internet.
Your facial footprint.
Yep.
You got a weird fetish. Anyway,
type it in.
We're about to get things back underway, everybody. We've done a hot swap of the PC. Insani is back in the server. We have a tactical timeout called now by Rugger, coach of Astralis. The Danes are currently up 6-4. Already a good first half on their map choice. Buy round now to ensue from MIBR. And they need 2 on the trot going into the halftime break to tie things up 6-6.
And I'm going to say it now. That's the last tech pause of this series. Yep. Absolutely uninformed, but I crossed all my toes and fingers at the same time, and my eyes.
This is a hopeful man standing next to me.
Come on. Let's go. Satellite radio. Device boosted up, holding con. They're going to be starting with a lean with the bomb as well towards the B side of the map. We'll see how Drop and Insani's duo handles this early questioning. Ooh, look at that for early info. Exit and Lekowski flashed and audible perhaps to the mid players, but early answers on ramp. It's quite quiet.
And this is a rifle round. We were discussing positions before. It appears that Insani is playing over towards short. Lekowski to be the connector player. Not right now, with the setup looking a little bit more here, there, and everywhere.
Device is going to be coming down to timing as his teammates walk up with him. Eye to the scope, trying to post up into safe. Safe, actually a forward position on con. Focus towards underpass as it stands. Smoke can be over. And yeah, Lekowski not ready for that. Device, oh, what? Misses his second chance. Safe pulls us back into an even keel. 4-on-4. Block now, implies short. Yeah, Drop blinded. Good flashes here from Katie. And Insani, though, still gets his one. B is open for business. Yabi confirms it, plants the Astralis flag, and forces a save out of the remaining 2.
It feels like it has to be. Safe can get his AWP. Problem is, next round's only 1900 loss bonus, so that will be the final round of the half, and the better of the 2 options. How are you meant to get stuck into a round like this? So, a lot of pack roll plays from Astralis, a lot of 4-1.
Yeah.
And able to pounce on their opportunity as Safe is string up Cat to have a look. There's a tag. Stown backing off. Safe, what are you getting up to? You need the gun, Chief.
Oh, you might not even get it. If Yabi somehow baits this shot with like a wide swing or a little jiggly wiggly.
Or a whiffly riffly.
Riffly. Hang on. Hold on. No, he's fine. He's not. I lied. 7-4.
And now he has $2,100.
Suboptimal.
Sounded like a lot if it was a game show.
Yeah.
And you'll be taking home $2,150. Oh dear, MIBR. 7-4, most likely 8-4 at the halftime break. A couple of pesky pistols, 2 MP9s, and an A1S in the hands of Exit that was saved. Tucked in towards Sandwich is Lekowski.
They like this little ramp fight. There's a whole lot more than last time, though. Ooh, Cadian walking around a corner and punished for it. And negligent on the clear, and could have said the same for Stown, but at least he backs it up with a quick adjustment. Ooh, oh, so often overlooked as the Sandwich player. Lekowski 1 does some damage to another. Yabi bleeding down to just 2 points of health. There's a 3-on-3, Chad. Who has the edge here? I'm trying to piece it together. The A site's open. They don't know it. Device posted CT.
It's just about the safety of the plant. So Device is probably going to have to drop that bomb across to Yabi, even though he's low on HP to plant the bomb. He can oversee CT spawn, but then Stair has to worry about jungle as well as connector/short, because you're going to want to open plant if you're Yabi. They smoke off jungle. Now he can focus for the short player and can't do it. Big shot from Drop. He doubles up.
Yeah, it's all onto one man. Device tasked with a clutch to close. Been a solid half, but this is asking an awful lot of him. Stown did it with a Mag-10, does actually drop into the site, feels more comfortable here. And now in trouble, in a lot of trouble with just 1 point of health as the bullets sail through. They find him. MIBR, they recover it. 5-7, 2-round advantage for Astralis as we swap sides. Let's see what the Danes have in store for us as we swap to the CT side. Day one, Katowice 25. We have the best team in Denmark versus the best team in Brazil, right?
It's a team from Brazil.
Oh yeah, we just watched Pain Gaming play.
And Furia also.
Furia and that, okay. I just wanted to start the conversation.
But
right?
they are one of the best.
They are from Brazil.
And they're one of the best
actually,
teams
Freya asked them, and they put themselves at third.
That's fair.
Which is actually probably, it's good to be aware of your kind of your place in the world.
And you can always strive for something.
Yeah.
If you're at the top, it's a long way down.
Yeah, well, if you're first, I guess you strive to stay there. That's the hard part.
Look, winner of this plays 3D Max. Loser of this plays FlyQuest. And technical issue.
No, I promised.
No, but maybe you meant just that half.
Yeah, I do.
You meant just that half.
I did.
Because I saw the twinkle in your eye.
You knew what that meant.
And it just meant that half.
I'm glad you knew what that meant.
Yeah.
But no one left the server, so that's...
No, but it's Insania again. And we changed PC.
Okay, he's been cursed, I guess.
By you?
No, by the shaman.
Is it shaman or shaman?
I didn't know, so I just kind of stuttered. Shaman.
The shaman.
Shaman.
Okay.
Yeah, the Danish
shaman.
Yes, there's only a couple of them.
Is that like, do they play with the Druid or are they on Alliance? Because obviously Horde is...
Yeah, actually originally it was a Horde exclusive.
Okay.
However, that changed in Burning Crusade.
Ah.
Yeah, but in Classic... Ooh, we got a banger here.
Alex.
Yes.
We haven't been behind the microphones in a decent amount of time.
Yeah, so we've just been given the
Oh, he
knowledge.
didn't give us a choice.
No.
He just said a fact.
Yeah, but it's cool that I know and they don't right now. How do you want to tell them?
We don't have to tell. Well, no, we should tell them.
Should tell them because it's like the cast to start game type vibe. And
Exactly.
I don't want to be blamed.
Do you want to tell them or should I tell them?
I want to give them the nitty gritty. Can we do it like you kind of say what happened and then I'll give you like the analysis? We'll role swap.
Okay, so everybody, as you may or may not have seen throughout this series so far, we've had a couple of technical issues. Device suffering one early, then Insani has had two. This will be the third. We've changed PC, we've done the whole restart situation. Now we're moving on to a new option.
They're swapping out his SSD. Now, I will give you a time estimate for that. Approximately from the admins themselves, the tournament management staff, they believe and have approximated around a 10 to 15 minute swap-a-roo. Now, I don't think it takes them 10 minutes to put a new SSD
it's to set it up.
It's the whole fresh SSD
He needs to, first of all, he needs to get his config in, then he needs to get in Counter-Strike, he needs to make sure he's happy with it. They're going to have to be a bit of... so, for those people who aren't familiar, with these SSDs, what they do is all the players will send in their configs and stuff ahead of time, and they'll all be in a folder, and then you can go in there and you can grab it, and then they'll be able to, but he needs to set it up, make sure he's happy with his TeamSpeak button, all of that stuff. So that's going to take a little while. 10 to 15 minutes, I'd say, is probably max.
Well, you remember?
I do.
That folder with all the configs in it?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know if that's something you talk about. Maybe you don't.
What are you going to say? Have you been taking inspiration?
No, I was just saying, like, does that mean that all the players can see all the other players' configs, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. That's how certain commands were found at times.
But yeah, you want to look at what people are using.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know everyone's trying to geek it out.
Yeah, like zooming in on your radar and stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's not as bad as back in the day. In Source, there was like a DX level that you could set, and that
what?
DX.
Oh, DirectText thingy.
Yeah.
Like.
And it would mean that the flashbangs wouldn't affect you as much.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
We had ambient occlusion in.
This is Call of Duty.
In Pro Mod.
Yeah.
We had it so that you could see through smokes if you had a graphics card setting on.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty bad.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, just to everybody who is in Twitch chat, YouTube, any other platform that we may stream on, I don't know all of them these days, you can either hang around or you can change the channel, because we also do have a secondary stream going on right now. Jason Moses O'Toole alongside of Adam Dinko Dinkerson, I believe is his official last name, or Hawthorne. You guys can pick the... Is it Hawthorne?
Dinkerson.
Oh, okay. They're currently bringing you the action of Saw versus Gamer Legion. So if you want to sit and listen to Alex and I waffle about everything under the sun, you should hang around. If you want to go and digest Counter-Strike, you should go and check that out. If you want to go to the bathroom, if you want to quickly take your dog outside, if you want to make a cup of tea.
What's the story with this Agil and Shure?
So,
obviously it's not called Shure, is he? He's SHR.
We would probably call him SHR, wouldn't we?
I mean, I'm not sure.
His name's Jose.
He's 24. He's not like a young gun. He's not a young buck.
He's got that broccoli haircut, though.
Oh, man. Unnecessary hate on Wonderful's new trim, by the way.
You like the perm?
I don't. I mean...
You're a man with curls.
I'm naturally curly, and I'm not offended when someone artificially curls. But
do curls get the girls?
It depends what type. If it's with the whole free weights thing, no. But if your hair's curly...
Yeah, okay. I understand.
Yeah.
I was talking more about the hair.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so where was I going? Agil. He was on the roster with Story, Aros Dos, the Sweet Rice. It's so nice we named it twice, as well as Ujerks, and that is when they were known as FTW.
For the win.
And then that's when Story, Ujerks, and of course, I just said his name, Aros Dos, they got poached to go over and join the likes of Roman and Muterus, right, to form the Saw that we know and love that's no longer together. Agil was part of that FTW roster. Now he's been brought over late, right? SHR, though, I'm not very familiar with him.
Okay.
So that one I can't offer you too much of. We also have the Gamer Legion team, which has Torsen, ZTI, and Slend. That's the trio that was left. They got rid of Volt, and Flammus got poached by VP. Rez gets brought in from NIP.
You chatted with Ash, right, for a bit?
Yeah, I did. I did a podcast with Ash, Mither, and...
Yes.
Oh, we're going to show the B stream because we were talking about it. It doesn't mean we don't. And let's not have casters.
Because they can go to the stream.
They can go to the stream if they want to hear those guys. But we're going to stay here talking about things.
Oh, talking of Ash, I just wanted to ask, like, we surely, if he does it again, if after doing a surprise run, with a roster you've only just kind of cobbled together after getting gutted the first time. You did it again and managed to make it through the Shanghai Major and do some...
make a reasonable run.
Yeah, if you do that again with another rebuild, surely the only person that... Not the only person.
Well, Ash gets a lot of credit.
Ash needs to be getting a firm handshakes.
Yeah, for sure.
And a pay bump.
He definitely does. I think, from anybody who is watching Counter-Strike at the highest level, Ash is, as the individual over there at that camp that should be getting a lot of praise.
Seriously.
I think one of the factors that he discussed that was interesting, and you guys can go hear it from the horse's mouth if you listen to it, it's on the ESL YouTube channel. He was saying that the reason that they got rid of Vol is because other than Flamus in the roster previously, there was no players who had the natural inclination to be aggressive. So PR and Rez both bring a little bit more of that flavor.
Okay.
Whereas Flamus at times, it was hard to constrain him, but they didn't have other players that would do it. So it was kind of a necessary evil in a way.
Yeah.
I'm starting to, have my interpretation of this. And Ash was saying that he didn't want to do what they did last time with just having one player change and have this issue. He wanted to make sure that they could fix the issue with the team, which he said it sucks that they had to get rid of Volt, but they needed to make the change to be able to have the team function in the way that he had hoped.
Make it work.
Exactly. So it'll be interesting to see how Rez flourishes, or if he does, in no longer the NIP jersey. He was there for longer than Get Right or Forest, which is crazy when you think about that.
I'll tell you what's crazy is Ash has got nearly 900 maps coached for Gamer Legion. That's 4 years, 5 months of his tenure with the org. Now the longest standing member of the active Gamer Legion roster is Slend with 9 months.
Yeah, it's wild, right? It's a high turnover rate over there.
Yeah, understandably, this has always been the case in competitive Counter-Strike, where there are some teams that just become, we call them farm teams, but you're just victims to poaching.
It's what MOUZ used to be, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. They've managed to kind of get themselves out of that. Through academy projects, but it is it's a natural lifestyle. I always had thought Epsilon, like back in the day, were also kind of a farm team.
Yeah, you're going back a while for that one, aren't you?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's a Hampus used to be a part of Epsilon once upon a time. Did you get your little coin?
Yeah, but I didn't get a cool color. I thought that was happening, but that's apparently Season 2 exclusive.
Is this my coin? I can't see it. The radar's in the way. Do you remember how to minimize the HUD?
Alt-O.
Thank you. Is that my coin?
You've got nothing. You've got a square.
It just says extraordinary.
Yeah, you are.
But is that because we're on the rollback version, maybe?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, but that would be my thing.
That would be your thing. But everyone's got the same thing, so is it really worth having the thing?
Yeah, because we all participated. It's, it's about where we were in that point of history of Counter-Strike.
So just to clarify, Chad Birchall loves participation trophies. Is that...
No, that's not what I'm
learning
saying.
From this?
It's just a keepsake of our time together.
You're right. You're right.
What did we get when we went to the Valve office?
We got Steam Decks.
We did.
Yeah, that was cool.
I gave mine to my old man.
You did?
Yeah, well,
that's nice.
But I don't think he plays it.
It's a portable gaming device.
Yeah, but he's a boomer. I don't think he's playing. Like I put that. What's that game with that bold guy that Yanko played? It's a story game. It's
bold guy story game.
Hitman. Big guy? Nah. It's like it's more mystical.
Who plays it?
Yanko plays those type of weird games.
He does. He likes those kind of games. I'm struggling here. I haven't played a single-player game to completion.
No, I don't like single-player games. I like beating other people, not the computer.
Yeah, precise mundo.
Okay.
By the way, we should probably, it's about time. We do one of those things where, hey, if you just tuned in, I know we're waffling, but we're waffling with the green light for waffle. It's a tech issue. We've had a bit of a struggle-some
tumultuous time.
Yeah, we have. And it was flawless in our first matchup, but for some reason, poor old Insani in particular from MIBR has been having some tech issues, and we're moving into the SSD.
We're getting him a new SSD.
Yeah, so just reformatting and all that. Giblet shouldn't be too much longer.
Now, Alex used to sell solid-state drives.
I did. I had a period. I used to be, if you were attending, I don't know, the Gadget Convention.
The Gadget
Birmingham. Yeah, the Gadget Show.
Was it called the Gadget Show?
I think so. It was
very
like
British.
In line with the Gadget Show. Used to love watching that.
Was Robot Wars on there? Or?
Oh, I wish. I
always wanted to build one of those robots.
Same. So very much.
It'd be so cool.
My, what is he? He's my granddad. That's what he's called. That's not what I call him, so I had to just, but my granddad, he's an electrician, and obviously I was obsessed with building robots.
My granddad was an electrician.
Yeah, Sparky. But my old man. Oh no! Oh God, come on, Alex. He's a granddad. my granddad. Yeah, he was good with electronics, and so I was like, "Can you build a robot with me?" And then he gave me some basic electronics questions, and I failed miserably. And then we never talked about electronics again.
But you feel like from there he should have.
I had a curiosity.
That was the olive branch. He should have
the curiosity, but he was just like quizzed me, and I was like, first year electronics student, and it wasn't good.
No, okay. Josh Nissan, aka Steel, he's reached in on the hotline, as you guys can too. He's a God of War ? That's right.
That's the bold
That was the bold guy. Yeah. I think my dad played that, and every time he got stuck at a boss, it was like, "How do I do this?" And I had to show him, and then I just ended up beating it. So it kind of sucked. It like he didn't.
No.
All right.
Trying to get non-gamers into games.
No, but he wanted to. He always wanted to be into the things that I was doing. Like, I remember I used to do the lame version of surfing, bodyboarding, where you got the fins on, you lay down. It's more like the skatey version of surfing.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And then he would always come to the beach with me, and he started doing it too. And now he surfs every day.
Boom.
Well, not every day, but you know.
Yeah,
so that was cool. But then he wanted to
gentleman.
get into the game. I was like, oh, you're not getting into the gaming, bro.
Yeah, it's a big barrier to entry.
It's a tough one.
I was thinking about it as well. I was like, maybe what's a good on-ramp? Because our parents don't even know how to use a mouse and keyboard.
Oh my God. I had one at home. I couldn't believe it.
They can't do it. Man.
I can't believe this one. So my mum she runs a business and stuff, and she was trying to work out, she had to have one window open, and then she wanted to do data input from another window. But she couldn't work out how to have two windows open side by side.
Right.
And I was like, I couldn't.
Did you try and help her find the answer on her own? Did you kind of ask leading questions like, what if we tried?
No, so first thing what I did was I showed them. I said, okay, this is what you can do.
Yeah.
And then I did some tests. So I went through slowly and I went through all the steps, right, which was opening Chrome and then grabbing the tab and then dragging the tab. So now you have two windows and then you can resize it. And I did that and I'm like, okay, now I want you to do it on your own.
Yeah.
And so intimidated at technology. It's like, it's not going to hurt you.
I know. It was about a 7-year project. My mum no longer claims that the TV remote is too confusing. She can drive the television.
Yep.
Which is a great step.
It is a good step.
Computers next. Computers next.
It'll get there eventually.
Yeah, and actually we will be getting back into games hopefully very shortly.
Hopefully shortly.
I'm going to say hopefully because I was falsely confident. I do see someone back in the server, which is promising. Even people being polite. They're saying, welcome back.
I don't think Rare Atom are here.
Oh, it's a shame. I was hoping to see a bit more Rare Atom, a bit more Chinese Counter-Strike. Steel Helmet, obviously. Big names there.
Captain Mo. Okay, well, thank you for bearing with us. We should do a segment we'll talk about the radio stuff later.
Please, man.
Come on, man.
Please, man.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, let's do the slow fade. That's for emotion.
So I want to say something because I'm not. I love speculation. In the past, when scenarios like this, I've had issues like this before, and the game would just keep hitching or whatever. It tends to be something in your config.
I had the same thought.
But the thing is, right now, how are we meant to identify what that thing is? Because think about all the different lines in that config, and we're going to have to go through what and troubleshoot them one at a time.
You know what he needs to do is he needs to have unbind all as the first line in his config because it could be an overlap.
That's a JKS Savage. Remember when you did that and then you had no keys bound because you didn't understand?
No, but what I didn't understand is somehow I couldn't swipe my mouse either. Unbind all removes everything.
You need the yours.
The yours. There was no yours.
Yeah.
I unbound everything in my config because I wanted to be cool like Chad and have an auto exec.
But now you have one. You fixed it.
I did.
And you didn't want to do it, but it took you, what, 20 minutes?
20 minutes, and it has probably saved me at least an hour.
Every time you sit down on the computer, you just whack it in, and away you go. Bob's your uncle.
I had a moment of weakness. I came back from the break, Chad, and after having such a good end of the year, highest elo I've ever been on Face It, I'm fragging, I'm not useless anymore. It was good. It was cool. And then I came back after a hiatus. I've left the PC. It feels a bit my sense feels slow, and I sit back. I'm like, oh, Counter-Strike feels weird. I'm bad. And I changed my sensitivity.
Oh.
Yeah, but
by how much?
I went from 0.85 on 800 to 1. I wanted to be like Monacy. Okay,
that's a TV show.
Yeah, eventually. But yeah, I only lasted a day. It was a moment of weakness.
Then what, is it throwing you out?
It did. No, I went straight back to 0.85 and it felt good. But I had when you have a DM session and you've changed your sense and you're like, oh, it's so much better. I'm so active. But you don't take DM fights in matches. So I just felt like the micro adjustments were getting harder. I went back to what I know. How low sense are you? What do you rock?
I did turn mine up. I do increments of 0.2 or 0.02.
Oh, tiny increments.
Yeah, just to be. But the thing that I would do, because everybody's probably been here before if they play a lot of Counter-Strike, is sometimes you start to take your crosshair for granted right? Because you're just going through the motions a lot of the time with the duels. You want to make sure that the crosshair focus is one of the key points. So what I would do is I would do like left-hand change, because that's enough of a throw off to the eye for you to be like, okay, something's very different, and then you have to focus on that a little bit more. And because I have in-game leader brain, you're always focused more on rotations or helping your teammates, and you need to be focused on your crosshair, because at the end of the day, Counter-Strike's about shooting people in the head.
Still on the kind of chunky monkey, or you want a tiny little cross? Like, have you gone granddad crosshair, or are you?
No, it's small. It's got the dot. I have it with dynamics so that the spread changes and stuff when you're shooting.
That's very. Oh yeah, because I ended up with your crosshair for a bit. It's horrible. I couldn't use it for like as soon as you start spraying, there's just 4 dots, tiny little dots. You have to be able to see, which I don't have the vision for anymore. But I tell you now, I'm thinking about going back to like a proper Apex granddad crosshair.
Okay.
Like just because. The little cross is great, and all it takes is one fight where you don't have the specifics, like you're aiming for just a pixel, like the tip of the head on like that long peak on Ancient or something, and then you're gonna want to have the micro crosshair. But I think there's perks to the big boy as well.
Monacy's in chat.
Is he? The real Monacy?
He has 2.3 on 400. So I think, when you said you were going to 1 on 800.
3. Oh, he's even faster than I realized.
Yeah.
I thought he was a 1-1-1.
Yeah, so he's in the chat. And
is it the Woo I'm thinking of? Who's
I don't know, but either way, it doesn't matter.
No, I'm just interested.
He's in here. He's in here chatting.
That's cool.
Yeah. What else would I...
Zywoo is the 400 too, yeah.
Okay. There was something else that you had just perked up in my brain.
Hoi.
Rattled around in the locker. We're talking about sensitivity.
Sensitivity, changing your crosshair, dynamic crosshair. Monacy's the guy. Player.
Monacy is a guy.
He is.
That's all right. Well, we'll just go with a different tangent, shall we?
Yeah, let's do that.
So, on the Reels recently,
yeah.
I know that's the boomer version of the TikToks.
Yeah. So you're like 6 months behind.
Yeah. But there's been this it's like second date update or something. I don't know if you've seen this. So it's like from an American radio show. Well, it could be Canadian, but I think it's American. And I think that's quite dated. Like this content is probably from the radio within like half a decade ago or something crazy. Wow, are we ready to go?
Hey, that's that guy.
Hold up a second.
Chad, I'm not getting excited until I see like. Oh, I don't know, man.
Well, hold up. What if we have a moment of silence?
Yeah. Okay.
Wait.
Hold on.
He's still moving. It's on.
Blocked on ramp. Full A commit for this pistol. Waiting for that smoke to fade. Drops Q to deploy as util has come. Flashes better be good. Device is going to be ready for this engagement. He's blinded off. Good work. Good flash. Good opening. And MIBR sailing into the A site. Down spams. Nothing connects. A 5 versus 3. To make this just a one-round game. Exit extends their advantage. Nothing for Cadian to do with that incendiary. What is that? Oh, that's his Kevlar. Ooh. Thought there was some bendy dual Berettas in the wrong place. That's his Kevlar vest.
Some bendy dual Berettas.
Yeah, I don't know. For a second, I was like, what is this?
Oh, no, don't knife him. He turned around. He heard you. He worked it out. He got the kill. Still going to be the round, splitting pistols. So, as you mentioned, a one-round game. Great utility usage there from Drop, right? The smoke wall's fantastic, but it's the flashes. Both of them were in the feed as part of the assists. So, facilitating and converting as Cadian. Oof, gooshed, but still gets a kill on his way out the door. Hangs around for a little bit more. And it'll just be Yabby, the last man standing. So here's the flash again. Device just going wide, trying to make something out of this. Safe gets the kill, and then, yeah, you can see the flash assist in the feed as well, and then Exit even one pipping through the smoke. Exit had a pretty tough half, Alex. Don't look at the ADR on our HUD.
I shan't.
All right, 4 spike for Astralis. 2 scouts. 1 for Cadian, 1 for Device. Deagles for the rest, and some smokes. Waiting for the CTs to make the first move are MIBR. Heavy part of the attack over towards the B apartments. Bomb on the back is safe, having to deal with the A push. He's going to regroup with the rest of his team. 3 players burrowed in. Device to take first contact with the scout. Stare. Tuck down towards Van. Pop his head up and assist. And then Yabby over towards the short position.
I feel like this setup has potency if they do just commit blind. It's an if, though. With drop out mid, it's going to give them some pivot opportunities if he does go searching, if he is proactive. But smoke window is the first step. Katowice starts to activate through under. Okay, so they will go through the protocols of middle as well.
It's time's going to be the biggest issue. There's only 40 seconds left, and it's going to be the go. So if they get stalled on B, they just have to go. They have to
Nice
commit.
hits a heady here. It gets awkward quick. And he hasn't. Opportunity presented itself, but unable to connect. Nice work from Yabby. Oh, and now Stare as well. The stack is working. Astralis find the majority. Bomb is on their bomb site. It's falling through the fingers of MIBR. Lekowski's disconnected. Safe already tagged up.
That's one of the rounds.
Perfectly.
Yeah, I really, really hate to see is they're still going to try and kick up a fuss here, but the bomb down, they're just going to have to hold onto the guns. These are the type of rounds that I don't like to see because it was inaction. They didn't really do anything, right? They took the mid control super late within the round. As mentioned, it doesn't give them... Oh, after time... Worth the sacrifice. It's just overall a bad approach from MIBR. You didn't search out any info. You didn't force them to do anything. And then by the time you attempted to, you only have one choice left in that moment anyway. So I really don't like the way that they approached that round whatsoever. So yeah, those frustrations of getting dropped out of the server time and time again. You win the pistol, you lose the force. You're going to force by back of your own, but this thing feels like it is slipping out of the grasp for MIBR. We have Ancient coming up next and Train as the third and deciding map if we need to get there.
Did you catch those Train games at Bounty?
Yeah, that was really my main point. That's what I just wanted to watch Train meta. Like the first stage of it, online Counter-Strike.
Sure. Just in case you've forgotten.
It doesn't get spoken about enough.
It doesn't, you're right, yeah. This year we will make a much more clear distinction between ourselves. Okay, I like the little boost to punish, but Stown does too. He's just spammed away at the base of that totem.
My foot still breaks.
Yeah, horrible. Bit embarrassing. And save with 35 points of health. He's going to go looking. There's so many fights available to him. The window can peek. Short is active. There's a player behind that smoke as well. So thinks twice about overcommitting to that. Will play his life. He has the only rifle. Likely going to want to see, make sure that stays in his teammates' hands. Make sure it's at least retrievable. And I like this proactive re-aggress here from Stown. He's got support.
Because he gets this information, they can now bolster the sites. They know it's going to be an extremity play. So we can have 2 players over towards A, 2 players over towards B.
And then what does he start cooking a flank or he waits for him?
He can do, right? He can be reactionary. Either way, you should know on the bomb sites is likely. And, well, they have more information. Cadian's just cheating over towards the A side as well. So they should have everybody here, Astralis, to deal with this.
And a quick flank on Stown. This is perfect. There should be no way MIBR get into the bomb site here. Insani makes a strong case, though, in combination with drop. He needs another. Stare is on the site. 1 bullet would have done it. Lives on, hits a banger, finishes off safe with the D. Can he keep it clean? It's just exit, ring around the rosy. Gets the first of the 1 versus 3. Bomb does go down. Yabby and Stown looking to shut this dream down. Exit. Spotted him out. Oh my god, he isolates the jewel. It's the Stown flank to secure it. Gets closer than I'm sure Astralis would have liked after the fantastic triple out of Stare.
A little bit costly, but still, that will be the 9th round converted. Bomb goes down. Lost bonus coming into play means we will likely see some upgraded pistols for MIBR. Or do they really want to fight for this economic control? Because you could go for a Tech 9 Mac 10 execute round, which, hey, if you can win that back, then maybe, just maybe, you can win the economy game and draw things ever closer to Astralis. The most likely option, I would say, is to take the save. But it looks like, as we see, Astralis take their 3rd of 3 tactical timeouts in regulation. There are some investments coming forth for MIBR. There has been an AK-47 invested upon. It's currently in the hands of Exit, who's rocking it without head armor. So it's a hero AK to continue to... No, he sold it back. I'm glad he did that. Oh, no.
Oh, indecision.
So they are fighting for financial control. This is an all-in shove for the game. MIBR lose this, I don't think we'll be seeing them get any rounds.
Interesting. I mean, it doesn't look too bad on like when you see what they're working with, but especially the sacrifices of utility.
It's
it
mainly
limits
the
your
sacrifice of
options.
head armor for Exit.
True, true.
Like let's watch the way Exit dies. Obviously, don't stay on him. He's an extremity player,
Yeah,
but if we can watch his head explode like a watermelon to a single bullet of A1S.
Yabi. Standard start. Jump spotting apps. Stair jump spotting ramp. Trying to get that information safely.
They're playing retake A, Astralis. That's indicated by Stair's position. They're hedging B. That's indicated by Device already playing over towards market. And there's really no reason for them to be worried about too much else. There hasn't been many sound cues. The util isn't there. Maybe they think they're dealing with a pistol upgrade or an eco round of some sort. Yet to really get the information of the type of buy that they're up against, but...
Oh, they're going to boost for try and find down searching window. They're not going to find much.
He might find them.
Ooh, I tell a lie. Wow, great work from Lekowski there. A little bit of revenge from the previous round. This time he's the one spamming down. And yeah, retake A, it's going to be tested. An interesting smoke, very powerful. Slows the clears of these T's into the A side, tries to delay.
He's got no support currently.
Oh, they've got the full site. And Lekowski's actually extended their advantage. This full shove, as you highlighted, has worked wonderfully to at least get those opening two.
Now might be a Astralis
round, yeah.
Wow. All that is because of the one death of Stown. Stair was always playing retake A. Now it's just about holding on to these guns. What a crazy little turn of events that was. It really didn't feel like an awful lot happened.
Because it didn't. I mean, even for Stown, like you can't really fault the decision making. He's just lost out to a very well-placed crosshair from Lekowski there.
Yeah, important. Right, if he's not covering that, both of them fall.
Yep, a different round entirely. And it's such a crucial juncture of the game as well.
Well, they do hold on to two M4s and an AWP, or at least they should. No point putting your head in the vice right now, as they do continue to tussle. It's likely to see something light on Yabi and Stown, unless there are some sacrifices made. Katie might want to drop it over to one of his more star players. But it's this one right here. So what does he catch?
I can't see a thing.
Oh, just as he stood up as well.
Wow. Completely, like, you know, accidental. He's just trying to be the footstool. Yeah, Stown, I mean, frustrating death. It's not even, like I said, by his fault. It's just praise to Lekowski. Incredible good eyes on that. You know, it's easy as well when you're doing the boost to be kind of lazy on your crosshair focus, but he wasn't.
We might see this really ramp up a gear. MIBR win this round. It has to be a Astralis Eco. Should be able to tie things up 9-9. And there have been some close moments. We've just been stalled out by these technical timeouts. So there's still legs in this. MIBR are just so risk averse. Like they're not doing standard like mid tussles. They're not doing the cat and the window smoke and playing ahead of it and fighting early for the mid control. They're giving the space over to the Danes. Right now, this could be a good call. Look how worried they are because they haven't been playing for... You're mowing the kitchen. There's information to get the rotation. So it's drawn bodies over. The bomb... But now backpedaling. So MIBR, they're in the dark.
Are they scared?
What? Well, I don't know if they're scared, but either way, they're calling from the darkness.
Yeah.
Like, think of Fog of War if we were playing Warcraft 3 or something. You don't know where the enemy base is.
And yeah, it's going to be rather apparent, rather quick. As you get blocked on Palace, you're channeled through ramp. Stair swings off a flash of Stown. Exit, good reaction. Stown at least trades onto Insani or catches one of those ramp aggressors. There's info, there's at least another, maybe two. Yabi's in so much trouble with just a dig. It's not perfect, not idyllic for his defense of the A site. Bombs maneuvering in, safe.
11 seconds.
And we are going to see this plant surely get disrupted. It's so hectic. You need to plant now. They can't stop it. Both from CT trying the Hail Mary wallbang. Lekowski keeps it safe and the nade will finish the job. All right, we've got a game here, folks.
At least
Hide up.
At least they're playing on their own terms and tempo.
I suppose.
But it's so risky late. Like early, there's no risk, but late, think about all of the things they have to worry about. Some good shooting. The clock's against you. 8, 7. Bomb getting picked up. Has to be planted immediately. Well, there's the eco. Some crazy things have happened, but this one does feel like it's outside of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, you'd have to have one crazy good idea here. I don't think USP pushing underpass is going to catch Lakowski off guard, but a well-placed flashbang could. Ooh, another. It gets awkward. Exit stands his ground. Valiant defense of his honor there, and holds onto his AK as well. Just dips away. Ooh, a chance for Device.
Catch that.
Real opportunity for Device. Had he hit that first bullet, he would have finished it on the second engagement. Instead, it's a triple kill from Exit, and he gets away with his life. He's given the gift of Safe's AWP, given the low HP.
All right, well, Astound has been able to scavenge back that M4. I wonder if it's in his better interest to save it. Drop will clear his corners and does finish off the kill. So it is just the one-man standing. Astound gets the duel, gets some damage, but that's about it. Now his position will be noted. They will be able to triangulate this and make sure he is dealt with in due course. As there you go.
Oh, I like the nade idea. Just unable to find Safe closing that gap.
Okay, well, the buyback in for Astralis now. Now, Astralis have already burnt their tactical timeouts. They don't have any more up their sleeve. It would have to be MIBR calling one for them to be given the good graces of a conversation with Rugger. And we're now down the home stretch. Exit did well there. He was under a lot of pressure. I know it's just against light pistols, but still, if he goes down, that's 2 rifles given over. Maybe a completely different round. This time, aggression. Something early from MIBR.
Here we go. It's cost him a great deal of chip damage. That HE landed square between 3 of them. It's definitely much more moving pieces early here. Lakowski into the con smoke. Into the con smoke, straight presents the back of his head. A gamble into Yabi. Yabi receives him comfortably. The setup looks potent. Little less so now. Insani, great tap, removes stare. Device is the unknown entity here. You may not be expecting another player already tucked dark.
Especially because you've taken down the A anchor of stare. So Device should be the window player, contributing over towards middle alongside of Astound and Yabi.
He's staying active as well. No fear.
I guess it got very quiet and they need some form of information or room in this 4v4. So Burrow's in deeper. Can help inform Cadian's calls within this mid-round. 48 seconds left on the clock. Bomb to be scooped. And after what was a more aggressive, staunch start from MIBR, now turns into another one of these crawls that will be a late finish. The key position is drop in vent room. He's going to be calling them into a B split now. He will likely activate as the second piece once the information comes through from his B defenders, but we'll have to worry about getting caught on Cat in the back by Yabi.
Stound's in a very powerful position. Yeah, and he gets the perfect timing on that. Just uncrouched, checks it out. Now Cadian rewarded as well. It's perfect for Astralis, only Safe. 1 versus 4, now 3. Cadian doesn't need to swing. His elbow betrays him, but luckily gets away from that AWP shot. Trying to run him down. Safe trying to save his AWP. Looks like he'll get away from the wall bangs. And Rugger's going to be happy to see double digits on the board for Astralis. MIBR have come in with a bit of a point to prove. This T side has been kept pretty dead even after a 7-5 lead for Astralis after our first. After a sequence of 3 consecutive T rounds here from MIBR. This one starts off with a Yabi opening, and this is the Stound close.
Yeah, just catching a bit of a timing there. And again, the clock really being run down late. It's worked for MIBR in some rounds, and it's gone against them in others. Same start, out mid, looking for the biff.
Get out of there, Cadian. Spotted on his cross. Ooh, mantling up, Device inaccurate. Good punish, back traded by Stound. Safe as quick on the scope. Removes Stound as well to keep MIBR with a man advantage. Looking like B is wide open for the taking here. Yabi a bit late to clearing out mid. He's abandoned B.
It's about how they fortify this post plant. Still smokes to work with for the T side to block off, and it might just have to be the save for Astralis.
Yeah, and Cadian smoke doesn't achieve what he was hoping in keeping.
Well, there's a kill here for drop.
Good reactions.
This is good if they can take away all the rifles. Look at the finances of Astralis. Still not great. So they are going to have some issues going forward if they do remove these rifles here, MIBR. Cadian and Stare over towards Palace to hold on to their investments. But otherwise, we tie things up again. This one going back and forth down the stretch. Unable to separate themselves from one another just yet. And we still potentially have 2 maps of Counter-Strike to go. So this series has been quite drawn out. And then after that, 2 more games on this mainstream. Same to be said for the secondary.
What's the most exciting matchup in the next batch?
Eternal Fire is playing today, aren't they?
Yes, Complexity, Eternal Fire. That should
Yeah, and Heroic versus Liquid is a rematch from one of the online matches where Heroic did take down Liquid in Bounty. So that one's exciting too. See if Liquid can enact revenge.
Nerds up against his old, well, I was going to say roster, his old organization.
And teammate of Sampaius once upon a time.
That's true. Ooh.
So a couple of parallels there.
Well, there's a gift for Astralis. Rugger is given the liberty to get back on the mic for 30 seconds, courtesy of MIBR.
And those saves did come in handy. They've been able to drop rifles across. Everyone's been able to invest. And that round right there, when MIBR went for the fast mid control, Astralis decided to contest, which made sense. They had a player connector, they had 2 players short, and they had a player window, but they didn't strike in unison. So that's where it was a little bit more troublesome. Do they do it again? Or do we go back to a pace change from MIBR?
Let's find out.
And well, this time it won't just be the Lear out mid and take that early fight. Vent boost, Cadian on B. We'll have Yabi supporting from ladder, Stown and connector, Device the swingman, and Stare already tucked in towards A. Oh, there you go. AWP has been noted. Can't really use that on the CT side for an awful lot. But at least it's early info. Safe was searching for a B pick, denied by Cadian's flash and rerouting to look elsewhere. But this is now just a passive default spread from MIBR. Back to spawn late, a window smoke lined up. Did we connect? Oh, we missed the window. Oh, the connector one landed. 1 out of 2 ain't bad.
Just let the window smoke go a little early.
Still, you know, drawn eyes.
Everywhere Safe is gone. There's been utility. First a flash, now a smoke blocks his setup. Insani smoked off Palace. It won't last forever. 40 seconds though, the clock again becoming a factor in these MIBRT rounds. They're going to have to try and pull it off again, right down to the wire. Into a 3-man stacked site, Chad. This is looking, despite the man disadvantage, favorable for Astralis if they hit the first. Oh, he can't. Insani, just a crouch peek, a crab with a Kalashnikov. Fine step. Oh, that sounded good. That sounded real good. Down with an insta-deletion, drop down, and just a flurry of frags across the map. Cadian found the lurker as well at the same time. Missed shot, awkward. Need exit to hit something, and does what his teammate couldn't. Down, bomb open and denied. It's gonna be a very comfortable ride. Astralis make it 11. Safe didn't have the help or the chance to close the gap on Cadian in that 1-second window. Hunting open, and so Astralis just 2 rounds away from taking our first map.
Down to the wire again, though.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, imagine having like...
an extra 10 seconds?
10, 15?
At this point, 28 seconds that kill comes
Smoke
through.
just faded.
And a big one from Stown and Device both contribute. You highlighted it well. Cadian hanging around on B to deal with the pesky Lakowski lurk. In that moment, you have to go for the plant. You don't have another choice because of the clock situation. But who's got the better buy?
There we go. Insani's been given a bit of freedom, and look how good it looks on him. Opens up, takes down the A anchor once more, and is given it by Stown. Quick plant, though. This is a lot quicker. Oh, drop saves himself. Really great decision-making and aim there. Catches Cadian attempting to punish the fast plant, gets off it, gets his crosshair. Bang on the money. Ooh, wow, great work from Stown. He's having a great game, isn't he? Good form so far in 25. 22 frags and counting.
You should be dead, Lakowski. This should be your kill. You've already snuck through in towards window.
You're right. He is the unknown entity here, but Device. First victim, quick response, down tucked. Down tucked! What a shot, Lekowski! Such great aggression, he finds them all! Triple from Lekowski to tie us up even. 11 each, and now it's Astralis who are pinching pennies.
There's definitely been an evolution of MIBR, or maybe how they're using Lekowski, I think, is probably the key factor, because they had Breno before, right? Lekowski comes in. I don't think they were using him as comfortably as what he would have liked. You're seeing him get away with these pesky lurks. Sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it's not, but he's found himself quite impactful. And that one right there is a massive triple kill to lock things down and break the money of the Danes. This one's got overtime written all over it.
Yeah, I'll be given the unenviable task of solo holding B on an eco.
How does Lamausi sound?
Not bad.
It's from Twitch chat.
Oh, I mean, that's
where the funniest people in the world
It's
are.
true. It's true.
I think all of them are probably comedians. They probably do some stand-up.
It is true. I mean, I think that's just the power of, you know, community. Is if you're all...
The hive mind, collectively creating...
You're all on the same wavelength. And we're all on the same wavelength. This is the 12th for MIBR, right? That's cool.
It's quite difficult to manufacture a scenario where that wouldn't be the case.
No. I've got nothing. I've got nothing.
Yeah.
Neither does Cadian. Well, that's one map point for MIBR. An opportunity to avoid that overtime that's apparently written all over this. But looking at Astralis' buy chat, regardless of the full eco, it's still going to have compromises.
There's some huge worries here. I think contextually speaking, the fact that this is Astralis' map choice,
that's
problematic. Next is Ancient, still a map Astralis like, but could be getting done 2-0 for MIBR. So the fact they've been able to dig deep, put themselves in this lead, as I said, it's got overtime written all over it. These are the type of rounds that are scrappy, messy.
See if Drop can call like an inspired round as well. So early info for Stair confirms ramp is quiet.
He's been getting bullied by Insani over towards A in a few of these rounds, so needs to make sure he's the one setting the tempo.
It's a powerful position, very hard to catch Stair off without the shadow advantage. You can just spot you ahead of time, throw out the smoke and block any sort of late A play. Doesn't seem it's going that way though.
Worst case, indecision late. We've already seen them trip up in some of these scenarios, or the possibility to do so because they've activated a little bit late as there's a con smoke to be lobbed out from exit. He's going to then get the window through. I think his will hit the mark.
10 points.
So that with confidence, didn't I? Now they're out mid. Island box flashes, scaling up Cat. B split on the docket.
Yeah, 50 seconds. Just a little tight. Especially if Yabi disrupts. One and done. That's important. Exit finds two. Nearly a third on the rotation of Stown. Good read of the situation. Stair. Oh, actually, Kadian in so much trouble. Molotoved into the open. MIBR just need 2 more kills, and it's being disrupted again by Stown. Such a problem. Such a nuisance. 20 seconds. More damage inflicted by Stown before he falls. Lekowski can plant here. Stair revealed his position with that HE, is going for the round the world maneuver, hoping to fake out Lekowski, but with that smoke down, it might...
He's read this.
He's perfectly read it. Oh, you're not ready for this? Yeah, no! It doesn't matter with aim like that. Stair shuts it up. Secures overtime. We will see more rounds on Mirage.
I told you it had overtime written all over it.
So obvious.
And that's exactly where we find ourselves now. Locked horns, 12-12. Now it's about to be MR3.
This was a valiant attempt from Exit. Had he finished off the job on Stown, he would have seen a much more comfortable round here. This is Stown just, what is this? Second frag. Oh. And Sony has all the advantages in the world on that, knows where he is. He's not looking at him, has a better gun. And still Stown bests him. Mad form we're seeing out of Stown to start.
Well, the financial pressure has been alleviated as we turn into overtime. Both AWPers safe and Device with their primary weapons of choice. M4's invested upon, AK's the same. A 2-1-2 start from the defense, so quite a standard players. Device will usher Stare in for this aggression. Wanting to make sure that he's not just going to continue to get picked apart at the seams by Insani. It's Exit dealing with ramp, as Lekowski makes his presence known towards underpass. Another standard default spread, going through the paces, making sure there's no CT hijinks. There's aggressive maneuvers, jumping into underpass, aggressive top mid control. They're allowing Astralis to make the first move. Again, regrouping late for the window and connector smoke. Nice little tutorial for everybody here playing at home.
Wonder what his cue is.
Okay, well, there you see, landing in place. Kadian actually drops back and trying to run down on this. Over towards B, there is pressure.
It's pressure, but it seems like it's all fakery.
Was the bomb spotted? Because look at the rotation. They completely evacuated the A site. Now they've gotten the memo that, hold up, it's not a B finish.
Now Insani, what a spray! Brings down the AWPer, Device watching from the sidelines. An important trade from Stare. Anchors now from Dark.
Stare heard steps at A ramp. He heard steps at A ramp.
They know what's up. Stare gets flashed in. Drop hits the headshot. Exit good for the first as well onto Stout. And it's just fallen apart for Astralis. Piece by piece, they drop. Team Ace from MIBR.
Okay. So Drop's been quite tricky with this calling, right? Because you can see, I think they showed the bomb B apartments on that initial exchange. I say initial. Obviously, we're talking more within the mid-round tip. Bomb gets shown, mid-smokes land. You're probably thinking they're going for a B split.
Right.
They drop out of the A site. Device is in a position where now he has to worry about, well, nobody has window, nobody has connector, they haven't actually committed B, A ramp, and Palace are all options. He gets caught in the open by another Insani incision.
Yeah, I think we caught it from Device's POV. You could see his uncertainty just with the way he's unscoping, worried about ramp. I have to look at con. I don't know where they are.
Just a lack of info, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it really is actually.
Now this is our clean feed view, everybody. This one is experimental as well. We'll be taking feedback on this as well. Let us know what you think.
Kadian, ooh, missed chance. The flashes were good enough to save them on their advance. A quick B. Lovely diversity to the calling right now for MIBR. He can't hit a shot. Drop, good peek around the smoke. Safe builds upon it. The round shaping up nicely. A 5 versus 3. Now 2. Astralis barely get a chance to play the round. In fact, Device didn't. Just hanging out on A, listening to that round go wrong.
This is where the style that MIBR have brought really gets to come to fruition, right? They're playing pace changes now. Like early when it was quite static, and especially against anti-ecos and whatnot, or anti-forces, and then they're operating late, it can really come back to bite you in the ass. But now you can see them turning that up a notch, and a good patch of calling here to give them what is going to be a 2-round lead. Device doing everything he can to retain this AWP.
They just invested into a double AWP. Oh, Device. Oh, so close. 5 HP on him. Lekowski was on his way as well. Very unlikely gets away with that, but a couple of extras.
Yeah, it had to be exits and exit to get the final kill.
Of course, of course.
Now, what do you guys want to know? We can give you all the information at home. You're on a little bit of a delay, so we'll feel like what info we should tell you. Because you guys can't see it, we can.
What's this? This might be the 6th time.
Now, this could be because of us.
Yeah, it might be.
We'll take this one.
Yeah.
Not you and me. The collective we.
Yeah, the we.
It's like the they.
Royal we.
Yeah.
But yeah, the dorps didn't work. A fast B now out of MIBR. We're starting to see that diversity after a... Is that like the more foolproof approach where you start with more like methodical, slow mid-round finishes, and then you can it goes either or.
It's pick your poison. Like imagine if you started with more like aggressive biffy mid controls, and they gave the respect on middle, and you kept taking it for free and early. So now there's so much more pressure. They got to drop the con smokes earlier,
all of that.
And then that's okay. So I was like, okay, guys, we can't just keep giving them mid for free. So then the change for the cities is let's fight for mid. So you start fighting for mid, and then when you start fighting for mid, they sit back. So now you're modeling top mid box, you're flashing forward, you're nading top cat. Well, now we used all our nades earlier, and they're not here, and now they take the control late. And it's like, okay, hold up. Well, let's play heavy A and B setup. So now you're playing, a guy on ticket with the AWP over towards connect. You're playing close pass. You're playing close A ramp. You got 2 guys set up on the B side. Now they take mid control for free, and they have utility to execute on you.
Yeah, whichever way you cut it.
Counter-Strike, baby. We've been notified that we might have a bit of a 5-minute pauser. So we'll keep you guys updated. But right here, right now, just chill out. Put your feet up. Take your shoes off. Get the dogs out.
Get them out.
Who let the dogs out? Who?
It's quite a big deal for me. I'm starting to be,
Feet are a big deal for you.
love feet. Love them. But no, I've actually moved into the next stage of adulthood where I now wear house shoes.
I'm out.
Listen, I know your Australian DNA doesn't allow it. No, I'm telling you, they're like breathable. I've got quite bad circulation in my toes, get quite cold feet in many ways. But yeah, these little house shoes, I put them on, instantly dropped to 30. I haven't taken them off since. I'm telling you, man, it's like I toggled on. Toggle the slippers on.
I can't embrace the
Have you tried? Have you at least tried?
Even house socks gives me the
Whoa. Yeah, I mean...
Do you sleep in socks?
You're walking around the house barefoot, yeah?
I'm walking everywhere barefoot if I can.
You know, would you wear a barefoot shoe?
No. That's a Moses. That's a Moses play.
It is such a Moses.
Isn't it?
It's probably better for you. And you like to walk around barefoot, but you don't want to get like nails in your foot or like glass or something. So that's like a perfect middle ground. Actually, technically...
No, I'm not having that.
Okay. Because you don't want to look like a twat.
Shoes are a new invention.
Well, yeah, that's why we're all walking funny now, and we're all got loads of problems with our knees and stuff.
Precisely.
We're supposed to be walking barefoot.
Exactly.
So that's why barefoot shoes are actually like technically the right shoe to wear. They just look silly. They just look like
I'm telling you,
sideshow
when I'm in Australia, and I would never do this in Malta, mind you.
Yeah.
And I'm walking down to the beach. I'm going barefoot.
The whole way?
Well, it's only 500 meters.
Yeah, okay, show off. But that's still ambitious. I feel like you get a flip-flop at least.
Nah.
What?
Barefoot.
Okay.
And then you just walk straight.
Chat, am I losing my mind?
This is all you have, right? I've got my towel.
Are you barefooting in public?
In Australia, we are.
Question.
Yes, we do.
The supermarket?
We do.
Dogs out, supermarket.
Yeah, 100%.
In the veg aisle. You've got like exposed carrots and oranges.
100%.
Wow. I feel like we'd probably call the police on you in Europe. If there was a barefooted man walking around the supermarket, we'd straight up call the authorities.
You drive to the shops. You just get out of the car. You
drive barefoot. You're on the pedals.
Why not?
Toe to pedal. Crazy to me. It's crazy.
You guys are out of control. Now, people at home, here's what I want. Type 1 in chat if you want to stay on camera shots of the teams and players currently on the main stream, or type 2 in chat if you want gameplay of what's going on the B stream. We'll be collecting those votes now over the next 90 seconds. We're going to start the clock.
Starts now.
Boom, boom, boom.
We've kind of got the music already.
Oh yeah, sorry everybody. I've started a timer. I've taken 15 seconds off though. So.
Okay.
Taking a look. I am looking quite intently at Twitch chat right now.
Okay, there's a lot of like Aussies seeming to agree with you. Yeah. Okay, nasty AF. Yeah, thanks guys. I appreciate you. Nothing like particularly wrong with a foot. Like I don't have any weird problems. Some people don't like feet. Some people really like feet. I'm just like in the middle.
Just a part of the body. Okay,
Yeah.
seeing a lot of ones, some twos.
Twos.
Okay.
Was 2 look at the game or look at the face?
Two was look at B stream.
Okay, well let's do that then.
Well, I think there's more twos than ones.
Yeah. So we look at B stream then. What was it? It was Saw.
The twos have it.
Saw GL.
All right, if we could please, production, head over to take a look at what's going on between Saw and Gamer Legion. I guess we'll give you a recap of what happened on map number 1. Not that we watched it.
No, I have it in front of me if you'd like.
I would love it.
Gamer Legion take map 1 was Nuke. It looks like it was a 13-11 scoreline after a 7-5 half. It went 6-6 in the second. So very close. Looks like the first
Saw's map pick, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like it was the clutches that differentiated the winner there.
Okay.
Saw with 0 clutches and with 3 going Gamer Legion's ways does imply that Gamer Legion had some impact clutches there. Taking a look at the scores as well. I'm a bit of a Torsen stan. I think he
Oh, you like the Torsen?
He puts in a good shift for the squad.
Okay.
One of the only recognizable names, of course, Slend and ZTR sticking around.
What about Rez? He's pretty recognizable.
He's new though, isn't he? In that Gamer Legion jersey. I'm excited for him. I feel like it's going to be a breath of fresh air. Or a fresher breath air, whichever way you want to say it.
Water under the fridge.
Water under the fridge, which happens quite often when you're kicking ice cubes.
I remember I was dating a girl once, and she had lizards and a snake, and the snake got out, and it was under the fridge.
That's a unique issue.
There was a constrictor as well.
It's a constrictor under the fridge.
And she's trying to pull it out from under the fridge.
Better than under the pillow, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad that never matters.
Allow that, man.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
No.
Snakes just give me the GB-heebies.
Same as spiders for people.
Yeah, I'm weird about
You're
that.
not allowed to kill the snakes in Australia?
Huh?
My old man told me that if that we found a snake on the property or whatever, we couldn't just cut its head off with a shovel.
What? Snakes have rights.
Apparently. Which I couldn't believe. I'm like, we can't just kill a brown snake, one of the most deadly snakes in the world.
What?
Nah, you gotta call in a snake guy.
Nah, the snake guy.
Yeah, so I get
There's
the
a
snake
snake
guy.
union who's pretty strong over there.
Well, yeah, I don't know why they have such. I guess we just like wildlife.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of that going on.
I went down I saw dolphins when I was down swimming in the ocean.
I'm off dolphins now. I thought they were cool and friendly and sweet, but they've got a nasty side, man.
Don't we all?
Yeah, of course. But dolphins are like bullies. Apparently, they're the bullies of the sea.
Bullies of the sea. Yeah, I could see them being terrors.
Yeah.
What else did I saw? Stingrays.
I've always admired the stingray. One of the more graceful creatures in the water.
Yeah. Yeah. What else did I see when I was there?
What did you go to an aquarium or were you just
No, this was in the ocean.
So you just walk down to the ocean barefooted?
Yeah.
And you just see them just hanging out. What? Are you snorkeling?
No.
Huh?
The water's so clear.
Wow, that's actually hard for me to believe.
Yeah, and all you take to the beach, Alex. You don't take your phone.
Yeah, of course.
You don't take your wallet. You're not buying
Unplugged.
anything.
Yeah.
Take your keys.
Bottle of water, maybe.
What you're wearing. No, what do you need that for?
Hydration. Okay.
Approximately 2 minutes, everybody. Stay with us.
Stay with us.
You're not allowed to leave.
Okay, so it's just the towel?
Just the towel.
And keys?
Yeah. Board shorts.
Board shorts and go.
And a shirt.
And then you see stingrays and dolphins just out and about.
Yeah.
Just doing their thing.
It's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen... I think I actually get a bit freaked out when I see a very small fish.
But what do we see in Malta? In Malta, we see... You see the fish.
I see fish.
Yeah, but we also see chickens.
Lots of chickens.
And you see... It is actually kind of like Inferno. They are just around the place.
They're just hanging out.
They are, honestly. And lots of cats.
Oh, the cats.
There's lots of cats.
Street cats.
No stray dogs.
No, but plenty of cats.
Plenty of cats. There's no caster cam, everybody. There's no camera in this room.
No. I could start a Periscope.
Yeah, that's very popular.
Yeah.
Everyone's got their Periscope.
Everyone can't stop talking about Periscope.
It's really...
Oh, that looks good. That looks good.
Can we rehash?
Yeah, go on.
All right, we are now in overtime. Map number 1, series between MIBR and Astralis. Opening match of stage 1. We found ourselves with MIBR battling back into this series to lock this one in. 12 rounds first. Astralis on a hodgepodge bye. Get on through, tie things up. MR3, and now 2 on the trot since we've entered overtime in favor of the Brazilians.
And for anyone that's too afraid to ask, MR.
Max rounds.
Chad, I knew this one. Let me have it.
Sorry.
When I actually know the answer, let me have them,
I thought it was a question.
Oh no, I was going to be like, I'm smart. I know what MR stands for. I didn't have to ask anyone. But yeah, max rounds. 14-12. So we are in the final round of the attacking side for MRBR in this overtime, and securing overtime right down to the wire. Stown has been having a standout performance. Could say the same as well for Insani and Exit, even Lakowski, all with 21 frag apiece. Important round for Astralis to at least have something to work with into the next half.
Oh, Lurky Boy through the smoke,
like
acceleration. Yeah.
I told you, more sound effects this year.
That one's perfect.
Thanks.
I like that one. Insani attempts the lurk after Lakowski finds the opening incision. Now Yabi's turn. Should be good for this.
Ooh, lovely find. Wow, that was instantaneous deletion. Lakowski down after 1. Man advantage, only for a second. Very short-lived. Drop manages to win his duel and go untraded. I say that as safe. Ooh, narrowly gets away with his life. 8 points of health. And Drop's running him down on the reload. You heard that. Cadian, well aware of the possibility that smoke is temporary cover, but Safe will catch him if they buy time. Exit through mid, going to be coming up short side. Has support arriving now in the form of Stare. Got to be careful about his approach. He actually smokes himself off to get across from the line. That's a big miss. Caught jumping up.
It's just Stare here.
Yeah, got a lot to do. Device still on A. Safe. Oh, bomb spotted. He knows where 2 of them are. Stare can't do it. Drop can.
What a massive round for Drop. 3 huge kills. Yabi first, then Cadian, then Stare. Now Device is looking like a clean sweep in the first half of overtime in favor of MIBR. This is beautiful work, unless Device can win a crazy 1-on-3.
Yeah, no kit available to him. Safe holding his line now as well, so his days are numbered. And just one more to be added to that number next to MIBR's name to secure map 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, both these teams have had better T halves. They've struggled a little bit more on their CT sides. But you just need 1 round now. If you are that of MIBR, feels like you should be able to putt this one in.
Let's get started then with the 3 consecutive Astralis rounds demanded. Oh, they missed window smoke. That's not what you're looking for in such an important round of Counter-Strike.
That one's coming up in the VOD review.
Just go and throw it 50 times.
That's your punishment. Well, your punishment is going to be losing this map.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, it's down versus safe. Reaction speed test for the AWP. Already passes, so their highest flyer. Wings clipped. Oh, you'd have loved 2. You'll take 1. Cadian at least gets the trade. Astralis working with 3.
Oh, that nade's great.
Bang. Huge damage. Close to 100 damage inflicted. That will leave a mark. Block con. Jump up short. Jump up window. Look how he's ready for this. Oh, wow. Caught on the crouch there, Yabi. Unable to hit the shot. Had to be the first bullet there. Likowski, no slouch.
And you have info on where one more player was. That boost doesn't happen on its own.
Okay. So Device is roughly, approximately noted. It's Cadian with this unknown entity for now, trying to walk out B, but the setup's pretty strong. Drop playing it safe, playing it smart. No way for Cadian to get into this site without being heard.
Put a fork in it, this one's done.
Yeah, certainly feels that way. Map 2, where are we going?
Ancient. That's going to be the territory of MIBR. Coming up next as Drop will secure it. It was a laboured affair. It had an issue here, there, and everywhere. But the Brazilians notch map number 1 of their season for 2025 next to their name. The Katowice campaign is beginning.
MIBR versus Astralis. We do have that first map concluded, albeit it took a little while, but that is completely okay. That is the nature of Counter-Strike, and if you've been watching it for as long as some of us, then you would know that these sort of delays do happen. However, a victor is clear in this moment, and it is going to be MIBR in the first map of the series. Josh and I here on the case, 16-12 on Mirage. We've got some loose ends to tie in here, but overall, a hard-fought battle both directions.
Yeah, I was expecting something a little bit more sloppier actually coming out of MIBR, so I was pleasantly surprised that we got something a little bit different from both teams actually displaying some really cool CS, really disciplined. They went the distance, it reflected in the match score, but something happened in specific that I really wanted to highlight.
Now, that wouldn't happen to be, along the lines of patience in mid, maybe a little bit of utility fishing perhaps. Like what is it that really captivated you in round 10?
What really captivated me in round 10 was basically how Astralis was trying to take middle from the side of MIBR. And what we end up seeing is kind of like a pretty standard, takeover at middle where, you do the standard smokes, they start going into middle, the window is blocked off. But what I like specifically was the response from MIBR and then the counter response from Astralis. So as we watch this round kind of playing out a little bit here, we see a little bit of an action going down early on. And this is just like a regular opening here. But right now, Astralis, they don't instantly speed up. They have that advantage that they're going to slow down. They're going to wait. But it's MIBR constantly just recycling out nades. So what we see here is we see another incendiary used down in the underpass. We see another smoke deployed at the bottom of connector here, and that's going to stall out all of MIBR. They're not all of Astralis. They're not going to be able to move up, and they wait. They are patient behind this. But it's what happens in this next segment right here. Another resmoke comes in, another incendiary into the underground, and Astralis is waiting. They're not pushing through. They're not doing their best snacks impression. They're waiting. Here, this is the trigger point, okay? MIBR, they do one more smoke grenade, and Sandy throws it. We're going to see it pop up at the bottom of connector here in a second. And what this does is it's stalling just long enough for this reaction to happen over on A ramp. And when they're pushing in here, MIBR, they have all this info. Not only that, but they also have upper B control. They know exactly where Astralis wants to go. Now, Astralis, they still want to go into A here. They're waiting it out. They're patient. They have that advantage. They have the space. So here comes the final stages. Now, normally in a round like this, all the utility from the T side is going to be gone. But Astralis not only has that smoke to refresh on the window room here, they're actually going to have 2 more additional smokes to go out. One is going to be going out onto this jungle area, and that's going to assist in the connector split. And then they're going to have another one also to block off spawn. So even though MIBR has 3 players towards A, Astralis is going into the lion's den, but they're still coming out on top because both teams actually played this round really well. The use of the time, the clock, the utility, just being patient, everything played out super well, and it came so close. 7 seconds left. The bomb still hasn't even been planted yet. It comes down to the wire, and that's just a testament to the ceiling, the highs that both of these teams are able to play at. So really nice to see this from both sides. Really well played round. Back to you, Trace.
Thank you, Josh. Well played round and well put. I'm here with Yanko over here in the sofa area. First of all, we can put kind of a pin here in Mirage. What did you take away from how hard fought that got all the way?
I don't know if we watched the same game.
I thought
it was a real sloppy game.
It could have been.
I didn't think there was. There was moments like this where teams exhibited some good, but I think Astralis in this round was bailed out by Stone getting the kill on Exit, just like sort of deleting him immediately, where Exit had a good off angle. But regardless, MIBR losing some rounds with advantages, some 5v3s, some retakes, some clutches, right? It was all over the place. And I think we can forgive the teams in this one because with all the tech issues, man, it's hard to stay concentrated and to stay focused with all the little details. So yeah, props to MIBR for having, the mental fortitude to really grind out this game. It wasn't easy.
No, it wasn't. And Josh, I wanted to get your thoughts as well, but not in this moment, maybe in another moment. Oh, there we go.
How's it going?
Josh, would you agree that this game is a little sloppy around the edges?
I would, and I opened with that. I thought it was going to be more sloppy. Why do I have...
This is a little sloppy of us.
This is a little bit sloppy.
All right. Well, Yeah, so sloppy, a word that we could potentially use. Let's move on then, because Mirage is history, if you will. We can talk a little about Ancient coming up here in the next map. And Yanko, you've kind of got a keen eye on Ancient, perhaps?
Yeah, of course. I love the green maps. I love green, color of money. For Astralis, it used to be, with different iterations of the lineup, they always had a strong Ancient. Even while Device was the IGL, strong. They had good success on it. The reason for that is, they had good timings to call the set strats, right? Like, whether you go for mid control, you spice it up with a B rush, a B contact, or an A rush. And that's what they've been utilizing for the most part. So we'll see how it is now with this lineup. They didn't get too many reps on it. Really, it's the pick of MIBR. They already managed to steal their opponent's map pick away. So at this point, you're leaning more towards them of being able to close it out.
Yeah, and in terms of the lines themselves, I think they were looking at Astralis. Is that more of like a namesake thing going on there? Because there are question marks around the Astralis camp.
Right now, I'm not really sure what we should be expecting from either side. We were expecting sloppy. We got something that looked good, something that looked bad, but with all the issues that the players were having there, and with how Ancient plays, this is probably looking like it could fit into MIBR. This is where you have to get down in the mud, and there is a lot of mud on Ancient.
Yeah, a lot of trenches. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I think we are going to be jumping in that matchup here just shortly, but first, let's go ahead and head to that quick break. When we come back, it is Ancient. We're going to find out if Astralis can lasso this one back in the other direction.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Now, Drop, you mentioned that you saw the stream earlier. You saw me doing this with Biguzera, so you've got a little bit of an insight on what we're doing here. We're going to be ranking Brazilian or South American teams. First of all, what did you make of Biguzera's ranking earlier?
I think it was pretty accurate.
Okay. Let's start off with, in the same order, Imperial. You're going to put them in the same place as him?
Let me think first. Yeah, I didn't remember exactly like the 5, 6, and 7.
I think he put them fifth, I want to say. Maybe even sixth.
5.
Yeah? Okay, let's look at Imperial number 5. Next up, Fluxo.
Oh. Probably 7.
Okay.
Probably 7, yeah.
Okay, we heard it here first. Worst team currently in South America, Fluxo. Next up, Pain. Now, obviously, Biguzera put himself first. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think I need to.
Okay.
They're playing really good this year. Like last year, they're doing pretty good also. But with the addition of David, they just get better. So I think for now they can be the top 100.
He's looking so sharp, like particularly here. First map was incredible from him. Let's put Pain Gaming in number 1. Furia. Now this was where he had a little bit of trouble between deciding where to put Furia and where to put you guys in MIBR. So what are you going to do?
I think I would just follow Biguzera's steps. I just
Really?
put Furia on 2. Yeah, it's fine.
Why not yourselves at number 2?
I think this year we're not deserving yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we just need to work a little bit more, and we're gonna get our spot back.
Okay, so Furia number 2, MIBR then number 3.
Yeah.
What do you need to do in order to, get above third position?
I think we need to be more consistent.
Okay.
Last year, if we did this like during the major, I would say we were the best team. We were playing better at least. Maybe we weren't the best, but we were playing better. But this year we are just kind of struggling yet. So let's see what Katowice can show us. And maybe I can show.
Do you have like a particular goal where if you place, a certain placement here in Katowice, that you'll be satisfied, that you're beginning to show that consistency?
I wouldn't say satisfied, but I just want my team to be more consistent during the games. And if we can show what we were doing in practice, it will be fine. Of course, we're aiming the playoffs right now, so if we make it to the playoffs, we would be happy. But at least our first goal is to make it out of the play-ins.
Maybe I'm asking a little bit too much, but train? Have you been practicing? Are we going to see it, maybe?
Yeah, we had to practice because we're not playing this too, so it's not a secret for anyone. So maybe we're going to play it. Let's see if the other teams want to play it against us.
Fingers crossed. I would love that. Okay, 9Z, Redkanids, leftover. Where's 9Z going?
9Z is going fourth.
Okay, cool. So which means Redkanids...
Yeah, they're playing really solid with the addition of Lucan. We were practicing against them. They're doing a great job. And of course, Red... I would maybe change Red and Fluxo.
Yeah.
Maybe just because Red didn't play yet and they had a lot of roster changes.
Yes.
But, I think 6 and 7 is fine for them.
Yeah, a bit of an unknown quantity for them. Thank you so much for your time, Drop. And let's see if you can make it to number 1 in Brazil.
Self-proclaimed third best team in Brazil, MIBR are a map up against Denmark's finest. Astralis struggling. Chad Sponge Birchall in the building, and we're going to be witnessing Ancient as our second map to enjoy and indulge upon. Hopefully a little smoother of a ride in the technical standpoint. I hope the players are going to be able to actually play the whole match without having to take these intermittent breaks with their mics muted. But we are ready to get this one underway. And as far as my expectations for Astralis, I don't know what they were coming into Katowice. I guess I just think that they look like good individuals, but don't seem to be playing like a good unit.
Mine is low for MIBR.
It is, right? Why?
Well, because they lost to FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Now, I know I
I'll
need to
do
make
it.
sure I use the caveat of online, but the Australians would always struggle against the Brazilians, and they got their asses handed to them today against 3D Max, which I saw that power ranking that Pimp was doing, and he had 3D Max quite low on that list. Put some respect on the Frenchie's name.
What more do they have to do?
I think win the major.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. But deep run's not enough.
Deeper, Alex.
Deeper.
Well, yeah.
Moving swiftly on.
Yes, but you were talking about Astralis, and look, it isn't clicking just yet. Maybe the magic's dead.
Maybe it is. Maybe. Or maybe magic's not real.
Or maybe he's on Falcons.
Yes. Yes, he is. Which we will be seeing at the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, that's what happens when you snatch a core.
Snatch a core, indeed. And snatch an eco. That's pretty exciting for them as well.
All right.
Need to see more from Insani, as the Australians would call him.
Is that how I sound?
Probably not.
I think my accent's quite neutered, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was expecting you to come back from your time at home in Oz, like really extra Australian, but yeah.
Just average Australian.
Just average Australian, yeah.
I always have been.
Not been like a
self-proclaimed
Australian. Okay. Looks like we're getting our bums in seats and headphones covered. Let's get this one started. Astralis going to be starting on that CT side. MIBR on the attack. And I wonder, because the Brazilians, they speak Portuguese, do they do the Portuguese? Smoke red room, flash through red room, fight CT.
Is this a strat name that you and Henry have come up with one late night of matchmaking?
I got it from someone on Face It, but I thought it was a thing. I just say it like it's a thing now.
Okay, all right.
Portuguese
the
pistol.
Portuguese.
Yeah.
They're not doing the Portuguese.
Not doing it. In fact, this one actually looks like it's going to be a nice open and shut, simple, short smoke. And a long smoke as well. Okay, interesting. Just long smoked right now. There's the short one. Flashes in, testing Cade. Big fight, and good night. Cadian's gone. Stair's got to get out of here. Gets overrun by the Glocks. So before they even enter the B-bomb site, with all that util still down, Stan's trying to play ahead of it, but forced away. Does still hit one on the way in. Insani, felled. Device activating. Doors is going to be a hard clear for him. Exit's just crouched by the box, but drop. Ooh, missed shot. Device can't handle both of them. Safe. Gets the job done eventually, and just down here with this USP. How many is he going to get? Zilch.
They didn't do the Portuguese, they did the Hugo. Exit has the Molotov left over for the defuse. So
classic.
We love a Hugo. And Hugo himself. As a... Is that me?
I don't know.
It could just be us. It's the voices in our head. Anyway, I mentioned 3D Max earlier. 3D Max, they will be playing the winner of this series on our screen right here, right now, which currently could be MIBR if they continue their winning ways. That's the second pistol for them out of the 3 played thus far. Loser will drop down and play against FlyQuest.
Did you call them? So rude.
Through the cave again and smoked off, jumping MP9. Kadian converts, but traded as Lakowski immediately responds with a double of his own.
Could have got even worse as well. Some of those bullets did connect onto Stown on that ramp.
How many stag got here?
1.
Only 1?
Yeah.
2.5. None.
That was not.
You were closer.
That was not on the multiple choice.
No, well,
0.
Yeah, I guess it's the closest without going over, and we both went over.
Yeah, fair enough.
So bomb goes down.
Is this one worth 2?
Yes, it is. It should be, as Yami has been able to get his grabby little mitts on Galil. He might have clean hands.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to assume so.
I was just assuming after the knifing incident that maybe they wore gloves.
No, it's like a Lady Macbeth thing. For him, his hands are never clean, you know? He can scrub and he can scrub. It's a Shakespeare reference. Did a A-level in theatre studies, so...
Theatre studies?
Theatre studies, yeah.
To be or not to be?
'Twas the question.
How now, brown cow?
Red lorry, yellow lorry.
That seating position. Someone get to the bottom of it. That's what I wanted in an LED.
Yeah,
I want, like, a crime scene investigation.
I feel like SEO told me at some point, but I don't know if it was Lakowski.
But weren't we saying that we thought maybe he's like dominant eye or something?
Yeah, that's the assumption.
Yeah, SEO did say something. Where is Ben?
He knows. He knows everything.
Where are you, Ben?
I don't know. He might be around.
All right, well, gonna fight middle. Run boost. Galil up on the ledge.
There's something to be said about this. It takes a heavy beating just through the flames there, and he is going to be the first victim. MIBR, 2 opening kills. There's only going to be, well, 1 man defending B. They aren't necessarily starting to head that way, but the bomb is parked outside B doors. Pressure onto Donut as well, so going to keep the boots planted. Maybe a little A main aggress out of Kadian if he's feeling frisky.
What did we call Donut before we crumbled and then called it Donut?
Oh, we did have other names. What did we say?
I don't know, but we did call it something else before we called it Donut. Was it Totem?
Totem?
Because of the big totem in them?
Do you know I heard the other day, Na'Vi in their comms, they call Unbreakable on Nuke
Sugar Cube.
Sugar.
Yeah.
It's quicker. I might have to add that to my repertoire.
Well, when you're playing versus casting...
Sugar.
Yeah, but you're not going to call it sugar if you're casting.
Why not? There's lots of
no
like,
one's going to know what
wordplay
you're
there.
talking about.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Like it's going to be more specific.
Like, do you say decon? Do you say single?
Either is fine.
Okay, cool.
Like single door is more explanatory, and we have more time. We don't have to be as quick as if we were playing.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, there isn't necessarily like a 1-to-1 on.
It's like double doors, window.
Yeah.
Back vent.
Yeah. Do you call it CT vent and T vent? Is there other?
That's what I would call it. I think that in the same comm piece that you were talking about, this for those people who haven't seen it, I would strongly recommend.
I haven't finished it, but
and watch All Out, which is the final of Cologne last year between Na'Vi and Vitality. I think they were calling it C1 or C2. Is what?
I've heard that. I would wonder what that was. Okay, C1, C2.
So that's like it could be the gap next to the vent, whereas I'd say T vent, CT vent, right? Because
it could be specific
and
about
both vents used to be able to go up and down.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
No clock on clock anymore.
No, still call it clock though.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to say? The top of the railing behind the silo of the bombs. Let's go, guns. See if Astralis can get off to a stronger start here. First opportunity to get that CT round flowing after the 3-0 conversions of MIBR, weathering the force in the second.
Yeah, Lyra on A, they have to get past this device AWP. Do they avoid the shadow? Ooh, device is backpedaled. Timing's going to...
yeah.
So both cancelled. Both teams cancelled their initial plans. Device will now be smoked off.
Bomb's like solo A main right now, which feels like a little volatile, a little risque.
It does tell of an A split though, doesn't it? They're going to go through their own donut smoke. So they're going to wait on the fade.
I mean, for Device, if two people do play the Fade, it's going to be near impossible for him to get away. Unless Cadian partners up with him. And we'll have that trade potential. Oh, missed shot from Device.
Overlooked.
Cadian, real opportunity. Golden opportunity for a multi. Drop overlooked as well. That's 3 players that have not cleared Cadian, and now they're already on a silver platter for him to farm up a double. Drop, can't touch him. Cadian pulls up Astralis' first. Oh my God. Nearly a recovery on that spray from Lacalzi's. Galil looks deadly, but Cadian, he's managed to convert that round with smart positioning.
Okay, not clearing their corners. Device goes down. They think it's clear. Cadian bides his time and is able to lock the round in the favor of the Danes. Good work from the in-game leader. Previous AWPer now turned anchor. Not the most fun positions that he has to play, but he's got players who are definitely more up to the task than he. So this will be a tactical timeout called early by the likes of Bit, coach of MIBR, legend of the Brazilian scene. And knowing that there are the finances available for a full buy. You can see it taking shape on the heads-up display that you all have available to you right here, right now. The buy on the other side will be the biggest emission of Cadian. The hero of the last will now just be down to a poor MP9. Did get the AWP back for Device. So what does the round opener look like? They were able to garner the mid control. Went for the A split, and really, just by not clearing the back of Donut, lose 3 lives. That's the type of round that you don't really want to let get to you, because otherwise it was pretty good.
Yeah, everything else was rather inspired. It's just an overlook of one position. Good on Cadian for being able to convert it, though.
Going to fight middle again.
Okay.
No, over towards A a little bit more. So see that T-molly they're throwing now?
Yeah.
That lands just in front of Insani to the left. It's so that the CTs can't scout close to the smoke anymore. It forces and keeps them wide. So you see more and more of the evolution of the way this mid play.
Ooh, drops off. He buys time for him. Get a little bit of support. It's on its way. Yeah, I mean,
that pressure forces the rotation, which opens the gap, and now Insani goes into red.
Makes sense. I mean, Device is just now tending to that potential. Insani tucked in. Okay, big test here for Cadian and Yabi. Device will molly Insani out, but he doesn't take a lick. Yeah, he's done very well there. Completely unnoted. Smoke donut. Cadian. Oh, okay. So Stown clears out Insani. That's a good start, but now the A hit is coming in, and it's beautiful from Yabi. Gets 2 with the spray. Astralis have handled this once again, repelling on A. This time, a bit more of a team effort.
Oh, exits headset off, looking at admin.
Yeah.
Hopefully, just a temporary problem as we are on board with save, hoping to save. 28 seconds being run down. Multiple bodies to come through elbow. Bloodlust through the smoke. Cadian will get the kill, and that will be the round. Very well done from Yabi. Nice supportive flash from Device on the rotation. Also, Device is the one who threw the incendiary. Nice little space take there from Stout. Lots of little layers and details that I think Astralis did well in that round to convert their second. Doesn't look like we have a tech, so Exit must have been able to sort out his qualm. Insani's going to come back and go, hold up a second. That's where I was.
Yeah, why are you here now?
How have you slipped into that?
First kind of high impact round out of Yabi as well, that double kill securing it. Okay, so boost over the CT smoke. You'll have some vision on the jump up.
Now that smoke hasn't landed as intended. Oh.
Okay, Device. Wow, just over through the doors on B.
Yeah, cheeky one there. Well, it is really only this hero AK on the Lacalzi to get excited about, so let's see if he is able to find a play. Was good on Mirage at doing so. Him and Insani. The 1-2 punch of MIBR.
They're operating under the assumption that no one's going to try and slip cave through that smoke. It's like Stair is front ramp. No one's got his cave.
It is interesting. It's because they don't have any information over towards middle. So they're biting down hard. They're going to go for a 4-player clear mid, 2 through donut, 2 through red.
God, there's a lot of pressure on Stair to deliver in that position. I mean, I suppose they know that there's not going to be a buy.
Huge just a buys, yeah. So still, it is risky to do it. It's more risky to do it against an eco.
True. You know, all it takes is like a quick Tech 9 and suddenly the bomb's down and you're playing an awkward retake.
And they're going to be more aggressive.
It's worked out wonderfully for them here, at least for the first. There's Cadian making sure this one doesn't go out of control. Lakowski's taking the bomb in. If he can find Device, might still get the plant. Cadian died to drop.
Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Pushing the AWP on the smoke spam. Takes down Device. Can't go away. They know it. They can clear drop. Drop. Whoa! Drop is still alive for a moment. Does a lot of damage to Stout. Bomb is going down on B. Safe from the wall bang. Has Lakowski got this in him? Picks up Devices up. And on the reload, they're already up the ramp. Oh. Not impossible. But the trade potential is there. No nades. Kit on Stout. All about this first fight, and he does isolate it. Swing comes through! Lakowski! Masterful round! The audacity to push Device on the short smoke, one, then the 1v2 with his recovered AWP.
You can't be losing rounds like that if you're Astralis. That's a hero AK within the mix.
Yeah, that's a proper trip over the shoelaces. How does Drop hit this? No head armor on Cadian.
Yeah, really good contribution from Drop, and information as well. Did even more damage there onto Stown, but that is a clutch to add to Lakowski's books. Astralis, you can't be dropping rounds in that type of a fashion. As Pim would say, that's simply unacceptable.
Yeah, it's true.
And it is. Like that, you can't be losing rounds like that.
What was it? It was just the one rifle.
Yeah, which was initially boosted in middle.
That's right, yeah, and then ended up ramp. What a play from Lakowski. I mean, I can't believe he's not prioritized the plant there.
I have information.
Oh, I like information.
We've got Ben.
Yo, there
SEO.
he is.
He's on the line. He said that was Max from 9Z with the eye condition, making him play close to the monitor. Can't find anything immediately on Lakowski.
Okay, it was Max.
So thank you to Ben. Really love the contribution. As we called it Lara Donut. That's Rush. Rush is also
Lara
because of Tomb Raider, the map. Lara. Yeah.
Didn't stick.
Didn't stick. You all wanted donut and you got your way.
Yep. And now I'm having like a whole crisis about Dark and Con. It's just is either of them at this point.
E-Box as well as
E-Box,
called.
of course, but yeah, but those damn Americans can't win everything.
Well, they don't have to. What do you want to call it?
E-Box is kind of good actually. Changed my mind.
Con's fine too because we changed the name of everything else, right? We got Camera in middle and then we got Temple side.
Yeah, I actually heard a team use Dark for Glyph.
Yeah, but that's more like a position if you think about Shadow, for example, or Mirage, or Dark over towards lower B. Yeah, it's a tough angle to clear.
Yeah, like that almost makes sense, but now we can't go.
Well, we can.
Can we?
Why? We can always change.
All right, maybe 25.
No one's stopping us.
Because Glyph is not stuck. I don't like
No, it hasn't at all. It's just us.
So let's call that Dark.
Yeah, sure.
And then we'll call Con.
Cool. See, on train, you're going to have a hard time with the icon as well. People just call that camera.
Camera?
Is there because there used to be camera there. It used to actually be stop, right? That's where you would molly on an old train.
Yeah.
Right? And people would play in that position quite early on within rounds, right? Yes. So people just call that camera. 6 can still be 6. Heaven and Hell can still be Heaven and Hell.
I mean, give train 6 months and we'll see what the consensus is. I think that's usually how it works, you know, like it's decided by the hive mind.
Dead. And that's enough. You know it's
I want to try.
Oh, they passed him.
Dead. Okay, you just made it look so easy. Well, that's not gone well for Safe, and that was hyper-aggressive from Astralis.
Hold on, there's only one guy on B again.
Yeah, but it's fine.
It wasn't fine last time.
It's going to be fine this time. Cadian's going to arrive, so the cavalry's here. Stown gets one. Stown gets some damage, and one. Lovely work, considering the position he was put in. The util might facilitate the plant. Looks like Drop will get that down.
They're both relatively low. Insani more than Drop, but this is still going to be tough at a 4v2.
No kit.
Yeah, but still. Drop needs a kill.
Oh. Some damage inflicted onto Stair. Doesn't really matter. Drop's very low now.
Hold up.
Insani actually gets one onto Stair. Good cleanup, good bravery from Device on the USP. Insani hiding in the sight. In the smoke, 3 people spamming him, and if he could just get him off the bomb, I was going to say, and disappear into the smoke, could have been a different story. But yeah, stressful round Astralis make it just a one-round game, so they haven't been too phased by that slip-up against the Glock and the rifle.
Definitely heroic-esque flavors with the Canadian Stown and Yabi trio, right, with like a lot of gambles and risky maneuvers. This here was one of them, and then they're able to stick the landing in the retake, even though it was slightly touch and go. That's going to be the third round on the CT side for the Danes. MIBR can buy back in with something. It's not a full buy, but have enough. It looks like they're going to head over towards B quite early. It's just going to be Stown and Stare defending that side of the map.
Okay, main eyes are going to be on if Stare wants to do anything on this ramp push. Stown throws out early util. They're testing him now. Device has arrived, but he's getting burned into the fight. Good easy find onto Lakowski. Drop over look for the one. Can't do anything more. Wow, he actually dinked another. And Insani onto Yabi. It's still up for debate here. Device down. Big find from Exit. Awkward, Cadian and Stare. Stare worse for wear. 17 points of health. It will be eyes on Cadian to try and find this duel onto Safe. Safe is active on the Ang. Peeks through. Oh, the jump! The perfectly timed, but at least there's a trade. Insani pushing all the way out cave to find it. Gets the trade. And no interest in the retake for Stare.
Okay, he's going to hold on to his M4. Taking stock right now with the finances. Loss bonus going into the next round of play as the hunt is ensuing. It's going to be 1,400. So you add 1,400 to the tallies of everybody on Astralis right now. You take that away as well. So the Force Spy could have had legs. Stare could have dropped an M4. He would have had one of his own. Now
it's just an elvish archer.
Yeah, against Space Marines.
No, because it's legless, isn't it? Doesn't have legs.
But I was just gonna say that the Archer can't really do a lot against
a Space Marine, which is fair enough.
Yeah, they're just from different times.
I don't know, man. Legolas versus like this ragtag squad of Space Wolves. I think he's got a chance.
Wolves, yeah.
Space Wolves.
I said Marines.
Yeah, they're just the coolest Space Marine.
Oh.
I used to collect Space Wolves and Dark Elder.
Okay, well, take a look at this.
Skaven. This... Oh, the timing on the fade is perfect. Device in the open. Trade was there if he needed it. Does it on his own. So first blood, rifle falls into enemy hands. They are starting to pincer into this A through Donut and Main.
I think you mean Lara.
Lara, of course. But that early death from Lakowski could have a very high cost. Doing okay so far, though. It's that Temple duo pushing out now. Activate beautifully. Astralis, get away with it. Komnu. They're not Scottish. Don't know why they sounded Scottish there.
It was a pretty good accent, I think. But thanks. Blow for blow we're going right now. That was Astralis Force Bar with very little. Snatches one back, and the conversation just continues. So back and forth we go. If we take a look at how this half has transpired, it was pistol conversions for MIBR. Then we had 2 on the trot from Astralis, and then back and forth since then. So 4 rounds in back-to-back fashion that have gone either way. And there's the Cadian that we know and love, the one who's trying to bring the energy for his team. Second tactical timeout from MIBR. Money for them, also hodgepodge. So their Force Spy starting to take shape. Bit will have called what type of round. Now it's up to them to work out who's buying what and how they can facilitate said call. Exit's been able to get into this AK Kevlar again. He loves it. Pistols for the rest, and only 2 smokes, 2 flashes to work with. Whatever the opening gambit is, they need to stick the landing. They've gone mid-extinguish.
Okay. Lakowski, 50 HP from the HEs. Yeah, double HEs. It does feel like that's the comfortable way to repel, but it has left the A site open. Look at this already. CT smokes down. They're across. Donut. Ooh, Cadian swapped to his incendiary at suboptimal time. Pushing through the smoke. There's no trade there. Stown just charges in. Yabi eventually gets it belated. Bomb ticking. Exit does have that rifle. So on this big box power position, he is going to be the first man to try and find impact. Device denies it. No chance for Exit. Now, Just these two players on the boost as Insani gets nothing done. There's no hope for that Tech9 of Safe to have any more impact. He's going to be just running straight to his demise as we find the score dead even 5-5.
All right, well, that fast response time on that A-bomb site.
Nice and quick.
Making sure that MIBR are not able to fortify themselves into a post-plant setup. It's a good shot there from Drop, but still, that's all it really was. Peeling them apart with these rifles, and bomb goes down, but it will now have to be the eco. So Astralis could be walking away with another 7-5 half in their favor. All right, full mid control for the CTs. This one isn't going to have a whole lot of mustard on the hot dog. Maybe you prefer ketchup.
I'd like some crunchy onions and some mayo.
Crunchy onions?
Yeah, those little crunchy things.
Yeah, when I used to live in Las Vegas, there was a place that was like, I forget the name of it, but it was a container park, right? Ooh. So it was all these different venues made out of sea containers. Mm-hmm. And they had this praying mantis thing that was also made out of, it used to blow fire.
Ooh.
It was in downtown Vegas. And then it had a lot of different food stalls. And one of them was like a gourmet hot dog place. And I think they put like crushed up crisps or chips.
Yeah.
For those of you who might be American, on the hot dog. You could probably still find it. Container Park, downtown Las Vegas.
Woof, that was a quick reaction out of Cadian. And this is going the way we expected it, right? A nice 3v3 with a recovered AK and nearly killing Stone. Okay, we've got a 1 versus 2 with an AK and a bomb. Exit picks that up.
How's this gotten so close?
I don't know. I was thinking about hot dogs, I'll be honest.
Surely.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Unless.
There's nothing. Stair knows.
Well, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Oh, the timing couldn't have been better on the cut of sound. Stair spotted on the retreat. He's not even looking at ramp. Oh, exit. You get this. You got the round. God. You got the round right here for the taking. This was really, really supposed to be an Astralis 6th. Comes down to device to close. Exit, looking for answers. Does he spot him? He does! And he takes him down as well! How has he done that? Exit, 3 kills, and stealing a round away from Astralis.
What in Lego's good blocky earth are the Danes do? Lego's the only thing I can think of that's Danish.
Yep, no, fair play.
I couldn't think of anything else.
Hot dogs.
I don't know if they made hot dogs.
I don't know if they did that.
They're proud of them, but I don't think they made them. What are Astralis doing?
How did that go wrong? I really was distracted.
I'd be talking mad shit. Like, why are you pushing mid against an eco? What are you doing? It's like Counter-Strike 101. Josh would be pulling his hair out.
Oh, and Insani's just made light work of this as well. This was a force. I mean, of course it was last round, but it's just fallen so quickly, so flat. Now you just regroup. You've got numbers advantage. Even if they've gamble stacked, you can go 5v3 into B. No worries, no stress.
Even if look at all the nades. They could do a full B execute. Smokes in, long, short, molly, sight.
Okay, blocked ramp.
Sure, but that's going to buy you 20 seconds. They don't have to go through it. They still have more util. They can take their time, but they will. They'll break, they'll go, and they'll get the sight.
Okay, and now you know you've got device trapped in cave. He's going to struggle to find an additional contribution. He does limit their options towards long. They can't like set up a really potent post plant, so there is retake conversation to be had. Flash and Shadow. Yes, another from device. High impact from his AWP. Trapped in cave or not the case. Boost for the Brazilian AWPer.
Smoke on the bomb.
They know they're going to be ramp side. Device has got so much info from just playing cave actively. Nice shot from Exit. They are on the defuse. Not anymore. Exit, more impact to be felt. Astralis hope wanes in this last round of the half. As MIBR have secured a 7th, a 2-round lead. Already a map to the good. It's shaping up nicely for MIBR in their start in Katowice. Diving back into Ancient, our second half, the second map of this series. First day of IEM Katowice 2025. Feels like the energy has definitely shifted. Momentum certainly behind MIBR in this one. A couple of slip-ups in that first half. Going to be perhaps lingering in the brains of Astralis. They know that could have been, perhaps should have been, at least 6-6, if not 7-5 in their favor.
I think Kadian's face around there says it all. When you're hunting against essentially a full eco and you're losing a round that Exit clutches out, and then you had the Lakauzi round with the Hero 8K that ended in an AWP 1v2. At this level of Counter-Strike, with the experience of the players on the Astralis team, I'll say it again, as Pimp would say, simply unacceptable. It really is.
Oh, that's interesting. Variation of the Portuguese, I believe. Call it the Danish. Pushing up towards CT, going to wrap into A here, parking one. Yabi stays in red room to try and catch anyone pushing the smoke. It's very multifaceted and it's worked wonderfully for his double kill. The retake is on though. I don't see the kit yet. Exit has one. Oh, great shot. Caden caught slipping again. Insani just deletes him. Still Stound making a strong case for Astralis to take this pistol. Insani, however, with a rebuttal. Main and Donut, they seem to have a good idea. It's not a good plant for Donut. It's not a good plant for the Donut player. He has to go super wide. Oh, guys. I don't... Over to you.
Neither of them took the fight. Neither of them actually took the fight. They could see the guy on the defuse.
No, but also, that's like the worst place to plant. If you're planning for Donut.
And you had such a big number advantage. You had the site completely under control. There's so many other options that you could have done. But not only that, you had a two-man advantage.
And if you... Yeah, you could even like tuck behind the box, but you could... That's a bad plant for Main and Donut.
And why is Kaden in the open for that opening kill?
Bro.
Anyway, look, let's do this. MIBR, just go knock on their door, bring them a glass of warm milk. All right, make sure that you get their water bottle. You're going to tuck them into bed nice and tight.
Yeah, I mean, gave it a good, really solid start as well, man. That is... It's a rough start to proceedings here. Bomb down, though, so Galils, let's see if they can, redeem themselves with something here. B ramp's already theirs. Wow, CTs are calling B clear early, so there's a lot of info flowing. MIBR got a good idea as to where the focus is for Astralis. Middle occupied, heavily smoked. That's a third invested into the mid-take.
Walking out through this, or at least considering it was Yabi, now standing in the fade. 3 through Donut, 2 through Main.
Oof, and Sunny takes a heavy lick, but still gets his frag. Exit turns around. Okay. Scary for a second. Bomb can be planted uncontested. Stare spotted. Drop worries about the potential for a red room lurk, clears it out. Safe spamming away from CT. Now Lakauzi noted as well, so they've heard all three guns.
Saving.
Yeah.
I think going fishing there, seeing if something came their way, and that's not to be the case. So retaining an MP9, a FAMAS, and what should be an A1S in the hands of Lakauzi. The A defense looked good for a moment. I think Exit just not expecting a second player to be coming out of Main. That could have been the difference maker. He should have been good for that. But caught off as Astralis will win back with a force fire of their own. They even win the duel at range. Little upgraders. Oh, never mind. Drop and Lakauzi will do some damage on the way out the door. Just Stare to survive, but job done. Round converted. So Drop will probably give the M4 to Insani. He can get himself at an MP9. Exit can buy one as well. And then Safe can just operate with something a little bit lighter. There's the first here. Then he turns around to help out Insani. Nade in his hands coming through the smoke. On the edge, Stare gets an important... Actually, it wasn't Stare. Stare was the one who killed Insani.
Yeah, Deve.
Device got an important kill in that moment. Third of 3 tactical timeouts now being expended by the coach Bit. They haven't followed through with the purchases just yet, so Exit working with a 5-7, Safe into the same. Will Drop give the M4 to Insani? Find out now. He won't. It will be the donation of an MP9. So Lakauzi and Drop with the retained big guns. 2 MAC-10s, one for Katie and one for Stare. 2 AKs and a Galil. Astralis, how do you open up the account of this round?
What's the approach? Red smoke, donut smoke.
You've got 2 players flashing. You've got Device and Stound ready to rally these flashes forward. Here they come.
Oh, and they're so blind. Real chance for Stare. Set up for success. Gets one. Shut down. Drop. At least returns us to an even keel. They are looking to really poised to push B here. Break of the ram smoke, Lekowski tucks. He's alone. He is alone. He's about to have a lot on his plate. Overlooked completely. If he gets another, that's crazy. Whoa. Look at the damage. Lekowski gets 2 on notice. Device down to 14. And now Stown sleeping with the fishes. It's just Cadian and Device. Quickly leveled out nicely. Device doing everything. Can he find the last frag as well? It's going to be up to Cadian. Device puts in a good shift. 2 frags. Cadian just needs 1. Doesn't have to keep pushing now. He knows he's off the bomb. Here's those steps towards the ramp.
Oh, Exit might just save now.
Oh, and doesn't look like he's going for it.
Yeah, he's been made to look a little bit foolish. Having a hunt for that, not wanting to play wicked games with tap, peek, so just holds on to the AK. Close one, sure, but will be Astralis adding another to the tally. Now just a 1-round game. Kablamo, as it didn't start perfectly over towards middle, but a strong finish. Look, how's he going to be kicking himself that he had those split targets? Here it is again. So first one, back turned easy as you like. Very important trade. Still a good amount of damage being done.
Yeah, I mean, he was in a tough position there. I can understand his frustrations because of the hang time. Like, he had time to almost unload his mag. Knows he had the chance to get more.
Take a look at this. Safe has actually got a flash. He can flash over from A to set up Exit to fight middle, dropping Insani through the smoke.
Yeah, it's a perfect flash. What a perfect start to proceedings. They get 2 kills for 2. Quickly mopped up by Device, though. These max
behind.
Lekowski's put him down. Oh my god, he can get another! He has! Just Yabi!
Not another eco.
Yeah, 2. 2 on the docket. Unless Yabi can come up clutch. The CTs have the bomb and they've got time to just work it out, partner up. Give him the bomb. That's also a decision you can make. Don't have to play it.
Yabi's here quite quickly. Oh man, they're awares.
Yeah.
At least of the possibility. And actually they dropped the molly, but keep on waltzing.
They know it's going to rock time despite that.
He probably goes B.
Oh, he's going quick as well. This is smart. Okay, Yabi, I like the cut of your jib.
He's just turned the tables on this whole round. This piece of utility will now give away his position. Bomb planted, 40 seconds on the clock. And right now, MIBR need to move with a swiftness.
I think Yabi saved him with that decision-making there. Just not being scared of the potential for an elbow swing. Grabs bomb, gets out, punishes their reposition.
They have to go through this. If you want to win the round, you need to go. Bomb's about halfway gone.
10-second defuse ahead of them as well. Could be anywhere. Just going to have to stick this and hope for the best. Cover from Lekowski has to be perfect. He's looking at ramp, he's looking at long, he's looking the wrong way. Back is turned, frag is found, gets him off the bomb. Yabi clutches up, saves Astralis from what would have been red faces. That was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, I know there was a saved AK as part of that eco, but still, the amount of output they were able to garner from that one save rifle
and the
was
flash.
Huge. Yeah, flash comes over, double kill for Exit. Lekowski activates late, just keeps moving with the 5-7. Obviously, they're going to be wishing they had played that bomb a little bit differently, but not aware of where Yabi had gotten off to. Well handled from him. At that point, the question mark is, do I see the defuse or do I take the fight? And the fight was the option. As we're all tied up, remember, third map of this series is Train.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Have to get some Train here on the main stream. So right now, 5 smokes on the map. A bunch of them starting to fade.
A lurk smoke they threw out.
Yeah, so just applying a bit more pressure towards the B defense.
Forced that smoke on ramp.
Safe's rotated over to bolster. Insani tucked in red on this off angle. It does look like he's about to have some company. Not a great smoke.
They missed the first one as well. Great. Good timing on that. Exposed in the open. Important from Stair. Humbles Insani after the first.
Wow.
Stown flirting with aggression. Kept at bay by the incendiary. Pivot into B. Cave-centric.
Just Lekowski here has blocked the ramp again. He can turn his attention towards Cave. It's quite deep, so the lurk-through possibilities are available.
It's really hard to find a multi from this position for Lekowski out Cave. They can go wide and slip.
Barrel?
Yeah, they spotted him. Oh, he gets one. At least gets one, but still shaping up nicely for Astralis. Drop. Tries his hand at a little bit of a nade, doesn't do too much damage, nor does the wallbang.
Yeah,
Safe disconnected.
That's tough for Lekowski, left over towards B on his lonesome. But a quick decision for Astralis to pivot after that initial mid-fight. So well handled from them. The Danes will get themselves into the lead. And a save again for MIBR.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a recurring theme in the second half.
Here's one thing I want to pose to you as a question.
Yeah, go on.
So we obviously, if you take a look at to get rid of the scoreboard on your HUD, you look at mine then. You see how we have the way the bomb ticks down.
Oh yeah, and then you've got the circular approach.
But it's not linear, right? Like it's not like, it starts quicker and then it slows down towards the end. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong. But then the way that it is on the new HUD, right? There's no timer. But I don't know that it's necessarily important for there to be a timer, because for the viewer, part of the suspense, right? One of the things, remember Starlight had for a while, they actually had a literal timer, and it kind of ruined the suspense because you knew if they had enough time or not.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I do think you need to see the diffuse.
Progression. Oh, the diffuse, there is a diffuse there. It's a little circle.
Yeah, but the actual bomb time itself, I think everyone who's played Counter-Strike can kind of...
You should know, that's a core concept of the game,
exactly.
Understanding how much time is ticked on the bomb. But I think also the suspense from a viewer perspective is something that needs to be kept in mind as well.
100%. I mean, the fact that, when you and I are watching a game, even you, who's played this game for the majority of his life, goes like, have they got it? And it's like, I don't know.
Sometimes it's real close.
Yeah.
All right, well, they're just going to waltz up B round with contact. This is going to catch him off guard.
And they haven't lost anyone on the initial exchange. And they don't commit. Understandably so.
Minute on the clock.
I'm just trying to understand. So you see these blue nades next to Lekowski?
Yeah.
So that means he's thrown 2 nades already, and he's got 2 more already.
No, that's bugged. He doesn't have any nades.
Oh, yeah. That was a bad example. I was just trying to understand. I was trying to understand the concept behind
it. If we had Inferno, I could probably explain it to you a little bit better with examples, but right now we don't have that ability.
Nice shot. Step. Breaks into the site, should be able to get this bomb down, escorting through. Isani is going to get a boost up, and good cover from Yabi. Actually gets them both. Clean as can be. Yabis are putting in a good shift onto our second map. Haven't seen the same discrepancy that we saw from Astralis on Mirage, with Stown just head and shoulders above the rest. This time a bit more of a team effort. You can see Stare and Yabi at the top of the scoreboard in the teens.
Yeah, so this one here, he gets the double, sees the tower, keeps on spraying, grabs the second. Now that was just those saved guns. Now we're back into the buy for MIBR. They've had the good graces of a couple of light buy/eco wins, so now they need to get it done with the guns.
Starting 3B, so little light for Safe to hold mid. He's going to post up with the AWP, and looks like they are willing to just let Yabi work ramp, and it's working. Safe responds on that mid-walk. Trade was on its way. They're trying to find him. Now Lekowski sees an opportunity, knows they're distracted by that donut frag, and he's going to punish. Huge work from their cave player. Activates.
Oh. Extra spotted backside under pressure.
He's in trouble.
Lucky to get away, both of them.
Whoa. Fair play. I mean, especially with the bomb down on for CTs, like that. The fact that Exit lives there is great.
Well, we suddenly need to do a rifle round. This is a 4v2 situation. Bomb in enemy territory. So the ability to convert this is looking good. I'm going to try and apply pressure towards A, but really, you don't need to bite down too hard. You just need to keep info on that side of the map and then lock this down, which they've got plenty of bodies and resources to do so.
Well, that's a lot of info, I guess.
You have to try something, right? Oh, okay. Well, straight through the smoke. Safe goes down to the AK of Stown. The money, based off of a few of those cleaner scenarios that Astralis had attested to their name, should see themselves getting into a bye into the next round of play. But this is MIBR breaking the streak. They won the pistol, they lost the force, and then they lost 5 in a row before they voiced any concern.
Eventually, this is going to be punished from Insani. Hasn't even considered it as a possible. Oh my god, he only just now had a glance. At a glance, not going to be favouring him in the timing battle, but
That's actually pretty good because the fact is Astralis will have a much better buy than MIBR into the next, right? They are going to get the round winning bonus, sure, but 2 guns are going to have to be dropped, which means that Exa and Lakazi are going to be a little bit lighter in the util department, and then someone is going to go lacking, right? So for drop, he can get a Silenced M4 and head armor, but he's going to be missing out on util completely. So there will be some points of contention. Interesting. So actually, they didn't. They are going for utility over firepower, essentially. Is there a dropper? Okay, so Safe gets the AWP. Okay, it actually all worked out okay.
Doesn't look too bad. See if you can get any kind of
2
bang for
MP9s.
your,
I thought they would have got more M4s.
yeah, bang for your buck with the MP9. See if it can pay off. Kowsey so far has been putting in a solid work towards this cave side in this second half, albeit not converted. Cadian jumps through, pulls the crosshair. Kowsey empty-handed. Big opening from Stair.
So much pressure on B.
Drop has just got an MP9 and too many bodies on his screen. Astralis have broken in. It's unlikely that Insani and Exit are going to be able to do anything about this. Staring at smokes, man, discrepancy. Keep the rifles, keep that AWP. It's just too appealing. You've only lost the MP9s. It seems like the best option is to give the 11th over.
It is pretty rough as well for Lakazi because how many times have we seen him find impacts? First time he hasn't really been able to manifest anything for his team. And then you drop, you're stuck on the site. They're coming from cave, they're coming from ramp. And then so, well, Cadian making the space, right? He was coming through with the Mac 10, opening up the crosshairs. So really good job from him.
And I think that's a nice, perfect example as to why the cave smoke is such a must-have. You can see how, from Lakazi's perspective, for every round he has no info. You careful heaven, and you start spamming it. You start trying to feel like you have to contribute if your mid players are getting overrun. And then this time, through the smoke, a leaping Mac 10, a rifle right behind it. It's just, there's so many options for the T's off the back of just a nice, simple smoke from spawn.
Yeah, subvert that expectation.
Yeah, straight through. Look at that. He was pre-fire and he knew what was up. He knew the mission, as did Cadian.
But that's great from Stair. So Cadian said, look, I'll make the space, you just make the kill, right? The whole point is to trade. And well, Cadian not only made the space, stayed alive. So great work. So saves come through once more. MIBR bite back in, but this one getting away from them as a fast A fake. This is all the ruse. They want to draw the rotation because they know that MIBR are struggling.
Instead sold it by showing face, getting damage. You'd love a kill to really convert and force rotations. He certainly forced a reaction, but Drop and Lakazi, they're not buying it. Oh, and it works well. Great read. They don't fall for it.
That opening gambit needs to either be a kill,
right,
or like space, and they didn't get either. Still stuck main, there wasn't enough boots being made. Sure, the smokes and flashes were there. So well handled from MIBR, but now it's still about converting the round.
Be hard-pressed to let this one go, especially because Lakazi and Drop have just decided to fall way back, play retake, play it safe, play the numbers. Drop just holding for that cave cross. He'll be the canary. And there's a nice indicator right there.
Segregated because of that right now.
Ooh, oh, he had a chance.
He might be dead.
Could be. On that reload, Device posts up multiple kills available to him if he times this right.
Device has a multi.
It's set up on a silver platter.
Oh.
And now it's all him. 1 versus 5 for Device. An impossible task for most, but perhaps not for Device on this AK-47. Lakazi, first victim, swings into exit for a second, making it look more and more realistic.
4
Needs
bullets.
the reload. 4 bullets, 3 opponents, and yep, unable to find the head of safe with that limited magazine capacity. Makes it just a 1-round game once more. MIBR. How many CT rounds are they functioning with?
That's their
7-5 half,
round.
right?
Yeah, and they haven't been able to get any consecutive so far.
Yeah, so that's why the finance has been such a conversation.
The loss bonus is in their favor down the stretch, but still, now that you're walking the tightrope, if you win this round right now, if you're MIBR, the loss bonus into the next round is only going to be 1,900. So MIBR could pip them at the post. This is still doable. This round right now could decide it.
What's the approach? Early damage finds Device there on the elbow side. Oh, whoa, instantaneous. Insani, quick with it. Removes Device. Astralis limping, loss of their sniper.
They've been called back over towards B to join Yabi and Cadian. Sound and Stare being quiet with it.
Look at this
sure they're not running through the water.
Deliberate reload. Trying to act like he's all alone.
Stan has a smoke.
Yeah, well,
short or
Safe's
long.
posted on that ramp, so you're going to need a smoke long side, or actually I say that he's relocating to still be holding that part of the map. Here's the Astralis exec, or at least a smoke and volley. Flash into cave, elevated angle, works out nicely for one. It's Stare though, does one better, finds the equalizing double.
Should be able to get the bomb down now. Safe can't do a lot about this.
This down doesn't need to give him that fight. Insani and Exit have arrived on the sea. Retake util thrown out. Stare brought low, down to just 9 HP. Insani finds Cadian, so now it gets worse for Astralis. Insani's just hitting every shot he takes. Finds it onto Stown. Stare's so low. Despite his contributions, he's the only one finding impact on a consistent basis right now. Fair play to Stare.
It looks like we've dealt with the woes that existed on map number 1 with the tech issues, right? This has been pretty smooth sailing. Sure, Exit with a little problem early, but we've definitely had the rolling momentum, and still we find ourselves in a very close game. Overtime in map number 1, looking like a possibility on map number 2. And is that right? This is only the first tactical timeout called from Astralis.
I find it hard to believe, but yeah,
me
must
too.
be.
Considering this second half has been going well. It was the first where they did have a hot patch in the middle, but it was the start and the close of the first half in favor of MIBR. 47.50, as you can see on your screen right now, is available. Sorry, it's a little bit more than that for Stare, who has gone into an AK-47, has head armor. Even a little bit of util to work with. That bomb does actually help them out. 600 cash coming through after the defuse, so on top of the loss bonus of 1900. Next round, 2400. So right now, Stare, hero AK opportunity to find some impact.
Well, he has not lost an opening duel. He's taken 3. Might have to do it again here. See if he can go 4-0 in his opening excursions. More passive mid stance from Insani. He's actually behind the red smoke. Has a HE to break. Just looking for answers. Just jump spots, doesn't get any info. Moving donut fast. Letting the pistols bait.
Trouble.
Does look like a lot of trouble for Exit. What can he do with this? Oh, he can do it all! Just as easy as that, Astralis evaporate before our very eyes.
Wow, they didn't take any pause. I thought, oh, we get this space. Maybe we try and set this up for a duel. You just run into the blender. You get turned into mincemeat. And that is 12 for MIBR again. They were the first to reach it on Mirage after a back and forth affair. And they've done so once more. You just return to the first half of play and the ecos that they were winning, and you think if Astralis hadn't dropped these rounds that they should be converting with the level of experience that they have across the board of this team, this game should have been theirs. This map should have been theirs.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one in the review if it ends after this round. Overtime still available. Mac 10 for Stare.
Roland Molly out towards Cave.
Good damage.
Oh, that's a huge nade.
Perfectly timed. Insani's got a duel here. Device had his nade out. Oh, what a spray! I thought he'd lost control of it. Finds the head of Device, no less.
2 smokes to finish the round. A man down. Astralis, hot water. It's at boiling point.
Drops in the smoke. Pushes forward. And brings the fight towards Stown. Cadian forced to address this. And Stown not ready for the swing. Drops, brings the fight to them. Yabi, that's a lovely sequence. Finds 2. A pair of frags. Impact felt. Look how is he not going to surrender quietly. Stare in a 1 versus 2 to keep this game going. MIBR, just 1 more kill. He's got 16 points of health. Look how he can secure it. Starting off Katowice with a win would be huge for MIBR. Quite the opposite for Astralis. Bomb needs to be retrieved. He's got 35 seconds to do it. He heard Lekowski jump. Flash. Bomb retrieved. Exit rotates through. Stare is in so much trouble. There's no way you win this. X is going to have an exposed back, and that is it. That is that. GG. MIBR taking it in 2.
Solid counter-strike from the Brazilians. They move forward in stage 1. 3D Max await in the upper bracket. Astralis, they fall down to face FlyQuest. Some uninspired counter-strike today, and losing eco after eco. That is a tough pill to swallow.
MIBR find that success. They find the footing. They beat up on Astralis today. So let's just start right there. Tell me about the Astralis you played in the server today.
It was a very difficult game. It was like the Mirage was a mental game because my PC was crashing. So everybody had to wait like a long time for the game to finish, and it was overtime as well. And it was like a fucking mix of feelings because we lost like we won two force buys and they won one force buy, so it was like messed up. But I'm glad that we could win the map.
You think some of those mid pushes there on the eco rounds on Ancient, you think that was a little weird? You think anything that caught your eye on Ancient?
On Ancient, I think we on our CT we could like read a lot what they were doing, and we did a good job at this. So we could like almost win and equal, and like full equal, I think. So it was a really equal game, you know.
Yeah, there were several. I think there were more rounds where it felt like you guys were on Tech 9s than anything else. Does that feel about right?
Yeah, we have to like to run mid or run B and B pops or A rushes. So it was like our T side economy was not that good. So it was like a little bit hard for us.
Well, tell them what they want to hear, man. The Made in Brazil fans at home, what do they need to hear?
Can I speak in Portuguese?
I would love that.
Então, muito obrigado pela torcida de todo mundo, rapaziada. A gente ganhou da Astralis no nosso primeiro jogo. Eu ainda não sei quem a gente vai jogar amanhã, mas daqui a pouco a gente vai descobrir. E esse é o MBR que eu quero que vocês assistam. A gente tá trabalhando para ser mais consistente e a gente não quer ganhar algum jogo e ganhar mais um e depois perder e ser eliminado. A gente quer passar sempre para os playoffs e esse é o nosso objetivo. Então, contem com a gente, torçam por nós e tamo junto. Um abraço para minha família e para meus amigos também. E um beijo.
Yeah, thank you for that. Hey, man, congratulations. MIBR win their first matchup here. We did like to see that for the MIBR side, but there's still tons of Counter-Strike to come your way. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Sons of Gaben. I am Chad Birchall.
Chad Birchall is 30k elo.
Yes, I've heard. Frags by the hundreds, and if he were here, he'd consume these cunts with mollies from spawn and spray downs from his ass. I am Chad Birchall, and I see a whole squad of my countrymen here, in defiance. You've come to frag as legit men, and free men you are. Will you let these cheaters take that from you, or will you frag?
Frag? Against that? How?
No, we will surrender and go next.
Aye, stay and you may tilt. Give up and re-queue in a while. Dying to the next cheaters a few games from now, would you be willing to trade all those rounds, from this game to that, for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell these cheating fucks that they may take our elo, but they'll never take our freedom?
Yeah! Let's go!
Yeah, go next.
God, you look like shit, brother. You get that zoned out look every time you lose, don't you? Yeah, let's go. Come on, it's a beautiful day. Forget about the old games everyone has. Come on, stand up. So you're not at your peak form anymore. Who cares? You're much more than just a player. You tower over these server douchebags. You're a legend, man. You're a global force. Don't you get it? You spent your whole life building community and legacy, and even if you fall short, who cares? Good for you. Fuck it. They're waiting for something big. They'll get it. We'll give it to them. Drop that goatee, reignite that fire. 30's the new 20, motherfucker. You were the original. You paved the way for all these young guns. Give the people what they want. Some good old-fashioned clutch magic. Fallen Phoenix rises. Another shampoo bowl with your face on it. Guaranteed. You were larger than life, man. You brought joy to people's sad, meaningless lives. You made them jump, laugh, shit their pants from the excitement. All you have to do is...
How he's alive. He got the no-scope, and he's going back again. Fallen is just on another level right now.
That's what I'm talking about. Heads popping, big, loud, fast. Look at these fans. Look at their eyes. They're all sparkling. They love this shit. They love it. They love blood. They love action. None of this slow, tactical, drawn-out bullshit. And the next time you call, it will echo in millions of minds. You will glimmer on thousands of screens around the globe. Another major. You are a god. See? Maybe now they will understand. There you go, you motherfucker.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, as we here on the A-Stream are about to cover Imperial Valkyries up versus Furia. My name is Shox, and there is nobody that I would rather cover this best of 3 with than Kassad. I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
It's destiny for me, to be cancelled on the day one.
You will not.
IEM Katowice, but no, definitely it should be. It's a historic moment in many aspects of the game, especially for the female CS and how things have been developed for them. So it's a good day to be in Katowice.
Yes, obviously they have some issues with Tori's visa. We will talk about that in a second. That Bubble is stepping in, but we wanted to talk a little bit about how this did not come out of nowhere. There is such a rich and long history of women's CS.
Listen, the CS, female CS has been here for a very long time, ever since the days of ESWC and then Katowice Challenge, and now ESL Impact kind of kicked in with their own tournaments, which kind of sparked up the many organizations to pick many different teams, even though they dropped a few in the last few months, but it's still going on. And from 2000, even my own wife played in ESWC in 2007 in Paris, so I know a little bit about female scene, you know, and it has been competitive, but lack of funding, lack of resources, lack of viewership or quality for that matter, kind of didn't really allow female CS to kind of explode until now. And then we have Imperial female team being the most successful team in the last year, nominated and obviously won that reward, as you can see on the screen. They won the Season 6, Season 4, Final Season 3, Season 2, everything, literally everything that could be won, and the opportunity based on the Valve ranking system kind of was created for them to be here. Now that's something they kind of wanted for a very long time, asked for a chance, asked for an opportunity. it's kind of disappointing that they don't have the full lineup to kind of try to seize the opportunity and win maybe a game, win a map, do something meaningful. But it is what it is. You have to move on.
Yes, you have to move on, and I wouldn't just write them off right before a round has played, because in my mind, you compare it to, there are sometimes teams that come to these tournaments as well that don't have as much offline experience. Definitely not as much as Imperial, because I think in the conversation is a lot about, well, how will they do in this situation? Playing offline CS is their bread and butter. In their scene, it is what they are the best at, which is why they are the best team over there, right? When it comes to split-second decision making, this is what they're good at. But I hear what you're saying. When you don't have Tori, your IGL that you play with all the time, it doesn't matter kind of which team you are, that's always going to be so difficult.
It is crazy when you don't have the IGL on. It's kind of the heart of your team, right? Everybody who's making the calls on the freeze time, on the game plan, on the map feed, working with the coach, everything that has been going on in preparation towards game and in game itself, it's directed by the coach, right? And the IGL. Now they don't have the 50% of that, and it's on the server, and it's going to show. And it's like I said, it's a kind of disappointing because it was a little bit of a hype, you know.
It's super hype. I think, you know, when we were all watching that Navi game, it's so stressful, I feel like, because you say it, there's like this inflection point in women's CS right now where they have this opportunity. And I feel like a lot of people were watching that probably thinking, oh, I think, you know, they'll fail and they'll get flamed and all of that, whilst actually the right approach is to see what they can show. And I was so incredibly happy watching that best of 3, because I think it was overall a positive moment, because they showed that they can fight with them. Yes, it was online, we know that caveat, but still, it's hard for them to come here and play these best of 3s.
Yeah, listen, if the thing is, like, we can debate if they belong here or not. I don't think it's the right place or the time. It would not be gentlemanlike or any classy move to disrespect them right before their first game. We need to give them a shot, but the ranking show them an opportunity, and the fact that they won all of these things in the past year and a half. And then we have to respect that, you know, the ranking system as it is. Like I said, it gave them the reason to be here, so you know they are just here and we have to deal with it.
Yes, I wouldn't quite put it like that. I'm pretty excited. I want to say I'm very, very excited, because for me it's you're right, you know, we'll have to see, and if it's very hard and they end up losing 0-2, so be it. But for me, it's about the development that we talked about that's been going on for a very long time and how they go from here. Zaz, of course, said it after Bounty. She said, well, I hope we get to practice and get some more meaningful practice against these tier 1 teams in these different situations, because otherwise we can never level up. And I think this is a good opportunity for them.
Definitely, they have to be played, not just practice, but play on the real, you know, stages, on real events against the teams that are, you know, there is a quality difference between them, and to kind of learn from their mistakes and failures, because that's the best way to learn and to get yourself in a better shape. Zaz, like you said, Zainab is a veteran in this game as well, almost as long as, for example, Fall and in the other team, and the two of them have been like on the scene for a very long time in obviously female and male competitions, both won events. I think Zainab won 3 here in Katowice. The challenges, you can see the trophies in Katowice, 3 more than Fallen, for example.
I think this is really cheeky, but I love it, because technically it is absolutely true. You know, the tournament was held here, and Zaz got the trophies here, but I think people are gonna, maybe some fans will be like, hey, that graphic, that's unfair.
17 and 19 years of experience.
Mad.
Nearly 100 trophies between these two players.
It's so cool, and it's cool that they're matching up against each other. We'll see indeed how they will fare and also how Furia will fare, but I did get to catch up with Zaz right before the match. I'm here with Zaz ahead of their match versus Furia, and I gotta say, I think it's super cool that you're here with Imperial. And I wanted to know how it's been setting up here, being in the Hall of Heroes and getting to play here soon.
Actually, it feels like it's still a dream. Like every time I come in here, I'm just laughing. Like, am I actually here? Like we're so excited about this, and it feels amazing to be here.
I can imagine. I mean, you've been playing for a really long time. You've had a lot of successes. So for you, this must feel also in that context like something special, you know? You've worked for this for so long.
Yeah, of course. It means the world to me, honestly.
Now, it's all super cool to be here, but obviously you also know it's going to be a difficult match. And I'd love to know if after your match versus Na'Vi, if there were anything specific that you discovered about the team that you think this is something we'll have to do better to face the likes of Furia and Tier 1 competition.
Yes, it was obviously our mistakes that we need to work on. As I said on my previous interview, like, we are not used to play these kind of teams. And I mean, we're just gonna do our best versus Furia. It's just gonna be a fun game, and we see it as a face-it game. That, I mean, they are the one who should be pressured, not us. Yes.
I love that. Good luck. Thank you.
A new year of Counter-Strike in 2025, and a new opponent has entered the ring. Imperial Female on LAN in front of your very eyes, taking on Furia today. This is bound to be a historic matchup for many, many reasons. All eyes are on this squad right now. Of course, there's a huge conversation around the lack of Tori and the coach of Bubble stepping in, but this is bound to be an entertaining game of Counter-Strike to see if this Imperial FE squad can do what they just did against Na'Vi online and maybe even up the ante here on LAN.
Yeah, it was an impressive feat when they matched up against Na'Vi back at Blast Bounty. I think they surprised the world over just by how much of a dent they were able to make in that Na'Vi squad. And now, going up against Furia, a team couple of notches down the ranking from that Na'Vi squad, but having to do it with the captain missing. Yeah, in some ways, this could be more of an open runway. In others, it's a hell of a lot harder with the exclusion of the leader of this Imperial Valkyrie squad.
It's definitely a weird one, because statistically Tori actually was the best player in that matchup, right, that we talk about, and she was the only one to have a positive map on Mirage as well. But I think one good thing that comes of this is at least you're subbing in with a coach who does have a lot of playing experience, and actually fairly recent playing experience. Going back to 2023 was the last time we saw Bubble on the server. He's been across a wealth of teams over the years, so that's a positive for Imperial. I'm sure, of course, they would rather have their full roster here to prove everything, but at least the ideas are still going to be flowing inside of this squad. Another thing, as we look at the veto, is when we saw them play Na'Vi, they didn't want to go for the Mirage pick for fair enough reasons. That has been kind of Na'Vi's home ground forever, but it's also where Imperial are very comfortable, and they get to pick into it straight away in this one. Dust 2 as well, another map that Imperial like to play. I won't beat around the bush. Furia are favorites on any map right now, but until we see Imperial prove themselves, that's not going to change. Today is the chance. Today is the opportunity for this Imperial squad.
Yeah, that Mirage opener, I think, makes this very, very exciting. Because, you know, we've actually seen kind of a lot of the Brazilian squads encounter some issues with Mirage, and Furia, they are not out of that conversation, not by a long mile. Yeah, long margin.
No strangers. They've had the ups and downs of Furia are a conversation in and of itself. We've seen the highest heights. We've also seen some pretty low lows. But coming into LAN, I think one factor for me is nerves, right? Zaz says they're just going to treat it like a face-it game, like a pug. They're not going to think about it too much. And they kept it pretty simple in that Na'Vi matchup to their benefit, right? Lots of pops. Think about that Ancient T-side to start. They were running very quick rounds. They were winning rounds off of the first couple of entries and playing very fast CS like they do when they play the Impact League. So I think coming into a game with a similar mindset, coming in confident, coming in swinging out the gate is a good game plan for Imperial. The question is, LAN nerves, right? Furia are not going to be coming into this game scared. They've got some ferocious players. They've got an informed Skulls. They've got a Keserato who wants to reclaim his title as best in Brazil, as other players and other teams sneak up in the ranking and even in the results in recent time. So will Imperial come in nervous? Will they come in shaky now that they've got the lights and cameras walking around their booth? Or are they going to be calm like a face-it pug, Harry?
I mean, we're going to have to get answers on that one, but right now, you know, things are looking fine. There's no shaking on cam, you know, everyone's looking composed. That's going to change as we get ready to head into Mirage. Something I'm interesting here, you know, flipping the script a little bit, looking at Furia. This map in particular, as we were just saying, has been really awkward for them as of late. And I think one of the big issues for me, something I've not been able to move away from, I think so much of it comes from Keserato finding himself as the apps player for them on Mirage. Him and Yuri floating around over towards that B side of the map. And that is the kind of top dog of Furia, restricted to a position that is usually for your team captain to just jump spot over and over and over and over again.
Now you've got your star there.
And you want to talk about Brazilian rosters having that problem? Payne were talking about it recently because they're a jumping B, the firepower piece of that squad for the longest time. And he talked about it. Well, he came into Katowice today, Harry, and we saw complete position swaps for Payne off the top at the start of a new year, right? He was back in connector. He had other players jump spotting B. And of course, with more firepower, Davidis helping out there as well. So, they made that change. That's something that Fury is looking at coming into a new season. I don't think it would be a bad idea.
I don't think it would be a bad idea, and I'm very interested to see if it's something they've looked at. If the positions remain the same, I kind of just want to see Imperial bully the A site. Like, I want to see them making Furia hate playing A. I want to see K-Serato left on long rotates and having to try and win clutches. I think that's how this game can get very entertaining very quickly.
Well, the maps are, as we've already said, good for it with Mirage and with Dusk coming up. There's also the caveat of Train as our decider. No maps played officially for either of these squads on Train. So the runway is open. It would require Imperial to upset one of the first 2 maps of this series. If we want to go the distance, that's where things could get a little bit scary. But for the moment, we're holding on with higher expectations of Furia in this series, in the server today, on LAN, where they do their best work. The recent outing of Blast Bounty online was not too frivolous for Furia either. Right now, just waiting on tech problems before we get into the game, but everyone's in the server, so that's a good sign to start. I think a big conversation has got to be around this player, Anna, on your screens. The Romanian AWP, 3 times female player of the year, every single time. And she didn't really perform in that Na'Vi matchup, right? We never really got to see her.
No, and I don't think she was feeling good about it either. She tweeted after, like she felt like it wasn't her best showing and she kind of let the team down. I don't know. I don't think that was many people's huge takeaway from that game. But no, I think when you are, the number 1 3 times over, like, you want to be putting your best foot forward. So I hope we get to see a bit more from Anna in this series as a result.
When we look at the head-to-head between her and Wonderful, it was actually crazy at the end of that game. Wonderful went 11-1 against Anna on the head-to-head, and on the AWP, he went 3-1 on the head-to-head. So was in full control of that fight, had no problems. And so, pressure's on Fallen to do it again if they want to hold back the supposed top player of this team that we yet to see at the top of Counter-Strike. For me, I think the biggest standout pieces actually were some of the clutches we saw, or some of the very close clutches. Cat had an incredible D clutch, we all remember, on the A side.
The D clutch was phenomenal.
Zaz also almost put together a huge 1v4 on Ancient, and she actually had some sick multi-kills as well, showing a lot of individual prowess. I mean, this is the most experienced player in the Imperial jersey on Zaz, as we saw on that graphic coming in, 17 years of playing experience. I love that they put in those Katowice trophies. Of course, it was the Intel Challenge back in the day. We were casting that, Harry, all the way back here, 2017, 2018, Intel Challenge, where Zaz picked up previous trophies 3 years over. I mean, what a throwback. Now she's here back in Kato in the booth.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's cool there is, she's always been one of these kind of figurehead characters for women's Counter-Strike, and so to see, because this is kind of the sickest spot you've been in. If you're a women's CS team, having the chance to get to show up to these events and play versus the top teams in the world, it's something they've spoke about in interviews, saying how, we don't really get this experience, we don't really get this exposure to the top level. And I like that someone like Zaz, who's been, in the trenches, as it were, for so long, putting in the effort and the hours. It's nice to see her in the limelight in that Na'Vi game, and hopefully today she's going to show up versus Furia as well.
It's so funny. We just saw over the shoulders that they're on the server and warm up. They've run out of money, so everyone's just playing USP v Glock. So hopefully we're going to have like the best pistol round of all time as everyone's warmed in. It still remains to be seen while we wait for these tech issues to get sorted.
Right. Everyone is out of money.
That's how it works.
Oh, respect to K-Serato, who actually has money and he's just playing pistol only because everyone else is.
Got to get warmed up, man. Let's tune in here to a little voice comm of Imperial.
Say something. Is that right? Listen, guys. The only reason why Navi actually got so many rounds against us and that why they won this game is because we did our mistakes. These guys, we have good aim. It's not that they are better aimers than us. It's just the mistakes that we did, we have to think of. Let's always try to stay focused 100%. Okay, guys? We cannot afford doing mistakes. We play together.
Okay, I'm inspired. I'm buying in.
Dude, that's actually a really that's a good speech. It's got my blood pumping. I'm kind of hyped up now. It's fair enough. These are good points. I think that's a great reminder heading into a game like this one. Even if you just go by the numbers, right? I think a lot of folks were left impressed at the fight that Imperial put up versus Na'Vi. And if you look at the numbers, man, Furia, you should be able to try and match that output here. I think this is a veto as well that's far more comfortable. We've talked about that already for this Imperial squad. I don't know. I'm expecting fireworks. It would be kind of cool to see them even run away with the map. That would be one hell of a turnaround time, considering it felt like 13 rounds is already a sick leg to stand on.
It would be making history. It would be the first time, right? So it's an exciting prospect, but it's still a team on the perimeter, if not in the top 10 in Furia, currently 11 on VRS. So there's no sleeping roster on the other side. That's the issue. Not that we can look too deeply into this, but I will just reference it only because Zaz said that, oh yeah, we treat this like a Face It pug. I had a look last night. I went to Bubbles Face It. He was actually playing when I checked at 1 in the morning. He dropped like 37 kills in a game with some of the Imperial players. So he was getting back in form, Harry. He was trying to get sharp. And I mentioned him coming in. I still feel like, of course, you'd rather Tori here. She was the outstander, individually played very well in the Na'Vi game. But at least you don't have a coach who hasn't had an active and long-standing career, right? There are coaches that I feel like you put in, you're not expecting any output. I actually expect some output from Bubble in this game, given that he played for a hell of a long time. In terms of maps played, I'm pretty sure he's in the top 10 of all Counter-Strike players across HLTV. So crazy stat there. A lot of experience. So hoping for some of that to shine through and to bring some ideas as the coach of this team as well, with Tori gone.
And I mean, even from like the few comm segments we were able to hear back at Blast, it was clear he was still involved in like the tactics, right? And so I think he's going to have a good idea of how they like to play, what they want to do. And you're dead on, he's a very experienced guy. 10 years playing over 10 years playing the game. I remember covering him all the way back in the E-Frag days, man. So yeah, this guy's been around for a long time.
He even won that WESG trophy in China for won $500,000 in that Wendigo squad with Ships and co. Getting reports from the men on the inside that the game will be going live in just a moment, folks. So get ready. Furia Imperial, a LAN debut at a Tier 1 Counter-Strike tournament for a women's team in 2025, up against a ferocious Furia. With an asterisk of not a full roster, with a lot of belief, judging by the vibe check, judging by that voice comm as well that we heard from Imperial. They've been playing for years for this opportunity, and they're going to make the most of it.
Yeah, so will history be made tonight? Can Imperial put their best foot forward, or will Furia come out swinging? Plans to open up Katowice, and it's the Imperial Valkyries taking on Furia as they both try to battle their way into the groups for Katowice 2025.
It's a hard path. No one gets there easily. You got to win 2 BO3s. You lose 2, you're out. But we may be holding on.
Yeah, that was a nice build-up, everyone. Look,
and now time to suck the energy out of the room.
Actually a prank. Okay, we're not going live yet.
We got you.
So, this is pretty exciting, huh?
Anna looks very calm, right? Like, she's very kind of stoic, stone-faced. Doesn't look like she's freaking out. We're going to need her today to perform. Like, don't beat around the bush. She has to show up in this series if Imperial are going to take on Furia. I think we're getting in, folks. I think this is actually happening. And then it paused again.
Yeah, look, just stop calling it.
Yeah, well,
You don't work here.
You're right.
All right, you're just a guy talking about the game. So just do that.
All right.
In some like weird abstract way, I could see having the stand-in your coach playing, alleviating some pressure, oddly enough. Like, I think after the Na'Vi game, it's not unreasonable for people to have expectations of the Imperial Valkyries to keep going from strength to strength, right? And I can imagine they have set those similar goals. But here, it's like, well, it's not our full team, so that kind of changes the vibe, right? As we've heard, as you've mentioned, the whole treat it like a pug, treat it like a face it. That's a good vibe to be in. And also, when we do get into this, I'm really curious if Furia have changed positions on Mirage. They're starting CT side, so we're going to get our answers like straight away. As soon as the game starts, we're going to know if this is something they've thought about, if they've made any tweaks.
And if you even want to show it in this game, right?
That's another good point, right? Like, there's kind of two angles you could look at it through. You could either take this match as like a test for the new positions, or you could keep that trick up your sleeve a little bit.
Just knowing Fury, I don't think they're going to change anything. That's just my, in terms of positions, I think they're going to go with what they know. This is a team that is, held strong for arguably way too long.
I'm just going to mold. I'm going to mold 4K Serato on his behalf.
Yeah.
If his whole game is jump spot in the B apartments, and then he gets run at in like 2 rounds and dies first, and that's it.
K-Serato's not the captain, but he is the first skipper, Harry. He gets what he wants. If K-Serato wanted to play a connector, they would let him play connector. You don't say no to K-Serato on position changes. Unfortunately, though, this debut of Imperial on land will be just a few moments. We are gonna throw it to a break, folks. We're gonna come back as soon as this game is ready. Furia Imperial after this.
Bye.
Sat right here on Arch in full vision, or inside of a smoke now. Crimbo's going to keep this bomb site so that if Hyped can scoop it up, they can go and plant that baddie. But you've got a minute to wait this out.
You gotta walk through
What's the
two
play?
smokes to get that. It's tough. And this might be a moment where you take the round to wrap all the way through CT or something.
That's it. It's like at 20 seconds, they're going to have to start checking their flank from B.
Molly oh no, did it miss? Oh, he waited perfectly for that flash.
6 health he gets away with.
No one doing things themselves in the server right now. That's great to see.
Oh, a nice high angle from Stanislaw. It's actually Sus who gets the kill. Still a nice high angle.
Okay, here it is, the QB sneak. Now the craziest thing to do would just...
QB is dead. This is Crimbo. 1v2. Bomb.
But he learned it from him.
Oh, gotcha. Doubles it back at his short side. Nice priming from Susp. He's locked in. And Crimbo's going to think that he's still further back.
Actually so smart.
Yeah, Susp. Really good reposition. Good pit play coming out from Wildcard so far.
Wildcard.
They got a little bit of catch-up to do, but they're only 1 round out.
Even just running the rotation is a really helpful thing for your pit player, because Crimbo thinks he's done something ingenious. When in reality, it was only just an average IQ play. Just a good play. What's your IQ, Connor?
Triple digits.
Triple digits. Nice. Up there with Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you.
What do you think Stanislaw's IQ is?
Higher than
Quads.
Mine. It's higher than mine.
So you think Donk has the highest? There's a term in basketball called court IQ.
Yeah, sure.
Because some people are, and this is a joke, because obviously IQ is depends on what you're doing. You could be a genius in art, you could be a genius on the court. And Donk's probably got the highest court IQ in some sense. Or maybe it's a player like Kerrigan who can manage everybody. But someone like Donk, no one can figure out how to play against that right now.
I'd say Kerrigan's got great stadium IQ.
Stadium IQ, that's another, yeah.
You know, studio IQ, server IQ, stadium IQ.
Yeah. It's a spectrum.
And we're all on it. Stan is law. But it doesn't feel like he really rules with an iron fist.
I think he does.
Yeah. Okay.
If I had to guess, I would say he definitely rules with an iron fist.
Yeah.
Knowing Stan, man, he's
you know him better than me, so I'll trust you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
He's just quite soft-spoken, so.
Yeah. It's true. He can also be a nice guy, but I think I think he'd be a dictator in another life. No context.
Frag into the pack. Damn, good span from Jaba. He has been good at hanging on to the brackets, and this no different. All-time boost up. Does cost a bit of HP on the fallback, but of course they never see it coming. He's on for a second ace in this series, and this one nicer than the last.
Nah, look at this smile.
Jaba gets it done like it's nothing.
Two aces.
In 2 maps versus Big. And the last one, they were just, trying to dogpile through a smoke, even more desperately than attempting to come through this one. Beautiful boost up. We praised it back on Ancient. We said that the activity from Big is so well timed, right? Their active mid-round moments have just been catching Big with their pants down, and this is another one where they could have, how many teams would have just been a little lazier and fallen back into the site after 2 kills like that? But Jaba goes up.
Jaba goes up, and
Big goes down.
That's true. They're making moves. They're making moves at every point in the round.
Scared money don't make money.
That's right. Damn. Rifle work is so crispy. Maybe he'll be Donk, but even more humble. Donk's already humble. If someone goes, yeah, I was really nervous, then that means 2 things. It's over for them, or they're fine admitting it because they know eventually it'll end.
Sure, yeah.
It's just some new thing that they have to learn. And something's telling me that JBA thinks it's going to end.
I think there's also like a subcategory of human that can admit nervousness but don't necessarily see it as like an all-ending thing, right? You may be nervous, but you're not anxious.
It's a bigger conversation because it can definitely be a good thing.
And ooh, he wears it well. He wears it on his sleeve. That much undeniable. Shut down. Full house in the B site. Your pistols will net you nothing.
Huge.
And remember that
if you're not nervous, then you don't care. Most of the reason you're nervous is because you want it so badly.
You're invested.
You're scared to lose it. It's not about not being nervous. And we know like a lot of MMA fighters that are like, they could have used a bit more sort of pride about the difficult parts and stuff instead of just relying on their talent. Like DJ Penn is a good example. One of the best fighters of all time, but could have been even better, Feels like now you're just watching videos of him getting knocked out in Hawaii by drunk guys. It's like, that won't be JBA.
I hope not. I hope not. He's got a brighter future than that. Great grenade damage coming out of Banana. They just keep pelting him, and still Sus jumps up onto the sandbags, gets away with a kill. Will even get away with the exit here.
Imagine if he didn't jump up there. He would have definitely died of that spray.
Hands down. Really, even comes back, huh? Thing is, he is solo at the moment.
Yeah, this is This is usually a mistake.
Yeah, it's feeling like one, unless he can...
Headshot, no.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe get a second kill, but with that, it's a B site cleared for the taking. And I don't see any reason Big are going to slow off this one.
The definite problem is that it's not like it was 2 on the other side and only him. There was still 4 players up. This is a viable round. He didn't have too many options to delay, but... Whoa, the round's still live now, actually. Taps and dies to that long-range FAMAS, and oh, be careful.
No. Everybody can just disengage. Hype, you can leave.
Oh, the nade! Oh, it goes past him.
So they'll walk away, huh? 3 alive, and Big will tie the game back up. Has to be stated, of course, it was a round 2 force buy that got Big their 3-round streak after losing the pistol round to Wildcard. Been an excellent recovery ever since then, but very good utility usage from Big to give themselves the best chance possible of taking Banana. And after Banana, B-side fell. No resistance offered up from Wildcard.
Sehr gut, John. Wir müssen diesen Style, John, ein bisschen schneller spielen. Sehr gut. Schneller kommen und die Double Nades müssen insta kommen. Jetzt möchte ich bitte...
Just like great utility helped Wildcard with a dominant first half on Ancient. Big used it to put together a very clean round right here. But I gotta say, I would love to look at the Wildcard flashbang stats after this, because I feel like those have been extremely effective.
Trying to get the same output with that same utility, and they're not too far off it. Sus will go down to 10 HP. Obviously, last time it was 2 players brought that low. Sonic goes knocking on the smoke grenade, invites the bullets to come back.
This move from Stanislaw is really important, because he's actually playing with the FAMAS here in Arch, and he gets comfy in the corner. They aren't mollying him either.
Op's going to draw all the attention, especially once he misses the first shot. Easy lineup for Stan.
Oh.
And all they have to do now is deter the short side. Jaba's going to do exactly that. Double kill from both sides of brackets.
This spray is incredible, man.
Crimbo
it's incredible.
can do nothing when Jaba takes it to him.
It's all about Stan, though. Right there, sneaks in a second early enough. If he took any more time, he would have got spotted, mollied, cleared. And they got so hyper fixated on that one off. And look at the spray, man. Jaba's spray is just so clean.
Like a proud father, huh? And again, one of the only pieces that he has kept alongside him throughout his dive down into Tier 2 North American Counter-Strike.
Okay.
Ooh, JDC. Love a good old jumping Tech 9 through nade moment, but you'd think that's when the cleanup's supposed to happen. Instead, they're going to find themselves with hands on guns and a bomb plant at B again. Big hit in Wildcard with the blunderbuss. Bust their way through Banana. And that's going to be critical seconds shaved off this retake. Still a good amount of utility for Fuzi as we see him try to block off Crimbo, flashing into Church, where one player will commit. Offer caught as that utility, that stream of grenades was an invitation, and Tabson's going to get both kills in the 2v2. Big are making Wildcard work. That didn't happen on the first map.
Yeah, that's true. This round is a lot more scrappy with the full-on B-rush. They just committed and committed again. It's a great post-plant moment from Tabson. They're always looking for the timing, someone throwing utility, not expecting a swing. And that's Fuzi with the op in the back that he had to be worried about. So this is Stanislaw coming in like early enough, but not throwing his molly shallow enough for that rush. So this is the second or maybe even third half buy that Big have won this half, right? They had won the Eco. So mean, they're standing up against Wildcard, still playing some quality rounds, but that's a close game. That's what they're really concerned about.
Again, to repeat myself, the first time they pulled it off in round 2, it net them a 3-round streak as the money from Wildcard bottomed out early, so essential moments thus far, and Hyped's gonna hold that line. Fuzi not getting away with the mid-peak this time around. Sus will keep success going for Wildcard. They're gonna test him again, and he finds that timing. It's almost a second kill off of the spray, but not quite.
Oh, wow. Sonic, he didn't walk. Did he walk late enough? No, though. They're coming in. Oh, Hyped.
Yeah, they saw
just
that, huh?
missed this, but is Sonic actually going to get away? I think he will, yeah.
And Stanislaw could have technically gone back towards mid to deal with him. Right now, it feels like Hype's going to be preoccupied with the threat of a player being near him.
Tabson surely is covering himself from this option. Well, Crimbo's holding Halls, so that'll help.
Stan is watching for this. Oh, with a knife out. Not ideal, and now poor Sonic's gonna have to try to retake out from Apps. Utility maybe gives him wiggle room, but Hyped has put that op behind him, and he's gonna close. Clean shooting out of Hyped, 4K for the German op, as he gets the better of his counterpart, deals with Jaba on short side, and locks in that 2-player retake attempt.
No better way to start a round than your op getting the other offer on the team, so that was off of pure patience as well. Leaving Jaba with no support. It looks like he's going to put up a multi every round. But even with that, they went on B at the same time as mid. So this will put Big in the lead. Good rifle round. Mixed buy for Wildcard. Much better than Ancient.
I feel like they've been just getting brutalized by Utility on Banana, but Sus blocked into the corner, hanging on and dealing it back. 2 kills to him. Wow. Him and Jaba have just been stars of the show on Inferno, both with 15 frags apiece. As we get to the final moments of the first half, Wildcard holding back big and looking to tie this up at 6 a pop. Won't be difficult to identify their faults once they review these first 12 rounds. Wildcard falling victim to pistols charging down this B bomb site. At the end of the day, it's a respectable CT half, and seeing as Inferno is the Wildcard map pick, let's see what they've got in store once they take to the attack. Wildcard map up and looking for the 2-0.
Sometimes there's so much you want to say and you cannot, right? Like you see something's missing or...
Do you know what's the worst also about just you saying about those 30 seconds feeling so short is when you call a timeout and the guys are busy talking about something, and like especially if it's someone like that's really adamant really about getting this out, you know, and they don't realize the timeout has started and they're like just eating in it. Like 5 seconds are gone, 10 seconds are gone. Like you're just trying like, hey, give me a second here, guys.
I mean, it's good when they have the solution themselves. You call the timeout.
It feels like Kanye interrupting Taylor Swift. Like, I'm gonna let you finish, but
I've got 10 seconds. Let's listen the fuck up.
Exactly. The other day I had to tell Fallaway, I need at least 10 seconds. Okay. Give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. I need to say something in those 10 seconds. But yeah, it's another thing that happens. But it's good when they come up with the solution themselves.
It is.
It feels more natural for them to run the...
Absolutely. So yeah, I guess you can be like in a kind of an intermediary where like they may come up with an idea and you can just serve as like kind of reinforcing what they've already come up with.
Yeah, true. I mean, it all depends on the moment, right? Like in which moment they are. If they're still figuring things out or they have
a lot of solutions, too many solutions maybe, help them out, choose one.
Out of interest, I don't know if you do, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that's very important what you say. There's like just being that intermediary.
Yeah.
It's like, and often like there's never always gonna be like the 100% correct solution, but it's more about like supporting them in that solution sometimes.
Right.
Like, hey, yeah, this can work, but be careful of X, Y, and Z,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
So just like reinforcing, like, yeah, this is great, but we just need to watch out for this.
Yeah.
So just being that intermediary,
Yeah,
like
I
you're
like
saying,
that.
is really good.
I was going to ask about, like, do you have any memorable timeouts? Are there any timeouts that you recall over your careers that you kind of finished it, that you either won the round, you lost the round, but like something that just stands out of like taking the time out, taking those 30 seconds and it being different than normal or not feeling as...
You definitely have those where after the match you like feel they're like, oh yeah, like you nailed that timeout or whatever, because like you, especially when you read like 100% what they're doing and you just like take a timeout. I'm going to take a timeout now because I know they're going to run this strat. As soon as I call this, they're going to run this strat, and then it works out and it's beautiful. But then sometimes you also have them where you call the timeout, they run that exact strat and they still beat you.
It's like you know the whole thing.
Knew this was coming, like
It can't be my fault. It can't be my fault.
And you thought you were coming back to some Counter-Strike. Well, you're wrong, but in due time. Because in the meantime, this is what you've gotten. You've got Kassad, you've got Pimp. My name is Trace, and I've been called a lot worse than either of those things that I just called you to. Gentlemen, we do find ourselves in what is not a very precarious situation, but it is a tech pause nonetheless. We've seen this time and time again in the history of Counter-Strike. I don't think there's ever been an event without a tech pause.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first days, you can't expect it, right?
Yeah.
And if you ever want a tech pause, it's before the match starts. If you get it, on 14-14 on the major, in the last round of group stage.
14-14, that's going to be tough.
14-13 or 11-11, what was it with the VP and Jay? And remember the thing? Yeah. When G2 scammed their way into the playoffs? Yeah.
No, G2.
I mean, you don't want it then, but you want it before the game like this because you're kind of warmed up and, you're kind of on the edge there, but if it's the middle of the game, it kind of ruin your momentum, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Silver linings, straight.
Yeah, silver linings. And speaking of the playbook, Jacob, tell me a little bit about what you anticipate within this matchup itself.
I mean, to be realistic, not much. I'm going in with an open mind. I hope a team would stand in. Obviously, a team that, on paper shouldn't be able to do much against Furia in Imperial. Don't really have any expectations, to be completely honest. If they can make the game somewhat competitive, if they can give us a couple of signs of good Counter-Strike, then I'm open to welcome that with open arms. But in terms of raw expectations, I think this game is going to be quick as soon as it gets going.
Well, Jacob, okay, I'm going to stop you right there because the Little Birds are telling me a little bit about how they played against Na'Vi and like they kept it competitive.
Yeah, that was a good showing. That was better than anyone expected. But that's also why I want to go in with no expectations whatsoever, and that way you can only get positively surprised.
Yeah, Passion has a funny way of trumping logic, but not today. Not today.
Okay. Gentlemen, I brought you out here for a real strict and, pretty straightforward purpose, and that was to get us into the game, which is exactly what we're going to do in this moment. Go ahead, guys. Take it away.
Oh, yes. It looks like we're back. Yeah, Trace, you're loving it, aren't you? We're back. Get out of here. Here we are, Furia, ready to take on Imperial Valkyries. Now, we've done a whole build-up already, but that was like 30 minutes ago. Long and the short of it is this. We're opening on Mirage. This is a map that the Imperial squad love to play, and for Furia has been a bit of an issue. We drew some attention towards the positioning of K Serato in particular on these CT sides. We want to see if that changes up, and we want to see the impression that Imperial are able to leave facing off against this Furia squad after they set the bar highly in their first game versus Na'Vi back at Blast just, a week ago now. Yeah, I want to see if Imperial bring the same tenacity to the server, starting T-side, looking to bring the energy into this game. They're starting off with a quick A execute. It's only Yuri nearby. This is going to be the site controlled by Imperial, and Furia surely left to a retake of some sort. Oh, and Yuri's been dinked straight away, so those rotates are going to have to start moving around now for Furia. Smoke's deployed. And the Valkyries move in behind it. Imperial going to get out with the bomb plant here. Time to get set up in this post plant. There is a big flank on the cards from Fallen. He's going to get a lot of room before contact comes out.
Flash and a spawn for Imperial. They take CT away. They're in a good position here. A lot of times being lent to Fallen on this backstab, so he's got to get out of this with some clean kills.
There's no open shots right now. They're tucked in the back of the site. He's going to whip his opener. Now Fury needs to swim in, but they can't land anything. Bubble gets 2 in the site, and Imperial just run over Fury in this pistol. Kacerato's going for the stick. He's got a smoke on the bomb, and he's jumping for it, but they'll spam him out through, and 23 finds that pistol, and Bubble calls them bots. Someone's bringing the energy, and Imperial are coming through with a pistol.
Oh, that's so good.
I mean, we talk experience, we talk Zaz v Fallen. Bubble is one of the most experienced players in the entire scene if we look at his over decade-long career.
Let's fucking go! You bots!
And Furia, waiting for Fallen, will pay the price of their mistake. We've got a force-up for Furia in the second round. Bubble comes out confident in middle. Swing into the boxes as Imperial set up for this B hit. You talked about Kacerata, Harry. He's back home. Looking like a fake of the mid control before they go back to this B split. Bubble coming up short. There's going to be no one here to stop him. Cello is smoked off and doesn't have the gun to contribute. So it's Furia looking like a 2-on-4 on this B bomb site. And Kacerato is fiddling with nades right now. He's got to watch out.
Good timing on the jump check at least, and he does have support from Yuri still. There's going to be a lot of bodies thrown at Kacerato here as he tries to steal himself away over at bench. Cat with the swing. Can't get her bearings on Kacerato, so he's been allowed to get out with one. Here's Cello on that rotate over, but Kacerato is still here, trying to buy precious time. Zaz tapped out an important trade out of Bubble as he maneuvers up through short. It's left on a Fallen and Skulls in this 2v3. This is the force buy for Furia, and they've done damage on a 23. Bubble holds for the cross. They are out in his cross. Oh, no! That's an awkward spray. 23 fed to the Wolves as well, but Bubble's been allowed to put a fresh mag in, and there comes Anna to save the day.
All right, that's not crispy for Furia. Bubble whiffs an entire mag, gets a reload, still gets the kill, while no one's re-peeking Skulls. He needed that one.
All right, that's it. I'm calling it now. We're all aboard the Imperial Valkyries train. They're winning the series.
I do like how they play, how they played against Na'Vi, how they've started this game. It's very exec heavy, right? They get to maximize the trade potential. They go aggressive. They get to catch people in setups. You know, Fury are gonna have to know what they're up against in this game to avoid just getting popped by full execs.
Something else that I find interesting about the fact that we have Bubble here is, like, I know whenever I've seen the Imperial Valkyries play, usually they're very focused, like, inwards, and it's all about what they're doing as a team. I like that he's going to bring a bit of shit-talkiness to this whole affair. And I'm really curious if anyone else feels inspired.
I don't know if they will, but
I hope they do.
Hey, Bubble's doing it for the team. Playing the mental game. Can Furia keep their heads on straight as we see this A stack in play? It's a light buy, only pistol upgrades, no chance, surely, but Cello and Skulls catch kills close ramp and push in to get guns as well. Missed shots for Zaz. Fallen follows up. It's getting ugly right now, and it's got to be all 23 to clutch up in a 1v3. She's found a first. Cello denies, and Furia win a full eco.
Kind of a devastating way for that one to go, right? The double P250 push in a ramp. 23 tried her damnedest to keep them in that. It was a really nice triple kill out of Palace, but with so much control taken from Furia, an awkward miss spray, I think it was from Zaz coming out through the connector. Things went from bad to worse there, and so Furia on the board earlier than they would have hoped.
Yeah, this game gets very hard all of a sudden because Furia winning a low econ round gives them an AWP, and it gives them every bit of utility as Imperial don't have anywhere near the same graces. It's Bubble on a Tech 9 with Anna. Lots of nades at least, but Furia will return to sender. Great HE up middle. Yuri, a second one lands as well. Zaz is down to 18 health. And Furia sitting a 5-on-4 with full mid control, and there's no getting back into it. For Imperial, they've got to go back to the bomb sites. Re-smoked. And regrouping perhaps for a late B.
They fake that they want to go for this mid control, and Furia, for the most part, have respected this. That bomb will start to make its way out in the mid now. Cello getting real curious, starting to work his way up through the connector, and he does have support nearby. In window is Yuri, up on Cat is Skulls.
It's bomb, loose.
So not alone in these fights in middle, and Cello's one out the first. The bomb away from Imperial now. And with only 35 seconds left, this gets real awkward.
23 kind of has to kill Fallen, and even then, this is going to be a tough round. He's scoped back at CT, but he is playing timings. Just check Palace. Pulls nades. 23 gets a chance. It's 20 seconds, though, to do this, and Cello stopped the lurk through middle, so Imperial are boxed in into this site, and Fallen catches a fantastic shot through the box as Furia sweep this one aside. 5 alive on their full buy.
Or you want to go around?
Gonna have to be Glocks.
Damn, I like trying to extract as
Oh
much
yeah,
as
I'm gonna
we
listen.
can
I'll go
from
quiet.
I'm listening to all of them.
We all want the info. We all want the comms. That's what we're here for. To hear how Imperial are making it work without their in-game leader.
Going for a bomb one. Oh, well, that's the bomb down. They still managed to spill in, but all the rotates arrive. Nice little one at the end for 23. Furia will find themselves up in the lead now, and no bomb plant there. You would have loved the little cash injection. Means they won't get to bring an AWP out into this round. It's 5 rifles for Imperial.
This is where Furia should start flexing their muscles. They're playing good mid control right now.
Oh no.
Been assisting with a lot of flashes. Been trading out HEs even to multi-nade the top of middle. There's a tech pause, but if we don't acknowledge it, then maybe it won't happen. So we're back in.
Oh, you even did that ahead of time calling it as well. Like you didn't learn your lesson from earlier, man.
What lesson? We're live. 3-2.
Imperial want to try and take mid. It looks like Furia are willing to fight them here. Fallen playing through the con smoke. All power and support even nearby from Cello and the short push. Fallen going to strike first. Bubble once again on the receiving end of it. Zaz can't get the trade as that second swing comes out from Yuri. Fallen's finding success all across the map on this AWP. God, he just wants to take every fight.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe didn't want to take that one. Claws pulled for Cat as she deals with Fallen on the entry. Now, can anything become of this round? A 2v5 as it starts, but that AWP out of the picture. Cat given a little bit more room to start tiptoeing out ramp. Gets the spot on the jump at CT. Knows there's a player here.
Double volley.
Oh, she's actually not spread far enough. Cat's allowed to keep hanging out in this corner. They must be very confused as to how she's still there. Anna's been caught, and so it is just Cat left flying solo. No crazy Cat clutch in that round. It's Furia sticking the landing on a 5v2.
All right, no respect from Fallen in middle there. Just goes through the con smoke after he's flashed off of it. So just feels like he can get away with absolute murder in middle. And so he does. Double entry. And then it all just falls into place for Furia. Another pistol buy, maybe another pop on this B-bomb site here for Imperial. They were doing, against Na'Vi, they were doing 4-1s with the bomb going one side and the rush going the other. It didn't really work. But a bit of an old school move. In middle, they get denied in this round. And even at upper B, blocked. They smoke the molly, but they choose not to go. So this one's fizzled out very quickly. And Furia still own middle. Fallen starting this map strong as soon as the AWP comes out. No road to run for Imperial on these eco rounds. They've been quick and clean ever since Furia won their own P250 buy.
To be contact, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I can take it fast actually, if you molly for me.
Okay, they're doing a set play, it seems like, out of spawn. Was that the Ents B contact I hear? So these are the rounds that Imperial have shown to be far better on, especially in that game v Na'Vi.
Bubble's selling a bit of mid-pressure early on, but the real object is trying to get up in these apartments. Zaz going to walk out into lower.
Might get a player in window. Wouldn't be a bad move to leave them for later.
Cello's been waiting for this, though, and a lot of these rounds he's just been sitting behind this smoke, watching for a player to boost up and break on the smoke. Cello gets his reward.
Timing could not have been better there. As Zaz is jumping up. Full vision, and K-Serato has more utility on this B bomb site to go.
Yeah, they're only just starting to get out this first wave. Still a Molotov available for Yuri as well to try and slow this down. Just going to be contact. 3 players here for Furia. Strong crossfires set up and no trades from Imperial. It takes Cat going up and over. Goes for the first man on top of the van. Can Cat find any more here?
Got to do so while the smokes are up.
Waiting in the back of apps, hoping that something opens to on this AWP, but right now it's nothing available. Furia playing this one close and personal. There's the AWP, giving them a bit more runway. That's a moment of pause for Furia now.
I don't know where Cat's gotten to. She's very deep in the site. She might catch a player looking sideways right now. Easy kill. Fallen has repositioned, and Cat doesn't know. They think the AWP's on short, and right now they're focused on the bomb. 15 seconds. There could be a bomb denial, but Furia aren't going to play for it. They move through market together in a 2. Imperial take their post-plant positions. Cat in the open, still scared of short. Gets into cover in time.
Okay, not going to die first.
Ooh.
And we'll get taken off the line. Cat's going to have to do this one all alone. 2 kills to her name already. Third one presents itself. That's nearly the lineup, but nearly's not going to cut it. Yuri with an important trade keeps that 5v2 in Furia's favor.
We had a lot of those rounds in that Na'Vi game, right? Like the 2v2s, the 1v1s, the Imperial just fell short of, and you wonder what could have happened if they won those swing rounds. This is exactly what happens. Furia build up momentum. They build up money. That was a weird one for Anna. She had the perfect line. She had the advantage, and she didn't shoot. A little slow to it. So Furia pull out a reposition retake. Keep the good times coming.
That's the thing I think that's scary here is you're so far through, so far away rather from breaking through this Furia money that's been built up with these early flawless rounds, that this is going to be a real grind of a match if you're Imperial. Bubble has really struggled over here in mid. Anna and Cat are able to make things a little more interesting though. Some quick trades there as they're given fights in middle early. Yuri manages to get out, repositions around this smoke, and 23 is caught on an Apps lurk. Leaving just Zaz and Anna left up in this round. The AWP just staring in through Con, but Yuri does not have to give them a fight. He's fine just waiting here. Zaz will bring the fight to him. Gets out with the kill. 2v2 opens up. Bomb's still over on Catwalk. There could be a route into this after all. Some smooth moves from Zaz get us set up over in window room. And it looks like they want to try and wrap onto this B site. Lending Zaz a few seconds. See if she's given a kill.
The only reason Furia is still in this round is because K-Serato started A. I think the reason 23 drops out Palace there is they realize they killed the A anchor, and K-Serato is in an unsuspecting position. So off of that, Imperial walk into a trap. 2v2 now, and they are very split. This is so reliant on Anna finding success, but there are so many positions to clear. She's got a Molotov. But will she manually check the back of the van? Molly goes apps. Cello can deny this plant if he gets here in time. Anna goes to the back of the site in an empty position, but he can still stop it in time. Molly is absolutely ruining Cello's day, and Anna still gets it down with seconds to spare. It's on K-Serato, Brazil's best in the 1v2.
Not going to be easy for him. No space has been taken. There's an AWP pushed up in a market. Anna did just leave the angle. That's lent Keserato a bit of a leg to stand on here. He's closing the gap. Half the time ticked off this bomb already, and he's just looking away. Anna with the swing. Her and Zaz cook up around and find a way back in for Imperial. Zaz, the real goat with that molly, throwing it down over towards Van, saved the entire round.
And important kills for Anna in that post plant as well. She didn't get a lot of AWPs in the Na'Vi game due to just losing, swing rounds for economy. But she's already had a lot going on in this T side, and they're going to keep coming. Looking for a ramp pick now. Furia with Skull's balcony side, taking middle, putting a lot of real estate, or put a lot of resources rather into taking this real estate. They're up top mid with the AWP, for crying out loud. Fallen's looking for another 5v4. He's picked Bubble both times in middle. Bubble hidden back this time. Fallen goes searching. Meanwhile, his team look at that A site. Bubble gets picked, but they find the ramp entry.
Oh, awkward timing for Cat. Skulls catches her on a swing. And so it's another one of these 2vx rounds going to have to come through for Imperial. Or else Furia get right back to their winning ways. And that's not a winning recipe for Zaz. Walking the con smoke. It's held, it's considered, and that leaves it now just on 23.
And Fallen's on the angle with a dry fight. He's been nailing these all day. He's going to do so once more. Furia 7 up now. Another multi-kill for Fallen. He has been full of them. 3 multi-kill rounds already on the AWP.
No, just smoke.
Bubble may have started strong, but the role of going out first middle is not proving to be an enjoyable position. Imperial salvage something with another Tech 9 buy. Got some nades. They get out behind the boxes. Going for a fast B split.
Yeah, right in up the catwalk, straight out through the apartments. Keserato low on ammo, but they've lost the entire short split component of this B hit. It's now just 2 in the apartments, and that's quickly cleaned up by this B hold. 8-3, a winning CT half put forward from Furia as Imperial lag behind. I hope before this half is over, which means it kind of has to happen now, I hope we get to see Imperial go back to the A hit. I think that was some of their nicest work early on with just the standard util. Furia are playing a lot of players over in mid to fight for this mid control.
They're trying not to be 1D, they're trying to get mid so they can get a player out under or a lurking connector, but the timings haven't been great. That's because Fallen's doing stuff like this. He's pushing the con smoke, he's aggressive on short, he's constantly thinning the herd.
We've started so many rounds with a minimum of 3 players in middle for Furia. And so in those moments, the extremities are a little bit weaker, but so much time and resources spent fighting for mid. And yet to see the results for it, it's looking to be a dominant closer to this half. Out of Furia as they steamroll over the Imperial Valkyries to open up this series.
Full focus for Furia as Fallen and Cello run rampant over the server and welcome Imperial to the Hall of Heroes with a harrowing start, a 9-3 half on the CT side of Mirage. It's Imperial's map pick. It's one that Furia have even had trouble with, but right now it's all coming up Big Fallen. Very mobile AWP action on that CT side was enjoyable to watch from him. And Imperial, safe to say, at this sort of deficit, despite getting that first pistol, they do require the second. But there's only one B, Harry.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big test for Kat here. She's showing real proficiency with the pistols, so don't count her out of this. Kat with a double. That's a thing of beauty. That second shot to Yuri. So fast, you barely even saw it, but she will get run down. Cello able to deal with the one defender. The rest of Imperial now have to finish what Kat started. Ooh, push into the market. They want to bring the fight to Imperial. They're going to try and take this space away. 2 USPs holding, and 23 does not let them get away with this market control. It's just Fallen now. 1v2. They've got him boxed in, both sides accounted for. Trying to close the net over Fallen, trying to eliminate all his options, but Fallen's carved his own path here. Back into the round, in with the clutch. It's Fallen. Double digits secured for Furia, as he's ascending up towards the top of the board, trying to overtake Cello. The two with a real hot start here for the Furia squad. Heartbreak of a round for Kat after the opening she was able to find. These were fantastic.
It's a real shame. They had him boxed in. I think Anna needs to scale a bit faster there. 23 had him stuck in the site, but they couldn't get a 2-on-1. He's able to isolate really well. And you can't teach experience, can you? Fallen laughing it off and finding a pistol to put Furia on the precipice of taking this map. They're going to go back to it as well. Another B hit with only one player and a smoke that will not be respected as Furia come flooding in. You might just have to full save Imperial on the wrong side of the map. This is definitely the right call to give it up, as long as you can keep your guns alive. Play this force buy again. But that puts Furia one step closer. I want to see if Fallen calls the bluff again, right? Because you would expect...
Yeah, well, the triple B hit to open.
If they're saving full, it's because they forced it. It's because they gambled. So you can kind of expect them to keep the force and gamble again. It's your best odds of winning the round. Hoping Furia just exec into your sight. We saw the same thing happen in the first half. So does Fallen want to call the bluff once more? Would not put it past him in this match.
I don't get what you want to do. No force, we can buy farmers. Like
No, we're just playing. We stay for the...
Stress for Imperial. There is no room for error. And Furia look like they want to run it back similarly, at least. Got a bit more mid-control coming in, a slower approach to B, but again, Imperial want to fight them in mid. That molly spreading last second. All 5 in middle for Imperial.
Oh, awkward for Cello. He's done a lot of damage.
Whoa. But they're out B.
And rest of Furia on the back of this fake out in mid. Take all the space in this B site. That's a crazy dink. Put down range from Bubble. Zaz has been able to secure that kill to Yuri down in middle. Bubble's MP9, secretly a sniper, taps out Keserato. Cello still left wrestling for this mid control.
So late though, they gotta go.
As the Ana scout making matters even harder for Furia. It's only Skulls in the site. Has to buy time, has to hold the line, and they'll run him down. 23 on the drive-by peak. It's all left onto Cello.
Okay.
On the bomb now. Trying to close the distance here, but 10, it's not ideal. And there's Kat's USP to silence him. The save of that force buy worth its weight in gold to keep this game alive for Imperial.
A really nice call to just flood the bomb site there after Cello gets that top mid frag and Ana follows up with the scout. They know they have just one player trapped. Pace is everything there for Imperial. They can't wait. They have to overwhelm Skulls on 23. Hits a crucial shot with a 5-7 to stop that clutch on the B site from coming through. Imperial, akin to Furia winning that eco in the first half, have saved themselves here. Giving themselves runway and an AWP to boot. Ana gets smoked immediately. So she's going to look for a picking connector instead. Furia, a flat A executes. With Cello on his luck. 20 and 8 Cello. You got to watch out. He's going to come behind you. Ana gets her first though.
Well, things heated up for Zaz. That molly forces her into a swing, but she will secure the kill and takes it one step further. Zaz didn't have to go hunting for a second, but she wanted blood. And Serato on the receiving end of it. Cello was meant to lurk out mid. Now he's going to sit in a corner for a minute in a 1v5.
Yeah, they shouldn't find him at this point. For Imperial, just take the 5 alive round. That's huge. It gives you breathing room on this CT side. You can save some money. Ana needs it right now, 100 in the tank. And a better look for Imperial on that A hold. I like that front default smoke that Zaz puts down as well. Lets her fight players out Tetris without committing to the apex headshot angle that AKs are going to be so much better at. They're going for the hunt.
Yeah, I just had them say they have no money next round, so screw it. Why not? They're going to try throw some bodies at Cello here. 20 kills deep. He really wants to get out with this AK.
I can't believe he watched that for a minute and he was still focused.
Yeah, I'm tabbed out. I'm doing something different at this point if I'm Cello, but he's locked in.
Let's do spirit anyway. Can I have drop a cat?
Well, with a lot of calls, we're seeing that. There are a lot of prep, a lot of things in the tank to show off.
Can the CT side start to build up?
What's Spirit? Do you think it's a mid-take? That's what I guess.
Yeah, surely.
It's going to be a low econ round. Cello with his saved AK. They are going for late mid control here, it looks like. 3 in connector. Cello just trying to get this AK to work. Oh!
Box are getting removed one by one. The Cello, finally dropped out. It's Ana's AWP to get rid of him. Can anyone get their hands on that AK? They haven't been able to find it, so it's just these Glocks scrapping in middle. And everyone from Imperial goes hunting for that last man.
4.4. We need to be ready for sights now. They don't have a lot of it.
All right.
I think these looks we're getting a lot of insight, but very aggressive round for Imperial.
Over these last few rounds, Ana's had some high-impact moments with the scope, right? It started with the scout, then donning the AWP. She found the kill in the A entry to kind of slow that down. Here with a swing with conviction into the one rifle down in mid. I think that's going to be one of the big question marks for Imperial. It's like, what can these games be if Ana feels like she's playing her best?
Yeah, CT side Mirage is exactly where you want to be. We saw the value Fallen extracted in that first half, so Ana looking similar, very mobile. Different round, different position, supporting on this A site this time as Furia get mid control for free. Let's see how they do this A split. It's going to be a couple coming from under. Boost available, big kill for 23 on top of the Palace. And that's a lurker dead. That might tell you, watch out on this A split. Furia go through their own window smoke and Zaz has just looked away. She's fallen for it.
Oh, that's really awkward timing. Gonna get back on the line now. Nice. Zaz will get rid of Serato, blowing the smoke open. It goes just a little bit deeper. Zaz right up close. Cello gonna get out with the M4 now and can look to apply a bit more pressure. There's the backstab from Bubble. Oh, and the double up. Bubbles AK throwing itself into these fights, and it's finished off by 23.
Everyone does their job there. Everyone nails it, really. Zaz gets that lurker that looked very scary in the window. Scary cut.
Perfectly cut screams.
Yeah. Imperial, reason to believe right now as they lock 4 rounds in a row on CT side. Furia going for a variety of rounds.
Yeah, right? It's not like, I mean, this game started with Furia and Fallen calling a bunch of B rushes. Looks like that's the trick up his sleeve here with the Tech 9s on this low econ round. Furia can feel that this game's getting far closer than they ever wanted it to. Just gonna try and barrel through the util up in the apartments. Bubble already here, holds the line with the AK. They go walking into Cat, but she's not one to be trifled with over at this B site. A lot of damage done. There's the support from the Ana AWP, and it's only Fallen left standing. He'll get run at.
Yeah. 5 alive. You know, we knew Ana was a very supportive AWPer coming in, right? Playing a lot of passive positions, playing for the clutches more so than the entries. But we've seen her very active in this game on the CT side specifically. Wasn't having a lot of fun in the first half, but she is in the right place at the right time every time. She's even attempted some of these openers, trying to swing window, swinging ramp in the first gun round. Saves Cat there. 5 alive, Imperial 3 away.
They are making this happen. The huge performance from Cello and Fallen felt like it was going to be enough for Furia to just dominate this game, but the tides have well and truly changed. It's back in the middle now.
Fallen hasn't had a kill this half yet.
Ana wants
Cello's 3 were on saves.
Ana wants to be involved on this AWP. She's taken the deep line down through middle. And there's top performer Cello stripped out the round by Ana's AWP. Hell of a man to find early.
Oh, he heard the jump. Keserato knows he has great timing. Tries to catch her in the air. Has to give it up now. That could have gone very wrong for Imperial. But even Keserato will walk back. Double setup on B. That means they know mid's clear. Furia take it with a pace. Smoke is a bit scary, but I feel like it's just landed there. Taz, oh, I take it back. She's found a gap.
She's got a bunch of angles provided by this smoke. They're going to go looking for her, but ready and waiting. Skulls, double opener though. The round's back on. Skulls. He's made this one interesting. Can it go any further than that? It's a good flash to get the spot on Ana's AWP back in the spawn and knock her off the angle, but Skulls is just 1G'd. He's died in his own Molotov. Oh dear. From the double opener that was meant to be the hero of the round, one misstep has left Furia clutching at straws. It's only Keserato. This is meant to be their man. He can't do anything. Ana catches him on the swing, and that is the recovery from Imperial.
That
Skulls. Oh, that's
unbelievable.
Rough.
That molly lasted forever, but there's no excusing it. He threw it. He ran back into the Molotov in a favored post plant.
After getting the double entry.
And you know what? We ended the year looking at Furia and saying one of the biggest issues I've always had with this team is they just don't hit their smokes, man. They always miss utility. It was a meme on Nuke for so long. We didn't know if they were missing them on purpose, if this was some grand strategy. And when we ended in Shanghai, Furia still hadn't fixed it. They were missing smokes on this map. They were missing smokes on Dust. They were missing smokes on Nuke. And they just did it again to give Imperial free kills up connector. This is a problem. Compounded by Skulls killing himself in the site. And within sight is this comeback from Imperial female. They are only 2 rounds behind. 6 straight CT side. Ana going from 0 to hero in this game. And everyone holding their spots.
Just down to pistols again for Furia. Ana's had a real change in confidence across this map.
Yeah, look at this.
Look at the peak down in middle. This is exactly what Fallen was trying to get away with all first half long, and he was finding a lot of success here. Same successes come Ana's way. Cat gonna try and hold down the apartments, but these Tech 9s getting closer. Good control. She's pulled her own. Tech 9 sends them packing. 2 players left standing, and it's still Bubble with support now from that Ana AWP. Fast on the rotate. Imperial are entering that flow state as Skulls left. Last man standing, and it might be another death in the Molotov for Skulls as this comeback well and truly taking flight now. There's one round between Imperial and Furia.
Unbelievable. The way that they have done this as well, when you think about how dominant this first half was. Furia win the pistol. They were 11-3 up as Imperial had to full save. Then Imperial win a force buy, and they have not dropped the ball since. Another strong double kill in the B-bomb site for Kat. When you're ready to ride her off, she misses her mag and still nails it on the pistol. Here we go, Furia. This is what we've been waiting for. The full buy that must stick the landing, or you're in trouble.
Oh man, that is a crazy opener. This is like watching a whole different person. Anna is throwing herself in a fight after fight on this AWP, and Furia are hating it. They've lost Cello early. They've lost the man top in the charts. 23 has been a monster over towards Palace. Zaz farms up the kills down in middle, and there's 23 with the killing blow. Tie game from 11-3 down. Imperial Valkyries have embarked on a huge comeback, 8 rounds straight to tie this game up.
The fundamentals are so solid there on that round. Zaz is hitting every shot on the conlurk, and they're supporting 23 with great flashes so she can farm off top Balk as well. This is looking ugly and stressed for Furia, as a couple of little mistakes in this T side have gone a long way. And not to just say they're dropping the ball, Imperial have absolutely earned this place at 11 apiece. Anna, opener after opener, all on the CT side.
The thing that's so wild about this is, like, I think heading into the first event that we saw Imperial Valkyries play at the start of the year, it was Blast, it was versus Na'Vi, top dog opposition, and I think they did actually set a bit of a standard for themselves. Now I think that it felt nigh on impossible for them to come to Katowice into the play-in and try to match up to that. Then the fact that they don't have Tori arriving and they have to have Bubble playing, like, this is a huge comeback versus a top squad. Furia had a huge lead, 11-3, running away with the game. It wasn't even close. They have a coach standing in, and here they are tying up the game at 11-all. This would be one hell of a way to make some history if you are Imperial. To do it in this fashion. I don't think this is what Serato and Yuri, when they extended their contracts, had in their brain when they said, yeah, we want to make history for Brazil.
Yeah, well, if they want to do so, they need more than single-digit kills, for crying out loud. Fallen yet to frag in this entire half. Cello, 2 of his 3 kills were on saves. And Serato and Yuri never got going. Skulls' his only multi-kill. He ran into his molly after he got it.
Yeah.
So here we go. Furia have rebought. They took a risk on this buy. They've gone full Galils to get the util, and Bubbles flashed in for an early kill. He will fall. This round now gets interesting, but keep in mind the mini-map where Imperial are stacked on this site. Anna in the pivotal position to shut this round down.
Oh, she's seen ahead there. Got the info, got the spot. Zaz wins the fight out down towards ramp. And Imperial, if they can stick the landing in this 2v2, they're about to find themselves in the lead. Anna had chances here. She's actually pushed in to play in the smoke.
Gotta get the bomb.
This is a very confident-looking Anna as she plays to face Serato on this bomb plant.
Stick.
Full commit to the stick. Footsteps heard. Serato has the info here. This is where the pressure's at its highest. Trying to get past Serato. A man famed for his clutches. Easier said than done, but Cat makes it so. Imperial up in the lead, and they've got one chance to get this game over the line.
Of course, it's Cat to close down that round as well against Brazil's best, question mark. She did it against Wonderful back at Bounty. And right now, they are dethroning Furia as well. Unbelievable comeback for Imperial. And map point on their pick. It is more than within reach. It is a reality right now. Can they land it?
They needed 9 rounds in a row, or 10 rounds in a row rather, if they wanted to close this out in regulation. And you wouldn't have believed it, but everything's coming up for Imperial. Anna nails the shot in mid through the smoke. And that AWP that was really struggling to get going, that was really struggling to find impact, is now so valuable to this Imperial squad on the defense.
Now we're seeing female player of the year 3 times in a row. And now Furia know why. Putting on a clinic here in the A site. Even K-Serato's B-Lux have been nerfed all half by Cat with her util, with her positions. And he's down to 50. He failed his B attempt. He's gone back around the world. They're grouping for an A hit. This is the last chance for Furia. If they don't win from a player down, this is Imperial taking a map in this series for the first time in history. Now Imperial are making the wrong gamble here. They've moved the AWP away. They're going to have to play retake. Furia show their hand. That's a bomb spotted. The players can start scrambling now over the other side of the map as 23 is boxed in. Furia get ever closer.
23 has been such a good buffer stop in these A hits. She's been incredibly consistent, especially at finding these kills over in Palace. But this round is going to be really tough for her. Boxed in this corner. Staying alive at least buys time for the rotates. There's spam damage connecting at Azaz, but it's not enough to stop the plant. This is going to end with a retake. We either get flushed into extra time, overtime on the cards, or Imperial pull this game back. They lose the first two in. Bubble with a key trade, 3-on-3. Ooh, 23 can't land a shot. It's all eyes on Ana. Half health gone, and Skulls will seal the deal. Furia, it takes them an eternity, but they finally come up with the goods and lock in an overtime versus the Valkyries.
All right, Imperial can brush it off, right? They're the ones who pulled the comeback. They're the one who took the pressure off their back. For Furia, it just reignites. Finally, we get impact from Fallen late in the last couple of rounds after a silent T-side. Man down round puts Furia into overtime. And they even call their final timeout.
This is what it's all been for. And in a few minutes' time, we'll know who gets to lock in at Mirage. Move ahead and map up in this series. Furia, from that 11-3 lead, have scraped by into overtime, and now they're looking to completely change the pace of this game. K-Serato immediately runs it through the B site. Look at all these people in behind him. The rest of Furia all there, looking to link up with K-Serato. Cat will not go down easy.
She's in trouble.
The support on its way over as Zaz joins the fray, but not for long. There's that fallen AWP. 23 is a long way away from being involved in this round, and so Ana, armed with their trusty AWP, is hoping these smokes fade soon enough and that she can get involved. 23 now faces the same fate over on short, and just nothing's being left open to this AWP. There's been no chances for Ana to get involved.
Yeah, got to
save it might just be the right call. Bit of pill to swallow after the insane comeback you were on, but Furia managed to break through that B defense for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, nice to see K-Serato actually set up for a change. Sure, like he should be able to get away with value on B-Lurks, but he's been going on his own every time. This round, it's a lot more fluid. Furia gets smoke in for him, then they flash him late out of apps, and they're able to play off him there with an entry. So Cat's position gets made very vulnerable. As is Ana's on this save. Oh, she can't get away with the AWP.
Can you?
Furia with the first of overtime. Finally trying to figure out this T side.
Ooh, hell of a move from Ana, playing through the molly. No success this time around, though, as Furia are a bit more cautious about middle. They've been burned many a time by the Ana AWP. Oh, Lex not to need the smoke. Gets one lobbed over. Just a second or two early as Cello was about to swing out mid. It's clear that Anna is feeling very hungry to get involved on this AWP, though, with how this round has started.
At a certain point, they're not giving it away, so she's got to pick a position and stick to it. It's going to be triple with a lot of support on this A site. So Imperial setup looking pretty nice right now. But with the bomb in middle, options are still open for Furia. They don't have to commit on their initial volley. Will Bubble give away an entry here? Skulls is tucked in, looking for this kill. Bubble gets an opener. Yuri trades. That might beckon them in.
Kind of a wild swing from Bubble. Gets out with one. Here's the triple con split out of Furia. Can they get past Zaz? Holds the line with the first. K Serato, an important trade. They still have this AWP and 23 floating around under Palace left to worry about, though. They're going to flush her out. They've got to move past this AWP. And Anna, that was the chance she was going to get to turn the tide of this round, but it sails on past them.
Don't need to save this. You may as well give it a go. You got the money anyway.
Cat goes through, playing off the flash, but can't get her bearings on K Serato, and there's Fallen holding the line. Anna's AWP is locked out. Furia chained together 2 in overtime.
I like the change for Furia, going for a lot later on the mid-take. They know how much util Imperial have been using to get mid-control early, right? All the nades to break window smokes, all the flashes for Bubble to swing off Cat. And as they burn everything early in the round, Furia then come very late with a triple con split. And it's a lot to ask for Zaz to get multiple kills there. Anna's not given the entry out ramp. And Furia overwhelm A. Back-to-back rounds now in OT, so Imperial try and pull a trick out. Double under drop fast.
This isn't something that Furia have had to worry about in this game yet.
This could get really nice backstab timing. It's the first time K Serato's not started here in a long time. So as long as they can block and live for a little bit of time, Zaz is behind enemy lines.
This is really heads up from Zaz.
Or Cello, though. Why is he ready for this? It's so quiet. Zaz won't go too far.
Oh, no! Oh, my God, wait!
That's
this is so wild! Anna's now been spotted down in lower. Will that get them to check behind one more time? Zaz, hot on their heels with this backstab.
Wrong way, though. She's going A. Still might be good in the late round, but don't worry about it now. It's Anna in the middle of the action. The nade's coming down on connector. Cello's going to creep through.
Needs to hit this, tries her hand at the no-scope, but she will live to tell the tale, and there's support from Cat. There's still this lurk at large on Zaz, in with this backstab. That's going to come in a little bit later. You need the rest of Imperial to hold the line. 23 overran, and Cat can't hold on much longer. It's now all eyes on Zaz. This backstab has been a long time coming. Plant denied with 30 seconds left. They've entrusted this to Zaz in the clutch. Well, she failed them. Nades pulled. Caught in the open, but able to reposition. Zaz getting tricky with it. Up and over the smokes. Right now, but she's making this happen, and it's just Fallen left to beat. 2 most experienced players on either side of their rosters. Zaz versus Fallen. Nade on the smoke. She plays right through it. Zaz turns up with a 1v3 to give Imperial their only round on this CT side of overtime.
That's an unbelievable clutch that Furia give away, and she absolutely robs from them. Just going back in non-stop every time.
The way she played around Fallen's nade was perfect as well.
Dude, that was
like, in Fallen's mind, he's already got the nade out. He's thinking, I'm about to ruin her day. And he nades the smoke, and she's already pushed through it. That is
relentless clutch. I mean, yeah, so confident. I love to see it. It's given them a chance.
That's a rough way for this to start.
The T side was so hard, Harry. Both teams having trouble. Furia break that in overtime, but now Imperial need to one-up it. And again, they have to do it from a 4v5. Oh, nice molly. Skulls is scared of them. Furia try and cycle smokes to stop this connector control, but it is inevitable. Imperial are coming for it, whether you like it or not. It's Zaz alone in middle as her team regroup for another A commit. K Serato is in the site. They're not even playing B. It's just Fallen on a cross. So this is suddenly a very difficult looking round for Imperial, as they have to trifle with a full A stack. Oh, good info.
Get the tag. I know that K Serato is waiting under Palace, but 23 can't really be her to make the first move here. She's stuck watching the stairs. Keserato's been allowed to overstay his welcome.
It's the lurk.
Let's find success on her lurk up through the connector. No, surely not another. Zaz backing off. Skulls gives chase. Keserato trapped in this box, gets dropped on by 23. Fallen's all posted. There's still layers to this defense, and as they move in, they will clean up. Furia up on map point here, have 2 chances to lock this one in.
Oh, a very commendable run for Imperial, and it will need to be unbelievable if they're going to drag this into another overtime off the T side. We'll have to see their best rounds yet. Shown us some phenomenal individual efforts. Cat anchoring on CT. Zaz with a rifle. Anna's aggressive CT AWP, but T side has been such a whirlwind. Getting swept up in it. Good grenades in the ramp as well, put 2 players down to 50. And Bubble back to regulation, a 4v5 in middle as Furia look to run this one home. It's Yuri in the sandwich with a nice spray. Orp will not connect, and Anna full blind. This might be the end of the line.
It was a damn good attempt, right? At the 11-3 scoreline, you thought this one was long over. Managed to battle all the way back into OT, even being the squad that could have closed this out. But in the end, once you hit overtime, Furia, Fallen's boys, able to pick it up. They walk away with Mirage, saving face in this one, but the series still alive. Waiting in the wings is Dust 2, Furia's map pick.
$25. All good. Anything?
Nothing. I'm
Nothing.
going B.
Just I will pick it.
Molly.
You can molly BFs. Nothing kitch.
Car or bench.
I'm all in car. Planted safe.
Car. Dead car. 2v1.
I'm coming. I'm going bench. I'm going bench.
Can be anywhere.
I don't have kitch. Short is open, that's it.
Just
Nothing
don't
kitch.
care about
I will
short.
take short. I'm taking
Yeah?
short now. I didn't see kitch.
You can let him drop Zaz on from ups.
Nice, guys. One with me.
Where is he?
I'm holding smoke. I don't know. I know.
Backside.
Push him.
Left side.
I'm pushing.
Left side.
Dead. Nice.
Last one. Stop
it. Can be ups.
Big house should be.
Be ups.
I'm taking
hold
B-ups
B-ups.
from car.
Hold B.
B-ups, close.
We are both 1 HP.
Nice!
Nice, guys.
Let's come back.
Easy, guys.
Давай.
You have ramp, Anya?
He stairs and con. Stairs and con. Smoke short, guys. It's gonna be A.
One more spawn,
One more spawn. Palace bomb.
Palace.
Last one,
Nice.
last one.
Last. Safe call. He was there. Nice. They have no money. Nice.
Wait, I want a K. Wait. Блять.
Nothing short. Carry.
Yeah.
Dead
Nice. That's the mid player. 2B. Leave, Stash. Run away. One more. Two more running. Class 2. Didn't cross me 2 years. I'm coming through short. I'm coming through short. They need kills, guys. They need kills. Nice, Anna. Давай. Sit down.
I'm going out backside with you.
Let's go.
Nice.
Where are you going? Go upstairs. You need to survive, Anna.
Yeah, we'll try.
Either you survive or you just go fuck him.
Careful, Cat.
The default.
Default.
You got this. Nice! Let's go!
KK.
Insane, блядь.
Good job.
Furia take map 1, but can I say they escaped by the skin of their teeth? They were pushed, and they were pushed heavily by Imperial Valkyries with a stand-in in the IGL position. Did you think we were going to say that after this first map at the beginning of this day, Jacob?
No, there's absolutely no way anyone could have expected this result, nor anticipated this would happen. I think there's two main stories to this game in itself. Obviously, Imperial doing way, way better than any of us would have thought, being able to push Furia all the way to a point where I was feeling like they're going to win this map. You know,
they had a map point.
They had a map point. They could win this map. That's one story. That's something we're going to dive into for sure. They deserve an awful lot of credit for that.
Yep.
And then the other side of the story, obviously, is Furia, quite frankly, shitting the bed. You know, when you have an elite where you're up 11-3, you are in prime position to just close out the game. To throw, whether that's against Imperial Female or any other team in that position, is a bit embarrassing.
Listen, that second part of the story, you can throw it in the bin because I'm not going to talk about it at all. The thing is, like, if you think you're a serious team, any kind of serious team, you should be dismantling other teams without their IGL's coach, with coach playing, right? Let alone a team that is first time on an event like this, a female team that is right here, right now. If Imperial had 10 more games like this, on a stage like this, against men's teams with close games, they would close this one out 13-11 and probably in overtime.
I mean...
So, on the positive sides, I'm not even going to talk about Furia, because why would we? At this point,
well, they did win the map, you know.
Yeah,
so
the thing is, like, on the other side, positive stuff about the Imperial lineup is the communication. I think, from my experience in Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, and Tier whatever, Imperial has better communication than 80% of those teams.
I mean, you were standing behind them, you both. We were all just here close because, to be honest, we were here because we thought it was going to happen, right? We thought on that one map point, regardless how difficult it was in the air. But that's also a great example of you have to win every single round in a situation like this, and you have to keep your head in it. But I think you can kind of follow Kassad in that, Zaz specifically in those rounds, right? Really, yeah, going for it and having a level-headed call, even though the IGL wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to dive into it, I think we heard a few examples in this little, content piece before heading into the segment here, where there's a lot of support, communication as well. Most teams, as you said, Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike, they can communicate to a decent level, but I heard many moments also from standing behind them that players who were dead, would give supportive communication throughout the rounds, who would, try help people alive. It was also one of those scenarios where everyone felt like they were open to that. I've played on teams, I've seen teams where, one of my teammates would go, "Shut up, you're dead," and I'm like, what level are we playing at here?
I mean, you were dead a lot, so.
Yeah, but that's true, but then you can still contribute. And I feel like that's one of the ways that Imperial Female are probably making up for the fact that there's certain aspects of the game, obviously, where they're not on par with the Tier 1 scene or the Tier 2 scene, whether that being individual skill, mechanically, whatever. But making up for that with the communication is something I've already been proven that they have. I think what they did in this game, and just from standing behind them, I'm inclined to agree with you, Kassad. They have as good, if not better, communication than a lot of teams within Tier 2, Tier 3.
Zaz is their spiritual leader there, a captain, even though their IGL is not there. You heard the communication. We're standing from 11-6 till the end of the game behind them and listening to what's going on. Even in the situation, she was assertive when she was flanking and that 1v3 round. Then she was like, "Hey guys, I need sound, shut up," something like that, right? And then everybody else went quiet. She clutched that round. So you can see that she's a leader of their team. And then why are they successful in the female scene? And now they're coming into the male scene and obviously, doing well in the first map without their IGL.
I also saw a pivotal moment where she did not get what she wanted in the round. I think she was very, very frustrated. And we saw her go and I thought that was very impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it differently. No, but I also, it started bad for Imperial, we have to say it in terms of the T side, but I want to say it went just as bad for the side of Furia when they got into their T side. And a lot of that has to do with Anna and how she stepped up and held that mid position. I mean, you could scoff at the fact if you don't pay attention to that she won Player of the Year in the women's scene 3 years in a row. But versus Na'Vi, she didn't play her game. I think she'll be very happy that she was able to show what she's worth.
She was fantastic in that second half with AWP. She was installing a bit of fear in Furia. I was again standing behind them. She was being called out to be aggressive in middle, not only by herself, but also by the teammates. Bubble, the standing coach, were telling him to be aggressive in middle, believe in herself, and she did, and she had an output on the server. I had the opportunity and pleasure of playing with her, I think 2 years ago in a streamer tournament where I was like, all right, this Anna, I knew she was a big thing within the female Counter-Strike scene. That was my first time being exposed to her, and I was thinking to myself, from an individual point of view,
you want that.
She was fantastic. She was great. She was owning watching some of the other guys who were playing against, and she was very assertive on the server. She was taking initiative. And again, when we're speaking of some of these AWP players in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, we often lack, initiative. Sunpayer's a great example. We're going to see him later. Ultimate as well from Team Liquid. We're going to see him later. Sometimes we speak about their lack of initiative. Anna never lacked that. Not in this game, not when I played with her. And again, that's making up for the fact that there's maybe other aspects of the game where they lack a little bit. So overall, super, super impressed.
It is something to be positive about. Sorry, I didn't want to cut
Just
you off. Go
one
ahead.
more little
Yeah.
like kind of observation towards Kat, because I asked you about like the she was sitting on top on the left side, and I noticed that her communication was a little bit slow throughout the map. I think he got her killed a couple of times in the retakes where she didn't properly communicate what she was doing. And then I listened to the comms in the little video that we showed after the game, and you can clearly see that she was like, I felt like she was under a little bit of pressure. But hopefully these games like this, experience like this, will kind of elevate you for the next whatever is coming.
That's the thing, right? It's not just about this in a vacuum. It's about what this can mean in the future. But regardless, they have to look at this a little bit in a vacuum because they have a chance on Dust 2, a very big one. Hell, they almost closed out Mirage, so Furia is really going to have to put their best foot forward.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Fallen, great to get to catch up with you, as always. We've had quite a trend today. There's been a hell of a lot of Brazilian players entering the Katowice studio. So we've been asking everyone that's come through to kind of rank the opposition. So we got Big Azera to do it. We also got Drop. So I'm going to give you 7 South American Brazilian teams.
All right.
And you have to kind of rank them in order of where you think they're at the moment. First off, we're going to begin with Imperial. 1 being the best, 7 being the least best. Where do you think they'd go?
I think Imperial would be like 5th position.
Okay.
Maybe 4, yeah. Between 4 or 5.
Yeah, let's put him.
5.
Let's put him in 5. Yeah, that was actually exactly the same as both Big Azera and Drop.
Yeah.
So you're on the same wavelength. Fluxo up next.
Fluxo, I guess 6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's pretty solid. Did you watch any of the Blast Bounty?
I saw them
stuff?
playing some games in Europe when they came
Mm.
very early this year. Saw that history. They're Alper now
Yes.
with Art. So yeah, I'm always catching up with the matches. Kai is playing there as well. So when they play outside Brazil, I'm always watching.
Lovely. Pain up next.
I would say Pain 2nd.
Okay. Why not first?
Yeah.
Yeah?
What was next?
Why not first? Why would you not put
Why
them in
not
first
first?
place? Yeah.
Because there's us. We just played this game.
Let's put you up there then. Number
Yeah,
1 is
Furia number
Furia. Interestingly, they put you 2nd. I mean, that's fair enough.
Fair
They
enough.
can't rank themselves.
Yeah.
But Drop actually put you 2nd and put Pain first.
Well,
he
they-
put himself 3rd.
They can put in anywhere they want.
Yeah?
They still have to beat us on the server.
Go on then. Put MRBR somewhere. Where would you put MRBR?
MyBR. Well, there's MyBR left, and which
We got MRBR, 9Z, and Red Canids. Obviously, Red Canids had a lot of
I
roster
think MyBR
changes.
is 3rd.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's lock them in there. Which leaves 9Z where?
9Z and?
Red Canids.
Canids.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with. I mean, both teams have not been playing that much. Red Canids is rebuilding the team, so can't really know where they are at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'll go for Red Canids 7. They can go up very fast, in my opinion. And let's put 9Z4.
This is almost identical to both Drops and Big Azera. It's just with the top 2 switched around. How close do you think it is between you guys at the moment?
I think it's very close. The match we played last year, by the end of the year, showed how close both teams are. Now they got a new pickup. He's playing very well.
Yes.
So at least from the early stages, it's looking very decent for them. So yeah, I would say it's very, very 50-50 at the moment. Matchup can go either way.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts. As always, Fallen, and best
Thank
of
you.
luck.
Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
A wild opening map. Mirage, one for the history books, as Furia were narrowly able to close it out after an 11-3 lead. It required extra time. It required OT. Imperial put up one hell of a fight, but now as we get ready to head to Furia's map pick, it's Dust 2. See if things are a little cleaner for Furia, or if Imperial are still able to surprise.
Yeah, I mean, that was unbelievable, the way that Imperial came back in that map. But it's gonna get harder. It's gonna be an uphill battle on Dust 2. Furia's go 2, and a map they even beat Spirit on. If we think back to Shanghai, right, the only loss Spirit took once they hit the major was Dust 2 to Furia to start off their run in the BO1s. Of course, they went on to be flawless from that point on. Zaz giving some words of wisdom to her team, the most experienced player, showing it in the server today. She pulls up a huge 1v3 clutch in that previous game, plus some important con lurk denials on Mirage. But here on Dust 2, it's going to be a different game entirely.
They were shitting their pants. They had to use the bathroom.
That's just fire.
I love it. That's a good line. Hyping him up.
Zaz is bringing heat.
Yeah, she really, you said you wanted it, you're getting it. It's not
Hell
external,
yeah.
it's internal. Keeping it inside of the squad. Bubble, probably don't call them bots, because you did bottom frag the server. And to be honest, talking of which, I think K-Serato's drop-off needs to be talked about, because frankly, he has had a couple of really rancid tournaments. That map as well was unable to extract much value in the game. The hero was Ana for Imperial and Cello and Fallen for Furia. Time to get things going though. Dust 2, map 2, Imperial's chance at redemption here against Furia, a map in their pocket.
Yeah, they'll get the comfort of at least starting on the CT half. That was where they found their success back on Mirage. Early on, it's pretty measured over here in mid. Furia allowed to take the space with that doors smoke down. And so Furia, all the real estate they wanted here. Players up in Cat, they've got lower tunnels. Now the smoke's faded. Let's see if Cat can be the one to get the ball rolling.
Triple mid is a potent setup, but Ana gets cleared perfectly. Zaz through the smoke with a couple more, but it's still Furia trading effectively and faking the steps. Zaz getting baited in, or his bubble rather, coming through. And Fallen played him like a fiddle there. Forced that reaction, leaving 23 out of this round. And Furia are even tucked in, so he's not going to get any freebies here. They're all even going to wait for Fallen. They don't need to commit. And there he goes. Furia come through with the pistol. And that's despite the stack.
I'm so proud of us, and this is a proof that we can challenge these guys. Okay, full confidence now. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, you know, both games now have started off with a nice kind of talk from Zaz, and I think especially after that first map, something to remind the group, you know, what they just achieved in that opener and how it could have even been the Imperial victory. She's done a lot in trying to step up to be the leader. And as the most experienced player on the team, I think that's exactly what you want to see and hear from Zaz in this series.
Yeah, the question is, would Furia have stood a chance?
I actually don't think they would have. I think it would have, yeah.
Probably would have gone better.
Bubble had a really rough go at it in that first map.
Just kind of 4v5ing them a lot in middle, right? He needs to lock in a little bit more for this second map, because so many rounds just dry swinging out mid with no support.
Yeah, that's the thing that felt so rough about it, is like he was dying in the same way every time.
Yeah, never really adapted or learned. And I think the big thing, at least for Furia, to talk about them is they did adapt and they did improve on their T side by the end, going for really late mid control, not just running into these util combo setups that Imperial had and all the smokes they were breaking early in the round. And to be honest, the longer the rounds were, the more Imperial was sweating. Think about that last round of regulation, the 5v4 post-plant retake that they, drop a little bit, don't trade super well. Furia all fighting in the open. But this is a new map, a new opportunity with Zaz bringing yet another speech for the Imperial squad. We know there's more than a chance here.
That's the thing I think that's been coolest about the speeches from it, is like they're not just empty words, right? Like Zaz gives that one even heading into the pistol and then delivers that little double kill in mid, or... I always try and listen in.
Well, stop talking.
Yeah, I know, I did. I cut myself off straight away.
Doing both.
Now I don't remember what I was saying, so right back into this, Furia. They were able to secure that B site. One kill decided the round, and so now Imperial get to run back this force. You saw it work out for them back on Mirage.
And it's going to fall back after a pick attempt.
I think, the fact it's Dust 2 and Anna started to really step up in that Mirage game, like suddenly was finding openings, was winning rounds for Imperial. I think that's going to make all the difference on this second map. As, we know Dust 2 can be dominated by AWPers.
Yuri in a very good position to stop this aggressor on long. He even catches them going back. Doesn't know about Zaz, though. This is a perfect bait setup. Zaz gets a free kill like that. She's going to go for it, sending it out top mid and upgrading to the AK as well. Well, the scout falls on A and Furia pick up the pace to get the bomb in tow. There's still hope in the form of Zaz.
Cello trying to mop up this AK, and he will secure it. Zaz out on an island, swinging it wide with the AK pulled.
Cello coming in again with a dominant lead. He really started strong on that previous map, right? He was 18-6 in the first 10 rounds or so. So looking for a similar start. Furia definitely needed the firepower, lacking in Serato and Yuri's case.
Feels like it can be a real curse to this Furia squad, though. Cello has this insane potential to be an X factor. Every now and again, he'll have these games where he just pops off. It's sad, though. It feels like whenever he does, others go quiet.
Furia with crazy, or sorry, Fallen with crazy routing there. Just drops down middle and gets on the left side very quickly. And it's not ready for that position, and they're going to pick up the pace and not even considering this B-splits coming in. Imperial get the information in the form of audio, but they're going to need to hit their shots.
Full tucked as well as this comes in.
Uh-oh.
This can get real rough. That Molly's going to force a reaction out of Cat. Leaves her in the prying eyes of Cello.
That was
perfect. And so an all-in B-take there for Furia on the split out through middle. Not a single wasted piece of util. It all hits its mark, and this scoreline continues to rack up.
The worst part about being, either of the B players there is while Furia are right at the door and the window, they're not pushing. It makes you so paranoid that you're getting split from tunnels. Even though that wasn't the case, it just was Furia buying time to get grenades in. The Molly perfectly clears Cat. There's no way Imperial could hold the line. 23 is just trying to survive. Furia having none of it right now. 4-0 in a confident, decisive manner, even hunting these kills. Come out swinging into map 2 have Furia after brushing off the dust. Now they want to pick it up. This is great, yeah, the nade to stop Anna getting a spot early that lets him get an unorthodox position. Fallen can also be very reliable at getting these cross shots in middle, these wall bangs through door. So the pathing when you leave spawn is extremely important. We've seen Cat cross close door to try and be safer and throw HEs as well. This round is done before it begins. 130 and Furia have 4 kills. And they know Cat is B anchor. Not even going for the bomb. They just want to finish the kill here.
I think this probably feels pretty brutal if you're Imperial after being a round away from winning the previous map, losing it in OT, and now moving on to Furia's map pick, and you're getting bodied to open up.
Yeah, they picked CT, right? But I actually think this is one of the harder halves to play in CS right now, akin to CT Anubis. Just because, yeah, Furia get to call the shots and make a lot of plays, and you've got to just be the recipient of that, right? Furia have a deep playbook on this map. It's been a go-to for them.
Also, you know, this is where having a coach standing in probably makes things a little more jarring as well, right? There's a lot of kind of spawn-based plays you can look to make as CT, but these require cohesion and everyone being on the same page. You know, is Bubble going to be able to hit that sort of stride?
Oh, look at the take.
Towards long. It's an all-in long take, but it's been a bit confused through this smoke. And even though the flashes were streaming on in, Skull's playing ahead of it. Good for the openings.
Yeah, they got stuck there. One player in the smoke, one player behind, blind. Didn't seem like they knew whether they wanted to commit or not. And it's got to be Zaz again. Stray bullet. That's all it would take. Or a stray player lurking through the other site. K-Serato's got B. They're stuck at long, so I don't even think Furia are going to go back. I think they're just going to wait for K-Serato to go on the big flank. Zaz, oh, she survives in the Molotov. Bailed out by a smoke. All the meantime, K-Serato is gaining ground.
This could be a sick bait and switch. I mean, they're not going to win the round. That's the part that sucks, right? The bomb has left. But this could be a little bait and switch because you're going to think that Cat was the player in the corner here.
At this point, it's unimpactful. Furia have already won this round.
Well, I know. Zaz with a multi-kill. That's just nice to look at. There's one. And the second for Zaz. So sure, it doesn't win them the round, but a nice little sequence.
They're going for it. They're looking. There is a kill available in middle. That can beckon you in.
Oh, here's the golden opportunity to try and make this retake happen, but Cello, good degree of finesse on that little flick back into the spawn, and it's just Anna left on this AWP. They're all homed in on this position. They want to try and get that AWP out of play.
No bullets.
USP pulled and not going to serve her well. Instead, it's the 6-0 lead, very quickly swelling out of control here. Bubble fight in the mid. Some habits die hard. Get your votes in now. Does it work?
Fallen, yeah.
It was a backbone of his decision making in the first map, and it never really worked out. Let's see if it's any better for Bubble here. Spot on the jump across.
Oh, I
well,
said it.
There's instant death for Bubble. If you voted option C, you're the winner.
Zaz hero rifle, 23's found the mid pick. Cat can't afford to die in this position. Got to force Furia elsewhere, but she goes back for a swing and a miss. Nice shot for Fallen, puts that hero rifle to rest, and if it's grabbed, he's going to see it. Oh my god, midair!
She got the AWP
flying in, she follows up. 2v2 now. Furia back out, they get shot in the back. Only K-Serato, he hasn't died in this map. Will he keep that up?
Gotta lock in double-digit kills here and now. K-Serato will be dealt his first death of the game.
That's
bomb down over in middle. Anna's aware of this. Watching it from lower on the AWP. This is proactive from 23 as well. She's already pushed into the upper tunnels and started to clear all this out. That's going to let her play in tandem with Anna's AWP, but she's not required. A heroic push from Anna on the 5-7. Nets her the big green, and she goes on a tear past that point. Welcome to Dust 2 Imperial. Took a little while for them to arrive. It's on the low econ round that they get on the board.
It's so cool we can get rounds like that from Imperial, because I think what it does show is there's no doubt that these players individually have a lot of skill, right? They just haven't had the experience. They haven't had the scrim time. They haven't been playing these top teams in tournaments. And so, you know, add that to the repertoire. Give these players chances and time. I think we could be seeing a lot more of these breakout women's teams. A lot of individual prowess being shown today from players like Zaz, like Anna. So Imperial break into this game, but you got to stay consistent. It can't be a flash in the pan. Got a 1-2 setup here with that nade going in. Might beckon Cat to swing. Skulls commits and he wins that fight. Low health, but 5v4 nonetheless for Furia.
Anna creeping around, actually going to get the better of Fallen there. After that big 3K in the round prior, it's good to see Anna bringing that sort of confidence and momentum back to the forefront of this round. Might not matter though with Skulls.
Yeah, just go now.
Getting out with another kill over towards B. That's going to trigger the rotation of Furia. They start to scramble bodies around. 23 with another heads-up play here. Some good individual moments pushing through the long doors. She's going to get all this info and the equalizing kill.
Okay.
Bubble now takes up defense of the B site. He's 0-6, yet to find a kill in this game. Needs one here at a bare minimum. Bubble in the spotlight, rotates coming over. Anna Zorb falls on deaf ears and they lose her at the doors, but there's 23 arriving.
Oh.
It comes down to Bubble in this 1v1. K Serato can't quite get a beat on him. Nade pulled, further damage in with the swing, and K Serato keeps it clean as Bubble loses his head in the 1v1.
I would love 23 to bait him a little bit more there right after she shows her position, tuck in, play off of Bubble's contact. They were chomping at the bit to finish that round, but in doing so let K Serato take his 1v1s. And hey, he had a poor map, we called him out, but this one is a very different game for K Serato. 10-1 with a clutch to boot. Got very scary though. We keep getting these rounds. We had a 2v5 get down to a 2v2 on Mirage. Same thing here as well. A nice try for Imperial, but losing the reset round will do them no favors. They're going to be able to get a bye at least. But back to the range of Furia, fielding a dominant lead. Akin to that first half of Mirage. It's a great spawn for Fallen. Almost certainly going to take it. It's the bread and butter of Dust 2. Got to get that long control. But he actually opts to go middle. And in doing so, they miss the timing lower. Zaz is here and they don't know.
Nade's pulled as well. She's going to catch Cello unaware. Nice opener found from Zaz. They know about her now, though. She doesn't have that element of surprise anymore. There is a player trying to fight her here. She's got one man pinned in. Oh, here's the push. Putting pressure on Skulls. It's all Zaz. The footsteps take his eyes off the prize, and that's when Zaz strikes. Anna's going to get out. Dodge death, live to fight another day. Look to have her moment there. K Serato on the angle. That's the AWP removed.
This is dangerous for Bubble. They could clear him from above right now. K Serato won't check it. He hears those steps in middle. That actually sets Bubble up well. But he still goes pushing in, and K Serato's got a couple. 3-on-3 now, pulling it back from that early advantage in the B tunnels, and Yuri's even cleared the site. If this bomb comes back through lower, this round might be dead in the water. Zaz flanking. Decent timing, but I don't think K Serato needs to come back. They know they've got the plant. He can pull up a late round lurk. The later he is, the better. As Imperial don't know, they go to clear catwalk. There's a third.
Cat can try to jump up, apply a bit more pressure, but you know, giving K Serato a lot of 1v1s. Gets out with 3 kills in the round. Meanwhile, that plant was going down at B. 2v2 in the retake. Imperial once again interested in giving this one a look, but there's Fallen Zorb striking 23 from the cards, leaving it all on Cat, who Hasn't had the best of starts here to Dust 2. 0-8 as she maneuvers up, looking for a 1v2, and she's not ready for Yuri. Close, playing tucked. It's a patient game from Yuri as he was waiting there all round for his chance to strike.
Yeah, and this is what Furia look like when individually they're on form, right? Even if they make some mistakes, they get bailed out by great individuals. They leave a huge gap there, allowing Zaz to flank lower, and I think Imperial made the most of that, assisting her with an upper push, but as the round draws out, Keserato wakes up 13-2.
Zaz hero gun, it's always going to get you believing. She's done a lot of damage. Wants to take both of these kills down in lower.
Crazy.
Yuri knows better. He's like, I'm not facing it. I'm getting out while I still can. Skulls fed to the wolves. Cello on the long side, though. There's the advantage reclaimed. Zaz staying very mobile on this M4. Looking to keep them guessing. They last faced her on the catwalk.
Oh, dude, he is so sharp right now. Crisp for Keserato. And with a crunch comes Fallen. Furia 4-on-2, looking to trap these last couple of players or just avoid them entirely and go for a mid to B.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, right? You know where they're going to be.
Yeah, Cat 0-10 is a problem now. As the B anchor, it's not making life easy. And Furia have, without a doubt, abused this position all half long. Yuri AWPing does connect. And Anna, maybe there's a gun to find in lower.
Bomb has been planted. It's like never a good moment to go and get it.
Yeah, he's going to run last second, I think.
All right. Give us the biggest jump you've got, Anna. Oh, well, still gets out with a kill, but not able to save that AK when all is said and done. It's Furia up onto a 9th. Hell of a lead taken, and that's in spite of some nice starts to these rounds, most notably out of Zaz.
Yeah, she got 3 dinks off of Catwalk, right? You give her an AK and that's a 5v3 immediately again, but we've had advantage rounds for Imperial where Furia have managed to come back, and I think the stress is connecting now. This is a lot more one-sided than the beginning of Mirage. Another timeout, at least. Make the most of it. Second AWP coming in for Bubble without armor. Him and Cat, B and mid, both having a tricky time. And sure, that's also part of the result of Furia abusing these positions. But there's no saving yourselves unless you step up. Furia looking for long, finally.
Active in the mid-round, trying to take away Catwalk. As Long has fallen, but Furia already moving in. Keserato found Shaw. There's a lot of space taken in the meantime. Cello leading the charge, his teammates falling in line behind him, and Cello not missing a beat. Deals with the big threat. Zaz knocked out of play. And his AWP just going to get smoked off now, so Furia's got no part to play.
Look at them, they're just aim mapping. No one's going objective, no one's throwing nades, they're all just looking for the fight. Feeling very confident right now individually.
Cat triple kill jump shot.
Would be a first. And there, she gets her first.
Can he go any further though? Low on ammo.
Skulls.
Every shot's got to count. Bubbles up, now makes its presence known. They're starting to grind their way back into this retake. Fallen had to make a play there. No scope connects, and with Yuri lending a helping hand, Anna is locked out of this round. Furia double digits secured. As they recover a retake that was looking to come through for Imperial. Couple of chance kills, Bobble firing off, finding success on the AWP. Cat getting on the board. Fallen and Yuri step up, they stand and deliver.
Yeah, I think part of it as well is Yuri's a third guy on default. They get 2 kills on Goose and on Ramp, and you think there's not a third guy in the site, right? They're all playing the bomb. And so Yuri's position catches 2 off guard. And this is Furia making mincemeat of this map.
I think the thing that's going to feel... It's going to feel nice, but also at the same time rough. And I'm going to look at the rough angle, is that, like, if you're Tori watching on from home, you're probably thinking, damn, if I was there for Mirage, that would have tipped the scales. This was 1 round away from being a 3-map series. Instead, Furia want to put it to rest very quickly. Anna goes hunting on that AWP, but doesn't like what she finds. Instead, it's Cat getting aggressive in through the tunnels.
Bubble has an armorless A1S in this round. See if that comes to matter. Anna's been tagged early on Catwalk. She's had to go all the way back to play the bomb site. It's a round that it feels like Furia will now have to really work for it. 4v5 and Imperial settle into their setup. They're not giving away any kills here. That's the call. Don't need to make plays. And so 23 tucked in a good position at long. Could extract some value here. Oh, the molly. Forces the swing, and she gets out alive. Second chance for 23.
Only 10 bullets left in the MP9. She's called for support. Bubble's made his way over. Fallen Zorb holds this angle, and so as Bubble tries to lend a helping hand, he falls. It's got to be Anna. Orb fires off for the first. Fallen waits on this corner. And tries to give time to Cello to make a bit of a play out the catwalk. He'll get bested. It's got to be Fallen. He does deal with Imperial Zorpa. Gap starting to close as Fallen makes his way up long. Cat and Zaz, the 2 left in this. And they're going to swing him together. Fallen will connect it. A lot of damage done. It's him and Zaz again left up in the 1v1. Last time, she was able to close it out. Uses that util. She's wasted all of his time. Fallen just going to lock that plant in. Zaz thought she'd won the round with that Molotov, and now she's got to clutch up in the 1v1. That is a ballsy move from Fallen, but Zaz taken out. Wide old swing, and Fallen ties it up at 1-1 in their clutch head-to-head. An 11-1 lead for Furia as they surge towards the finish line.
On map 1 of Mirage, Imperial Valkyries soared here on Dust 2. They may have hit the ceiling and come crashing back down. Furia with an 11-1 half, looking dominant on the T side, and Keserato just coming back in with a insane map of Counter-Strike. After being a bit of a problem piece in Mirage, he's anything but here on Dust. Imperial, to say they need a pistol would be an insult. It's obvious. But Furia look to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, I think the other problem you're going to have is you lit a bit of a fire under Furia with Mirage and the comeback that Imperial Valkyries fielded there. I don't know if you're going to catch them sleeping twice over, especially now at an even more dominant scoreline than that previous comeback.
Got the long control, got Zaz coming up catwalk.
I mean, Zaz is kind of the GOAT.
Yeah, in a way.
She has been impressive across the series and been the one trying to keep the team mentally in this, acting as that leadership figure. But falling first in the pistol to open up this second half.
Oh, wow.
Cello playing through their Molotov. There is still a line. He decides to try and cross it. 23 will get rid of it. Plant now found here. Oh my God, they're being real cheeky in this pistol. Well, Imperial make them pay the price. Skull's dual Barrett is tapped out. But there's Fallen lending a helping hand in the pistol. A whirlwind from Fallen to secure Dust 2 for Furia.
Two great maps for Fallen, right? Back to back. 18-3 right now. It doesn't really get much better in this game. But keep in mind, folks, people who are here for the Imperial story, there is another matchup. There is a lower bracket. There will be one more best of 3 played for Imperial. In fact, they will be taking on Big. So it seems. For Furia, it's just about knocking down the final couple of pins. We said coming in, this was never going to be easy. The map that Furia took Spirit down on at the Shanghai Major, the only team to beat Spirit once we hit the Major was Furia on this very map at a BO1.
Well, that's just straight up unlucky, isn't it?
Okay. Entry.
There's Keserato getting burnt by the mollies. They've done a very good job of making him super uncomfortable, but they still haven't got away with the kill yet. How's Keserato still alive? This guy's been put through the ringer. 3 Molotovs landing at his feet, and he's still offering up resistance. Keserato will close. And so Furia dominate this second map, closing the series 2-0. They'll start off their Katowice play and run with a nice dub over the Imperial Valkyries.
There we go. Furia, they had to clean it up, and they did. Casada, a very different match, I want to say, in that game too. We're going to have Fallen in just a second to talk about the match, but they needed the recovery, and they did it.
Yeah, it was about closing this time, right? In the first map, they were like, what, 11-4 up? They didn't manage to close, I guess. I want to know what happened between the maps and what kind of conversation was led after that, because certainly it wasn't too pleasant, as it shouldn't be. No. And now they learned their lesson. Obviously, it's their home map pick, whatever you want to call it. They controlled the whole half and finished it up with the end. We have Fallen with joining us right now to actually give us some answers to the questions that we have about the first map.
Yeah, the questions of the first map, let's dive right in, right? It was extremely close. I think you also personally, you really had to get going on the T side there for Furia as well. What was your read on what went wrong, you think, in that game?
I think the first half we had very aggressive plays, and we are taking them out of their comfort zone in terms of the strategy they want to run. A lot of mid fights were going through smokes and connector and finding the key kills. But when I went to the T side, it could have been a very one-sided game if we could have converted the third round, I think. And after that, they started playing very, very well, honestly. Like Anna was hitting some crazy shots on mid. She was controlling mid even better than what I was doing on CT side. She was hitting shots. There was a round where Shallow was just pre-fire on connector, and she was instantly killing him through a smoke. So they were able to capitalize, getting some opening kills, and they were playing solid on CT as well. They're anchoring the A side very well. So you got us a lot of nerves. You know, I felt like we could have lost this game. We should have lost.
Yeah.
You see, that's an honest answer. And now this is kind of type of feedback for Anna and the girls is like natural, right? That it should be unlike some others, but we're not going to go into that one. I was going to ask you, Gabriel, like you have what, 10,000 games under you together with practice?
Less than Bubble, but yeah, a lot of games.
Let's say a lot of games, right? What do you tell the guys after the first map? You are the father of the team, you are the captain, you are the, that guy. What do you tell them between the maps?
Well, honestly, I think those girls play very well. It's real, Imperial and Furia, the female teams, they are on a very strong level. I don't think any other female team has come any closer to this level. And I have been seeing girls playing since 2001, when we had a lot of girls playing in Brazil as well. And it's very good. Like, they have a lot of good players together. They understand the game. The strategies they run makes a lot of sense. Like, they are literally doing strategies that are used by a lot of top teams when they're playing their games. And then there are maps that suit them well. Like, they know how to play Mirage and doing simple strategies. And we're getting completely destroyed on the T side on Mirage. It's props to them.
Yeah.
Going, the first kind of obstacle is done, right? You kind of managed to win. Wasn't your best work, but you did it. And now we have like the second game, maybe you qualify for the next stage. And then what is the goal for the rest of the tournament besides obviously winning? Is there some sort of a realistic expectations? And together with this whole season coming into 2025 with the same team, and it's like, what is the vibe of the whole lineup?
I think reaching playoffs here would be amazing for us. And of course, we dream of getting to the semifinals, playing the finals games. Like, this is what we're playing. Everyone here is here for that. But we started the year very close to going to the playoffs on the last tournament in Blast. We're literally 11-11 on the second map. We have been 2-0. We lost that first round, and then they came around and won the third map. So it felt like we let it slip away on the first tournament. So for this tournament, the first goal is to reach playoffs as usual. And besides that, I think my personal goal is to be playing well, to be calling well, to be giving everything I can for us to play well. And I'm going to deal with the results that come. I'm not too focused on the results, being honestly. I just want to enjoy the game. And here today, I was enjoying the game a lot, even when it was hard. Of course, we sweat a lot on the first map when it really felt that we should have lost. And going back to that map, they had a 5v4 on the 12-11 game. And I don't know why they kind of played only one A site. And that was kind of lucky for us, because if they had played standard, they would have won the first map, would be playing train now. So
10 games like this, they wouldn't play one on A. That's the thing. Experience.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
I would have liked to see Train, actually.
Yeah, so it was a very, very fun game. It's an honor for me to be playing against Zaz, for example. I grew up and she was already playing, a big legend from the game. And now Anna, 3 times best player in the world. She's very good with DWP, I will tell you that.
This is awesome, Paul, and I'm really glad, the way you're talking about Imperial, because they absolutely deserve it, but also, as you say, looking at the women's team, looking at your own Furia female side as well is cool. Thank you so much. Good luck in your next matches. We'll be taking a break, but when we come back, it's Heroic versus Team Liquid, the rematch. Liquid want revenge. And Nerds, how exactly is he doing in that lineup? We'll find out after this.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
You're always keeping one of your Ents boys with you, though, aren't you? You got some pies this time. So next roster change, who do you want back?
Probably next time it has to be Snappy then.
Okay, gets to get Marco back. All right. Well, so you ended up getting Sampaias, who's been freed up from Falcons, which must have just been miserable for all the players there. That didn't look like a good time for anybody. Then Tania, who's probably not, people at home probably aren't too familiar with. And then the Sangar core, LNZ, Swede, in-game leading, youngster, a bit more of an up-and-coming talent from Sweden. And then X-Floud, people probably familiar with him with the stint over with the Eternal Fire guys, right? So you look at that as your team. The season started decently. Obviously, the land portion, because Tania couldn't get the visa to go to Copenhagen, that's not great. But otherwise, are you happy with how things are starting for the team?
Yeah, I am quite happy, like how things are going. Because talking with the guys first time before anyone was signed and anything, like I got the feeling already they are super like hardworking, energetic young guys who will be able to put in a lot of hard work. And so far, of course, it's early days, but I feel like we have been able to put in a lot already. And it's still nowhere close where you want it to be. But of course, it helps to have the core of the Sangal guys, and then it helps to have an experienced player in Sampaias, and then also Tanir as a like insane firepower rifle, basically.
He had some big games, didn't he? Yeah, was it the Mirage game that he was popping? I don't remember exactly. There was so many matches going on with Blast. 4 best of 3s a day, online Counter-Strike, everyone having a great time.
Yeah.
And you got to take down Liquid and talk shit about JKS in the process, so...
It was of course a comment for our players, and not so much for the community, but there was some weaknesses we noticed, and you have to take the advantage if you can.
Were you happy when you heard the recording?
No, to be honest, I wasn't happy about it, because like it also puts me in a different light, because it's meant as a comment for your team.
You're saying to relax the atmosphere.
Yeah,
you don't even mean it so much. You just say it to make people laugh, and then it helps
exactly.
things calm down a bit. So.
And because it's basically locker room talk. Like you want to keep it inside the team. And I would assume people understand it, of course, as in what it is.
The reasonable people do. The people looking for the drama don't. But that's just the nature of the beast with the internet, for sure.
Time for our last match here on the opening day of IEM Katowice. It is a rematch, a chance for revenge. Indeed, can the revamped Team Liquid this time take down Heroic, because they didn't manage to do it at the Bounty?
No, they didn't, and that was a bit of a surprise. I think most people had Liquid winning that game. Heroic, obviously being a new core of players, so having to try to reinvent himself once more with a new lineup. But I gotta give credit to Heroic. They played exceptionally well at the Blast portion. At the online stage, of course, where they took down Liquid. I think it's gonna be slightly different today.
It will be, of course. And Nerds, let's talk about him. It's, I think, one of the most hyped changes. A lot of people were excited about it, about him going to Team Liquid, about what he could offer. What is your view of it and of his career trajectory so far?
Yeah, I mean, we see his team history right here behind me, and I think for my money, Nerds have been one of these like severely underrated player in many eyes. I don't know exactly why, because when he was in ENT, great example, I think he was, to my money, the most influential player within that lineup. When they were a top 2, top 3 team in the world, where they were getting into grand finals, the way he was conducting himself on the server, the way he was being assertive, aggressive, a clutcher as well, a closer, it felt like he did it all. And then, of course, we know what happened to the ENT core. They went to Falcons, and Nerds stayed, and you thought to yourself, what's going to happen now? Well, you go to Heroic, and he was almost forgotten in Heroic.
Why is he always forgotten? Indeed, because it seems to me, as you say, and now we can see it with all the hype around what he is bringing, or supposed to, let's say, bring to Team Liquid. What is that about?
It's a good question. Sometimes I think, it's a bit of a timing issue as well.
Yeah.
The role, there's some budgets, there's teams that has to go up in a higher motion. Of course, Falcons, could they have used him? For sure. Could it work out? Probably not. But you see a guy that is constantly getting better and better. You see a guy that is now being brought into Liquid. And as you said, the expectations for Nerds going into Liquid is sky high, because I think he's a player that can come in and make the difference. And without disrespecting Yakinda, I don't like to always be the guy that you replace a guy with another. You don't have to talk bad about Yakinda, but it's just a massive upgrade in terms of the output on the server. So it's what Liquid needed, it's what Nerd needed, and that's why I'm super, super excited to see him hopefully regain some strength when in Team Liquid.
Now we can hear from the man himself, because I got a chance to talk to him about an hour ago, I think. So, Nerds, I was speaking to Twists, and he said you were the best Christmas gift he has ever gotten. How does that make you feel?
It feels good.
just to play with legendary players and the legendary organization like Liquid. And I'm really happy and they have the confidence to show everyone how Liquid is playing.
That's awesome. Of course, there was a bit of a false start, right? At Bounty against Heroic that you're playing again right now. So what went wrong there and what cannot go wrong today?
I think online is a big factor. I think they're good players, every one of them from Heroic. But I would say online gods. So let's see if they will do the same online.
Onliners. And maybe, well, we know you are now. We've seen you play at very, very big stages. How do you feel about this next chapter in your career and the responsibility that you have? Because Liquid does need your type of player, needs your aggression.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I have a big responsibility since I joined Liquid. And I hope that we will show in showtime how we gonna play and the good CS that we're gonna play.
Is it too early or is this just the right time? And is Katowice for that perfect in terms of your history with the event as well?
I think we are lucky of practice. So I would say it's maybe a little bit short of time, but maybe in a few months I feel like we will understand exactly how we wanna play in some maps and it will be really good.
Twists did say that playoffs has got to be an aspiration. Obviously, it always is. I don't have to tell you this, right? But I feel like you're careful because you don't know exactly how all the practice is going to translate.
Exactly. And I feel like for me also the individual goal for me is also playoff, at least playoff. Mm-hmm. But I just don't want to jump to conclusion and say we're going to be to win and this kind of stuff. For me, I will be humble and say like for me, playoff is fine.
Okay. I'll check in with you when you make it to the playoffs. When or if, of course, they make you work at ESL. That was, doing the post game into doing something with Pimp. Now we're over here, and we haven't heard, as I think EF is getting into their second game. Kassad, what do you think about the addition of Nerds and about what does he have to bring, I want to say, to this Liquid in order to make them a contender for a top 3?
The addition of Nerds is like the definition of a perfect, upgrade for the role they needed. They had Yekin there, who was a similar player back in the day, a few years ago when he was playing for VP and stuff. But right now, like in the last couple of years, he kind of fell off completely. They got Nerds now. You see it on your screens, the interesting stat that we have. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a context. Nerds is the 4th best player on Connector Cave in the last 6 months in Anubis, while he is matching up against Youngster, who is the 24th player on that very same spot with 0.95 rating, which is very weak if you want to play these type of events. And if they play defaults like they didn't against Heroic in the last matchup online, if they go towards defaults more, Youngster is going to have a lot of problem dealing with Nerds if they go into 1-1-3 default, which means 3 towards water on Anubis and just abuse the hell out of Youngster.
And I think that's part of the context we have to establish for this game as well, that obviously Nerds have been around for quite some time. He's experienced big stages before. He's been having success with Ents as well. And now you're going up against Heroic, which is this combination of Sankel coming into Heroic. And it's still some relatively inexperienced players. So if you're Nerds, I think you're feeling confident. If you're Liquid, I think you are, as you said, Shox, it's a rematch, I know you lost last time around just a week ago, but the confidence you get from playing on land should be slightly different now for Team Liquid.
There was something interesting thing happen. I was present when the veto was done. I was like kind of lurking around.
Are you supposed to be?
Nah, I don't know. But I was there anyway, just like behind the scenes, like just watching. And then I saw the Anubis pick from Heroic, and I turned to Ultimate and was like, what's going on with this Anubis?
Well, you were in there.
Yeah. He's like, we're gonna slam them. He didn't use slam, but he used something else. But I'm just gonna say that, right? So he was pretty confident. And then, by the way, I think that Ultimate is #1 op on the T side of Anubis right now in the last 6 months. Just in front of Shiro, I think. I'm not really 100% sure on that.
It also screams to me in terms of floating it from Team Liquid that they feel exactly that, right? That this was a fluke, that this was an online situation, but that can come back to bite you.
It could, it is going to be an interesting matchup. And I think, when you look at these two lineups, what they have to offer, you say Ultimate, Sun Payers on the other side is a player that is still a big question mark on the Heroic side. Is he going to regain his form from when he was in Ents? I've said it before, and I'll happily say it again to people who didn't watch last week. I think the biggest star within Heroic is the coach behind them in Saw, and I think it comes down to him whether or not they can remain competitive.
Yep. We're ready for our casters. We're ready for the game. Let's see if lightning strikes twice.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty hype matchup, I think. Liquid versus Heroic. Bit of bad blood between them since Blast Bounty, where Heroic were able to pick up the dub over this Liquid squad. A Liquid that made the gargantuan signing of bringing Nerds in, meant to just be a flat upgrade. It fell on deaf ears the last time these teams matched up. For Heroic, it was strong performances from some Pious and Youngster to get that game over the line. Let's see how they fare. LAN environment at the Katowice play-in.
Yeah, and they've got Tania on LAN as well, which is even more exciting for the Heroic squad. They did it with him online. He had a shaky match when he played against Liquid. But we saw what his debut was like. A young talent, one for the future. Very different Vito in this series, but we'll get into it later, as it is going to be Liquid choosing to start on the T side. Despite Heroic picking this map, they won it last time. Got a full A execute here for Liquid as they come storming in. X-Floud up in heaven. Bit of a gap, forced by the shot through the smoke, but he can't connect a kill. LNZ committed in the site, and for good reason, as he next two as they cross in. Gonna have to be a retake now as the bomb goes down.
Plant secured, but the battle is only just beginning for Liquid here. They've lost ultimate on a swing. Out in the heavens, it's Nerds and Naf trying to make magic happen. A dink down range. Nerds will close. Hell of a round from Guy.
Sorry, no one was retaking, so I was scared they were flanking. Yeah, no, it's all good.
And no one was retaking, so Naf was scared they were flanking, which, you know, fair enough. Round locked in as Nerds delivers.
That hurts to lose, really. When you get a 4v3 like that and you get to give up the site entirely and coming together. But a lot of space taken in the post plant. Nerds puts it to use. This time he wants victory over his former organization. But we can't drum that story too much because not a single similar player. This is a new look Heroic that came on to 2025 with an exciting start. But the question is, can they remain exciting? Can they stick it on LAN? The one LAN match was against Spirit, so we can write it off. And even then, they made a brief comeback to make it interesting. This is a match we know Heroic can win. They've already done so. And so with MP9s in round 2, they look to find the force. Meanwhile, Liquid surrounding this B-bomb site. It's a crisp couple of entries for Nerds as they come flying into him. And this was not even a commitment. Everyone's still defaulting. JKS holding the A push. Perhaps even in B.
Good clear for Naf.
Business.
Let's do the same thing.
I was talking to Liquid a little bit before we came into this game. The vibes seem good right now. They're playing table tennis, having a nice time. It's a good warm-up.
Nerd said playoffs.
Yeah,
so he'll be humble and he'll go for playoffs.
Be humble. We just want to go top 8.
Just be humble. Well, a player with... I like the high aspirations because we know this team should be capable of that. They just did it at Shanghai with Yakinda instead of Nerds. And by all margins, this is an upgrade. I guess the only argument is the role. Obviously, it's a big conversation, but Liquid trying to figure things out. They think they can make it work. And we have seen JKS slightly change how he plays on these T sides as well. Still going to be an extremity player, but I've seen him be going for more entries on certain maps like Ancient. It's going to be teething issues here for Liquid, no doubt, but these are the perfect games to figure them out in the play-in. By all standards, this game started off strong. 3-0 lead. Boot on Heroic's neck, and a full buy coming up. And even though, you know, I definitely want to buy into this Heroic project because I think as an organization, they've done some really cool things. They've built up a lot of great rosters. Saw has done so much with seemingly so little. They've also returned some Pius to competitive play in this team, and he was great to watch back in Copenhagen and online. And so there's definitely, there's definitely aspects that are enjoyable about this Heroic squad, but at the same time, I actually have really high expectations of Liquid. I like the playoffs cool. I think Liquid certainly need to prove themselves to start off a good year. If they start off this year with, you know, crash out, like we can write off Bounty for them because it was their first couple of games. It was online matches as well. If they crash out here at Katowice, I think that just on a vibe level, this team is going to have trouble. We all, you know, we know internally, like this is a rocky road for Liquid over the past couple of years with the amount of players that have come in and the little amount of relative success these rosters have achieved compared to what we would expect on paper. The whole Cadian arc. So I want to see a lot more from Liquid. This is the tournament to do it.
I think you're dead on with your expectations and what's to follow here, especially because, you know, echoing again what was said on the desk, Kassad mentioned it, how like this is just a flat upgrade, right? It's not like you've kind of side graded a player, so now you have someone with a different set of skills that you're trying to integrate. Like, Nerds brings a hell of a lot to the table. And the same thing that was even said about Yakindar all the way back when he first moved into this squad, Nerds is one of those players where you feel like he could join any team and instantly make them better. And so that is the expectation for Liquid here.
That was a nightmare for LNZ. He peeked before the flash and he got full blinded and then he got spotted. So JKS nades him out and finds that entry kill here that Liquid desperately desired in a 4v5. They're going to commit to this A, execute. It's only Xflow taking up the position of his fallen teammate.
And support is a long way away. Gets out with the first, but an instant trade from Twists. Smoke's already down in Con. Fast flank on the cards. If Tanir could just buy a few more seconds here, that would be valuable. Instead, he falls, spammed out by Nafly. Youngster arriving on this fast flank. They just turn for it, though. Ultimate. That mental timer goes off. And at the perfect moment, he strikes.
That's crazy as well. I mean, by all accounts, Youngstar had the drop on him, hit the first shot, but he couldn't even get a second bullet out of his gun to find that kill. Sampaio save, and Liquid stick the landing.
There is no escape. Good fucking shit, Justin. It's fine.
So the thing, let's get into the veto here, because the thing I think that's interesting this
I'm glad, I wanted to talk about it too.
Well, that's tough, I started it, so
go.
First, Heroic picked this map. Last time Liquid picked Anubis as the second map. We had the bans, they're the same, of Training Inferno, but Liquid picked this map last time, and so it let Heroic pick T-side. They went on a 7-round T-side, they closed the map, they look good. Heroic now pick it, even though maybe you could expect Liquid would have picked this again, trying to get revenge. And the downside of Heroic picking it is Liquid get that T-side start. I think, you know, I've said this recently, like teams are starting, usually you just go CT side every time, on every map, in every game. You never pick T-side. Even when Dust 2 was 54% back in like 2020, 21. Nowadays, we are seeing teams pick T-side on Anubis, on Dust, even on Inferno as well. So Liquid get an inherent advantage there. The rest of the veto is shaken up a bit because we have a nuke pick for Liquid. That was banned out by Heroic last time. And we have a Dust 2 close, which Liquid banned last time. So some big changes after this week off. And right now they're coming up for Liquid. Sampaio maybe with a tech, looking frustrated.
What just happened there?
Talking to an admin, but damage has been done. I don't know what's happened. Clearly.
Whoa, that's awkward.
Yeah, no, something's broken.
It looked like he froze or something, but the kill came in after the fact.
He's playing. Round is live. Something going wrong.
Oh, that's the hero warp. He had a play he wanted to make as well. Had the flash pulled, ready to go out mid.
Should just be looking to save, I think, once this A hit comes in, because it's 4v5 on eco. But Liquid are loving the T-side start. They are bleeding the clock. Fake on A, but I don't think Heroic are buying it. They've still got 2 players at this B bomb site. Sure, some Pius in the wrong place is good for Liquid. But that's a sick kill for LNZ. And he might go one step further. Dropping in JKS. Oh, good spray. Recovers that kill as they try to box in this B hit. Youngster gets aggressive and Liquid send it. 20 seconds.
They can retrieve. This can get weird. Pius now joins the fray as well. Moving over on that AWP. Youngster opens. There's the Pius. AWP gets there just in time. It's a tech issues or not, frustrations or not, Pius able to do enough to win the round. And now looks to fix the PC as well.
Yeah, keep these mics muted on the players. I don't think we need to tune in. There's a lot of, well, you know, Iberian soul on your screen right now. But he puts that anger to use, Harry. Double kill to close a round. And Heroic win a half buy.
In some insane way, like, it did work. Maybe if he goes mid, because they were holding mid at the start, that's where he wanted to make his play. What if he died? Then the AWP was lost and they don't win the round. So it all worked out.
So Source should start kicking computers under Pius's desk before every round, should he? Playing on hard mode. Awkward round for Liquid because they actually had the perfect setup. I think they feel that hitting A there is risky because they've just done so many A hits in this game. They want to go back to something different. So they go for a very late change into that B bomb site. Leave it too late. They get smoked off at 20 seconds. They have to run through. And those 5-7s are lethal. So Liquid overcook a little bit. But understandably so. With no information. At least Saul's having fun.
I mean, that round, there wasn't just Pius, right? Youngster had his moment, and I think he's been one of the more interesting talking points around this Heroic squad, right? Like in the opening game when this team is, you know, the first match we saw them play, it was kind of all eyes on Tanir, the guy new to this level, and he showed up in a big way. But as the Blast Bounty tournament continued on, Youngster emerged as the real driving force behind Heroic's successes. And so I really want to see if he can keep that up here in the Hall of Heroes in Katowice. Because it adds a whole, you know, already we've talked a little bit about the kind of clash that's going to be coming up between Nerds and Youngster down in Dark. It's going to be a real swing fight here for control of Anubis. And, you know, I think in terms of talking ex-Heroic players here, you could learn a great deal from Kixan and his mentality when he was invited to join this squad. I always remember an interview he did where he kind of said, like, yeah, you know, a year and a bit ago I was on Blue Jays and now I get to play in this Heroic team. I'm not going to waste this opportunity. And boy, he didn't, right? He got his name out there, made a name for himself, and made the Heroic squad good. I think it's a similar sort of situation here for Youngster in this team. If he can keep delivering, he gets his name out there.
Yeah.
And he can rebrand to Young Star.
Young Star, yeah.
Which sounds cooler.
Apparently it's Young Star. I'm gonna talk to him. We'll get to the bottom of that. I think it's
What's better, Young Star or Youngster?
Definitely Young Star, but I'm biased. I'm gonna make him change his...
Just sounds sick. Like he's pulling up and he's going, yeah, I'm Young Star. I'm the guy you just bought into your team.
It's
immediately.
fine,
You're like, yeah.
Flames said, call him whatever we want. Flamesy, Flames, you know, depends on the game. And so we'll beat around the bush with this one. Yeah, I mean, first Katowice, first time in the Hall of Heroes for, you know, 4 of the 5 players are Heroic. This Sangao core, Antonia as well, new boy. Want to see if he can show us what he did online. Had an incredible debut that you mentioned. But past that point, had trouble sticking the landing. Obviously didn't get his visa in time to play Bounty. Oh, they're walking up close. And their leg shot, that's devastating for some Pius.
Yeah, Mac 10 goes twists, running it into the A site. X-Floud head on a swivel. Valiant last stand as he's still in this, but there's the backstab from Nerds. And he's even going for a little bit more. Nerds will get punished. Tanier with the trade. Ultimate over in camera looking for the pick that defines the outcome of this round, and Youngster walks right into his crosshair. It's just Tanier. A scary route laid out ahead of him. They're both swinging this angle. They want the fight. They want the 2v1. He breaks apart the engagement, deals with JKS. Ultimate, though, there to pick it up.
Oh, Nerds is terrifying in that round. He's going for the Omega flank where he doesn't trade twists and he goes Heaven instead. It's weird because on one hand, he kind of sells his teammates in A main and doesn't trade twists. But on the other hand, he's guaranteed to get that kill by the time he gets to Heaven. So it's a risk-reward maneuver that almost lets Liquid down. But fighting together in the post plant, Ultimate and JKS so often alive in these late rounds together, they're going to get it done. Ultimate on the AK with an impact kill to keep Liquid in control of this game. We've got one more buy for Heroic before all things get awkward on this CT side. Tanier with a shotty.
It's a good position for it, but the util's always going to make your life miserable. Oh, Tanier was debating going through that. It's good that he didn't. Nats was there waiting on the other side. Heard that auto shotgun now. That would be enough of a reason for me to not want to give it a look in. He's going to up and leave.
Another A pop for Liquid. These have been really good. Still got some nades for LNZ. Ollie goes out. It's not going to stop Liquid. They are all in for this one. Look at Heroic's rotation. They've started to make the info play. They know it's coming.
A little bait and switch here, though, and they actually go swinging it together. Linus controls that M4, and with a bit of help from X-Cloud, it's all left onto Ultimate. That auto shotgun finally gets to play its hand. And so back and forth we go. Heroic, good for the reply. Finally some rounds getting traded back and forth here, and a timeout called in for Liquid. I mean, you're already in a very powerful position being 5-2 up like this, but you're on the verge of having this money start to break down on the T side, and so you don't want Heroic to start blazing a trail back in later in the CT half. You know, every CT side round is super valuable here on Anubis. And so the fact that it's Heroic getting in the driver's seat and in that position where they could really take control of the game, take control of the money, that's a bit of a red flag if you're Team Liquid.
Yeah, that would have been Heroic back on pistols with a 6-1 lead for Liquid, so that could have been the half just disappearing in front of your very eyes. Want to see if Sunpies goes back to more of these aggressive early plays. It's something that this map was when Ultimate joined this team, Liquid, he was so effective at finding 5v4s on CT Anubis. Big reason why Liquid loved this map and made it their home map. He was a huge piece of it. So can Sunpies find similar effect in this new squad? Set up to succeed, but there's so many players shooting blind. LNZ shooting blanks dead early. Twist follows up. That's more of that Canadian Twist magic in middle. Double entry, and JKS denies a flank from Con. This is just crumbling for Heroic. Sunpire should save, he knows it. But they're gonna feed him, he's gonna eat him. One grabbed. No way he's going for this though.
Canadian twists. I like that. I didn't know. I don't know what it means. Like, what is it?
I
When
said
he's
magic
playing,
after. There was another word.
when he's playing scared.
You are
he's like-
rewriting history.
He's American twist.
You are rewriting history, Harry.
That's more like it. That Canadian twists.
I added magic.
Magic.
Let the record show. It's not my best work. It is some of my work.
But a timeout well spent, I would say, for Team Liquid. Good openers provided from the captain. Keeps this T-side building up and keeps Heroic right where they want them. More importantly is just not letting Heroic get in that power position where they have control over the game, where they have control over the money. You've at least dodged that for now. There's so much thought going into every one of these rounds because both teams know that these are the moments to break through. These are the moments to really tee yourself up for the rest of this map. It's been a problem area for Heroic. Seen some Pius try to make plays here. In the last round, it was Linus teed up by a some Pius flashbang. But they've just been lacking the manpower. They found good space in other areas of the map, but let's see what the adjustment is for Heroic. It's a three-man start leaning towards A bit more passive over in mid. And that's right as Liquid look to take away this water control. Ollie Smoke dropped in there early, but it looks like Nerds prepared to do battle for this control. Molly in, so he knows he's got the space. This is good real estate to have early on for Nerds. All the makings of the B split. Nerds tries his hand at the opening, but it doesn't pan out. Tanier responds with a double. Ultimate's been waiting all round over at the T-stairs. Finally gets to fire off on that AWP. Tries to regain this ground over towards Dark, but if you look at the minimap, everyone's rotated around for Heroic with the exception of Xfloud.
Oh, great boost.
3 strong over towards B, and that boost is allowed to come through as a result. Tanier causing problems. Naf will reply, and they know about Linus. They know someone put Tanier up on that boost. They're not able to get this one man. He's not giving the fight away. This is a great play to delay from Linus, and it's meant that there was no defense around this bomb plant. Ultimate will get run through by some Pius. And so Heroic have their captain to thank, teeing up Tanier for a beautiful 3-piece. It all comes up for Heroic.
Yeah, Liquid really had to flush him out of that back corner there, but I think they expected a lot more resistance. Heroic were playing really passive at the back of Temple, the back of CT. They could have chased Linus, but they keep bait shooting towards him and then holding for the repeat from Temple, thinking there was more to it. Heroic actually weren't ready to go, and so Liquid's opportunity disappears. Heroic trying to bounce back in this map, trading rounds back and forth now. Who will stick the landing first and control the economy? We've even got Nerds down on his famed MP7.
Man, I feel like we've been promising all game that one of these teams is going to have that breakthrough moment and finally take control of the economy, and it's Heroic kind of, I mean, both squads in that position now. So whoever wins this one is looking for an extra round on the back of it. For Liquid, that would mean cementing a solid T-side. For Heroic, it would mean a hell of a CT half. 5 rounds, as good as done. You'll take that all day long on Anubis. Are they ready to withstand this B split again? This time a bit more up-tempo to take Dark away. 3 strong there as well, but the bomb goes in first. Naf out of the round as Tanier once more offers up the defense. Youngster here playing trades. Won't be able to get this reload off in time. Twist Tech 9 Supremacy will lock in this B site. Bomb picked up. Ultimate looking down for this fight in Dark. Linus gonna walk the smoke, and that gives the kill away for free. It's just Xfloud. They swing him together, and Xfloud's able to repel it. 1v2 for Xfloud, and that has teed up Heroic for a stellar CT half.
All right, maybe it's on land where we get this guy, because we were touting him as the talent inside of that Sangol team, but in Heroic so far, he's been outshone by Tanir, by Youngster. Xfloud, strong start to this game, some solid A multi-kills, does it in the clutch as well here. Heroic needed that just to stay afloat in this map. Bringing the energy to the Hall of Heroes.
Look at this, Liquid have forced, because that round comes down to a 1v2 clutch, right? They know that they still have Heroic in that vulnerable position.
Risky move.
I mean, this is trying to min-max as many rounds as you can.
But 6 isn't enough. If they lose this, they're on back-to-back forces. They're looking at a 6-6 half. That's not a great half for a T-side of Anubis.
No, and I think it becomes very impressive for Heroic if they're able to pick up this map, because you talked about the veto earlier on, how Liquid were the ones to pick this into the matchup the last times these teams faced. It would show just how strong Heroic are becoming on Anubis. But the Pistols find a lot of success to open up this round. And on money alone, Heroic should be eyeing up the save here. 2 kills, all it takes for Liquid to break through. Oh, there's so much of a gamble on this retake. You know you have the edge in terms of the firepower, and you really don't want to be giving this over. But if you lose it, if you come up short, you're left with nothing, and suddenly the runway is open for Liquid to have a good T-side after all.
Nice bloodlusting for Nerds there. Definitely worth it. With all this talk of economy going into the last couple of rounds of the half, and it's Heroic who actually will be left lacking. Liquid take a big risk, a big swing, but it lands square in the face. 7-round half, worst case. And they've got Heroic with a pretty poor buy coming up. It's going to be 3 rifles, it looks like. They've been trying to do this all half. They finally get in that con control with a lot less resistance, and look at the platform it just gives you to go for a fast B split. Explosive T round. And Youngster, hello.
Very ballsy play. They'll hear this from stairs. He's actually going to try push through. Nerds nade on the smoke. He didn't spot him, having crossed to the other side.
Oh, this is so good right now. They're just ready. They're primed to go off of Youngster's contact. This molly will stall things out. I like the Sunpice actually goes back there. Oh, he can't make up his mind. Still scared of all these smokes over B, but still got Youngster in this very potent position.
Not spotted by the mid players either.
It's actually going to go wrong, it might. No one's looking. Oh, they saw something. Don't know how, but they find him. Now this haze split's on.
And Youngster goes from being an aggro lurk to someone that you would expect in this position if you're JKS. Oh, timing though! Yeah, and that MP9 gives chase. Still, the site has fallen. Liquid 4v3 as they look to win out on the T side. And all 3 players coming in through main. There's this crossfire set up between Nap and Ultimate. Meant to reel it in. It's left to Tanir in this 1v2, but the rest of Liquid don't have to face this. They've got the bomb to play around, and they're playing it together. Layered peak, there's no winning that for Tanir. Nerds makes it so, and that T-side is recovered by Team Liquid with a starring performance put forth from Nerds.
Hold up and down. Hold up and down. Come under me. Come under me. Go under me right now. Go under me.
Perfect.
Nice.
Well played.
Let's go.
Fucking perfect. Sick.
Thank you.
Back and forth in that first half of play, but ultimately the T side is a winning side for Team Liquid. Heroic certainly had their chances to more than break through. This could have been a very profitable first half from them, but their salvation's going to have to come from the T side of their map pick of Anubis. It's where they do their best work. So let's see in this rematch between Liquid and Heroic, one that Heroic were able to pick up to start the year. Have Liquid come through with a vengeance? Not a util split between Linus and Sampaius in this pistol round. As Heroic set their sights on A. Liquid wait there with 3.
Setup is nice, but it's very committed. JKS can't really bail. And if they wide swing, he's, oh my God, in trouble. Talk of trouble. X-Cloud picked early. JKS gets a bit of a spot on this headshot angle, and it's going to be Nerds taking his bullets for him. There's nowhere to go, but Mr. Savage, as the molly hits the site, he hits the deck. 3-on-3, and Heroic swing together a wolf pack of death in this A site. Tanir's on for the ace right now, and he might just get it. Naf bows out, and Heroic connect the shots and the dots to take this pistol round.
Explosive stuff from Tanir, man. I mean, that is a hell of a turnaround in the pistol, a pistol that Heroic desperately needed. And Tanir gets the job done solo. Exciting to see this guy on LAN. I mean, you touched upon it earlier on, right? But that was kind of the first blow to this Heroic squad after managing to secure the LAN playoffs back at Blast Bounty. Tanir couldn't make it due to visa issues. And so finally have him on site for Katowice, and what an impression he's making. 13 and 11, topping the charts for Heroic. Top performer in the server, tied up with Nerds.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Considering he was the landmark signing of Team Liquid, Tanir matching that when this guy was plucked out of the blue by Saw is an impressive feat.
That's the craziest part. You compare these two players, right? Nerds has stature, he has experience, he has major playoffs experience, and then you have Tanir, a guy who's been playing online in a mix in a team owned by a streamer. Very impressive output from this guy in the very short amount of time we've seen him play at this level, and I can only imagine he's going to improve. Heroic explosive rather through the B smoke. And there's no one here. Liquid might just have to save.
Yeah, we've already had a unicorn round. We can't get another.
Oh.
Someone's gonna die.
2 unicorns?
Not be done, or else there would be loads of unicorns.
They're everywhere.
Oh my God, it's gonna happen. Hold your breath, everyone. Holy, it might be happening. 10 players alive, 2 games in a row. Don't ruin it, X-Cloud. Don't ruin it, X-Cloud.
We should call them. We should call them like.
Yes, my guy.
Oh.
He gets out of there. X-Cloud, the real legend. 10 players left standing when all is said and done as the gap continues to close.
I admire your optimism. You're able to celebrate the least exciting thing available.
It doesn't get better than that.
Really?
There's a way you can kind of all win. Obviously, you can't actually all win. Someone has to lose slightly. And in this case, it was Liquid. But they at least get out with all these guns to run back the force again.
They want our hearts. Trying to win the economy now. Trying to make these MP9s sing while they still can. The retake of Connector here. It's coming at a nice time because LNZ lines up nades. How does he survive that? And that's pre-MP9 nerf. They're going to go for this ace split. There's nothing here to stop it. Just JKS in the middle of the site. He's overwhelmed, and that is it. Heroics stick the landing on their conversions. I mean, Liquid don't really want to save here. They may as well go for some damage on the way out.
It's not going to be a horse round.
Shouldn't be.
No, don't make it a horse now as well.
More of a centaur.
You always, you know.
Go on.
You love horses, right?
Yeah, big fan.
Because you always like to be the centaur of attention. There it is.
Oh.
There it is. Kind of horse-based jokes.
Yeah.
It's a new thing we're trying. Paying tribute to the Liquid logo, of course. Which is a horse.
Oh, really? First time I've noticed that, actually.
Yeah, it's a horse with spikes.
I think that's just its mane.
What was that?
No, I don't know. Something bro. It was a flame. Nothing's going to beat Bubble after winning the pistol, calling Furia bots, and then literally bottom fragging. Nothing will ever beat that, for me at least. But we can always try.
All right, hold your horses. Ultimate, donning the AWP. Still those saved MP9s. And Ultimate takes that mid-spawn. He's going to scope up here and look for the opening.
It's actually Liquid going full Furia buy, if we remember that, about a year ago when they started doing it, but... Oh, the orb behind it needed to pluck something out. Instead, it's getting run down. There's a molly in camera. There's nowhere to go for Ultimate. He's saved by his teammate's utility. Great supporting nades from Twists. Two-2-1. As Heroic regroup for the B hit. They don't have any con control, though. It's a bit of a one-trick pony, Harry, through main.
Tanir. Able to break through with that opening. Naf spammed out, and Nertz run at down in dark.
No business winning that round. Oh, yeah.
It landed, but it didn't stop the plant. Far from it.
Oh,
and xCloud even ready. Chasing on that MP9. Enjoy it while you still got it.
Let's not pretend the MP9 is going to be bad now, guys. Let's not. That was a joke. It's not going to be bad. It's still going to be really good, actually. That nerf coming does not feel like enough. And Ultimate.
True, but also,
yeah,
you know, let's all just remember they nerfed the CZ into the ground to the point where it became unusable. There's like two sides to the coin. I'd rather small incremental changes.
I'm with you. I'm not complaining, for the record. I just think it's an interesting nerf coming because it's not the main problem of the MP9, which is the run and gun.
They'll gather enough data on the Negev to finally finish those changes.
1,700 guys, but
for a short time while we collect data.
Yeah, the data is coming. Kixon's trying to give it to them every day, actually. 7
years of data, and it's still not enough.
I'm going to stand, like, Maui would hate me, but I'm still going to stand by and say, like, I actually think there is a way to make it work.
You buy it like if you're winning a game 11-1.
Damn right.
You buy it, you die, and then you go, all right, and then it's 11-7, and then it's time to lock in.
And I say this, the best usage of an MP9 in a pro game actually isn't Kixon. It's actually M80. Back when Mavs was on the team at Pro League, they would buy Negevs and T-Spawn Ancient. They would throw them towards B, they throw decoys towards B, sell the Negev, and buy a rifle. And so there'd be all this noise outside B, and you couldn't hear steps. It's just very distracting, like 5 Negevs going... Very annoying. Mental warfare, Harry. But we're back in.
Oh, and Ultimate's open. Nertz says, all right, youngster, might want to watch the push. He catches him. Nades pulled, nades primed, but not ready for the aggression. Nafly waiting to receive the rest of this B play while xCloud's making some noise in middle.
Oh
God, there's a lot of getting caught with nades out here for Heroic, and it's meant that this round was unsalvageable. Ultimate puts up a stellar defense with 3. And xCloud, well, they knew where he was, making noise over in middle. They've got a good idea where he could have got to in this time as well.
Ultimate's just a rifle of this game. Put down the AWP, son. Rifle is getting it done. Oh, okay, recovered it. But he's got a lot to do. X-Floud in a 1v4 now. I mean, this is a bit scary because now he has a 1v1 against Twists. If he gets this kill, open runway to plant the bomb if he can figure that out. It's a good clear position, but Twist is jiggling. He lands it. And this is still a very tight game, but that is Liquid's first CT round locked in.
Could see Roland, from Poland no less, showing up in Katowice. Ooh. Powerful nade and Nerds. He liked the aggression in the last round. He's trying to come through with it again. This time Youngsters adapted. You lose to Near lurking B, but Juzzy still has nades up his sleeve. Gonna get another one downrange, and that'll be a late trade onto Youngster.
I mean, this whole round is a masterclass of HEs. 3 50 damage nades landing from Liquid. Don't often get that much for free. And I love the mid-round call from Twist. They're going to regroup mid, go for the push. They will lose the B site, but there's a good chance they catch a kill on the way. X-Floud trying to get back to connector, and now they can full reset. They hear the smoke. They know that Heroic are taking space. It's up to Sunpius to force the issue. Playing Temple now in the post plant is even better.
It's kind of a gimmicky little fake smoke there, though, right? If you're Liquid, they didn't clear this. They just heard the smoke go off at Temple, so they've all gone CT. Sunpius is going to try get behind them, but that leaves a lot of pressure on Linus to actually slow this down, to buy Sunpius time. Is Linus up for the task?
It's a good molly.
Molly put down, going to slow this retake. Give even more time to Sunpius. He bought him as much as he could, but it's just the one and done. Sunpius cut down shy of the clutch.
You just think one kill there for Linus, and that actually is super winnable. The clock was really low. Get a couple of kills for Sunpius, but they trade him really, really fast. Twist making some nice moves in this round, right? The re-aggression in middle catches them a kill. They group entirely for the 4v2, and even though Heroic actually have some pretty potent positions, they're not able to make them work. So Liquid don't sit back on this CT side. They bring the heat. They take back-to-back rounds.
I mean, this is high pressure for Heroic. Last time these squads matched up, Liquid picked into Anubis. Things did not go swimmingly. Heroic now, after making a bit of a staple of their pool, they've picked it into this series, but that gave Liquid the freedom to decide where to take the series for map 2.
We need to be more together as a team. Everything we do on this map has to be as a team. There is no just I'm doing this. We need to help each other.
Completely agree. It's a great call. This is what we're seeing as well in these last few rounds. Again, Liquid make a grouped play. The B main push. They don't actually use a flash. Not giving away the info is nice. Fake smoke out could set up Nerds perfectly, but it does leave him completely on his own with no support. If he peeks now, Sunpius would be dead. He's scoped on the smoke. But Nerds gonna get this close fight instead to near. Perfect peek. Nails it as Naf falls to the AWP as well. It's the danger of making the move out of spawn.
Like Twist said, right, you have to kind of win as a team, lose as a team, and right there, Liquid, they'll do the latter. Double swing with the flash, and Heroic are able to deal with it well. There's a bit of a move being made out here in middle from Ultimate.
Might drop the bomb.
He'll be close by with the backstab. It's just, I don't think the rest of Liquid are interested in going for this round. They're so far out of it, and after losing Naf and Nerds early on, you can't justify attempting this 3-on-5, not with the money on the line.
Shame to see that. I think if Ultimate actually committed to the flank, he would have killed the bomb before it went out. But like you said, his team weren't even thinking about that round after the double entry. So It's never going to lead to much. Liquid will be allowed to save these guns, as Heroic realize they have to play the long game on their pick.
Terrorists win.
Is it possible?
Okay, repeat. We will do the rain moving, Kev. Okay, do this maximum. And you guys just contact like 3 mid after. You can do dark smoke. I will insta big B. I mean middle, sorry. I will insta big B.
All right, let's keep our eyes on some Pius then. No contact pulled for from Twist. Instead, he takes a more passive approach.
It's fine. Twist isn't going to go swinging. He's going to pull back off middle. Nice flash. Oh, the dink. There's at least a trade. You'll take 1v1s if you're Liquid right now, but Twist or Ultimate's got to give up mid entirely. Oh, Twist gets forced in by the Molotov. The spray looks so close. Tanir on his last legs. Youngster trying to chase down the A anchor as well. He's eating that molly. This is a bit of a messy round for Heroic. They want to contact mid. They're getting a bit of a bash. 4v3. Just need a group now if they want to commit. So back to connector for a late B. Naf is still here with a belt.
Oh, just about getting back in. Smokes, Molly's deployed. Naf buys precious time. And so Ultimate's able to get here and lend a helping hand. Good stuff from Naflight. Takes the pace out of the site take, and it's just Tanir left standing. Low on health from that earlier battle on Twists in middle, and so takes it no further.
Let's go. Fucking big round, you two. Good fucking job. Beautiful. We can buy both.
And that's despite no one on the B side, right? That regroup for Heroic, a man up into a solo hold. Naf anchors down like a rock, drags Heroic with him to the bottom of the sea. Very nice util usage, and sets up his team well to finish that.
Nice! Fucking sick, boys! Let's go.
Liquid now within reach. How much Heroic have been putting on middle. It's a dangerous reswing for Twist, but the AWP blind doesn't punish. Some Pius goes back to B as Heroic own middle. You can see Liquid just aren't worried at all. They're going to aggress elsewhere, pushing into water through A main and con.
Yeah, these have been some picture-perfect responses out of Team Liquid.
Oh, legged.
It was meant to be the trade for Ultimate, but only damage done to Youngster means this is 5v4. Heroic now make their move in middle. Creeping ever closer. Naflight just playing for the spot. Wants to at least give Twists and JKS the gift of info and even more damage onto Linus. As that comm comes down the line, JKS ready for what's coming his way. Flash leaves him blind. X-Floud starts to chase down the double main setup. But here's Naf on the rotate. JKS still overstays his welcome in main. Heroic haven't been able to flush him out yet. They finally catch him with nades in hand. 2v2 as the plant looks to come through. I don't know about Ultimate deep behind enemy lines, but the longer he takes, the more aware of it they'll become. And now some Pius has his eyes on.
Tanir's got to cover his AWP right now, but he gets spammed through the smoke. No info, no need for Naf. Keith! He's done him dirty. 2 kills out of absolutely nowhere. I mean, some Pius was scoping. He knew that Naf would know his position behind that smoke, but he was hoping he had cover. You can't cover that. And Liquid have won a lot of man-down rounds in this game.
That's crazy, Keith.
Nice, Keith!
Killer Keith.
Nice, Keith! Fucking sick, Keith. Let's go.
Calm,
Yeah, Keith.
Go, Keith.
Ooh, I said it too much. Now it doesn't even sound like a name. But great stuff from Keith nonetheless.
Chief Keith.
Chief Keith in the house. Keeping it real. And keeping Liquid in pole position. 3 chances to get this one over the line. And claim a bit of revenge.
Impressive CT side, 4 out of the last 5 rounds. Despite the heavy lead Heroic had at the beginning of this half of the first 4 on the tee. Okay, Nerds in the smoke, just headshots LNC. They're going to come flying through everyone's body, but not Nerds! He's putting on a show. 4 kills to end this map, to knock Heroic out of Anubis.
Go on, Nerds, go get the ace. Just give in to temptation, just this once. You are literally that guy. Just some Pius left standing, and Heroic might have no choice in the matter. Liquid,
here he comes.
They wanted revenge for that matchup earlier on in the year, and they're looking to get it. Naf with the closer. Hell of a performance put forward from Nerds on this route to revenge for Team Liquid. Their map pick up next. It's Nuke as Liquid look for the win.
Left side. Hold together, guys. You're not together.
Hold. Clear.
Nice! That's
Big
good,
boys.
boys.
Where's
Good
the
job.
up?
Good job.
Good
Thank
kid.
you. Thank you.
Send it. Money up on it. Oh my god.
I need drop, boys.
We leave mid right now.
Yeah, you can leave me. I'll keep pushing.
You can. Tell me when you have camera. It should be A.
Don't show your
Hold camera. I go heaven.
Came on mid.
Yeah.
Do it.
Malo.
I will clear mid soon.
Focus mid. We have to play inside A, Yasin.
One close aim in. I'm holding flash. We can pick
Don't see me.
Don't see me.
It's A, boys. There's smoke camera. Smoke camera. It's one jail. You might push as well from Kev. I'm coming. You're still jail.
Dead jail.
Last cave.
I smoke.
2 smokes. In cave.
I'm out.
Out.
Nice!
AVP CT. Take up.
Okay, I take. I get up AK. I drop AK.
Man.
Okay, Shrek is
I'm saying a leash.
One more, man.
Two. Both.
Let's go.
He is off.
Pick on me.
Hold up and down. Hold up and down. Come under me. Go under me right now. Go under me.
Perfect.
Nice!
Well played.
Let's go.
Fucking perfect. Sick.
Thank you.
Come.
Go.
I run.
I'm all.
Nice. Don't see anyone.
Hey, man, clear. I'm waiting for Malo.
Can you smoke, guys?
I smoke camera. Guys, they will have to go Kevin. Two Kevin.
We don't need exit. We have 5 minutes. They are heaven.
Yes, I'm in pillar right now.
Good job, guys.
Fucking pillar.
Yes! What are you doing on A, bro? Let's go.
We need to be more together as a team. Everything we do on this map has to be as a team. There is no just I'm doing this. We need to help each other.
You're on your temple.
One is solo. One is low, guys.
Bomb outside, I'm playing flat.
One still cave, boys.
I'm holding him off flash for now.
I have the cross from B.
I'm gonna check pop.
I'm holding this wing.
Let's go low. 1 HP.
Pick on me.
I'm coming Hobbit. Picked up AK.
1 HP.
I'm ready to swing.
Nice!
Off.
Well played, boys.
Let's go. Fucking big round, you two.
I'm working him in.
Off is still alive.
Yeah, I'm doing the guy in the main. You know, my Kevin smoked right now. I don't see. I'm working him in close. We might need to do pressure.
They must have pushed on the smoke.
I don't. One heaven.
Yeah, heaven dead.
On left. I'm searching.
Nice!
Insane, bro. We are insane.
Let's go.
Well played, because I knew it though. I'm only with you. Was.
Yeah.
Nice! Beautiful fucking CS. Nice!
It's Liquid that takes Anubis, and their first step in their revenge plan has been enacted. But we're heading over to Pimp because he's standing by at the telestrator to show how you might be playing good CS on both sides, but the economical pressure can be in your favor.
Yeah, I just want to set the scene after a great game of Counter-Strike where we saw a lot of pressure being applied by Team Liquid versus Heroic. Now we can jump into round number 10. The scoreline is 6-3 as you can see on the scoreboard, and the buy coming in for Team Liquid is a little bit limited. You can see a Tech9 on towards Twist, you see a MP7 on towards Nerd. Limited funds, limited utility, and that's what I love about this round. They know exactly what to do in order to maximize their chances of winning the round. So if we play out the clip, we can see they all gather up in towards water right here. Clear they want to go into E-Box. They want to make sure they get up close and personal with Nerds, with the MP7, and of course Twist as well. Now focus on Youngster right here. New guy coming into the team, relatively young. He's actually playing this to pretty much perfection. An instant flash is gonna come in right here from Ultimate. Great flash, but Youngster is anticipating it, right? The flash comes in, he falls back, does a good job. Again, you can clearly see the game plan here for Team Liquid. They're gonna want to get up close and personal. Now they make the first mistake right here where Naf is running in through the smoke while the 3 players in E-Box is Molotov off, which means that he goes down. However, Liquid apply the pressure, they continue with the plan. Nerds gets in close, Youngster gets a kill, he gets a second one as well, but because of the Tech9, because of Twist pushing in, they make it a 2v2. At this point again, Liquid already, I wouldn't say won the round, but they applied an awful lot of pressure. They also find the kill on towards LNC in E-Box right here, and if you stop the round, you think to yourself, alright, this should be winnable. X-Flout, he just gave up his position, Twist has a weapon, Ultimate has a weapon as well, and that's where I want to give credit to Heroic as well. Despite a round where I feel Liquid are doing most thing correct, they actually play it out right here, and we see the ending of the round. X-Flout falls back, both Liquid players are now going in, they're fighting him, and he wins the round. However, the reason why I wanted to show round 10 is the fact of the matter that only one player survives for Heroic. On a CT side where they're already struggling, the following round, round 11, Liquid is winning with Tech9s, and of course round 12, last round of the first half, there's no money left in Heroic, and they win that too. So this economical pressure they applied in round number 10 without winning the round was a big part of the reason why Liquid got away with 8 rounds in that first half.
Yeah, the economical pressure can come back to bite you in and out of the game, I would say. What's the state of the economy actually now and the flow of the game?
You know, you have to take into account that it's MR12, right?
Yeah.
And then the economy is still the same, which is kind of a terrible thing for the game right now. And small mistakes like this, even we saw Astralis making the same mistakes against MIBR on Ancient on middle when they were chasing down Ecos. They can cost you a lot of rounds, and ultimately the maps and the games, and you get eliminated from the tournament that's cutthroat like this very quickly, right? So you need to pay attention on how you spend your money, how you spend your utility, and then use it wisely when you can, like we saw in the round that Jacob just showed. And the plan was clear. It was mid-centric and cave-centric. Decided for Liquid, and they managed to get 8 rounds while Jacob is just running across the telestrator to help us understand.
You know me.
I mean, the steps are in.
Yeah. Who has the most steps of the two of us today? Huh?
Let me see. I am
Take
on
a guess.
8.5k.
You win 7.6.
And he walked here, and it was windy.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, too windy. Anyway, thank you for that breakdown. Very interestingly indeed. About that point, though, is that something as a coach that you get really annoyed by when your players are doing stuff like this, right? They're dying after time when it's so precarious in the game in terms of your economy, or can't you really be mad at them for that?
Depends like what you spend your time practicing.
Yeah.
Like if you focused your time and dedicated your resources and bootcamp and everything else in dealing with these issues, and then you go on a tournament like this and you just repeat your problems, of course I'm going to get frustrated. Everybody will.
Yeah.
But if you didn't work on them, if they just showed up, if you like it was good before and now it's like bad, then you cannot really be mad.
That's why it might be an example of something for Heroic, right? They're figuring everything out as they go, and all things considered, the fact that Team Liquid was very confident, thinking in an offline environment we will be doing better. They still got a good fight out of Heroic, I want to say.
I think it was a competitive game. It was a good game of Counter-Strike, and that's also why I wanted to show round 10 specifically, because Heroic did end up winning it. There were a couple of mistakes, a couple of things they could have done better. Obviously, losing that much manpower and following round in round 11, they probably shouldn't have lost against the Tech9 Force Spy. But overall, the story for us coming into this game was that it's a young, inexperienced team. Some may even call them onliners, or at least supposed to perform better online.
Many people did.
Many people did,
and they're still doing it. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but also I wanted to know why some players got frustrated early on. you see the reactions on camera. He was frustrated at something, maybe some technical issue or something that happened on the server, and that clearly he's an emotional guy. That's gonna affect him negatively.
But I think that could be connected to what we speak about, right? He's surrounded by young talents. He's surrounded by players who maybe are not used to.
No.
Yeah, youngsters, no guys. He's not used to play at this level, you know. And if you're Sun players, if you were in Ents, you were in Falcons, you've been playing with and against some of the best players in the world, then some of these silly mistakes, you know, round 11, great example, and constantly losing manpower, losing economy when not necessary, over time that will build up frustrations, especially if you know you're supposed to do better.
I think it's an interesting case study, though, because we have players that get into these positions. He is now in a position where he is the experienced guy, and he actually has to beam that out to the people around him, also being reunited with Saw, right? And some people sink and some people swim, right, Kassad, in that situation?
Yeah, I would, big as I am, I would probably sink, but for these light guys like him, he would probably swim or run.
I'm sure you could float. I'm sure you could float.
Yeah.
No, but I think
that's good.
I think it's a good point to make because I think he's at a time in his career right now where obviously he was in Ents. He then went to Falcons, wasn't a great showing at all. Didn't really work out for him. Didn't work out for Falcons. I think if it doesn't work out for Sun Payers in Heroic, then the stock he has within the international scene of Counter-Strike, there's so many talents coming out there. You know, there's always new players being recircling. So if Sun Payers cannot find impact within Heroic and be that experienced force, then the stock of Sun Payers will drastically fall down, as we saw in Falcons. And hopefully it won't happen here in Heroic, but it could. So as you said, sink or swim.
Well, and it's a great directive for this next one going into Nuke because he has to step up if they want to have a chance at winning this game.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
How are things going, Mr. Saranthus?
Things could be better, Hugo. Things could be a whole lot better.
I sure hope it's nothing serious.
No, nothing serious. Just a little problem with the old keyboard upstairs. Nothing that I can't handle though, Hugo. Thanks for asking.
Snap-tap. Can't live with it? Can't live without it.
Words of wisdom, Hugo. Words of wisdom. I didn't enable it. God damn it. I didn't. I wouldn't use it on official servers. I wouldn't risk my Face It ranking. I'd do anything for Elo, Hugo. Any fucking thing for it. That damn bitch. As long as I live, she'll never let me forget what happened. I did use it once, okay? It was an accident. Completely unintentional. It could have happened to anybody. And it was on the day of the Valve ruling. This little fucker was taunting me, making fun of my entries. All I tried to do was help the team. A momentary loss of muscular coordination. I mean, just a little help from the keyboard, Hughes. Just a little help.
Trace! Trace! Thank God you're here. Tessus used Snap-Tap at Pro League. ESL overturned their map win.
Tessus used Snap-Tap at ESL Pro League? The fuck was he thinking?
Come play with us, dear. Come play with us forever and ever and ever and ever.
Hansi, I'm scared. It's just like Mr. Richardson said. It's like Bogdan's Law. It isn't real.
Well, I could play this game forever and ever and ever, and we might just into the second series, the second map of Heroic taking on Team Liquid, a new look Liquid with Inerts in, and an even newer look Heroic with everybody in. It's a fresh roster on land to start the year, and they fell a little bit short on Anubis. I have a fear it's going to get worse on Nuke. This is Liquid's pick. It's a map we saw this Heroic squad play once against Spirit, and they got absolutely smashed, Harry. It's only up from here.
Yeah, they did get smashed, but it's important to remember that that was with a stand-in. Tanier not present.
Sure. He had a pretty good map just now.
So let's see if he can be a difference maker here for the side of Heroic. Team Liquid, meanwhile, eyes set on ramp and the yard. Twists opens with a tap to X-Cloud. And now Linus is getting run at. Dead after one. Hell control taken. And what's the point of controlling hell if you don't plan on waging war with the heavens? Team Liquid hold this real estate. They're forcing a reaction out of Tanier.
I like the round the world for Liquid. Nert is going to play very late on this lurk, and so even Tanier getting closer doesn't help. He's actually dropping back down because the whole map is silent. Two players on the top site say Heroic. But Liquid still have it in them to break this stack apart. Caught by surprise, Youngster and some Pious run down as Liquid look to lock in this pistol round.
Tanier.
No.
The man who didn't get to play last time.
I'm not letting you build this.
In a 1v4 that everyone was writing him off of.
For good reason.
Or out of, rather.
It's done.
Tanier. More like tenacity.
More like to... Okay.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
More like Hawk.
More like he's dead to the bomb, Harry. Maybe it's backside plant? What do you wage? I say dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Kind of literally nowhere to go, though, in his defense, so gotta hope for the best. Liquid! Don't need to hope. They've done it. Pistol in the pocket.
Youngster with that fire mouse pad. I want
see
to
it.
get a look at that. For reasons unknown.
Oh, is it an anime pad?
It is an anime pad.
Ah, okay, well.
Show me the mouse pad next round.
Tanier with a shotty.
He likes the shotgun, and that's why we like Tanier. Because it's fun, and that's what this is all about. And winning. But if you can do both, gosh, what a feeling. Some Pious brings the scout out, takes it to the yard. Oh, it catches a bit of damage onto Nerds. X-Flower tries to swing on the back of it. More damage put down range. 3 players tagged up.
Not unwinnable. With the shotgun in lower, you kind of hope they go secret here, but Liquid actually walk back. Little do they know They've avoided an absolute disaster on this B site. Does mean they have to re-clear everything in the lobby. Zero control. And an upper hit would just answer the call right now. Twist is lurking yard. They've done it. They've found the gap.
Everyone was stuck underground, so no one able to mine the gap for Heroic.
Anything but the trolley. Naf will take the lot.
No, I forgot. My bad. Let's go.
It's everyone's bad. You're all responsible.
Guys, you won the round. It's all good. Apologize later, Twist. In fact, you owe these guys nothing. Would be an insane mantra for an IGL to have, but... Oh, he's got a good picture, though. What's he doing there? Kind of like
waving and pointing. It's kind of a 2-for-1.
Pointing and waving. It's the two iconic esports photos combined.
Without the
he
arms
could cross his
crossed.
arms at the same time. We're really into unknown territory. Out in the yard, though, pistols, meat rifles, and rifles come out ahead. Tanir still dead, of course, as he's found out in the yard, and that leaves it all on some pious P250 and a dream.
This week on Man versus Car. Car wins again.
Bit of an old school reference there. Rick and Morty from Hugo.
Hard just
he's a huge,
always wins.
Huge Rick and Morty fan in the current day. He loves them.
You know, you got to have a pretty high IQ to enjoy Harry and Hugo casting, I hear. Y'all wouldn't get it?
Yeah, it's closer to that little bell curve. It's both the really low IQ and the really high IQ that appreciate it.
Anyone in the middle.
For anyone average, it's horrible. Here we are, though.
Which one are you? Let us know.
Team Liquid 3-0, but here come the rifles for Heroic. Some Pious even gets to play with an AWP.
Oh, lucky him. What have you got, Mr. Pious?
You ever thought about Pious, like...
Son's a first name. Oh, Twist is lurking. Oh, the nade does actually work because, oh, well, Linus spams it anyway. He's getting another mag in. They're flowing out this A site, flooding it like liquid. 3 on 4. Heroic can concede and play the retake. That's a big kill on the break smoke. I think Liquid might need to give it up, but they've lost the bomb in the process. Look at JKS. He got down the vent. He's coming around the world. Ultimate, if he gets this kill, this round's back on to Nia. Great move to reset there. Still a backstab frag, but the AWP stops this from getting out of control.
Ultimate 1v3. That's the task laid out ahead of him. Some Pious drops in a back sight, hoping to play with Youngster. And yeah, there's Ultimate caught out in the open. Some good defense put forward from Heroic as they stop that explosion out through the door. Ultimate's left with nothing to do in the round. And so the first rifle finds success for Heroic. You always, yeah, you wanted to do the double high five.
Syncing them up, that's sick.
That's sick, man. I like that for X-Cloud.
Oh, Tania, again, aggression. And it gets him a 5v4 as well. This guy is not scared to play. Coming to LAN. Show him what he's worth here. More smoke breaks, but no shots to connect for some Pious. Careful, JKS. They are in the hut. They are in the hut. Almost kills himself with the uncrouch, but lands the final blow, even up at 4-4.
Yeah, but look at Sampaius. It's a good angle holding this, and then he's even got support ready to swing out through Secret. Flashed off the line, but if anything, that gives Nertz a false sense of security. Twists will catch the Secret push at least. That's something. And now the real estate ramp has opened up.
Tanir's dropped. Do they go for heaven control? It's their best route. That window break, actually. Oh, I don't know if they hear it. I really don't know if they hear it. Liquid's still going to walk down below. And Tanir, after faking the window, is now playing an unorthodox position. Doesn't need to force the peak here. But if he doesn't, they might clear him. Tanir with the check, drops the bomb, and now ultimate in the prying eyes. Tanir finds 3 in the round. And Heroic are building in on this CT side.
I would like to try Spirit one more time. Just smoke close outside for me. Yeah. Out there?
I recommend you watch Tanir on the player cams when he's fighting. He always looks like he's like scared. He always, like he's jumping, like he's fighting his monitor. I can't describe it any better than that.
Okay.
Like he's surprised that he's seeing people. Kind of looks like he's like pulling back. Oh my god!
Ouch! Gonna try and play through, but the Walking Wounded arrive. They'll quickly become the Walking Dead as they get chewed up. Here's support from Sampaius. The flash is good, sure, but... Oh wait, the bomb made it down vent. JKS rubbing his hands together.
Just stick it.
Money to be made. Money to be made. JKS collects that paycheck. Clock in, clock out. He's done his part in the round. Anything else is bonus.
I can see the mouse pad, Harry. I don't think it's what you were thinking.
What do you think I think it was?
I don't know. The noise you made.
Noise I made? I just said he has an anime mouse pad, bro.
Implied something.
I just wanted to see if it was from a recognizable anime.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a great name. Anyone's having a daughter. Anime.
Change your surname.
No, middle name, bro. Come on. They exist. This could be an anime-type storyline here with Heroic looking to right their wrongs and cook up some solutions on Liquid's map pick and nuke. The CT side's been kind to them thus far.
Silo Pete could just ruin X-Files round right now. He's so exposed. JKS converts a nice spray just spray control at range. 5v4. Tanir looking to fight Naf on ramp. This is an interesting 1v1. The shadow is awkward as LNZ did not know how deep Nertz could be in secret. The bomb is very late. I don't think it can cross with Sampaius on this angle, but he goes back to support the A site. Dropping in time. And around the Heroic shouldn't have any business winning with Nertz in lower, but Liquid could overcook by ending A. They seem poised for it. Main is a good option because if the AWP is covering outside, this bomb might get cut down. They're really looking to find Sampaius. He is nowhere to be seen. So here comes the overcook. Here comes the boil, the brewing for Liquid on this A split.
Oh god, right into the lion's den. Here's the full stack. This was a save if the bomb didn't come here, but up through the vents, they've spotted Nertz now. That's all the info that Liquid needed, but they've paid quite the price for it. And now there's even this route with Nertz falling for Youngster to drop fast down the vents. Heroic making this one exciting. Ultimate restores a bit of normality. But oh, there goes Gravity. It's Sampaius getting rid of JKS. Tanir hunting down the bomb planter, and a 3v5 comes up in favor of Heroic. Liquid play right into their hands.
Yeah, you could see that one just forming overwhelming. With it's all down to some bias's AWP just having a angle outside early and Liquid knowing about it. Even though they get secret, they're out of smokes. And so the options are full reset lobby, which feels wasteful when they have outside, and Nav still has lobby control, or just go for the main split and avoid that AWP. It's some bias who drops in early, poses a huge threat on that top site, and Liquid bailing. I also like that Youngster still drops vent there. He knows it's dangerous, but it keeps the pressure on so Liquid can never get comfortable. Even though he dies, it stalls people out. It means Ultimate can't cover the bomb plant. And Tania heads up play, chases it down, wins the round. Heroic are now in the lead. It's a very different game. Showcasing already a better CT side than the one they did at Bounty, of course with the caveat of a stand-in and being against Spirit. But on Liquid's pick, in Heroic's pocket, got a very weak buy here.
Oh, now that smoke goes in, but that means Sunpius isn't going to hang around and watch the smoke all around. So right now, ramp is open. Liquid don't know that.
I like that Heroic feel confident enough to leave big gaps because it just requires very strong communication on CT side. Tania's starting secret, and like you said, Sunpius timings on ramp, a lot of timings open, cycling nades, checking outside. They've got a lot of eyes outside right now. He can commit to this position, let them down. If he can grab a 5v4, that would sweeten the deal. Nice smoke, though. Kind of forces Sunpius out of this position. Doesn't want to get lurked on by Tech9s. They've still got B, remember. This will not come for free for Liquid.
It is only Tania down here, but this guy's been in good form across the series. Rotates now starting to make their way over in it. Clean shot to open out of Tania. He can't follow through with anything else. But some room's been given a Linus to stop this bomb plant with so little time left. Pressure on for Naf. His teammates scrabbling to lend a helping hand. They'll get chewed up. Nade finds Naflight and JKS. The J stands for Jelly. The shot's just going straight through him. They finally find him to close.
So far they've had a heavy A game on gun rounds. You think so? Yeah.
Seeing some really nice setups for Heroic, keeping it fresh every round, keeping Liquid guessing. I mean, Tania just decking Ultimate in that peak is crazy as well. The one gun they have, and they can't really cycle it in time. Everyone's stuck on pistols. LNZ dropping early as well, keeps the pressure on. And Liquid, another just weak buy where they save a couple of guns to play MAC-10s. Does that mean they're rushing A? Rushing ramp more like.
All right.
Testing the new boy.
Nobody here.
He's already just run down Secret again.
They will be hot on his heels. Trying to reposition into the site. That is a wild routing for Tania.
I don't think he realized. He started lower, so he had no idea that there was 5 people just running out ramp. But then the call comes very late as he tries to reposition. Otherwise, he would have been in the double door. Could have played that exactly like last round. That comes so quickly, but it will start again as Heroic move in for the retake.
With the replenishment of this smoke, things get really awkward. If nothing gives soon, Sunpius is even trying the vent wallbang. That's how desperate things are.
All on Linus to carve a path. I don't think it's happening.
Save called, and so this weakened buy from Team Liquid is enough. Even the chance to make it more expensive is Heroic head for the hills. The Glock comes hunting JKS. Denies that heavy save. Nowhere is safe on nukes, so he'll fall to the bomb as well, but only one man surviving for Heroic in a round that they didn't even attempt.
That's really awkward. Tania drops ramp insta, tries to go to play up the secret stairs like the previous round, but then I think someone calls, someone on A goes, they're all at ramp, they're running ramp, watch out. And he changes his mind, okay, I want to anchor, I want to actually fight in the site, play a long range against weaker weapons, and he gets caught between positions when he really just had to commit to his angle. So sure, Liquid, hey, they catch a cheeky round off the back of some pace, but that's not longevity in your T side. You need to show a little bit more depth here. You get one of those, breaking the 5-round streak of Heroic. But what will they fall back on?
There's also only one pause left for Heroic after that, so they really need to hope that this is going to give them a leg up on the CT half, because with T-side coming, the job does not get easier. That's why you're going to see some Pius likely struggling to be as involved on the AWP. He wants to be putting his best foot forward here on this map and this half to start the game off. There was a nice info play to open up this round. xFlower went full aggressive through the outside smokes and confirmed that no one's there for Liquid, so Heroic aren't wasting their time watching the yard. Instead, it's eyes front, waiting for this hit in the lobby. Back to outside late for Team Liquid.
Perfectly in sync. Nerds is going to run the cross. Oh, he fake steps. xFlower's going to know, though. So he backs out. Nerds looks for this kill. Great position for xFlower. If he can stay tucked in. Oh, he doesn't need to. Forces that kill. Now they know it's an upper bust as they come running.
Missed molly means Linus can keep hanging out. They think this angle's clear. As a result, no one looking at it, and so a quick cleanup off the back of the top hit keeps Heroic in the lead.
xFlower with a great map so far. Getting very keen outside, clearing that kill and getting rid of the lurker not only puts them up a man, but it just tells his team to watch out for that upper rush. And like you said, the miss molly does them no favors. Seeing some nice information moves from Heroic in the CT side. Now they're trying to win the half, and dare I say it, feels inevitable with Liquid's money starting to lack 3 to 4K per player.
It starts to feel awkward for Twists & Co. As you say, the money now lagging behind the ambition, and this T-side grinding to a bit of a halt. Heroic finding their form. It's clear they've been doing some work to their nuke.
Oh, great molly. Breaks their wall completely. Look at this. It's going to have a nice big gap that Liquid might need to replenish. It's looking through it.
I mean, this is a light buy round, right? Like, you don't have a lot of util. Even wasting one extra smoke there out in the yard feels punishing if you're Liquid. You managed to get bodies down at least. That's what matters right now to this Liquid squad. Some Pius on the line, on the angle. Meanwhile, Naf's hit this timing out towards Rap. This needs to be something from Nafly. There's the rotate in a Sun Pius, but he's hounded down by Ultimate. Linus been waiting here all damn round to get involved. Door swings open, but it's only one from Linus. 2v2. Nerds and JKS, the ones in it for Liquid. This low buy looking to cause big problems to Heroic, as now it's only xFlower left standing, coming in late from ramp. And that's positioned to shut this one down before it becomes a problem. Easier said than done. xFlower continues his reign of terror as the rounds keep racking up for Heroic.
Incredible individual form. This is a player that we saw, get chances, right? Thrust onto that Eternal Fire team, was benched twice, had to leave for medical issues, had a wrist surgery for crying out loud, and I didn't know if we'd get to see him back playing top lands ever again after multiple chances with that Turkish roster. Well, right now he is showing up and he is screaming down this hall as well. Liquid hear it, don't you worry. That is a clutch round to pull out of nowhere. Oh, loose again. But luckily saved by the bell. Sampire supports outside, and this is just an absolute decimation on that upper side. They run out the hut. They get turned into little pieces as Heroic storm the board on this CT side, showing up with an 8-round half on Liquid's map pick.
Träff in red. Hot is. Three hot. That, nice. That's hot, nice. Out that. Nice! Nice, this is some TNT, Bossman.
Nice.
Kinda, some kinda.
Liquid's channel needs editing right now. They are not flowing very well on the T side of their map pick. Some messy upper pops, some secret fakes that get denied. X-Cloud at the forefront of all that, and Tanir bringing a bit of heat on the ramp for a change. So right now, Heroic are staring down the barrel of a third map on Dust 2. They're going to have to earn it though. Finish it on the T side. What have they got in store? Pocket pistol going yard with all 5.
Check out this shot from Ultimate.
He's aiming at the ground right now, so making it all the more impressive. There's no flash for him.
Nope, doesn't need it.
Looking nowhere.
Check it out. Oh, ye of little faith.
You just killed him. That's all your fault. Sampire sending it towards the spawn.
He was playing for that exact wrap as well. That's kind of brutal. The right idea, but poor execution for Liquid.
Oh.
And it's left all onto JKS. 1v2, not impossible.
Not likely. He's looking for this outside player who's crept up into heaven. Youngster with a great reposition. It's going to come down to the ladder shot, Harry. A bit of luck going a long way. a long way down as he hits the ground. It's Heroic with a pistol round.
Yeah, I had to hope the RNG would side with the former Renegade. But not meant to be. Pistol round comes through for this Heroic squad. They get past Ultimate out in the yard, and then they never stop pressing that advantage. He was the guy in the swing position, had to find success. The moment he didn't, Liquid weren't able to make up for it. Four spy up for Team Liquid. Desperate times calling for desperate measures.
Okay.
Damage done on this scout outside. Ultimate this time. There's a bit more to say. Good spam for Twists. And so you need to press every little advantage you get if you're Team Liquid. 5v4 on your 4-spy round here. Trying to recover the second half. You're really hoping you can stick the landing, and see that presently in the coach's face. Mytha looking on. Let's see if Nerds can seal the deal. There's one. Double up on the double lower peak. The reaction in towards lobby, but now they've lost Ultimate in the yard. Heroic split the offense here.
I love that cam. I love watching Mytha react to every kill, knowing how integral they are. Losing Ultimate outside is a big problem. And Liquid aren't actually playing the bomb. They're split up, one-on-one. LNZ grabs that kill in lobby. Trying to retrieve this package as a unit. 40 seconds. They could just skedaddle. They could bounce. Peace out. We're going back up.
Twist going to try and react to this. Gets there just in time. Stops that bomb. Getting up the vent. And now Tanir has to battle forwards. No, Molly dropped. Darts up the vent in that moment he's given. Bomb pulled, but they give chase. Both players in. To the Moors of Tanir. And JKS lives to tell the tale. Team Liquid on their 4-spy have been given a lifeline on the back of that 1v1. This could have been over if Heroic finds success there. Liquid's next buy isn't coming till Heroic are on 11 rounds. They have bought themselves precious time to try and recover Nuke.
Oh, tense face. So tense as Liquid just about eke it.
Yeah, it's not the face of someone who had tremendous faith. He knew how close that round was coming out of the 1v1. Twist said, get the shuttles ready. This comeback's happening.
Same limo as usual, please, sir. The rest will take an Uber. And hey, if he can lead this team back to a comeback, 9-5 down, get him a chopper.
That'll help the team spirit.
But the drive is pretty quick, so it's probably unnecessary.
JKS waiting over at ramp. It looks like this is where Heroic want to test. They flash themselves in, they're already out. JKS not ready for that. He's surprised by the pace.
Just caught between positions, kind of have to bail there.
It's a little rough, but he's able to get out of there. It's a little bit sketchy here. Nerds on the retreat. They are giving chase. They have to call it off as players drop down the vent. Tanir waiting around. It will get rewarded over in ramp. Key kill for him to find. Surely dead after the fact, but he's got his one. Twists battling forward. Double doors swung to pull the attention away. They're toying with Twists.
Oh no.
Oh!
What?
That lives to regrets it now. It's just Ultimate 1v2.
Hitless.
Pass down into lower. Door closes. And tap on that bomb, hoping it baits a peak. That kit dropped on the other side of the double doors means Ultimate's got to brawl his way to victory here. A lot of time ticked off that bomb already, and Heroic might do them one better. One back the other way as this 4-spy comes through for this Heroic squad. An immediate reply to the success of Liquid in that second round as Heroic move onto double digits.
Feels like a very rare ramp mistake for JKS in that position. That's a position he's been playing forever, seemingly extremely comfortable, but he is trying to reposition at the back of ramp, and they just come running through the smoke with one flash, all the footsteps, and maybe he had a second to bail, but Either way, he doesn't take a single player with him. It's an awkward way to get run down. And it has resounding consequence. Heroic on double digits, Liquid broke. Just hoping, praying for this lobby push to net something, but it's only information available to near at the back of T-spawn. Will his team cross outside behind smokes? Oh, it's a second volley to take hell control. They're going round the world in this round. The utility indicates intention. But can Liquid do anything with it? It really has to be this hero rifle from Ultimate.
Because you're playing around there, Util, they've laid out the lines you can fight through, meaning Heroic should be considering this position out towards spawn.
He's up top.
No idea that Linus made it here. That should be a kill. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
No one even saw.
No, they don't know. Either which way, Linus has missed his timing just as much as Ultimate has. If that bomb comes back up to try and capitalize on Linus's position, they're going to run right into Ultimate's M4. Something might be happening here. That bomb is coming up through Secret. Linus hot on the heels with the backstab. Ultimate tries to overcompensate, looks to deal with the Heaven climb up, and now things get weird. They learn about him in Garage. Linus falls over in Heaven. This is getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. And there's Liquid. This is force on force on force as this one goes back and forth.
Probably a huge jump scare for Twist there, and it looks ugly initially for Ultimate, but what it did do is give Liquid all the information they need to stay stacked on the top site. Very confusing round for Heroic, no doubt. As they go right into the belly of the beast and get dissolved by the stomach acid. Liquid trading rounds here. Heroic's buy, not much better.
I mean, we said it last time, like for Liquid, that is a gift of a round. They don't come by often. Don't be perturbed by the fact this happened 3 times in a row. Now you've got a chance once again to regain control of the game, but it hinges on stopping this fast topside play. Twists, no problem on the first 3. It's down to the rest of the team to finish what Twist started. Ultimate, things are getting weird, things are getting awkward, but he's been able to recover. X-Floud 1v2 laid out ahead of him. Bomb dropped in the site. And 2 players keen to face, both out on the rafters. JKS takes his head off. And so Liquid stick the landing on 2 rounds in a row.
Every round is an absolute mess. It's such a brawl right now. Heroic are trying to inject a bit of, madness into this game, it feels like. Knowing maybe it's a newer team, they might fare better. Catching Liquid off guard. Going for some explosive plays on these upper hits, but hey, Liquid stick it with 2 players standing.
Whoever's cutting off of the mid yell is so good. It's perfect. Change nothing, no notes.
All right, I mean, Heroic, don't get ahead of yourself like you've won this game. They may have had the lead, but quickly diminishing. Especially now that Liquid have actually won 2 rounds in a row. Sampai's hero AK, instead of saving for the orb, he's bought up. Curious. JKS has been caught once. Will he be caught twice? Survey says no.
Safer angle from Kyle. Last time he was caught kind of between 2 positions, in 2 minds as to what he wanted to do at ramp. This time it's more decisive, and now he's got support close by.
Drops on
helping out of Twists. Never more than a shout away. So this hero gun round for Heroic will be unable to replicate the success of old.
Yeah, young bought Kevlar with his Glock, so he always planned on taking this weapon. This dry out upper into the MP9, somehow recovers it. But no one going any further. It's a done deal. Liquid. Lock it in. 4 kills from Ultimate. He's a rifler now, apparently. It's both maps.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've said that one before.
Just saying it because he played such a good game last time around on Anubis on the M4 and the AK. I was going to say M4A1S, but that feels like a mouthful. Don't worry, we won't see them anymore. A4s are coming back.
Yeah, A4 back in a big way.
In fashion.
Probably. Yeah, though, this is still on the old patch.
Yes. Until group stages. A spot where really both these teams probably should be getting to, but someone will have to do it through the lower bracket. Hello, Nerds. Not said your name in a while.
Okay. This is your moment, Nerds. This is the quad kill lined up. They have not cleared him. They've not checked him. He also doesn't know they're there, so it goes both ways, but he's going to try and get that info now. He's
My flank lobby.
Deep in the yard. That's going to free up some players to drop off the top site. But Nerds is still a ways away from actually getting this info. And so for now, there won't be much of a reaction down on lower.
This is crazy.
Liquid have to be aware that this gap exists. But right now, they're not doing anything to deal with it. They're waiting for Nerds to get this info. He's likely said, guys, I am behind them. I will clear lobby. I will get this info. Although now he's getting backstabbed by Tanir as the timing goes awry. It all gets a bit weird.
Run.
JKS with the spot down on lower. Once again caught between two angles. JKS first to fall. Lobby's not as clear as you might think. Even these rotates down could get weird with Tanir still lurking. And so Liquid write this one off.
Nerds is now silo. Tanir has avoided him again. They have traded places.
Oh, there's the spot.
Oh no,
God, don't give him the orb. Just run away. Nerds finally gets it.
Woo, all it cost was the round. Yeah, that's awkward. You can't blame him really for that flank. It feels like what it looks like to Nerds' POV is they've just done smokes and they're setting up for a lobby hit to upper. But by the time you clear lobby, you're like, oh, it's definitely B. JKS again in the open court. Probably JKS, again, he's expecting a quicker reaction through single door. When he gets spotted, he thinks the door's going to swing, so he doesn't think he can run. But because they're so late to open single, he actually could have run. But that's a great example of why it can feel harder to play quote-unquote worse opponents, right? Because if you play a top team that make no mistakes, that perfectly trade that info, and react off of it, he would have been in the right place. Instead, he's caught looking a little silly in the open.
So I'm just too smart defense.
Yeah, literally. I'm doing it for him. He doesn't even have to.
We've all been there.
Yeah. But yeah, still, I mean, that's a cheeky round for Heroic to just walk 4 players down secret with no comm, no noise. This time, Nerds are a lot more oppressive in the yard. Rallying shots down as they walk close to the smoke again.
Oppressive is one thing, impressive is another. And he's going to need to be that as he does find this contact on the X-Floud, tees up twists for the opening. 5v4, they start to shuffle players down towards lower. Heroic have taken this ramp control, but it's smoke down right now, so takes the pace out of the round. Ooh, Hell's been left open. There's been these gaps, and Heroic have been finding a lot of space from them, a lot of mileage. As Hell's been left open, Nerds is fighting for this. He could just get shot in the side of the head right now. Knife pull, he doesn't even know. That's so weird for Team Liquid. They leave ramp open. Nobody there, they're playing lower, but no one's considering the rotate through Hell. And that unforgivable error, it might lead to a turnaround here. 4v4, Heroic poised for the top site here, and only 2 players here for Team Liquid. Naf sat back in the lobby, JKS at heart. They both find success. Whoa. Naf and JKS trying to bail Liquid out of this. It's just Youngster left in the hot seat. Damage done, but nothing found.
Dude.
And mistakes made up for from Team Liquid.
They have no right to win that round. They really don't. 2 players on upper, 2 on lower. They're so scared that that ramp control has led to a B hit, but even with hanging Nerds out to dry or him just not processing the information, the ramp is open. Heroic don't throw any nades on that top site. They walk through open runway, door and hut shut down by Team Liquid. This game is impossible to call right now. Anything can happen. But Liquid should, I say tentatively, be closing this gap up. It's a low econ round for Heroic.
I mean, Heroic are planning for the buy round in the next, right? So if they're able to find anything here, it's very, very valuable to this T side. Damage done on Inerts as he was spotted crossing Secret, and with him so low, outside is open. Running onto Ultimate over at ramp, and the only support he's got is a real low HP Nerds. Orb's getting pressured. First shot misses. Nerds can't hold the line. Ultimate has to. Second shot will hit its mark. Youngster going to try and clash with this AWP.
Nice.
Won't get past Ultimate's Orb, set up on the angle. There's the killing blow to Sampire. So well handled there for Liquid. In spite of all that early damage done on the Nerds, they're still able to make amends. And this comeback starting to take shape. 1 round in it now. Heroic saved with the intention of buying up in this round, but if they don't stick the landing, it's a tie game with Liquid calling the shots.
That'd be crazy. From 4-8 down, when Heroic actually won pistol. Sure, there were all those trades back and forth that Liquid eventually did actually get multiple rounds first, but this was still a bit of a hole that Liquid were in. This was a 10-5. And Heroic have had 1 round since that point as Liquid swell.
Yeah, from 10-5 to tentative for Heroic. 1 round in this game and a chance for it to really swap up on the result of this round. Outside's the goal.
I like this change because JKS is now Secret. We've not had anyone really playing aggressively in this position all half. Ultimate's able to play ramp and reset and give it away. It's a position that Heroic have got a lot of value out of by just rushing ramp. And so JKS might have multiple kills here, but he gets headshot immediately. Barely a second to react as they are right next to the smokes. We have panic drops for Team Liquid, but Heroic are in no rush. They will not botch this round, they say. 5v4, we have to win it.
And Heroic have done a great job on capitalizing on any little advantage they're given, any gap or hole in the defense of Liquid. They've often been able to find it. And so when they get an advantage such as this, they're not going to throw it away by picking up the pace. They slow it down, wait and see if they find anything on the reactions. And now they set their sights on the top side. Got to get past Nerds. Holds the line with a bit of damage. Triple swung for Nafly as he rounds the corner. Twists and Ultimate is too far removed from this round, both down towards lower. Heroic don't know it yet, but they're about to be on map point here on Liquid's map pick. They just don't get ahead of themselves when they find those advantages.
Yeah, I'm always hesitant to call it out too soon, but it does look like Liquid are saving. You can go for very late retakes on this map. Just helps with the bomb radius being so large, but there's nothing to do here for Liquid but hold on to guns. And Heroic, they right their wrongs. Last time we saw a similar round where they came back up Secret, it was the one where Naf and JKS just get those 2 multi-kills on top site. And again, Heroic don't use util, but it's because they get really quick entries. Double main setup denied for Liquid, and it's map point for Heroic, like you said. This has been a stressful game for Heroic.
We need to be a bit, like, tiny bit more disruptive outside. Like, breaking smokes a bit more. Having, like, we need to
I like that we hear that from Twist, because I completely agree, right? The problem here for JKS is he's entirely left to his own devices on that peak. And fair enough, they haven't got any info out in the yard. So he's trying to collect that there, but you know, there's no flash, there's no break on the smoke from Nerds, who was up close at main. I thought that was going to be the play. I thought you were going to have Nerds take first contact. JKS trades the contact with him because he's the surprise, right?
Especially after the round when Nerds doesn't know that they've walked for Secret because there's no nades. Anyway, this is an upper hit. Heroic might end it with a bang or might end it with a whimper. If this hold comes in, Twist on top, nails one. Naf supports him, and the old Canadians back to back, side to side, managed to stay alive in this round. unless Linus has something to say. 1v3, down to just 12 points of health, but that smoke fading. He's got a player trapped out. Nerds survives it all. And we are 1 round away from overtime as Heroic attempt to explode on a finish.
They just did Furia. They did real Furia. They didn't come back to
I mean, this is where that last round having bodies surviving for Heroic is worth its weight in gold, right? They come through with the buy. It still has its limitations, it still has its drawbacks, but it's enough to get the job done. Couple of rifles, utility for everyone with the exception of Tanir. And so Heroic not going to go down quietly. They're going to run back the top side play. A Liquid ready to receive this twice over. And not held this time by the Canadian duo. They don't replicate their success. Nert's dead back in main. It's JKS and Ultimate. The fate of this game now on their shoulders. Missed Molly up in heaven. That's problematic. That would have been the safety blanket to try and plant. Second one will hit its mark.
Wait, the bomb is going down B. It's going down B. They're going to plant lower. This Liquid is setting up for a heaven retake.
Yeah.
They're never going to know. They will have no idea. Until that plant comes in, they are just wasting time right now. Have they realized? Yeah, Penny drops, and so do Liquid to that lower site, but these Ts are already set up to close the map and take us to Dust 2.
Ultimate's low as well. JKS tagged up on the first peak. They know where 2 of these players are. Banger of a shot hit from Ultimate, but he's got to do so much more. A lot of time ticked off this bomb already. JKS, util deployed. Hopes that baits the peek out from Single. They're both there and they line up. Heroic take this one over the line and take us the distance. There is still fight in this Heroic squad. Liquid's revenge tour not done yet. The score will be settled on Dust 2.
Red. Hot Linus! No more yet! Hot! Dead! Nice! That's hot! Hot, nice! Out, hot!
Your challenge.
Nice! Nice, this is some TNT, Bossman.
Nice.
Kinda, some kinda. Not a fusion. Not on it. Right side. Dork. Running. Nice, nice. Saving. No kid. Nice! Oh, single. Nice, Andre. Nice, Linus. Fucking sick. Good, everyone, guys.
Careful, man. I'm lower with you.
Lobby. 1 man. I'll see you in lobby. Come in, main side.
Heaven, nice.
Come in top. Over main. Dead.
Nice. Up heaven. I'm coming.
I'm flashing.
Flash. Planning. I'm pushing him. He's off. Nice!
Sick.
Good job.
Nice job. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Event. Door then. One more door. Hot to touch. No. Hot to touch. Nice. 3v1, guys.
I smoke door. There is my door.
Get keys.
Oh, 1 HP. 1 HP. Out of it.
He's on top. Nice!
I got the up.
Their money is not good anymore.
I'm hiding. Yeah. Okay. Bait each other, guys. Sound. Let me play.
Your challenge.
Well, we're going to a third once again, much like at the Bounty. Heroic fights back, and they prove that they are not mere onliners, something that was thrown their way before. Yeah, we saw this one. They really got going, I think, for the side of Team Liquid. We're going to talk about it as well, but maybe some communication lapses here and there, maybe the calling of who is where, it kind of falling apart in rounds that they should have. But overall, Jacob, Heroic deservedly pushing it to a third.
I think so. I think we saw that in the second half, that Liquid were scrambling a little bit. There were a couple of rounds where you talk about communication. Nerds was caught off guard on the outside, not aware that ramp was being left open, not aware that the Heroic players could be up in heaven or under heaven for that matter. So a couple of rounds where you got the feeling, at least watching from the outside, that Liquid weren't on par with the level we saw on Anubis. And then you got to give it credit to Heroic. One thing is facing a team that is not playing at your best, but you also got to be good enough to punish those mistakes, and Heroic were.
Yeah, communication was a big issue on the city side. I mean, you said yourself, Nerds got caught off guard multiple times. It happens. It happens in when the new player comes in. Those things, they do happen. Right now, it's like I said, a very cutthroat tournament. Small mistakes, they tend to cost you a lot, and it cost them a map. Overall, I think the bigger problem might be that this type of maps, when you play, they're very mentally draining. Even though, like, usually when you play, it's like either you lead and you win, and then you're like down and you lose. It felt in this map that nobody had any control. It was always back and forth, force buys back and forth and stuff. And then it can be very mentally draining, especially if you lose. They say, if I fought this way, we won this, we lost because of this and that. And then all of a sudden you have to play another map, which you kind of didn't let go last time in the veto, if you remember correctly, right?
Yeah, and I think that's a good point to bring up. You talk about it being a bit of a fist fight in a sense, and if you're Liquid, you're coming into this game as the clear favorite despite losing at Blast. You have more experience, you should be better on land, etc., etc. So the more scrappy Heroic can make the game, the more of a fist fight they can make it, well, the higher of a chance they have of winning the third map as well.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the choice there in terms of the third map? I know you were speculating a little bit in the green room.
I think it's interesting. We saw a week ago at Blast, Liquid had the opportunity to go for either Ancient or Dust 2. They went with Ancient, a map they ended up losing against Heroic, which meant they lost the game. Tonight they had the same option. They could go for Ancient one more time, or they could stay away from that and then go Dust 2, and they went with Dust 2. So clearly something have changed in the Liquid camp. Of course, a relatively close game online at the Blast Bounty, 13-10, but I remember Heroic being the better team. I remember Tenir having a great showing, and Youngster for that matter as well. So maybe Liquid felt for changing it up a little bit. However, Dust 2 coming into this one, Kassad, it's the first time we're going to see Liquid play that specific map with the new lineup. Last time they played it was at the Shanghai Major, so it's something we haven't seen yet, and I'm curious to where Nerds is going to slot in all of that. Yeah,
that's a question mark, and the bigger question mark, like you said, is Nerds' positioning. We saw on Nuke, he took over the position from Twist. On Yard, as a primary player, that shows that Twist is like relinquishing his control over these prime spots to Nerds as the player that he is. Is it going to happen on mid as well on Dust 2? Because we know that's a high impact position. You do a lot of stuff as a CT mid player, right? That's one thing. Is he going to take that spot again from Twist and then try to win it? And then the other thing is the op duel. We know that Sampayas is very, highly ranked as an opper on Dust 2 against Ultimate, who is not so highly ranked, I think. And then it's going to be a battle of this, like 4 individuals, I would say, and everything evolves around the middle part of the map, like Dust 2 always was. Take lower, take control of middle, try to do something on short, and then make the mid-round call, execute. There is a fight, there is a decent duel head-to-head between Nav and Tenir on the B side. So I think that Nav is a pretty good lurker there. He's going to have a good time if he goes to some of those fights early on to set up the pace.
I love it. They seem really excited about it. As often with newly configured teams, it is about that, right? How is it going to slot in on every single map? And you could be inclined to say, well, obviously maybe the best here would be for Twist to always relinquish those rounds, but then you think about how the map actually works and maybe not.
Maybe not. It depends on what kind of direction they want to go with Twist. And I will argue, as much as I agree with you in middle, there's a lot of action going on. Twist can find action elsewhere on the map, and he can still have a big impact on how you play the CT side. Maybe play the rotation roll up towards the A-bomb side, which is equally a high impact role. I'm also curious to see how fluent they're going to be in that CT side. Some teams do a bit of spawn calling in terms of taking long control. Some teams don't, so that's also up for debate. I think if I were to call out a player, I were to call out something you also mentioned as well, to me, it's Son Payas. If I'm heroic, I need my star player. I need my all player to do well. We had the honor of having Dupree joining us for the desk at Blast a week ago. And
he was really good, by the way.
He was really, really good, and I hope we get to see him back at some point. Not instead of me, but maybe. But to be completely honest, he also did say that something we noticed from the outside as well. Son Payas is a passive opper. He lacks a bit of initiative, and I think on a map like Dust 2, if you're supposed to be the experienced player, if you're coming into heroic, you're trying to elevate that team, you cannot be a player that lack initiative. So I'm curious to keep an eye out for Son Payas and see how willing he is to be aggressive and take that initiative on both the CT side but also T side.
It's a third map. I mean, if there was any kind of opportunity on the timing, it's right now on Dust 2. We always know that's an oppers map. You always have the freedom on T side. If you get a spawn to pick long, if you get a spawn for B, to pick B, go down fast, slower. Maybe there is a play for you on short. And in the post rounds, if after you execute short or B split, you can control these angles and you can control these picks, and you can make a lot of impact as an opper. Is he gonna do it? I don't know.
We don't know. That's why we have to watch the map indeed. But for heroic, would be huge, right? You got this online result playing for the bounty, but now you're here at IEM Katowice and for this young core. And the thing is, I always say, like, the young players, but Son Payas is also young. It's just about the experience that you have in these type of games. But it would be huge, because well, they're walking behind us, but Youngstar and Tanir, they're fragging really, really well right now.
Yeah, they're really great. They're playing great.
It's a statement win. If heroic can win this game, that's a massive statement for them to I guess, reestablish the fact that what we saw a week ago wasn't just a coincidence. Yeah. Now we've spoken a little bit about it already, but for Liquid, I think pressure applies right here, right now. If they were to lose, drop down in the lower bracket, we're also talking Val ranking. We're talking them skipping PGL. We're talking them perhaps moving outside of that top 10, top 12 where you really want to be. I think already now we can start to apply pressure to Liquid and say, you gotta win Dust 2. You gotta win this game.
Inside information, it was an org decision to skip PGL.
Is that good? Is that a good thing or bad thing?
That's sick, Sherlock Holmes. You got more of that?
Full org decision. Yeah, wow.
I did, I talked to Twist earlier and I also said, he said, unfortunately, we have nothing to do with that decision. So do with that what you will. We'll see that interview later.
Let's see if it has consequences. That's why there's pressure on this map and this game right now.
I don't know if you guys saw there was some back and forth, a little bit of scram, trash talking. That's something I want to see. I even mentioned that before.
Screaming?
Yeah, I want to see something, flying over the things, right? I want people, getting into each other's heads and just win it.
Yeah, Kassad wants more aggression outside of the map as well. Scream at each other. We'll be right back for the decider after this.
To meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd. You're champions!
Welcome everyone to Needless Knowledge, where we test our players' proficiency with knowledge outside of the server as well. I'm here with Team Liquid. I'm with Heroic, and we're gonna find out how smart they are. I have high hopes for these three. We've got Complexity today to show us if they're smarter than a 5th grader or something. Maybe. Let's see. Category 1 is Geography, and it goes from easier to more difficult. Dexter travels to South Africa from Australia on a cruise. The journey is direct. Which ocean does he cross?
Stop. You said easy to difficult.
Yeah, this is the easy one.
It's not the Caribbean, that's for sure.
What ocean? Yeah, I got my answer, I think.
I wrote Atlantic.
I just put the Indian Ocean.
Correct.
Oh, it's right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
okay,
bye.
But I knew I was wrong.
I got the Pacific.
Wait, where's the
Indian
Pacific?
Ocean?
Pacific Ocean is
American,
on the west coast.
Australia? Oh my, yeah.
Great job.
Let's go.
Okay, question number 2. Serk, the Bulgarian bulldozer, queues a game and is placed on an Algerian server. But is Algeria part of Europe or of Africa?
Europe or Africa?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay.
3,
shall
2,
we?
1, peak.
Africa. Correct.
Is Africa?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Very nice.
Okay, I know this.
Okay, go
Yeah, I
ahead.
was just trolling.
You're trolling? Well, it's in Africa.
What do you mean? What do you mean, René?
But I don't know it. I don't know it.
I thought like I'm starting if it's in Asia or something.
But okay, it's just because I don't remember anything about Algeria at all.
Like I wasn't sure because like Turkey's technically Europe too, right?
Yeah.
And it's really close.
Speaking of Turkey, the United Kingdom has a population of almost 70 million, but has no top 70 Counter-Strike team. Okay. So this randomness to the UK.
Shots.
Rank the following 5 countries in terms of their population size. You got to rank them smallest population to biggest. The countries are Mongolia, Portugal, Australia, Denmark, and Turkey.
Okay, population. So Denmark, I think, is the last one.
Start from the
okay.
smallest
Sorry.
one.
I don't need to tell you. Oh my god, I forgot.
I 100% got this wrong.
Yeah.
Not confident at all.
3, 2, 1.
Just put like just the first letters. So I just put Mongolia, the biggest. Second, Australia. Third, Turkey. Fourth, Denmark. Fifth, Portugal. I got it right. I don't know how big Mongolia is. Like looking at thinking of the map. Like I can't. I think it's big.
So it's Mongolia, smallest population, 3.4 million, then Denmark, 5.9, Portugal, 10.4, Australia, 26.1, Turkey, 84.1.
What?
That's too correct.
Yeah.
No, I had no idea to be honest.
Yeah, most people have Mongolia as the biggest
it's a
because it's
big
big,
country.
but it doesn't necessarily have a lot of people.
Yeah.
You're so close.
At least we got one, John.
But you're definitely the winner of the round.
Oh, yeah, you got
honestly.
two.
Yeah, good job, John.
Yeah.
This is
You got
not
it.
it.
Mongolia's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, I did like a biggest to smallest instead of smallest to biggest.
No,
That's
you
what I was
didn't.
thinking.
Because you had the first one. You did smallest to biggest for Mongolia, at least.
I messed up. Whatever. I'm on to the next one. Everybody can just roast me.
Map 3 of the series, Heroic versus Liquid. We're going to Dust 2. We've had a bit of a back and forth, bit of a bloody affair, if anything, between these two squads.
That's
as
right.
We load up the last one. Hey, Harry.
I had the wrong headset on. That's on me.
That was you?
Yeah.
All right, buddy. You'll get there eventually. And so will we. Liquid in their huddle before we start things. In a matchup that's had some bloody messy rounds, Harry, I was trying to say. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, there's certainly been some highs and some lows in this series. Some missteps for sure here and there. But, you know, someone has to capitalize on a mistake for you to even realize it was made. And that's what a Heroic were able to excel at on that previous map of Nuke. Now we end up on Dust 2. Dust has been a bit of a sour point for this Liquid squad for the longest while. Hugo, I'm going to ask you, how many games in a row have they lost on Dust 2?
Oh, I'm guessing it's many. 6?
You're close.
Oh, how many?
7.
7.
7 in a row for Team Liquid.
Yikes.
Big L's caught on Dust 2. Most recently and most closely to Team Spirit back at the Major. So they haven't been having the best of time, but this is now with Nertz in the squad. First time we've seen them play it since his addition. And so maybe they've gone back to the drawing board a little bit on Dust to try and figure out exactly what's been going wrong.
Yeah, I hope they have a good stock of chalk, though, because a 7-loss streak is no pretty picture, especially in a brawly game like this one has been. There's going to be a lot of heads-up aim fights in Dust, no doubt. You a fan of the mousepad? What anime is that from?
I know, it's kind of obscured by the graphic. Oh, I just had to, like, crack my neck to 90 degrees to try and tell. I don't know.
Well,
I've seen, like, 10 animes, if I'm honest, so probably not the guy for the job.
No, but you're the guy for this job. It's map 3 of the series. It's the opener here on land for the play-in of IEM Katowice. 2 wins to go to the group stage, 2 losses to go home dismayed. Which will it be, and who will it be first to force themselves forward between Team Liquid and Heroic on this third map? It's Heroic got a T-side start. Liquid down and lower, looking to give some love with these dualies.
Twists and Naf. Here's the support from Nerds. It's a full-on duel. Thank God there's 30 bullets in these things. Nerds needed every single one of them.
You couldn't have walked into a better setup if you're heroic. That is an unlucky pistol. Just out of spawn. Unlucky. 4 players crunching you. The second they get that tunnel contact, the lower push comes in, shoots him in the side of the head. Liquid poised to peek together in B. LNZ has to earn it. Luckily, he has 4 smokes, so he should be fine.
You got him smoke him. He tried, but it didn't work. One deagle.
I thought you said I'm going to 1-deke him.
Wait, is that a negative?
Wait, are you trolling me?
It says it on that HUD.
He hasn't again.
No. He sold.
He sold it. He was just doing a bit of trolling, Harry. Bit of showboating.
All right, interesting.
Should have at least thrown the Negev decoy.
No, I hate it. And that's like
Why?
your whole reason for it being
No.
It gets bought as a joke.
Yeah, but jokes are funny. Are they not? And also, it's kind of distracting. Oh, so's that. Nerf. Back to spawn. It's Nerf spamming. Nerds spamming. Nerds. Twist Will with a triple kill in middle. Nerfed. Consider him cancelled.
Oh, Youngstar. In B.
Oh, he's going further.
The bomb down over in middle.
Okay. Yeah, play the range game, Liquid.
Youngstar's even grabbed that M4. Pius watching over with the scout as well. He's really trying to get this bomb. Youngstar has threaded the needle. The madman's done it. He's got the bomb. Daylight robbery. Goodbye. He runs it up in towards B. Pius
lost this.
How to do damage down the line now with this scout. And Rotate's being held right now as Tanir's ready to try and drop down, but he only has a Glock. The fact that Scout is softening them all up has big repercussions here. That Glock only needs to land a handful of damage, and even then, Pius still takes one more with him. Whoop. There's ultimate shot in the back of the head. JKS doesn't know where to look, and this Scout is still doing damage.
Dude.
Oh, what a wild round. There was nothing in that for Heroic.
I understand giving away the bomb and playing passive because you have rifles, but why not leave one guy there, like the MP9 up close, something to contain that, because one smoke wins the round for Heroic. They played that excellently, but Liquid just let them back in, I feel.
They needed anything. They needed something, but instead they got Pius. Locking it down with the scout. Teeing up Tanir with the backstab.
That's a tilter. I'm tilted. You're tilted. Liquid are tilted. You can't not be tilted after losing that round. It's about how you react to it, Harry. Do you let it overtake you? Do you let it become you? Are you the tilt? Breathe out.
And here's the thing, like, it's early days, you can still course correct, but it's rounds exactly like that for my money, lost Team Liquid nuke.
Sure.
There were a bunch of little weird rounds in there that Liquid threw in to try and make it entertaining.
Oh, the flashes.
Wait, they still don't know about him. They still don't know about him. Ultimate is still in the sight. He's been here all round. Oh my God.
Never even got a kill.
Eagle. Whoa, God, it does connect. Still 2 more to find. Ultimate tuck himself in. Steal himself away. Ultimate tuck forward. What the fuck was that?
Tilgon, we're back in. We're so back. Forget about the second round. we were in full control.
Ultimate was just chilling out in the site. All his teammates are dying around him. He's like, don't worry, guys, I got this. And yeah, timeout called in from Twist. Fair enough, bro.
Can we replay that whole situation?
Oh, that was
all
insane.
Of it, start to finish. What? And now Heroic threw that one. I can tell you that much, but those are some bloody nice shots. Even Pius. Game respects game.
haven't dropped many F-bombs before.
Oh, that's
They got me all inspired because he did it, and I'm like, well, if he's doing it, I'm doing it.
I'm allowing it. They'll have to come in here and rip that headset off your head, Harry. For times like these.
I don't understand what just happened.
Well, we're going to have a great game here, folks. I hope you're enjoying this show. It's Liquid Heroic. And to think it's only day one of IEM Katowice. Best video game on the planet. And breathe out.
Last time you said that, the wild stuff happened. Hugo, stop breathing.
You're the one finding links, Harry.
No, I mean it. Stop breathing. Here we are. Heroic, they've got Catwalk to themselves. They come through with this force buy. They want to immediately enact a bit of revenge. And that's been the mission statement for this whole series. Liquid out for it after the last two times, the last time these two teams matched up.
Tit for tat.
Heroic dealt them a rough hand and were able to win it out. Ultimate switched on after his D ground. It's just the one and done. Tanier with a quick trade. Guns now retrieved and Liquid on for another retake.
Twist can jump up, but he needs to wait. They're scaling, getting in positions. Spam through smoke nets, 2 kills out of nowhere, and Twist was left doing nothing for anyone inside of that smoke. They all get gunned down from those headshot angles, and Xfloud is turning out to be quite a mouthy young lad. Tanier with a very important trade kill here. That was the one that got them in. It felt like Ultimate was feeling up for the task. Heroic had a lot of AKs. Now Liquid have a lot of pistols. Long control, but the bomb back in spawn and just dropped there. Do Heroic want to take this control first? Because Nerds has deep B. Bomb going to be joining. Tanier, he's often left to his own devices on this T side. We see these pack plays for Heroic with Tanier playing the extremity. He's going to try and fake this one out right now. Kind of needs to die for the cause. A lot of the time, even on Anubis, we see him die for the cause. Go fight B main, commit to a kill or a death before your team go back around the world. This time he resets. And that will be for the best because they've just blocked this B bomb site.
Oh, that's perfect from Nerds. Just aggressive enough to get the info, drop that nade with good timing. Naf down and low, no. Right as the nades are called. That flying JKS turn him to mincemeat.
Tastes so good. Sorry.
So now for JKS, after that kill already, he's emboldened. They run down X-Flat outside of B, and they've got Tanier trapped in over at the long doors. A done deal as Team Liquid collect. It's all on the back of Nerds, with that forward position in the tunnels, dropping the smoke just in time.
No one's won 2 rounds in a row yet. This is just how it goes. Back and forth and back again. Both teams on the ropes. Ripe for reset. But somehow Liquid are still swimming. Bobbing in the water. Crazy lower clear. First player doesn't clear. Second player pulls nades out at the worst possible timing. And this is where I think Myth is really laying it home to Liquid, like, okay, It's been a messy game so far. We can just run away. We can do our CT side right now. If we win this follow-up round, sure, there's going to be multiple AKs because a save and there's a bit of money for Heroic. But if we win this round right now, we're going to go, 5-6-2 up. So dial in, get it sharp. Don't do anything stupid.
We'll try. That's what I would say. Some Pious.
Oh, I saw him.
Boosted in middle. Nerds did get the spot, but
could have left.
It looks like it goes both ways. They were jump checking after the fact. Right as they disassembled that boost, Nerds tried to move in. Oh, that's a big issue.
A pick. Bomb nowhere near. They can't commit. But Liquid don't know that. They might be panicking a little bit, thinking this one's going to end B. They actually need to get the bomb through middle, so this gives Liquid a chance to actually fight for this round. They were set up the whole time for this play. Nerds in lower, putting on pressure, but he's got no support right now. He's boxed in a cage. Twist comes through with the mid spam, and Ultimate crouching into the scout. Oh, if he went there, might have gone very wrong.
He's like constantly just on a knife's edge, and this whole game is Ultimate.
Oh, reload, that's
the
the
spot,
bomb.
just a bit of damage.
Don't fight that.
In.
Just go up a B.
It's all good, says Ultimate. I still have mid.
Twist is giving up B, though. They have to flank fast. I'm surprised that Liquid don't know this one's going on.
Yeah, JKS going to confirm that now, but it feels, very late in the round to only just be looking for this retake. 3-on-3 as Liquid decide now whether or not they want to go for it. Going to hang around for a moment, see if anything's given.
Two smokes, a flash.
Money's on the line for both teams as well. They could have a bit of extra cash. They can justify giving this a look in for sure. With smokes now landing to obscure these sightlines. Liquid play through. JKS, full blind opening. Ultimate now springs the trap out the window. It's all eyes on Youngster. And he can't walk that clutch over the line. Liquid leave it to the wire. Faith in the 3v3, and it pays off.
Would have loved to see Sunpire's bait there. That molly missed him. He could have survived at the back of Plat, but he uncrouches and JKS just nails him on a pre-fire. If Sunpire stays crouched, he can bait his team really well and probably win the round with how low the clock was. So I think you obviously presume the molly's going to hit you and you just go for the fight. But look at that, full blind, tapping their Plat position. Sick shots for JKS. As Liquid do it 2 rounds in a row, finally. Forced pistols out of Heroic, and not the pretty ones either. They got Glocks, P250s, a lone deagle, no Kevlar.
Oh, Glocks deadly.
Chill. Up cat they go, and that's bomb with full info now. Oh, the bomb didn't make it.
Yeah, that would be a bit of an issue.
Could go wrong.
Ooh, hang on.
Liquid
smoke down. Ultimate provides the smoke, and so they do get the bomb up the catwalk. You shouldn't be nervous in a round like this, but for some reason I am. Here's Nerds alone over towards the A site. He's about to have 3 players, only with pistols, sure, bearing down upon him. Twists nearby can try lend a helping hand from Spawn. Nade's done a good job of softening them up. JKS has just moved back over, and so the timing on that is perfect. One back from X-Cloud, sure, but long-range P250 not his friend. And so 5 rounds stacked up for Liquid. You said that all it took was them kind of breaking through in the round prior to last, and they would start running away with this CT side. That's exactly what's happened. Heroic coming through with another buy. It features that AWP for some Pious.
Did he do the snacks? I want to know what that is.
Let's see. One v4 from Sud Pious. Here we go.
Ultimate shot there. Or is it this? Creeping through the mid-smoke. Gonna flash him out, though. No one close. That's a cool flash. Up through the rafters, but at the back of tunnels, Youngster won't see a thing. Conceptually, very cool for Liquid. And they don't overdo it as well. Nertz pulls back after that play. And what that has done is allowed Liquid to go and stack A. I would say gamble, but it's actually more than a gamble. It's a calculated stack. With early information, Nertz can still block that B rush. But a heroic R&D going into the 4-man hold.
Oh, taking the swing was JKS. So Tania fed the opener. Bit of util damage over on Cat, but xFloud doesn't care. Plays straight through it, and with good reason. That transfer onto Naf is a thing of beauty.
Guy's got the mechanics.
One more still to find for xFloud. Won't get his bearings on Nertz in time, but it's left him in an unwinnable position here. 1v3. xFloud just running through the Cat smoke. That's enough. So that's how a heroic break on through. Thanks to xFloud. And his antics over on short. A beautiful transfer. The round is as simple as that. Now, Liquid are far from out of this, right? Still have money in the bank. Nerds saving here, going to allow a proper buy to come through for them in the next. These are the defining few rounds that decide if Heroic are able to make this interesting still as we approach the tail end of this first half.
We can take long with 3 here.
I have a sneaking suspicion they're going to try and take long with 3 here. Just seems like the obvious call, so let's see if Liquid are ready for it.
That's what you do. I mean, with these 3 long spawns right here, how can you blame them?
It's the corner smoke lobbed on in. Oh no, it's the late smoke at the doors. It's the one that extinguishes that molly.
What molly?
Stops Liquid from doing any sort of rollout over towards long, and so this space is owned by Heroic from the get-go.
Yeah, they realize at least Liquid don't overpeak it. They get a flash, they hear that AWP, and they bail. Don't need to give away a pick. Late long smoke here as well. Trying to buy a lot of time, and Liquid look like they want to make a move elsewhere. They don't want to just sit back and wait this smoke that they know Heroic also will. They want to re-aggress and find the weaker part of the map. It is middle, it is B, where only Youngster lurks. And if Liquid dedicate a lot of resources, it's fine as long as they get this kill cleanly and set up for the retake. That's a nice entry. JKS now trying to stop this cross. Can he do it? He's got an HE for that smoke if he wants. The molly is lovely. Nade goes over the ramp. There's a big gap, but Twist bails him out. 5v3 for Liquid. Awkward spam does get revenge